Star Odyssey chapter 3330 to chapter 3380. Shut up. Grand Elder Xianxia shouted. He really wanted to slap Xianxia to death. Xianxia also hated Grand Elder Xianxia. This human had always wanted it dead. Senior Xianxia, Luin said. Grand Elder Xianxia looked at Luin. Please speak. Luin looked at him. Xianxia, can you find Xianxia? Grand Elder Xianxia was stunned. He suddenly remembered that there was a Xianxia hidden in the primordial space that came from Xianxia's nest. His expression turned ugly when he thought of this. Senior, Green Immortal, can you find another Green Immortal? Luin asked again. Grand Elder Xianxia hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, as long as it is within a certain range, Xianxia can sense the aura of another Xianxia. I can do it. Are there any other Xianxia? Human powerhouses, I will definitely help you find them. Xianxia said anxiously. Luin looked at Grand Elder Xianxia. A hidden Xianxia is more troublesome than an exposed one. I need to find that hidden Xianxia. He then stretched out his hand. Nest. At the side, Xianxia passed the nest to Luin. This nest belonged to the West Crown Prince and was taken away by Xianxia. When Xianxia was captured by Xianxia, the nest also fell into his hands. Luin directly crushed the nest. Xianxia felt pain when she saw this, but she didn't dare to say anything. Without the nest, no matter how powerful Xianxia is, it can't breed insects. Luin said. He then transmitted his voice to Grand Elder Xianxia. I promise you, as long as I find that hidden Xianxia, I will destroy them. Grand Elder Xianxia opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He had to find the hidden Xianxia. He didn't have the ability to do so, only Xianxia could. Dao Master, you must be careful. Grand Elder Xianxia said. Luin nodded. Of course, he would be careful. Not only that, he also had a test. If he succeeded, he didn't need to kill Xianxia. If he failed, he could only kill Xianxia. As a remnant force of the universe, Grand Elder Xianxia's worries weren't unfounded. Xianxia was very smart, or rather, cunning. It might not be able to guess that Luin would kill it after finding the other Xianxia. Hence, how to ensure that Xianxia was really helping Luin was a problem. Luin brought Xianxia back to the above heaven and raised a finger. 1 year. I think you should understand the concept of time. 1 year, I will only give you 1 year. If you can't find the other Xianxia, you will die. Xianxia was shocked. Human expert, no, Master, if you want to find another Xianxia, we can't be too far apart. The universe is too big, and there are so many parallel universes. It's impossible to find her in a year. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. I don't care. Who knows if you can communicate with each other? The other insects can find the location of the hive. If you can't find Xianxia, then find the hive for me. Anyway, I'll only give you 1 year. You have to keep your word. The cut vines on Xianxia's body twisted. Master, I won't be disloyal to you. That old man is too weak, so he is afraid of us. However, you are so strong. Even if I am 10 times stronger, I won't be able to escape from you. I will be of great use to you. Lu Yin's voice turned cold. I trust my own people more than I trust you. I have the confidence to fight against any enemy. It makes no difference to me whether you appear or not. Rather than hurting my own people's hearts because of you, I might as well get rid of you and buy their hearts. You have followed the Xishan Crown Prince for so long. You know better than anyone else about power and people's hearts. I won't lose anything. Unless you are useful, don't blame me. Xianxia was helpless and didn't know what to say. Alright, follow me. The faster you find the other Xianxia, the more valuable you will be to me. Luin finished speaking and grabbed Xianxia. He pulled Suwang out of the above heaven and used him as a mount. Let's go and travel around the origin space. He guessed that Xianxia should be in the origin space. If she wasn't and went to other parallel universes, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was still possible to find her in the origin space. As long as Xianxia wanted to live, she would definitely search seriously. She wouldn't be perfunctory or hide. Luin saw many familiar places. In North Castle Weave, he saw the Great Sword Dynasty. In Grand Top Weave, he saw the Nine-Stack Sect. In Lars Weave, he saw the Six-Fingered Tribe. In Flaxen Weave, he saw the ruins of the Tribanner Federation. In Adonis Weave, he saw Darkstar Gorge. In Vast Dearth Weave, he saw the Vast Dearth Sect. There were too many traces left in the Outerverse. As Su Wan traveled, everyone in the Weaves bowed. Luin saw them, and they saw him. Their gazes were filled with respect and worship, as well as incomparable fanaticism. After traveling through the Outerverse, Su Wan entered the Astral River and casually swung his tail, causing the river to flow backward. This terrifying place that Luin had once not dared to fish in was now as clear as the swimming pool at home. It posed no threat at all. After the Astral River was the Innerverse, where tributaries extended out. In the past, Luin had only been able to see the tributaries, but now, he could see the entire Innerverse. He specifically warned Su Wan not to use too much force, or else the tributaries would be easily cut off. It's already been 3 months, and you still haven't found Xianxia? Lu Yin's tone was calm, and no one could tell what he meant. Beside him, Xianxia pleaded, "It's not that easy. I also want to find it and help you destroy it, Master, but there's too little time. In fact, even though I've traveled through the Outerverse, I haven't even sensed a tenth of it." Lu Yin's gaze was threatening. "Are you saying that it'll take 30 months just to travel through the Outerverse?" Xianxia bitterly replied, "That's impossible to calculate. It's not impossible for another Xianxia to appear after we've just found an area. Xianxia's strength allows it to easily traverse the void. Let alone the Outerverse, it can even traverse the entire primordial space. Finding it is just a matter of luck." Lu Yin's lips curled up. 9 more months. Master, eh? There's something there. Xianxia suddenly became excited, and her vines shot off in a certain direction. Lu Yin's gaze trembled as he stared in that direction. There was a very ordinary planet there that had just come into contact with a cultivation civilization in outer space. It was just like Earth after the apocalypse. Xianxia's vines descended from outer space. To the people of that planet, it was an incomprehensible and terrifying situation. They stared blankly at the vines descending from above their heads. One by one, they knelt down and shouted something with fanaticism. To their knowledge, these vines were a staircase to the outer space, a path to another level of life. Countless people wanted to grab the vines. The vines all gathered in one area, which was a desert. In the center of the desert was a city. The vines descended and pierced through the ground, pulling out the brocade azura that was hidden beneath the city. The vines grabbed the brocade azura and hurriedly pulled it back, handing it over to Luin as if it was presenting a treasure. "Master." "Yes, I found it." Luin looked at the brocade azura that was being grabbed by the vines and twisted continuously. His gaze trembled, there was still one more. He had thought that the brocade azura in the primordial space had already been dealt with. Seeing the jade centipede caught by Xianxia, Lu Yin's expression became slightly better. Although he had not found Xianxia, the brocade azura was still very dangerous. Since there was one, would there be a second or a third? At this thought, Lu Yin's expression became even gentler. "Well done." Xianxia was delighted. "Thank you, Master." Following this, Lu Yin brought Xianxia around the Innerverse. This time, they were much more careful than they had been in the Outerverse. They found 2 more brocade azuras, which made Xianxia excited. "Master, it's very difficult to find brocade azuras if they don't appear. Even progenitors can't find them. If there are other insect nests in the universe that have produced brocade azuras, it will be troublesome." "What are you trying to say?" "Master, I'm still very useful. Isn't a year too short?" Lu Yin thought about it. "More than half a year has passed, and you still have no clue where the other Xianxia is." Xianxia pleaded, "Master, finding the other Xianxia depends on luck. I have no intention of hiding anything from you." Lu Yin did not speak and just calmly looked at the sky. After a while, he said, "You'll be rewarded for finding the brocade azura. I'll give you another year. If you still can't find the other Xianxia." His eyes flashed with killing intent. "I'll kill you." Xianxia wanted to say something, but Luin had no interest in talking to it. He took it to the Neoverse. Originally, 1 year was enough for them to travel through the entire Genesis space, but because they had found the Brocade Azura, the Innerverse had taken a longer time. Even if they could not find Xianxia, finding all the Brocade Azuras in the Genesis space would be fine. Xianxia continued to search. Luin looked at Xianxia. This fellow was very useful, and it would be a pity to kill it. He hoped that his experiment would succeed. Tuo Lin and Hui Ken of the 3 monarchs of the 6 Directions sect parted ways. They had not stayed in the Genesis space for long after leaving the Above Heaven sect. They had listened to Tuo Lin's suggestion and come to the 3 monarchs. Hui Ken did not know why Tuo Lin wanted to come here, but he had no choice but to follow. The 3 monarchs had become one of the endless battlefields, and many battles had occurred there. Following the defeat of the Eternals in Immemorial City and the elimination of the Corpse Kings, the spacetime had quieted down. Tuo Lin was interested in traveling through the 3 monarchs, but Hui Ken was not. He wanted to go to the astral tree and return home in glory. Junior brother, I don't know how long we'll be apart. Take care. Tuo Lin patted Hui Ken's shoulder. Hui Ken was helpless. Senior brother, what's so good about staying in the 3 monarchs? Come with me to the astral tree. At least there'll be people there. Tuo Lin looked at the ruins of the Imperial Realm. Do you know that this is the parallel space-time outside of the Genesis space that Master truly came into contact with? This place carries Master's confusion and determination about the parallel space-time outside. Master learned about the 6 Directions sect through the people in the 3 monarchs and was determined to come into contact with them. His true control of the 6 Directions sect began by emptying the 3 monarchs. This place has a special meaning to Master. The most terrifying thing in a person's life is the unknown. The laziest thing is to explore the unknown. I saw another side of Master here. Hui Ken shook his head. Tuo Lin was always talking about these mysterious things and analyzing human nature. What did human nature have to do with him? He could see through human nature at a glance. Even when he was as weak as an ant, he dared to scheme against a colossus like the Wang family. Since that's the case, we'll part ways first. Of course, it won't be long. Senior brother, where are you going next? Hui Ken asked. Tuo Lin replied without hesitation, 6 Direction training grounds. Hui Ken was speechless. Another place without people. Yulong had massacred the 6 Direction training grounds. That place was already empty. Even if there was a new one, it wouldn't be there. Looking at Hui Ken's departing figure, Tuo Lin shook his head. Junior brother is blinded by prosperity. He doesn't know that he's already walking slower and slower on the path of following Master. Yes, only you and me are left. Xiaoyu, Master must be very happy. We can watch his back as he walks down the same path. Your suggestion is good. I didn't think of it. Then we'll personally carve a statue of Master and carry it on our backs. We'll definitely be able to feel Master's greatness. Xiaoyu, you're the best. In a certain parallel universe of the Heaven Yuan universe, Ancestor Chen, Chu Yi, Ancestor Ku, and Mu Zhu had all arrived. They were chasing after the one true God. Ancestor Chen could always find the Forgotten Ruins God's location. The one true God had already changed locations several times. Just as they were about to continue chasing, Chu Yi stopped them. His gaze landed in the distance. There, a jade-colored ribbon floated past. Everyone looked over and their eyes widened. What jade-colored ribbon? It was simply a guardian dance. That traversed the starry sky. 100,000? A million? Countless guardian dances connected together, embellishing the dark starry sky with a jade color. Chu Yi casually destroyed these guardian dances. Everyone didn't say a word and continued chasing. After a period of time, Ancestor Chen and the others suddenly felt a sharp pain. This pain was caused by Qianli. Qianli was left here. To them, Qianli's burrs could be easily removed. The pain only lasted for a moment. However, everyone's expression didn't look good. This pain was nothing, but it represented a message, or rather, a warning. If they continued chasing, the one true God and the others would leave behind bugs along the way. This wasn't just a threat to them, but also to the parallel universes they passed through. Think about it. Everyone only hesitated for a moment, but they still chased after him. Some things could not be avoided just because of the serious consequences. There was nothing more urgent than eliminating the one true God and the others. In the distance, the sole true deity looked back. Sure enough, there was no one. They still chased after him. In that case, he might as well play around. Yan Gang had been with them for a period of time. During this period of time, he had nurtured many insects. He had already nurtured the brocade azura. He was only missing Xianxia. There were so many of the first 8 types of insects. It would be a pity if he didn't play with them. Not long after, the stone dragon Calamity appeared in a parallel spacetime. Tens of thousands of stone dragons spread out and destroyed everything in their sight. There were cultivators in that parallel spacetime, and the strongest was a half-martial ancestor. However, even though a half-martial ancestor could win against the stone dragons, they couldn't face so many of them. Each stone dragon had the strength of an emissary. In a one-on-one battle, a half-martial ancestor could easily kill them. However, if there were too many of them, they could easily bury a half-martial ancestor. The stone dragons did not form into flying dragons. Instead, they spread out to destroy this parallel dimension. Their goal was simple: they would not allow Chui and the others to finish them off easily. When Ancestor Chen and the others came to this spacetime and saw the stone dragon disaster, Ancestor Ku took the initiative to stay and deal with it. They continued the chase. In the next parallel spacetime, countless Qianli appeared, bringing despair to countless people. Then came the 7-star sword. Just these 3 types of insects brought endless disasters to the spacetime. Helpless, Ancestor Chen and the others could only contact the Above the Sky sect and ask them to send people to deal with the disasters brought about by the insects. Luyin contacted Big Sister and Wood God. The 12 progenitors who had symbiotic corpses would work together with Calamity Expeditions people to deal with the insect disasters left behind by Ancestor Chen and the others while they were chasing the only true God. The other insects were still manageable, but Qianli was the most troublesome. The mechas could sweep away Qianli, but they couldn't remove the pain that Qianli brought to others. Only a true progenitor could do that. This was also the reason why the 12 progenitors had taken action. They had symbiotic corpses and had also obtained the ancestral world. As for Calamity Expeditions people, they had no choice. They couldn't let Big Sister work together with Suwang Tian. That would be courting death. Time passed. In the Above the Sky sect, Cosmic Ocean. Lu Yin's deep voice sounded, "Time is up. You still haven't found the other Xianxia." Killing intent enveloped Xianxia, causing her to tremble. For the past 2 years, she had been secretly cultivating. Lu Yin had brought her to explore the Genesis space, which meant that she had a deep understanding of the Genesis space and humans. This understanding would allow her to transform and find a direction for her cultivation. Even so, she discovered that her strength had increased over the past 2 years, but she still couldn't escape from Lu Yin. The difference was too great. "Master, I'm useful. I can help you find the nest. Xianxia is definitely not in this part of the universe. It's not my fault." Xianxia was terrified because Lu Yin's killing intent was growing stronger. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia, "Your strength has changed a lot over the past 2 years. Xianxia was shocked, "Master, this has nothing to do with me. I didn't mean to hide it from you, but my body has unconsciously changed in a direction that is more suitable for cultivation in this part of the universe. Master, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Please spare my life." Insects gave people the impression that there were many of them, but they didn't have much intelligence. However, Xianxia's intelligence was so high that she didn't look like an insect at all. Lu Yin admired the immortal master who created the nest. Only an immortal realm expert could create such a miraculous life form. A year's time has passed. Because you found the brocade azura, I let you live for another year. Now that the time is up, you can't make me go back on my words. Lu Yin's tone was calm, but his killing intent continued to rise. He was ready to attack at any time. Xianxia trembled, "Master, I can definitely find another Xianxia. Bring me to another parallel universe. I can help you find her." As long as we are in the same universe, I can, Master. Without me, even if that Xianxia is standing in front of you, you won't know. That's right, there's still the Brocade Azura and the nest. I can help you find them. There are so many parallel universes. There must be hidden nests. Master, I'm very useful. I'm very useful. Please don't kill me. Luin looked at Xianxia's pleading and sighed, you are indeed very useful. I don't want to kill you, but the more useful you are, the greater the threat. Isn't that right? But I belong to you. I'm no threat to you. What did the Immortal Master say? I don't know about the Immortal Master. No Immortal Master has ever appeared. Master, you must believe me. That Immortal Master is definitely not in this universe. If he never appears, what's the difference? What's the difference, Master? Luin laughed, you are right. Although you only serve the Immortal Master, if he never appears, there is indeed no difference. Alright, I'll give you one more chance. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. After 2 years, the vines on its body had already recovered. It bounced twice on the ground, thank you, Master. Thank you. Luin raised his hand, and a stream of air appeared on his fingertip. He swayed it slowly, this force is called flowing cloud. Cultivated in the shortest time possible. Xianxia didn't understand and was very uneasy. It didn't understand why Luin wanted it to cultivate flowing cloud's force. However, it had no choice now. Lu Yin's experiment was simple. He wanted Xianxia to cultivate flowing cloud's force. He would then use flowing cloud's force to roll 6 pips and try to integrate it into Xianxia's body. He would then look at its memories and decide whether to kill it or not. Under the starry sky, the dark red land stretched far and wide. Beads of sweat dripped from Yan Gang's forehead as he kept rubbing the worm nest. The last one had come out. It had been 2 years since it was born. During this time it had even gone to a space-time where the flow of time was different. It was time to come out. Was it called Xianxia? Good child, come out. In the distance, the one true God and the others stood quietly. Over the past 2 years, they had gained some understanding of the Above Heaven sect. It was said that the Above Heaven sect had discovered a worm nest that had given birth to Xianxia. The spacetime where that worm nest was located was not connected to any of the Above Heaven sect's parallel spacetime. It was a coincidence that they had found it. A huge battle had exposed dozens of ancestor-level mechas in the Above Heaven sect, and dozens of ancestor-level experts had appeared to track them down. They were all strangers. Integrating the resources obtained from many parallel spacetimes is enough to allow the human strength to increase by leaps and bounds. Lu Yin's turbid treasures are too suitable to increase the overall strength of the human race. The one true God sighed. The Forgotten Ruins God laughed, the difference in strength is not something that can be made up for with numbers. That depends on how Luin intends to use this number, the one true God said. Black Wushan was disdainful, the strength of the spiritual universe is too strong. Heaven beyond heaven. Other than that, there are still many incomplete sequence foundations that can unleash great power. The Grandmasters Beyond is a place where all the elites in the spiritualized universe are gathered. People like Tianxi also belong to the Grandmasters Beyond, but they are still nameless. The Imperial Mulberry Sky and the 7 Great Mulberry Skies are all invincible elites. These people are not something that can be made up for with numbers. The Forgotten Ruins God laughed, I almost forgot that you are from the spiritual universe. Black Wushan, is your heart with the spiritual universe's heaven beyond heaven or with Lord Eternity? Black Wushan's eyes flashed, I also want to ask, Wang Miao Miao, is your heart with Lord Eternity or with humans? Woof. The heavenly hound barked, and everyone looked over. Yan Gang was excited as his breathing quickened. It came out, it finally came out. Within the worm nest, a ray of light floated out from the last jade-colored ball. It was hard to tell what color it was, as it seemed to have all kinds of colors. All kinds of brilliance intertwined, gentle and beautiful. The brilliance slowly floated out and floated in midair before finally condensing into a form under everyone's gaze. A human? Yan Gang was stunned, how could it be a human? The one true God and the others looked at Xianxia, was it a human? They knew more about the worm nest than Yan Gang, as they were all from the above heaven sect. Xianxia would choose the most suitable form based on the behavior of the previous 8 types of insects and their understanding of the current time and space. So, the most suitable form for Xianxia was a human? As the brilliance faded, a human figure walked out. He was completely naked, and his ash-gray hair fluttered about recklessly. It was a man with a handsome appearance. The space around him trembled, as if he contained great power. Every step he took caused the stars to split apart. The majestic aura made Xianxia afraid to get close. Even the god of forgetfulness and the rest could feel the oppressive aura. He Wuxian raised his eyebrows. Although the progenitor's strength was not weak, it was not enough to threaten him. But what was this oppressive aura? Woof, woof, Tengu was alert. The god of forgetfulness looked at the man. Xianxia, what a mysterious species. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes. His scarlet eyes shocked He Wuxian and the rest. Corpse King? No one would have thought that the Xianxia that was born was actually a corpse king. The one true god was shocked. He walked towards the man. The man also walked towards the one true god. Finally, the two were separated by a meter. They were separated by the golden light of the 6 paths of reincarnation. They looked at each other. Xianxia was stunned. How could it be a corpse king? It was already unbelievable that it was a human. How could it give birth to a corpse king? The one true god and Xianxia looked at each other for half an hour. The man did not react at all. The one true god did not react either. You chose the corpse king form because of me? The man spoke. Although his voice was dry, his words were clear and his tone was smooth. My insect instincts tell me that you are the most powerful creature I have ever seen under the starry sky. You have the most suitable cultivation method for this form. The one true god was shocked. What kind of existence could create a species like you? You can choose your form freely and break the rules. The man did not answer. Instead, he said, I want to cultivate the power that this body should cultivate. That power is called Corpse King transformation. I can teach you. Thank you. The one true god looked at Xianxia and then at the man. Do you have your own consciousness or do you listen to him? Xianxia was nervous. He did not have the ability to control the hive. He did not know how to breed the insects. Everything was fake. He had no way of controlling Xianxia. The man looked at Xianxia with a gentle gaze. He is the master. Xianxia was shocked. Master? He looked at the man in confusion. The man also looked at him. Master, what do you need me to do? Xianxia looked at the one true god. The only true god raised his head and looked into the distance. They're almost here. Let's go first. After saying that, he led the crowd away. Since you are Xianxia and appear in the form of a corpse king, from now on, I will call you King Qing. Xianxia, do you have any objections? No, no. Problem. You can be called Prince Qing. Thank you for the name, Master. This day was exactly 10 years after the death of the ancient god. It was also 10 years after the discovery of Master Green Grass. 10 years was too short a time in the cultivation world, and Luin did not know when the spiritualized universe would attack. Perhaps it would be tomorrow, or perhaps next year, or even another 10 years or 100 years. The spiritualized universe was far away from the Tianyuan universe, but with the help of Master Grass, because that long distance was no longer a distance. Luin was looking for an opportunity to bring everyone to the Mirage Domain. He still had one chance to go to the Mirage Domain. The primogenitor, Mr. Mu, and the others might think that they could go there frequently just because they had fixed it, but that was impossible. The Mirage Domain could not be seen, and it could only be found through the stones within. Fixing the Mirage Domain only meant that it was fixed in the Tianyuan universe. The Mirage Domain existed in the same space as this universe, but it also seemed to exist in a different space. The primogenitor regretted not digging out more of those stones when he had fixed the Mirage Domain. Back then, he had not known that such a shocking change would occur, and he had only thought that the stones he had dug out were enough. In that era, only the primogenitor, those with stones, and his daughter could find the Mirage Domain. Now, Luin wanted to bring everyone to the Mirage Domain, but he only had one stone. It was very precious, and he needed to gather all the resources before he could go. Otherwise, he would only be able to bring the cultivators there. The rest, like researching microarrays and creating energy sources, would be completely useless. Even if the cultivators cultivated in the Mirage Domain, how much could they improve even if time stopped? Once a life form entered, the Mirage Domain's time would change according to the life form's time. No one could control that time period, and the spiritualized universe might have already arrived by the time they left the Mirage Domain. Unless they could find a second stone that could allow them to enter the Mirage Domain at any time and allow them to leave before the spiritualized universe arrived, it might not be a good idea to enter the Mirage Domain. Other than that, they also needed to find Daughter, but she was very difficult to find. Her understanding of time was far beyond what Luin and the others could grasp. They had only found her once before because she had been waiting for Luin. Furthermore, fate had ambushed them, and Luin did not want to interfere in case Daughter noticed. Compared to the Mirage Domain, he was even more unwilling to waste the opportunity to choose again. He did not know if the stone would return if he used up the opportunity to go to the Mirage Domain. After all, the place he chose again was in the River of Time, in the Mirage Domain. Luin did not know how many powerhouses the human race could bring with them, so he could only wait and see when the spiritualized universe would arrive. Pathmaster, Silver requests an audience, the second Night King said. Silver was quickly brought over, and he bowed to Luin. Pathmaster. Luin looked at him. You've successfully cultivated the blood refinement technique? Your strength has improved a lot. Silver bowed deeply. Thank you, Pathmaster, for finding my clan's blood condensation technique. My bloodline has been completely purified in 1,000 years, and I'm very close to the original bone grafters. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The original bone grafters? Lu Yin's expectations for the bone grafters were even greater than the black energy sources and mechas. It even surpassed the 108 microarray weapons that could possibly be mass-produced. This was because once the bone grafters were completed, they would become true peerless powerhouses. Creating a bone arc was equivalent to creating dozens or even more peerless powerhouses in this universe. This was a power that could turn the tide of a battle. However, it was not easy to complete a bone grafter. The one true God was the creator of the bone grafters, which was why he could easily complete a bone boat. Silver was too far away from the one true God, and there was no comparison. The only possibility was for Luin to increase Silver's bloodline to a level that was infinitely close to that of the one true God. Then, with the help of a wandering corpse's body, he would be able to create a powerhouse through bone grafting. Perhaps it was fate, but Silver's bloodline was already very thin. Luin alone might not be able to do it. Fortunately, Lan Xian had brought him the blood refinement technique. This blood refinement technique had been given to Luin before. It felt like a perfect match for the bone grafters, and Luin had never thought that it would actually be the bone grafters' strength. It was called the blood condensation technique. Relying on the blood condensation technique, Silver had cultivated in the five-spirit tribe for 1,000 years. Not only had his strength transformed, but his bloodline had also become incomparably pure, which gave Luin the possibility of creating a second bone boat. Luin was now rejoicing that he had not directly destroyed the skeletons within the bone boat and had instead taken them away. Otherwise, he would not have been able to obtain so many bones from powerhouses to complete the bone grafting. Silver had already extracted quite a bit of his own blood. Luin looked at the large bottle of blood in front of him. You may leave. Silver bowed once more and slowly retreated. Luin raised his hand, and his die appeared. He tapped it, and it slowly spun until it stopped at 1. A useless item fell out, and he continued at 6. He had no plans to merge with anyone's body, so he continued at 5. Then, he continued at 3. Looking at the 2 layers of light, Lu Yin's gaze grew cold. He placed Silver's blood on the upper layer and then began to toss in star essence. For this day, Luin had done his best to gather star essence from the reincarnation spacetime and Lu Yin's origin space. He had used some of it to upgrade resources, create mechas, universal armor, and so on, but he had also used some of it to upgrade Silver's blood. There was quite a large amount left over. It could be said that he had paid an enormous price for the two parallel spacetimes. As he continued to toss in star essence, Silver's blood also continued to fall, but he could not see any changes. When the blood completely fell, Luyin tossed in more star essence, and he could still upgrade Silver's blood. The gap between Silver's strength and that of the sole true god was too great, and Luyin did not know how many times he would have to upgrade himself. However, according to his calculations, no matter how much Silver's blood was upgraded, it would only cost him 1,000,000,000,000 star essence at most. This was because upgrading Eternal Darkness and the Heavenly Emperor card would not cost more than that. The sole true god was extremely powerful, and he was at the level of Tribulation Transcendence. However, he had only upgraded Silver's blood to a level close to his own, which should be enough for him to upgrade to the Primordial Realm. Silver's blood fell again and again, and the amount of star essence consumed constantly increased. When Silver's star essence reached around 80 trillion star essence, Silver's blood could no longer be upgraded, and his bone grafter's bloodline had reached its peak. The sole true god had only created the bone grafters, but he was not a complete bone grafter. His own blood contained a corpse king, so he was not a simple bone grafter. Now, Silver's bone grafter's bloodline had reached the peak, which should be similar to what the sole true god had given to the corpse kings on the bone galleys. Silver felt as if he had obtained a priceless treasure. If he could replace his entire body with this blood, his strength would skyrocket. Your strength can increase with time. If you dare to use this blood on your own, I will make you experience despair. Luyin's tone was icy. Silver hurriedly bowed. Rest assured, Pathmaster. I know what's important and what's not. Luyin did not care what Silver thought, and he did not have the time to guess what this person was thinking. What Luyin wanted were bone grafters and to create another bone galleys, one that could contend against the powerhouses that Primeval City had accumulated over countless years. Luyin brought Silver to the burial garden, where there were enough wandering corpses for Silver to experiment with. Blood and a physical body were not enough to guarantee success. That was only the first step, and it was just the foundation. If the bone grafters were to succeed, Silver would need enough time. Luyin asked the gravekeeper and the others to keep an eye on Silver. Elsewhere, Xianxia had already succeeded in cultivating Lu Yun's power. How long had it been? Even though Lu Yun was an ordinary progenitor, he was still a progenitor who could change the world. Xianxia's so-called successful cultivation was not just the beginning. Luyin cultivated Astral Source's power and quickly mastered it, but that was only the beginning, not the end. By now, Xianxia had completely integrated Lu Yun's power. Without looking at her appearance, the people in the drifting cloud space could not tell whether it was Lu Yun or Xianxia who used this power. Xianxia's cultivation talent was just too great. She could learn it with a single glance. Luyin looked at Xianxia. It was time. He rolled a 6 and merged it into her body. He wanted to personally experience what Xianxia was thinking and what kind of creature she was. This time, he failed to roll a 6 after 5 tries. He had to wait for 10 days before rolling again. Several days later, a giant stone gate stood at the border of the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yuan closed his eyes and stood guard beside it. He had already stood guard here for 10 years, which was not a long time. He hoped that he could guard here for even longer. The longer he waited, the more time the Tianyuan universe would have to prepare. However, things did not go as he wished. The stone gate shook, and Lu Yuan opened his eyes and stared at it. A figure walked out from a crack in the gate, revealing himself to be Xianxia. Lu Yuan's heart sank. The spiritualized universe had arrived. Just you? What a pity, but you're still a primordial realm cultivator. Opening the gate with your blood can be considered the first step for my spiritualized universe to enter the Tianyuan universe. Xianxia suddenly attacked, stabbing his sword at Lu Yuan. The sword was 3 feet long, and there was no distance within 3 feet. Lu Yuan had long since understood Xianxia's abilities. He was confident that he could fight Xianxia, but now was not the time to fight. He needed to send news of the spiritualized universe's arrival to the above heaven sect. Suddenly, his expression changed as an indescribable sense of danger descended upon him. A green sword light flashed through the gate, slashing at him even faster than Xianxia. Lu Yuan hurriedly dodged, and the God Sealing Catalog appeared above his head. Golden light scattered across the border of the universe. Far away, someone opened their eyes. Not good, the spiritualized universe is here. How could there only be one Lu Yuan at the border of the Tianyuan universe? Although Lu Yuan appeared to be standing guard, Lu Yin had arranged for other experts to be in the vicinity, ready to assist Lu Yuan at any time. However, because there was still a single true god in the hive, too many experts had been mobilized. The 3 realms, 6 paths, 3 suns, and 6 lords did not have the time to stand guard. He could only send an ordinary progenitor to keep watch. The golden light could be said to be the symbol of the Lu family. When the golden light scattered across the starry sky, that person knew that Patriarch Lu Yuan had started fighting. The spiritualized universe had arrived. In front of the stone gate, Patriarch Lu Yuan's god investiture catalog slammed toward Xianxia. He raised his hand and struck out with his palm. Terrifying power spread out and blasted toward the stone gate. The green sword light was restrained by the god seal catalog. Immediately after, the palm force ruthlessly slammed into the stone door, creating an earth-shattering boom. Xianxia's talent was heaven's view. He could see through all attacks and cultivation methods. Although the god sealing catalog covered his surroundings, it was unable to completely seal him. He easily avoided the divine seal catalog and aimed his sword at Patriarch Lu Yuan. At that moment, great ancestor Lu Yuan's gaze landed in front of the stone door. There, a beautiful woman walked out. That green sword light had come from her. The thread she posed to great ancestor Lu Yuan was even greater than Xianxia's. Patriarch Lu Yuan had seen many beautiful women, but the most shocking impression this woman gave him was that she was similar to a Grand Empyrean. This woman's appearance was not inferior to a Grand Empyrean's, and she gave off an arrogance close to a Grand Empyrean. It was as if nothing in the world was in her eyes. This woman was extremely strong. Bang! Xianxia's sword slashed down on the general appointment platform. Lu Yuan pushed the platform aside and pushed Xianxia away. He turned to leave. Xianxia was already very difficult to deal with, but this woman gave him the feeling that she was even more difficult to deal with than Xianxia. The woman raised her hand with her palm facing down. A green water droplet slowly appeared and faced Lu Yuan. The water droplet instantly lit up the entire starry sky. Whether it was Lu Yuan or Xianxia, they both felt their scalps go numb. Xianxia was fearful. Invincible green water sword. The woman casually threw out the water droplet. The water droplet turned into a green sword light that slashed toward Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan turned around. He couldn't retreat. If he retreated, he would be giving up on resisting. He couldn't avoid it, so he had to take this sword. Just as the green sword light was about to descend, the general appointment platform appeared before him. He pushed the platform horizontally and the power of his palms descended. The general appointment platform shook. The green sword light collided with the general appointment platform. Bang! Under Lu Yuan's shocked gaze, the sword light directly pierced through the general appointment platform and hit his shoulder. The sword light went through his shoulder, and blood splattered across the starry sky. After roaming the universe for countless years, Lu Yuan had used the general appointment platform to build the reputation of the Lu family. He had never thought that one day, the general appointment platform would be pierced through. This woman's sword light was terrifying and unparalleled. In the distance, the woman also exclaimed, "To be able to survive the invincible green water sword, you are qualified to fight with me. My name is Yao, the master of the Green Water Palace and Sky Beyond Heaven, the most powerful person under Xianxia." With that, another water droplet appeared and turned into a green sword light that slashed toward Lu Yuan. Suddenly, her expression changed. Behind her, an invisible attack was descending. She had no choice but to divert her green sword light and slashed at the attack. This attack was the needle of Earth Treasury. Lu Yuan had concealed it with the golden light of the God Investiture catalog. He had been hiding in the void, waiting for this moment. The moment the woman slashed the needle of Earth Treasury, Lu Yuan struck out with his palm from afar. A powerful force crossed the starry sky and slammed into the woman's back. The woman was shaken by the palm and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yuan hurriedly fled. Behind him, a round-faced elder had appeared. He was dressed like a merchant and held a golden pen in his hand. He looked at Lu Yuan with a smile. Are you the patriarch of the Lu family in the Tianyuan universe's origin space, Lu Yuan? One of the 6 paths of the 3 realms. People appeared around Lu Yuan. At this moment, the stone door slowly opened. An aura that did not belong to this universe spread out, making Lu Yuan feel unfamiliar. He looked at the stone door. Behind the stone door was a huge thing that looked like a battleship. It was filled with people, and they were all cultivators from the spiritualized universe. With just a glance, he knew that there were no less than 100 progenitors here. The invasion of the spiritualized universe had finally arrived. Leave him to me, Palace Master Yao said coldly. Lu Yuan's strength was so great that few in the entire universe could match him. She did not feel good after taking a palm from Lu Yuan. Xianxia frowned. This is a war between 2 universes. Palace Master Yao, the big picture is more important. Haha, this universe has the 3 realms and 6 paths. This person is one of them. I want to use his blood to pave the way for my spiritualized universe. The sooner, the better, the round-faced elder said in a relaxed tone. Lu Yuan looked around and looked at the round-faced elder. Who are you? The round-faced elder smiled faintly. No need to ask. Let's dye the stone door with blood. As he said that, he took a step forward and waved his golden pen. An unshakable aura crushed over. Lu Yuan's expression changed. This elder was stronger than him, much stronger. He was definitely not at the primordial realm. He was at the bitter adversity realm. Behind him, a green sword light appeared. Xianxia also approached from another direction. With experts from 3 sides surrounding him, it was impossible for Lu Yuan to escape. Behind the stone door, 2 figures stood at the top of the battleship. One was wrapped in a black robe, and the other was a muscular man with short red hair. The 2 of them looked at the battle in the distance. It's finally here. We've waited for so long. Ha 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 ha. It's time for the Tianyuan universe to end. This universe should be easier to take down than the consciousness universe. Find the Eternals. Our spiritualized universe will embark on the path to the top of the universe. No one can stop us. Kill, kill, kill. Countless voices reverberated on the battleship. They came from the spiritualized universe's cultivators. The progenitor's aura was overwhelming. The other cultivators' eyes were red and filled with killing intent, including some young geniuses. To be able to enter the Tianyuan universe at this time, they had unimaginable power behind them. This was because the spiritualized universe knew that killing in the Tianyuan universe was a harvest, a plunder, and an increase in strength. The Tianyuan universe was the spiritualized universe's treasure trove. They had waited for this day for far too long. Outside the stone door, Lu Yuan faced the round-faced elder's attack and retreated step by step. The powerful force was neutralized by the golden pen. The green sword light descended, bringing Lu Yuan a chill. At this moment, ripples appeared in the starry sky. An invisible force swept through the starry sky and changed the world. There were no stars at the boundary of the universe, but at this moment, the stars began to revolve. The black soil turned into spears and stabbed at the green sword light. The sword light was powerful and constantly cut through the soil spears, but it was stopped by the many soil spears in the end. A figure walked out in front of Lu Yuan. Forefather, are you all right? Seeing the person, Lu Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. The above heaven sect had arrived. Many powerful auras appeared and descended at the boundary. Chu Yi, Hongyan Mavis, and the others from the 3 realms and 6 paths, as well as Heavenly Lord Victor, Void Master, and the others from the 3 suns and 6 paths. Behind them, the experts from the 8 paths had arrived. The boundary of the universe was already connected to the origin space. The moment the spiritualized universe arrived, the above heaven sect could guarantee that they would fight in the shortest time possible. There was no need for words. What they brought was killing. This was an irreconcilable war between the 2 universes. One side was bound to lose. Outside the stone door, the spiritualized universe's cultivators rushed out. With arrogance and killing intent, they rushed into the Tianyuan universe. Many experts from the Tianyuan universe walked out from the stone door. Most of them were from the above heaven sect. Among them, the mechas were particularly eye-catching. Before the two sides came into contact, attacks from both sides had already destroyed the stone door. The round-faced elder's smile disappeared. The Tianyuan universe was already prepared. Well, it was within his expectations. Now, let's see how long this universe could resist them. A battle comparable to the final battle in Immemorial City erupted. In an instant, the entire universe was filled with sequence particles. Luin had originally released the starry sky in his heart in an attempt to suppress the spiritualized universe, but he was shocked by the round-faced elder's aura. This old man had incomparably terrifying strength and could easily attack the starry sky in his heart. Furthermore, there were many experts from the spiritualized universe, and the range was too large. Luin could not withstand them. Your Tianyuan universe has many experts. I can make the decision to let you all join my spiritualized universe, beyond heaven. You can become an independent power like the Jadewater Palace. This is your Tianyuan universe's only chance, the round-faced elder said as he looked at Luin. He recognized Luin. Xianxia had already told the spiritualized universe about the Tianyuan universe. Luin was the spiritual core of the Tianyuan universe. As long as he surrendered or was killed, the Tianyuan universe's strength would be greatly reduced. Luin looked at the round-faced elder. Are you saying Tian or you saying Tian? The round-faced elder's expression changed. It seems like you have a deep understanding of our spiritualized universe. I am saying Tian. A saying Tian like primordial fiend? Luin was apprehensive. Primordial fiend could fight against Mr. Mu, and if not for the bell's destruction, Luin would not have been able to win. This old man had just suppressed Patriarch Lu Yuan, so he should be a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity. The round-faced elder looked deeply at Luin. We tried to contact Primordial Fiend and Eternity as soon as we arrived in the Tianyuan universe, but we couldn't contact a single one of them. Where are they? I killed Primordial Fiend, Luin said bluntly. The round-faced elder's lips curled up as he chuckled. How interesting. The great Sang Tian died at the hands of a junior like you? I don't believe it. If you have the ability, try killing me. He then raised his golden pen and aimed it at Luin. Lu Yuan reminded, be careful. Luin sent Lu Yuan out of the void of his heart and towards the round-faced elder's golden pen, attacking the stars one by one. The stars closest to the pen instantly turned golden and broke free from Lu Yin's control. There were no sequence particles, or else they would have been rejected by the void of his heart. The golden star blocked the round-faced elder's path and collided with the other stars, causing a rumbling sound. The round-faced elder walked through the void and tapped the pen lightly, causing the stars to turn golden for his own use. Luin was shocked. That golden pen should be a spiritualized weapon. It was a power unique to spiritualized universes, a symbol of powerhouses. Luin helplessly retracted the void around his heart, but the golden stars remained where they were and completely broke free from Lu Yin's heart. The round-faced elder controlled them to attack Luin. Junior, spiritualization isn't something your Tianyuan universe can resist. Luin clenched his fist. Is that so? He punched out, shattering the golden stars as he charged towards the round-faced elder. The round-faced elder did not care at first, but when the power of the punch approached, his expression changed. The limit of power? The void trembled, and the round-faced elder didn't dare to take Lu Yin's punch head-on. He could only retreat. The golden brush pointed at Luin, and Lu Yin's scalp went numb. He quickly reversed his steps and used parallel time. The round-faced elder snorted, and the tip of the brush moved horizontally. Time was also parallel time, but it didn't mean much to him. Luin punched out once more, and his extremely powerful strength forced the round-faced elder to retreat. That's the limit of a living being. Junior, it's not that unbelievable that you could kill Xianxia. Allow me to send you on your way. He then put away the golden pen and took out a square sign, pointing it at Luin. At that moment, Luin felt his mind blur. Terrifying strands immediately swept through the surroundings. Even Chui and the palace master, who were very close, were unable to avoid them. They were both at the primordial realm, but laws could not close in on them, so they were unable to repel the tremendous strands. Chui was shocked. The sequence foundation. For this war, he had also followed the one true God over. Only Ancestor Chen, Ancestor Ku, and Mu Zhu were following the one true God. Palace Master Yao was surprised. Your understanding of our spiritualized universe is quite deep. That junior is dead for sure. That's the sealed realm. Chui barked, Zhuzi, that's the sealed realm. The sealed realm was one of the 10 sequence foundations of the spiritualized universe. It was ranked 5th and had been condensed by the 359 cultivators of the impression sequence. The impression sequence was ranked 79th out of the 88 sequence foundations of the spiritualized universe. Because it did not have much battle prowess, it was very easy to cultivate. In the spiritualized universe, the heavens beyond heaven controlled the universe and assigned the cultivators to cultivate the impression sequence method. Since ancient times, there were a total of 359 cultivators of the impression sequence method who had spent their entire lives to finally condense the sealed world. Although the impression sequence foundation was not very useful, the sealed realm was extremely powerful. It could reverse heaven and earth, allowing one's impression to replace one's body. If the impression was injured, the body would be injured. If the impression died, the body would die. This was the law, a law that was forcefully formulated to allow one's impression to replace the body. Zhu Yi's warning came too late. The moment the round-faced elder faced Luyin with the sealed realm and Luyin saw it, the sealed realm had already been activated. A figure appeared beside the square sign of the sealed realm, and it was the round-faced elder's impression of Luyin. The moment the impression appeared, the round-faced elder struck out with his palm, aiming for Lu Yin's forehead. If he struck, the impression would die, and Lu Yin would die as well. Suddenly, the impression disappeared, and everything was reversed. The round-faced elder's expression changed again. Time reversal? The small bolt of light swept through the void and returned to Lu Yin's side. Lu Yin struck out with his palm, and although this strike did not contain any power, it caused the surrounding sequence particles to boil and become his own. This was the chain palm. The battle techniques created by progenitor Chen could always be used at critical moments. Since the starry sky in his heart could not repel so many sequence particles, then he would not repel them. He would borrow their strength to attack them. The round-faced elder took out a golden pen and pointed it at Lu Yin. Wherever the pen went, even the sequence particles were dyed gold. Lu Yin hurriedly retracted his palm to avoid it, but the golden light streaked across the sky and into the distance. Along the way, it caused a 12th ring mecha to turn golden as well. Behind the 12th ring mecha was Nongyi. Nongyi had also been dyed gold, and he looked like a golden person floating in the sky, lifelike. The next moment, the golden light shattered, and both the 12th ring mecha and Nongyi shattered. Lu Yin was sorrowful. Nongyi was the first person to enter his God-sealing catalog, and they had worked together to deal with the 4 Libras. But now, he had died on the battlefield. There was no time to grieve, and the round-faced elder pointed his golden pen at Lu Yin again. He even held the sealed realm in his hand, ready to activate it at any time. Lu Yin took out Death God Go Lian, which was now complete. The starry sky in his heart had been released, and the round-faced elder's golden pen continued to cause the stars to turn golden. In the distance, Lu Yin's Go Lian slashed down with a deathly aura. The deathly aura slashed towards the round-faced elder, who was shocked by the strength of the deathly aura. He used his golden pen to deflect it and split it in two, but there was another layer of power in the starry sky at his heart, the Sky Palace. Within the Sky Palace, Lu Yin had not used up any of his power. After the deathly aura was cut apart, it gathered again and turned into a slash that slashed towards the round-faced elder. The round-faced elder was shocked. A technique that doesn't consume energy? Good technique. He deflected the deathly aura slashes again and again, but the attacks were endless. At the same time, the power of the starry sky in his heart whizzed out and pressed down on the round-faced elder. The round-faced elder had no choice but to retreat from the starry sky at his heart. This was the first time he had been forced to retreat. Lu Yin expanded the starry sky at his heart and enveloped the rest of the battlefield. His power of the starry sky easily crushed a spiritualized sequence expert to death. The round-faced elder had killed the mecha and Nongyi, and Lu Yin had killed the spiritualized sequence expert. Although he was not the round-faced elder's match, he had many tricks up his sleeve that allowed him to fight. Even the round-faced elder found it difficult to deal with Luin. Both basic and spiritualized weapons could do nothing to Luin. No wonder Xianxia called you the greatest obstacle to defeating the Tianyuan universe. Junior, you are worthy of my full strength. The moment he finished speaking, the sequence particles behind the round-faced elder began to boil. He had used a sequence technique and used the particles to form a humanoid creature. It was incomparably huge and wore a pointy white mask. It looked like a ghost. Even though the starry sky at Lu Yin's heart was enveloped, the sequence particles that formed the humanoid creature did not completely disperse. As the round-faced elder activated the sealed realm, the majestic and terrifying sequence particles actually resisted the repulsion of the starry sky at Lu Yin's heart, allowing the round-faced elder's sequence particles to remain. I am the president of the Spiritualized Universe Commerce Chamber of Commerce, one of the 7 great mulberry skies. I cultivate a sequence technique called God of Death. Behind the elder, the humanoid formed by the sequence particles charged towards Lu Yin, raising a pitch-black arm to grab him. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. God of Death? You can't bear that name. The divine seal catalog appeared above his head, its golden light illuminating the starry sky. One figure after another walked out and charged towards the round-faced elder's sequence technique, God of Death. Far away, Abandoned Path's dagger was stained with blood as a figure collapsed in front of him. This was the second spiritualized expert that he had killed. The first had been a progenitor and had been easily killed, but this one had cultivated a sequence technique. Although Abandoned Path had killed his opponent, he had also been injured. There were too many battlefields in outer space. Not far away, wooden carving was fighting against a spiritualized expert who also used sequence laws. There were too many sequence laws powerhouses from the spiritualized universe, and there were also many progenitors. Fortunately, there were also many progenitors on their side, and each of those giant mechas had the power of a progenitor. However, more and more were being destroyed. In outer space, many blood-stained mecha fragments floated about. Abandoned Path looked into the distance and saw that there were many people on the battleship outside the stone door. A considerable number of them were the spiritualized universe's younger generation's elite cultivators. A few mechas had charged over to destroy the battleship, but they had been killed instead. There were experts protecting the battleship. His eyes flashed with ferocity. Master Lu had said that he had created a large number of ordinary progenitor experts to deal with the spiritualized universe's younger generation and to create a gap in the spiritualized universe. Since those mechas could not do it, he would do it. With that in mind, he took a step forward and stepped onto the battleship. When he stepped out again, he was greeted by 2 beautiful young women who stared in shock at the abandoned person who had suddenly appeared. Abandoned Path did not hesitate to slash with his dagger. The 2 women fell, and their blood dyed the ground red. Third sister. In the distance, the man was furious and charged toward Abandoned Path with overflowing killing intent. He was only an emissary, but the moment he attacked, his figure was unpredictable. It was not a footwork battle technique, but an application similar to the sequence laws, so close, yet worlds apart. Abandoned Path's eyes were filled with killing intent. What a young genius, what a spiritualized universe. He actually had a way to let an emissary come into contact with the sequence laws to cultivate. Once this person broke through to the progenitor realm and mastered the sequence laws, so close, yet worlds apart would be easy. This was the spiritualized universe's cultivation method. No matter how one looked at it, it far surpassed the Tianyuan universe. In particular, this person had a strange weapon in his hand, a spiritualized weapon. He dared to attack a sequence law powerhouse like him, and his will was also firm. This person was definitely one of the geniuses of the spiritualized universe's younger generation. Abandoned Path immediately attacked. His dagger slashed out easily, and the man's head fell off. No matter how talented he was, it was impossible for him to make up for the gap between him and Abandoned Path. The abandoned person stepped onto the battleship and wanted to kill the younger generation of the spiritualized universe. Suddenly, a sharp light appeared in front of him. He quickly retreated and felt a sharp pain. He lowered his head and saw a sharp thorn penetrating his body. Blood flowed along the thorn. 2 figures appeared in front of and behind him. They were 2 women. You have been here for a long time, the abandoned person said in a hoarse voice. He slashed with his dagger and the two women retreated. He coughed up blood. The two women were experts of the sequence and must have been here for a long time. Otherwise, they would not have been able to get close to him so easily. They had allowed him to kill those young people so that they could sneak attack him. This made the abandoned person's heart sink. It was not because he was injured, but because they did not care about that young genius. In his opinion, that man was definitely a top genius. He had reached the level of an emissary at such a young age, cultivated the sequence techniques, and had a spiritualized weapon. He was the best among his peers in the Tianyuan universe. However, the two women did not care at all. This meant that in the spiritualized universe, that man was nothing. Was the gap that big? The two women did not say a word. They attacked at the same time with broken thorns in their hands and stabbed at the abandoned person. The abandoned person fought with his dagger. The three of them were all close combat experts. They kept fighting in this small space. Blood spilled from time to time. The abandoned person had the upper hand overall. He was one step faster than the others. As long as he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to kill the two women. However, with the addition of a third person, the battle situation changed. It was a man who also held a broken thorn. His attacks were much fiercer than the two women. Up until now, the three of them had not used the sequence techniques. It was impossible that they did not cultivate the sequence techniques. The abandoned person used the sequence techniques to distance himself from the three of them. He planned to leave, but he realized that the three of them had appeared around him at the same time. The three of them followed him wherever he went. What was going on? The sequence techniques must be the sequence techniques. The abandoned person kept retreating and finally retreated to the deck of the battleship. Behind him was a huge stone door. Around him, a man and two women kept attacking him. Even with the sequence techniques, he could not escape. Further away, wood carving, Su Wuwei, Moon Immortal, Disaster, and other experts saw this. They wanted to rush to the battleship, but they all had their own opponents. There were too many sequence techniques in the spiritualized universe. The broken thorns kept stabbing into the abandoned person's body. The abandoned person's battleship with the sequence techniques, but he was still surrounded by the three of them. A small path suddenly appeared at the foot of the abandoned passerby. It came from Elder Chan. Elder Chan's ancestral world was a quiet and secluded path that could extend and shorten infinitely. It was best at saving people. The secluded path continued to shrink. The person who abandoned the path gasped for breath. He couldn't even hold on to the short knife in his hand and it fell to the ground. In the distance, the three people who had besieged him earlier did not chase after him. The man looked at the abandoned person. He didn't seem to be annoyed that the abandoned person had been saved. Instead, he had a smile on his face and a mocking look in his eyes. The passerby looked at the man's gaze and knew that something was wrong. He hurriedly stepped out of the small path. In the distance, Boss Chan was shocked. Abandoned person, what are you doing? The forsaken person looked back at Elder Zen. Just as he was about to speak, his body suddenly exploded. Not even his bones remained. The starry sky distorted, revealing a world of nothingness that devoured everything around it. In just an instant, the abandoned person disappeared from the universe as if he had never appeared. Elder Zen's face turned red, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at the three people in front of the spiritualized universe battleship. Among the three, the man was a woman. He sneered and made a throat-slitting gesture at Elder Chan. Unfortunately, he had wanted to wait for the abandoned person to be rescued before exploding his body. If the abandoned person had discovered him in advance, he would not have been the only one to die. In the distance, on the other side of the stone door, a strange scene appeared in the starry sky. Colorful lights shot into the sky and then fell without any sound. The world of nothingness was torn open and 9 mechas were swallowed, including Su Wuwei, Dan Jing, and Wang Jian. The person who had attacked was the man with short red hair. One move, just one move, he had killed 3 progenitors and 9 mechas. As there was no sound, not many people saw the scene. Only Void Master, who was closest to it, saw it clearly. His pupils shrank. Su Wuwei's death shocked him. He rushed toward the man with short red hair angrily. The man with short red hair was called Bao Qi. He was one of the 7 great saying heavens of the spiritualized universe. He was a top-notch master. Void Master guided the virtual god spacetime. Majestic virtual god power surged and blasted toward Bao Qi. Bao Qi was cold and arrogant. He allowed the virtual god power to come at him. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. However, colorful lights appeared and blasted toward the virtual god power. Around him, the world of nothingness exploded. The virtual god was pushed back by the force of the collision and could not help but vomit blood. Bao Qi opened his mouth and the colorful light swept across the starry sky, crashing toward him. He took out the armored turtle. It had blocked many masters, but it turned into dust under Bao Qi's attack. The light shattered half of Void Master's body, causing him to be severely injured. Void Master coughed out blood and looked over in shock. How could he be so strong? After all, he had participated in the battle against the 3 masters and Lu Hao. He had lived for so long and had seen many masters. However, he had never been injured so easily. Bao Qi grinned and licked his lips cruelly. His mouth was torn and looked extremely bloodthirsty. Even his eyes were red. Not bad. You can block one of my attacks. In this universe, you should be considered a top-notch master. However, it's not enough. It's still not enough. After he finished speaking, he opened his mouth. His tongue could not be seen. Only colorful lights could be seen gathering. Around him, the void was turbulent and extended into the distance. It was as if the entire universe was about to be torn apart. Void Master's pupils shrank. An extreme danger was approaching. A figure swept past Void Master and rushed toward Bao Qi. He held a golden staff and smashed it down. Bao Qi's eyes followed the figure. Finally, colorful light spurted out and the golden staff smashed down. Boom! The stars trembled as the aftershocks swept out in all directions. Above the heavens, 2 mechas and a progenitor from a parallel spacetime were destroyed by the aftershocks. Several progenitors from the spiritualized universe died as well. The aftershock swept through the stone door and almost overturned the spiritualized universe's battleship. Inside the battleship, many pairs of eyes looked at the battlefield. They were no longer arrogant, and their arrogance and confidence were slowly retracted. They represented the elites of the spiritualized universe's younger generation. When they had set off for the Tianyuan universe, countless voices had told them that the Tianyuan universe was very weak and could be bullied and slaughtered at will. There were no spiritual molts, no spiritualization, and no sequence foundations. These were the most important forces in the spiritualized universe, but the Tianyuan universe had none. This situation excited the spiritualized universe's younger generation, and they looked down on the Tianyuan universe from the bottom of their hearts. With nothing, what could they use to resist the spiritualized universe? The stone door opened, and they saw Lu Yuan being surrounded. Their disdain for the Tianyuan universe deepened. Lu Yuan had clearly known that they were about to attack, but he had only left one person behind. It seemed like this person was the strongest powerhouse in the Tianyuan universe. It was laughable to think that he could resist the spiritualized universe by himself. However, with Lu Yin's arrival, the war was heading in an unpredictable direction. Lu Yin was so young, but he dared to fight against Sang Tian. Many experts appeared in the Tianyuan universe, including the 2 Sang Tians, Palace Mistress Xiao, Tianxi, and so on. These experts were all unreachable to the spiritualized universe, but they were all blocked by the Tianyuan universe's cultivators. Both sides suffered casualties. At that moment, they no longer looked down on the Tianyuan universe. Only when they saw it with their own eyes did they realize that the Tianyuan universe was not as weak as they had thought. This battle was not a one-sided slaughter or plunder, but a life-and-death struggle. The abandoned ones charged into the battleship, and even though they were killed, there were also casualties within the battleship. The stench of blood caused the spiritualized universe's elites to fall silent. This battle was more difficult than they had imagined. At the very least, they had yet to see an absolute advantage even now. The Tianyuan universe is not as weak as we thought. Everyone, be careful, someone said. I never thought that the two Xianxians would be blocked. There's also Palace Mistress Xiao, who is the strongest person below Xianxian. There's also Lord Tianxi, who was once a top genius of an era. He's now second only to Palace Mistress Xiao, but they were all blocked. Don't underestimate the Tianyuan universe. No matter how weak a universe is, it shouldn't be defeated immediately. However, I believe that this universe will not last for long. Reinforcements from our spiritualized universe will arrive soon. I heard that even Lord Yu Xiangtian might come. That's impossible. Isn't Lord Yu Xiangtian in the consciousness universe? How could he come here? Instead, someone from Royal God Mountain might come. Idiot, this is already the strongest force in the Tianyuan universe. In the face of our spiritualized universe's invasion, as long as the Tianyuan universe's people aren't stupid, they will use their strongest defense. This wave of power has already reached its peak, and there are no more reinforcements. Whether Lord Yu Xiangtian comes or not, the Tianyuan universe is finished. Don't forget that Lord Primordial Origin is here. Yes, and Lord Zhan Yen. It's said that the Tianyuan universe also has people who have defected to our spiritualized universe, including those from the consciousness universe. They are all in this universe. The Tianyuan universe won't last for long. The battleship swayed, and a young man sat in the corner with his right leg on the windowsill. He crossed his arms and looked at the starry sky. Hey, you and me, aren't you going to say something? Your ancestor is Lord Xiangtian Origin. You will be able to see your ancestor soon. A purple-haired girl skipped over to the young man. She blinked her starry eyes, and there was a crafty look in the depths of her eyes. The young man called you and me ignored her. The girl pouted. What? You are so cold. To think that I specially came to find you. Hey, Kitty is here too. Damn girl, I am not a cat. I will say it 10,000 times. Not a cat, not a cat, not a cat. The girl covered her ears. Alright, alright. If you are not a cat, then you are not a cat. Why are you making so much noise? The cat snorted and raised his head arrogantly. You spiritualized humans are too weak. When I fully mature, I can easily sweep through the Tianyuan universe. I don't even need Xiangtian to appear. Bull*T, the purple-haired girl made a face and quickly ran away. The cat was furious. Stop, damn girl. Watch how I teach you a lesson. Boom. The battleship swayed again, causing a series of exclamations. You and me retracted his gaze. It was great to be able to see this war with his own eyes. Was the Tianyuan universe weak? Stupid. If it was really weak, the ancestor would have returned by now. However, it didn't matter. The more people died, the more chances he would have. He would definitely become Xiangtian. The Yuan family had 2 mulberry skies, which was enough to make them a legend. With this thought in mind, Primordial Annihilation looked at another corner. There was a blanket there, and an unknown creature was trembling under the blanket. Primordial Annihilation's gaze turned solemn. No one dared to go to that corner. He believed that with the Yuan family's resources, he was one of the best among his peers in the spiritualized universe. There were very few who could compete with him, and almost all of them were geniuses with the same amount of resources. Only this person, an itinerant cultivator, had come this far. It had to be known that being the first batch to invade the Tianyuan universe with the battleship was a great honor. Apart from the progenitors on the battleship, the rest of them were here to broaden their horizons or gain some glory. When they returned, they could think of themselves as the first batch of cultivators to invade the Tianyuan universe. There would be a huge gap between them and the rest. The people here all had important figures or powerful family backgrounds behind them. Only this person had nothing, yet he had followed them. The battleship shook again. This time, it was more intense. The golden light pierced through, nearly blinding a few people. Primordial Annihilation could not help but look into the cosmos. The Tianyuan universe was actually so powerful. Outside the stone door, the golden rod kept smashing down. It came from Heavenly Lord Victor. He went past Void Master and smashed down on Baoqi. Baoqi had the strength to heavily injure Void Master in one strike. No matter how strong Heavenly Lord Victor was, he was on the same level as Void Master. He was one of the 8 inner paths recognized by the above heaven sect. He was not a match for Bao Qi, but his greatest advantage was that he was immortal. When things reach an extreme, they move in the opposite direction. He had allowed Desolate Ancestor to attack the Calamity Zone, and Heavenly Lord Victor had once used this move to resist the Arrow God of the Eternals. Now, this cultivation technique shone with a unique brilliance against the spiritualized universe. Mulberry skies were ranked 3rd in the spiritualized universe, second only to Paramount and Imperial Mulberry skies. They were one of the 7 mulberry skies, and most people in the spiritualized universe knew about them. Bao Qi was one of the mulberry skies, which was why he could easily injure Void Master. Now, he had been smashed dozens of times by Heavenly Lord Victor's rod. This made his fighting spirit soar. He opened his mouth, and colorful beams of light shot out at Heavenly Lord Victor. Heavenly Lord Victor's body shriveled up as he clenched his golden rod. He constantly resisted Bao Qi's sound attacks. It was clearly a sound attack, but there was no sound coming from the surroundings. This was a silent but magnificent battle. Bao Qi cultivated the 10th sequence technique, sound. Together with his spiritualization talent, he was always successful. He was able to suppress Lord Victor Celestial, causing him to cough up blood continuously. The surface of his body recovered and shriveled up again. Golden blood flowed and dyed his entire body gold. With the support of Lord Victor Celestial and the extreme things will reverse, Bao Qi's combat power became stronger and stronger. He had an aura that made it seem like he was going to get stronger even if he had to die. His eyes shone with golden light. Bao Qi held with laughter, his voice shattering the golden staff. His body was dyed with multicolored light as he grabbed at Heavenly Venerate Victor. Heavenly Lord Victorious Star raised his hand at the same time and faced Bao Qi head-on. Void Master's face was ghastly pale. He could not continue fighting. Heavenly Lord Victorious Star was burning his own life force. Having personally experienced Bao Qi's strength, he knew very well that he was not someone they could fight against. They were all at the level of the sequence laws, but Bao Qi was at the primordial realm. Even the 6 paths of the 3 worlds who had not reached the primordial realm were not his opponent. How could Heavenly Lord Victorious Star fight against him alone? If he continued fighting, he would die. However, Heavenly Lord Victorious Star could not retreat. He did not take a single step back. Back then, he had risked his life to kill the one true God to save the great Heavenly Venerate. He could do the same now. His skin cracked, and golden blood burned the starry sky. Void Master attacked. Void. His godly power constantly shrank, trying to form Life's thermometer. Life's thermometer was his natal virtual god. Bao Qi was also a human. Once he entered Life's thermometer, he would be no different from an ordinary person. As long as the temperature increased by 40 degrees, 41 degrees, 42 degrees, he would definitely die. The only problem was that in order to form Life's thermometer, he had to cooperate with the sequence order. His sequence order was the sequence order. Only by combining the sequence order could he form a complete Life's thermometer. However, a powerhouse like Bao Qi had long avoided getting close to him. Victorious Star, use your sequence order to attract his attention. Void Master's voice entered Heavenly Lord Victorious Star's ears. At this moment, Heavenly Lord Victorious Star could not hear anything. His entire being was covered in golden light. Other than Bao Qi, he did not care about anything else. Fight, fight, fight. He had to fight even if he had to die. In the dark starry sky, colorful lights competed with the golden light. There was no sound. It was strange, magnificent, and destructive. Bao Qi laughed maniacally. It's been a long time since I've had such a good fight. You're obviously one level lower than me, but you're fighting me with a strange technique. You're not bad. Hand over this technique, and I'll spare your life. I'll let you join Grandmasters beyond. Heavenly Lord Victorious Star held Bao Qi's hands tightly. When he heard Bao Qi's words, his eyes widened. White bone tore his body apart and pierced Bao Qi's body through his arm. The tragic scene moved everyone who saw it. This was a mutual destruction. Bao Qi was injured. For many years, he had not been injured, not even when he was conquering the consciousness universe. Now, Heavenly Lord Victorious Star's white bone had pierced his body, tearing apart his flesh and bringing him pain. However, this pain only made Baoqi laugh maniacally. The more painful it was, the more valuable it was to live. It reminded him of the past when he competed with those mad dogs for the position of Xianxia. That was truly tragic. Colorful lights shone and tore apart Heavenly Lord Victorious Star's right hand. Baoqi kicked Heavenly Lord Victorious Star away. He turned around and attacked with a beam of light. Heavenly Lord Victorious Star's body was no longer in the state where things move in the opposite direction. His blood was no longer flowing. He had reached his limit. Not to mention resisting Baoqi, he could not even take this attack. At the critical moment, mirrors appeared. From the mirrors, a plain silver spear appeared. It was Xianxia. The plain silver spear kept piercing the colorful lights. Xianxia brought Heavenly Lord Victorious Star away from his original position. Baoqi's eyes widened. What a coward. He should die here. This is a sign of respect for him. He then opened his mouth, and colorful lights blasted towards Xianxia. At the same time, he swept through the heavens and pulled open a curtain. A terrifying attack covered everything, including Void Master and the spiritualized universe's stone door. The battleship hurriedly retreated, and the people inside were shocked. Retreat. Lord Baoqi has gone crazy. Retreat. The battleship retreated rapidly. Colorful lights were like clouds that instantly covered the entire battlefield. Just as Baoqi was about to attack the entire battlefield, black soil suddenly appeared and covered the sky. It also covered the colorful lights, causing the sky to return to its original black color. Baoqi looked into the distance. Luin also looked over and met Baoqi's gaze. Baoqi's eyes were filled with madness and madness. Lu Yin's gaze was calm. He had gradually grasped the round-faced elder's methods. He did not seek to defeat the elder, he only wanted to delay him. The soil had covered the sky because it had seen that Baoqi was about to attack the entire battlefield. Attacking the battlefield? Even if that person was Xianxia, it would not be enough. Baoqi grinned fiendishly. Multicolored lights fell from the ground, bombarding the ground. In front of Luin, the round-faced elder exclaimed, "You are fighting me on one side and interfering with the other Xianxia's battle on the other side. Junior, you have surprised me." The soil and colorful lights clashed in the sky, but not a single light beam fell. Only Luin and Baoqi knew about this battle that covered the entire battlefield. Baoqi's smile faded. He had been blocked. His area of effect attack had been completely blocked by that person. No wonder Luin could fight against the old man from the Chamber of Commerce. He was the greatest threat in the Tianyuan universe. It would not be easy to deal with that person. Although Baoqi was confident and arrogant, he recognized Lu Yin's strength. He would leave it to the old man from the Chamber of Commerce. Once he dealt with these small fries, he would take revenge for being blocked. Xiaolongjielua's body was wrapped in bandages as he stabbed towards Baoqi with his silver spear. Baoqi admired Preeminent Celestial's battle intent and disdained Xiaolongjielua's method of attack. However, he did not underestimate him. As one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms, Xiaolongjilua was extremely powerful. He had easily broken through Baoqi's attack. Since that was the case, Baoqi dodged the spear and waved his hand. A huge object appeared in front of him that gave off an ancient aura. Outside the stone door, the man and 2 women who had killed the abandoned person were shocked. Not good, it's a cauldron bell. Continue retreating. It was not just them. Behind the stone door, the spiritualized cultivators from the battlefield not too far away from Baoqi's group had all retreated. They had originally been very far away and did not dare to approach Baoqi's battlefield. Now, they would rather take the risk of being ambushed by the Tianyuan universe's cultivators to retreat. The spiritualized cultivators retreated desperately, and the Tianyuan universe's cultivators panicked as well. They could only retreat. No one was stupid. They were both saying Tian, but Baoqi was different from the round-faced elder. The round-faced elder was an expert who had passed through bitter adversity and was only a step away from the eternal realm, even though this step was extremely difficult. Bao Qi, on the other hand, was in the primordial realm. He did not pass through bitter adversity, not because he was afraid, but because he did not want to. He enjoyed the carefree life of the world and cared about freedom the most. He revered the idea of being in control of himself. He did not want to be like the cultivators of bitter adversity. Every single person who passed through bitter adversity was a madman. Their actions and goals were all related to bitter adversity, and they were not completely controlled by themselves. This was something that Bao Qi did not want. However, it was not very likely for a primordial realm expert to become Xianxia. Xianxia was basically an existence who had passed through bitter adversity. The reason why Bao Qi could become Xianxia was because of the Cauldron Bell. The Cauldron Bell was one of the foundations of the 10 great sequences of the spiritualized universe. It ranked 8th, and it was condensed from 105 sound sequence cultivators. It was just too unique, specially prepared for people who practiced the sound sequence. Even if other people obtained it, they would not be able to use it to their full potential. It was one of the few foundations of the 10 that required a specific cultivation method. Although the Cauldron Bell ranked 8th, that was because it required a specific cultivation method to use it. It was just too restrictive. Once it was given to a suitable person, the power it could unleash would be unimaginable. The sound sequence ranked 10th out of the 88 cultivation methods, but it was the easiest to practice out of the top 30. It was exactly because of that 105 experts had managed to practice it. Bao Qi was a special person. He was born for sound, and on the day of his birth, everything was silent except for him. His cries shook the heavens, which was a legend. He had been taken to the sky beyond when he was young, and he specialized in the sequence of sound. His talent for this sequence of sound was extraordinarily great, surpassing anyone who had cultivated it since the ancient times. In particular, his spiritualized talent was mimicry. Combined with the sequence of sound and his own talent, he was extremely terrifying. He basically faced no difficulties in reaching the primordial realm. Even without the Cauldron Bell, he was still a peak expert in the primordial realm. With the Cauldron Bell, he directly became Xianxia. Xianxia had once said that the Cauldron Bell was specially created for Bao Qi. Bao Qi was a powerful primordial realm expert. Once he used it, even the spiritualized universe would shake. The moment Bao Qi took out the Cauldron Bell, it meant that Xianxia was about to take action for real. The Cauldron Bell was not particularly large, just enough to cover a person. Bao Qi stood behind the Cauldron Bell and grinned. Colorful light flowed from his arm into the Cauldron Bell. All of a sudden, the Cauldron Bell shone so brightly that it looked like a sharp blade piercing in all directions. The entire battlefield was shrouded in that light. Weapons, combat techniques, the void, everything was shaking. Starting from the Cauldron Bell, the space collapsed. Endless, majestic sequence particles soared. Jiaolan Jilua's eyes narrowed. Behind him, Sir Victor and Void Lord were shocked. What kind of power was this? The sequence particles were like an ocean that seemed to cover the entire sky. Even the laws of the primordial realm could not expel them as long as they did not approach them. At most, they could only protect a very small area around them. Luin remained vigilant against the round-faced old man's sealed world. He looked at Bao Qi again, and his skin became rather numb. This was the power of a sequence foundation. If time had not been reversed by a second earlier, he would not have had such an easy time. The sealed world was so, and the Cauldron Bell was just as terrifying. This was the most powerful external object. Junior, do you have time to look elsewhere? The round-faced old man aimed the sealed world at Luin. He waved the golden brush in his hand, constantly lighting up space. Luin was already familiar with the old man's moves. He did not look at the sealed world to avoid the celestial reversal while avoiding the brush. Above their heads, the round-faced old man's divine projection was fighting against the god-sealing catalogs Wu Tian, Heng Yan Mavis, and the others. No one dared to step into their battlefield. Haha, none of you can stop Bao Qi. How can the Tian Yuan universe resist the true strength of Xianxia? Bao Qi is most proficient in attacking. If he makes a move, it will be enough to decide the outcome of the battle. The round-faced old man smiled. He had great confidence in Baoqi. Baoqi was different from him. He was good at control. If the enemy could see through his moves, it would be hard for him to fight. Baoqi, on the other hand, specialized in killing and destroying. His AoE attacks were especially powerful. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. If the Tianyuan universe was so easily defeated, it would have been reactivated by you long ago. In the distance, Palace Master Yao frowned and looked at Baoqi. This lunatic. If it wasn't for the cauldron bell, she and Baoqi might not have been saying Tian. With the cauldron bell, Baoqi's strength was terrifying. On the other side, Chui was also looking into the distance. The war was developing in an uncontrollable direction. When the spiritualized universe invaded, they knew that there would be a fierce battle, but they did not expect it to be so intense. In the Battle of Immemorial City, there had been more humans and Eternals, but there had not been so many peak experts. In that battle, the 3 powers and 6 Daos, including the 3 realms and 6 Daos, had been a level lower than Mr. Mu and Primordial Origin. It had been difficult for them to contend against experts of that level. Now, on this battlefield, there were 2 enemies of that level. The woman in front of him was not weak either. If he had not broken through to the primordial realm, he would not have been able to stop her. The spiritualized universe had at least 20 sequence law realm experts and close to 100 progenitors. This was definitely not the full strength of the spiritualized universe. Qu Yi's face sank. It would be very difficult for the Tianyuan universe to contend against them alone. Baoqi's sequence particle shot out from the cauldron bell and suppressed the starry sky, causing everyone's breathing to stagnate. As he slammed his palm down, absolute darkness appeared in the void around the cauldron bell. This was the world of nothingness. It directly spread out, ripping apart the curtains of the universe and spreading out in all directions silently. Jialanjilua and the others retreated rapidly. No one was willing to touch it. They had no idea what kind of destructive power the cauldron bell and Baoqi possessed, but the chill that came from the bottom of their hearts constantly warned them to retreat. The world of nothingness did not extend very far, and it only covered the area where Jialanjilua and the others had been previously. Baoqi sneered and slammed his palm down on the cauldron bell once again. This time, the soundless power expanded, and the entire starry sky was like a collapsing abyss. Only Baoqi's position had a point of support. Everything else was collapsing. Regardless of whether it was the spiritualized universe or the Tianyuan universe, all the cultivators retreated and distanced themselves from the battlefield. Baoqi laughed maniacally as his gaze swept past Jialanjilua and then back to Lu Yin. He slammed his palm down, and the soundless power continued to expand. Some people could not retreat in time and were directly torn apart by this soundless power, vanishing into the world of nothingness. People from both the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe died without being able to put up any resistance. Many people from the spiritualized universe secretly cursed Baoqi for being a madman. Outside the stone door, the battleship kept retreating, afraid that it would be swallowed up. The people inside the battleship all had pale faces. They had not been forced back by the Tianyuan universe, but they had been forced back by the madman Baoqi. This madman. There was nothing in the world of nothingness. There was only endless darkness, and the starry sky had collapsed. When Baoqi slammed his palm down on the cauldron bell for the 4th time, a rainbow shot out from his body that connected the heavens and the earth. Baoqi was stunned, and he looked up. What was that? He was not the only one. Many rainbows appeared on the battlefield, and they came from every single person. Regardless of whether they were cultivators from the Tianyuan universe or the spiritualized universe, they all shot up into the sky. Within each rainbow, there was a person walking. Crazy Director, someone exclaimed. The person walking within the rainbow was Crazy Director Xiaochen. These rainbows were memories, the memories of each person's mundane lives. Only Crazy Director Xiaochen had used his mundane memories as a medium to step onto the path of cultivation. This was a path that only he could walk. He walked past one rainbow after another, unfettered by material restraints. Even the spreading world of nothingness and the collapsing universe's starry sky could not stop him. With a single step, he arrived within Baoqi's rainbow of memories. Baoqi's gaze was wild. You're courting death. The Crazy Director was only a progenitor. Although he had walked his own path, it did not mean that he could surpass realms to fight against an absolute powerhouse like Bao Qi. Even if he walked through the mundane world as a medium, Bao Qi could still easily kill him. The crazy director lowered his head and looked at Bao Qi. Your path is very smooth, but there's an additional mountain. You should move away from that mountain. After he finished speaking, he struck out with his palm. It was unknown what he did, but a blurry shadow appeared behind Bao Qi with a perplexed gaze. Bao Qi's eyes widened as he raised his hand to grab the crazy director. The crazy director could not dodge at all. So what if he walked through the mundane world? The absolute difference between them could not be made up for. The crazy director watched calmly. Death was also a kind of experience in the mundane world. He had seen through the world and achieved great enlightenment. He had crossed the existent realm into the incorporeal realm and used the incorporeal realm to break through the existent realm. The mundane world was him, and he was the mundane world. Just as Bao Qi was about to grab the crazy director, a familiar power spread over, causing him to be shocked. He turned his head to look, but it was impossible. In the distance, a silent power was expanding and heading towards him. Bao Qi was stunned. Wasn't that his power? Jialan Jilua had used the 8-star Jialan. As long as she was within a certain range, she could borrow the power that appeared. She was borrowing Bao Qi's power, using violence to curb violence, using silence to fight silence. The silent power continued to spread towards Bao Qi, causing the spiritualized cultivators to be stunned. How could such a thing happen? Even the round-faced elder, Palace Mistress Xiao, and the rest were stunned. Lu Ying took the opportunity to strike out with his palm. You still have the leisure to look elsewhere? The round-faced elder retracted his gaze and looked at Lu Ying deeply. They had indeed underestimated the Tianyuan universe. Although this universe did not have a unified cultivation model and developed on its own, it had developed many strange powers that could always turn the tide of a battle at a critical moment. Lu Ying relaxed, as he had not expected the crazy director to make a move. Bao Qi's power brought about too much pressure, and absolute power could not be made up for by mere tricks. Lu Ying had no way of restraining Bao Qi, but fortunately, he had the crazy director and Jialan Jilua. However, Jialan Jilua's innate gift could only be used once within a short period of time. What would he do after that? Also, what had the crazy director done to Bao Qi? Bao Qi slapped the cauldron bell, and a silent power spread out, coming into contact with the power that Jialan Jilua had drawn out. It was like two absolute darkness devouring and wearing each other down. The crazy director took the opportunity to flee. Although he had seen through the world of mortals, he was not seeking death. If not for the fact that he had no other choice, he would not have attacked Bao Qi. The difference between them was too great, and his opponents had always been progenitors who had not even reached the sequence laws. Bao Qi stared at Jialan Jilua crazily. You actually have such an innate gift. Woman, you've piqued my interest. Come with me, and I'll guarantee that you'll be able to join beyond heaven. Jialan Jilua did not say a word. She was also thinking about what to do after this 8-star sapphire battle. The dark power continued to spread, causing the battlefield to expand as well. Far away in the frozen universe, a woman stood atop a shattered mecha. This 12th ring mecha was completely frozen, and the person inside had long since died. Around it was another progenitor from the Tianyuan universe who had died. It was Venerable Yang Jia, who had once held the auction for the Mirage Stones. Progenitors from the Tianyuan universe were constantly rushing to this battlefield, but the survival rate of these ordinary progenitors was not much better than the mechas. Of course, the mechas were the most miserable. They were too large, and although their attack and defense had reached the progenitor level, there were too many spiritualized universe experts. Now, less than half of the mechas on the battlefield were destroyed. The woman stepped on the mecha, and in front of her, ice blades slashed in all directions, tearing apart the world of nothingness. The world of nothingness, which was originally filled with danger and horror, was now a sign of an expert attacking. The woman's name was Shui Hua, and she was an elder of the Jade Water Palace in Beyond Heaven. The palace master was the #1 person under Sang Tian, Jade. For Shui Hua to be able to become an elder of the Jade Water Palace, her strength was ranked among the top in Beyond Heaven. Another mecha was shattered, and the ice spirit directly pierced through it. This mecha was only a 10th ring and could not withstand Shui Hua's attack. At this moment, the biting cold blade slashed down from above. Shui Hua looked up. Above her head, an extremely cold air formed a dome. No matter how the blade slashed down, it was unharmed. The coldness spread along the blade. The person who attacked was Leng Qing. The moment the blade came into contact with the coldness, she subconsciously let go. Any later and it would have been frozen. This woman had an extremely powerful ice cultivation technique. Shui Hua was disdainful of Leng Qing. A mere ancestor who had not even comprehended the sequence laws was not qualified to fight her. She could easily kill him. Cold air spread out in the void, freezing the surroundings and turning the corner white. Leng Qing used Sky Knife Realm. Countless blades extended from bottom to top, reaching Shui Hua's feet. In Leng Qing's ancestral world, one had to walk past the blades. Shui Hua frowned when she saw the endless long blades slashing toward her. He had some power. There were not many spiritualized universe ancestors who could bring her a chill, but that was all there was to it. Sequence particles appeared, causing Sky Knife Realm to crumble. Leng Qing raised his hand, and a blade formed. He slashed at Shui Hua as if he was going to die. Shui Hua snorted, and sequence particles flew toward Leng Qing. They condensed and formed a human figure. It was Palace Master Jade. Shui Hua cultivated the same sequence technique as the round-faced elder. It was God Reflection, ranked 8th. God Reflection used imagination to attack. It could use sequence particles to form an imaginary being. If there were enough sequence particles, it could even unleash the power of that being. Imagination was like deceiving the universe, making the universe believe that the being imagined was real. The Grim Reaper imagined by the round-faced elder did not exist, but he could use the power of imagination to attack. The person Shui Hua imagined was Palace Master Jade. Palace Master Jade was real. Shui Hua had followed Palace Master Jade for many years. The more she understood Palace Master Jade, the more power she could unleash in her imagination. God Reflection Palace Master Jade appeared. She opened her hand, and a water droplet appeared. She waved her hand, and a green sword light slashed at Leng Qing. Leng Qing slashed out, and his body froze. The green sword light pierced through his forehead, and his body fell down slowly. This was war. This was a battlefield. No one knew who would live and who would die. Leng Qing's body fell and floated in the sky. Shui Hua retracted her gaze and was about to leave when she turned around. There was still someone there. There were so many people in the Tianyuan universe who were courting death. Elder Chan looked at Leng Qing's floating body with a complicated expression. They had known each other for many years. One of them was responsible for the above heaven sex affairs, while the other helped the Pathmaster. They got along well. Who would have thought that Leng Qing would die in the blink of an eye? You want to fight me without even comprehending the sequence laws. Although you people from the Tianyuan universe are weak, your spirits are not bad, Shui Hua said coldly. Elder Chan looked at Shui. Thank you for the compliment. Your spirits can drag you to death. Shui Hua was disdainful. You're even weaker than that person just now. Leng Qing was one of the leaders of the 12 heavenly gates of the above heaven sect. In the previous era of the above heaven sect, he was recognized as a peerless half-martial ancestor. After breaking through to the half-martial ancestor realm, he had a chance of comprehending the sequence laws, as long as he was given time. Elder Chan was an expert of the current era, and he had continued the Daosaur sex era. Most of his strength actually came from the 3 Yang ancestral qi. Now that he had broken through to the ancestral realm, the entire ancestral realm had been created for Lu Yin's sake. In terms of killing power, Elder Chan, who did not use the 3 Yang ancestral qi, could not compare to Leng Qing. This was especially true for Leng Qing's indomitable spirit. Behind the water painting, Palace Master Yao appeared with her palm facing down, and water droplets appeared. 3 Yang ancestral qi appeared around Elder Zen as 1,000 calamities blasted towards the water painting. This was Xue Wuqing's spiritual force battle technique. At the same time, Elder Hui and Lu Tianyi both made their moves. One used Xidagarba needles while the other used a sourcebox array. Elder Zen himself dodged in another direction. Shui Hua's gaze turned cold. You have a lot of tricks. She ignored Shui Wuqing's spiritual force battle technique, as it could not harm her at all. The green sword flashed past and pierced through Elder Hui. 2 of the 3 young ancestral chi were instantly destroyed. The difference between them was too great. One was a progenitor while the other was a sequence law expert. In particular, Palace Master Yao's spiritual force battle technique was not something that Elder Chan could withstand even if she only used a portion of her invincible aqua blade. The final 3 young ancestral chi projection, Lu Tianyi, pointed at the water painting. Elder Chan spat out a mouthful of blood as Lu Tianyi commanded the water painting to turn serious. It was a very powerful attack, but unfortunately, it was still useless. The green sword flashed past, and the projection of Lu Tianyi was torn apart. A quiet path appeared beneath Elder Chan's feet, and he stepped onto it as he struck out at Shui Hua's head. Beside the water painting, a bone-chilling cold instantly froze Elder Chan. The soft, boneless palm pressed down, shattering the ice. Elder Chan barely managed to dodge, but one of his arms was shattered. Blood splattered everywhere along with the cold. At that moment, the green sword flashed again. Elder Chan stood where he was, and the 3 young ancestral chi projection, Lu Tianyi, appeared beside him again. He stepped forward and pointed at Shui Hua. The green sword flashed past Lu Tianyi and slashed at Elder Chan. It swept past his neck, bringing with it a smear of blood. Elder Chan's pupils dilated as he stared at Shui Hua. Shui Hua raised her hand and froze the ice. Suddenly, her expression changed as she turned back. Sequence law? A finger descended and pierced through Shui Hua's neck. It was exactly where Elder Chan had been slashed by the green sword. Shui Hua was in disbelief. How could this be? How could there be another person here that had appeared out of nowhere? Behind her, the first projection, Lu Tianyi, disappeared. Elder Chan smiled bitterly. He had succeeded. In terms of strength, how could he have killed Shui Hua? The only possibility was the sequence particle. The sequence particle extracted from the Transdimensional Research Center appeared randomly. Before the battle, the sequence particle he had obtained was very strange. It was a kind of inverted power. It could invert a person's vision, objects, and order. The projection of Lu Tianyi had a sequence of attacks, from far to near. However, this sequence had been reversed by Elder Chan. It could also be seen as reversing the traces of Lu Tianyi's attacks. The Lu Tianyi that Shui Hua saw was only the traces of his attacks. The real Lu Tianyi had yet to make a move. It was the Lu Tianyi who had pierced through the water painting with a finger. That was the real Lu Tianyi. For this, Elder Chan had used his life as bait to prevent Shui Hua from detecting the sequence particle. He had been waiting for that moment. To close the huge gap was not something that could be done with brute force. Leng Qing had attacked forcefully and was killed before she could even get close to Shui Hua. As for Elder Chan, he had used the Lu Tianyi projection to pierce through Shui Hua's neck. Shui Hua clutched her neck. Lu Tianyi had disappeared and Elder Chan had collapsed. Her sequence particle was also dissipating. How could this be? He was just an ant. Blood dyed her body red. Shui Hua knelt on one knee and stared at Elder Chan's corpse. An ant, an ant. Yet, he had caused her a fatal injury. She could not accept this. How could this be? She would not die. This injury was not enough to kill her. She immediately got up and walked towards the stone door. She wanted to return to the battleship. Suddenly, the surface of her body shattered. She did not know when the sequence particle had descended and shattered her body. In the distance, Lu Tianyi retracted his gaze. The woman was dead, but Elder Chan and Leng Qing could not be revived. This war was crueler than the Battle of Disaster Region and the Battle of Immemorial City. It had not been long since the war began, but people he knew were dying one after another. If he had not sensed his own power, he would not have seen Elder Chan's battlefield. Looking at the entire battlefield, there were too many people who had died silently. Would he die on this battlefield? Looking around, he was surrounded by 2 spiritualized universe sequence rule powerhouses. Lu Tianyi's strength was so strong that even these spiritualized universe sequence rule powerhouses were wary. Lu Tianyi sensed his own power and made a move. On the other side, Palace Master Yao also sensed that Shui Hua had used her green water harmless sword. However, she was too far away. Even if she saw Lu Tianyi attacking Shui Hua, she could not do anything. Behind them, a few colossal beings were fighting. Some were from the spiritualized universe, while others were from the Tianyuan universe. Spiritualized universe sequence-ruled powerhouses could choose to take any form during their spiritual molting as long as they were willing. Although most of them chose to take on the form of humans, some chose to take on the form of giant astral beasts. Among the spiritualized universe sequence-ruled powerhouses who were on the expedition to the Tianyuan universe, there were a few sequence-ruled powerhouses who appeared in the form of giant astral beasts. The ones dealing with these giant astral beasts were naturally Su Wang, Li Shou, and the others. Even Shening and Zhu Meng had appeared. The battle between a bunch of colossal beings was shocking. Looking at the battlefield, everyone was most concerned about the battle between Baoqi and Jialan Jilua. The battle between the two dark forces gradually disappeared. Baoqi laughed malevolently. He slammed his palm on the cauldron bell. A silent power spread out again. On the opposite side, Jialan Jilua gritted his teeth. 8-star Jialan could only be used after some time. This was troublesome. Just as they were about to fight to the death with Baoqi suddenly froze in place. His gaze was perplexed, as if he had been stunned. On the opposite side, Jialan Jilua and the others exchanged glances. They did not know what had happened. Only the crazy headmaster heaved a sigh of relief. He had succeeded. It was worth it to fight to the death. He hoped that this was a blessing and not a disaster. The headmaster's palm strike against Baoqi was a mortal heart refinement. His goal was not to harm Baoqi, but to help him enter the bitter adversity realm. The so-called bitter adversity was something that outsiders could not describe. It was neither an external enemy nor an inner demon. Rather, it was a kind of self-preservation and breakthrough. The Grand Empyrean's bitter adversity was to defeat the only true God. For this, he would not hesitate to pay a huge price. The Star Toad's bitter adversity was a reward that he had collected. It was a business. For this, he was willing to be threatened by Luyin to deal with Tianfa. Everyone's bitter adversity was different. Bitter adversity could be seen as the most stubborn side of a person's heart, but it could also be seen as the craziest side. Only by passing through bitter adversity could one reach the eternal realm. Even if one wanted to restart the universe, they had to be in the bitter adversity realm. Everyone who passed through bitter adversity was a madman. However, Baoqi did not pass through bitter adversity. He had his own plans. Once he passed through bitter adversity, his thoughts and actions would change. Even he did not know what he would become. Looking at the entire battlefield, there was no one who could defeat Baoqi, including Luyin. At most, they could fight Baoqi, but they could not defeat him. The crazy headmaster had seen through this and used the mortal heart refinement to push Baoqi onto the path of bitter adversity. At this moment, Baoqi had officially stepped into bitter adversity. No one knew what Baoqi would do to pass through bitter adversity. Perhaps it would be the same as before, or perhaps it would be different. Perhaps he would be like everyone else, needing to restart the universe in order to reach the eternal realm. Or perhaps he could really pass through bitter adversity. This was the crazy headmaster's worry, but it was also the only solution at the moment. Cutting off other people's thoughts would allow one to achieve one's own desires. It was a helpless action. In the distance, the battle between Chui and Palace Mistress Xiao was filled with treachery. One used the Tao of Tianyi to avoid danger, while the other specialized in killing. Although the area of effect was small, even a powerhouse like Tianxi did not want to get close. Tianxi himself could not escape either. Su Wangtian and Hongyan Mavis joined forces to attack him. Further away, Dizun was besieged by 3 spiritualized universes sequence law experts. In the end, it could not hold on any longer and cracked. No matter how hard Dizun was, there would always be a limit and a flaw. The war at the border of the universe was so intense that everyone focused on it and neglected Immemorial Ancient City. The spiritualized universe's ultimate goal was Immemorial Ancient City. They wanted the sequence of strings to collapse and all the parallel universes to collapse. This was their plan. The spiritualized universe started a war with the Heaven's Origin universe from the very beginning. The war was extremely tragic because they wanted the Heaven's Origin universe to concentrate all their power on the stone door. The spiritualized universe sent an expert to immemorial ancient city. It was also one of the mulberry sky, a figure wrapped in a black robe. Beneath immemorial ancient city, Ancestor sat cross-legged with a sequence of strings in his hand. He was rather troubled. There was no one who could help him. Even after his body recovered, he had to stay here to suppress the sequence of strings. Thinking back to the time when above heaven was first established, the little fellows from the 3 realms and 6 paths followed behind him. Tai Hong would come over from time to give orders. Occasionally, he would see giant beasts flying through space and bullying humans in groups. He would take action and teach those giant beasts a lesson. How beautiful and pure that era was. As above heaven grew stronger, the giant beasts did not dare to act recklessly. They were even enslaved by humans. Many parallel universes came to find them and thousands of races came to pay homage. The legend of above heaven was left in the Heaven's Origin universe. Thinking back to that time, it was really beautiful. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. Above heaven was still above heaven. Although the little fellows from Wuda tried their best to destroy the parallel universes without intelligence, they still could not stop the sequence of strings from increasing. He could only stay under immemorial ancient city to suppress it. Fortunately, they came to visit him from time to time. Just wait. When Wuda and the others broke through to the primordial realm and even passed the bitter adversity, they could replace him. He could also go out and explore. Tai Hong, that woman, was so arrogant. When he broke through to the eternal realm, he would see if she still had the face to be arrogant. Right, he had to be careful of the star toad. Although that little thing's strength was not high, it was still passing the bitter adversity. It was very sinister. If it succeeded, it might become the first eternal realm powerhouse. By then, he would not be its opponent. He looked up and took a deep breath. Master. Someone came. Ancestor looked over and smiled. De Chong, why are you here? My cultivation, I have reached a bottleneck. Master, I can't go. Is it wrong for me to walk my own path? The ancestor shook his head. You're still so stubborn. What's right? What was wrong? Are humans not a member of the universe? Humans are humans. Humans can rely on cultivation to create worlds. For ordinary people, a planet is their world. But for us, can this universe really trap us? If we rely on the universe to reach a higher level and transcend the universe, then what is the universe? If we really entrust everything to the universe, how can we go higher? Master, I don't understand. The ancestral ancestor sighed. Although you haven't even reached the primordial realm, I can see your future suffering. Child, there's no absolute right or wrong in this universe. It all depends on what you think. Tai Hong is even more stubborn than you. She's always wanted to surpass me and become the first person to overcome the suffering, but she hasn't even found her own suffering yet. Master, I still don't understand. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. De Chong, Master really wants to explain it to you. Master misses you. With that, the universe shattered. The ancestral ancestor raised his head and looked in a certain direction. Thank you for letting me see De Chong again. Your ability to enter dreams is really powerful. Sang Tian, you must be one of them. Outside Primeval City, a black-robed figure was surprised. You actually broke through my nightmare? You're even more powerful than I imagined. Underground, the ancestral ancestor shook his head. Old Moo, send him off. The sound of a flute rang out, and the black-robed figure directly vanished. Mr. Moo walked out. He left after a single strike without any hesitation. He's more like a killer. It looks like the spiritualized universe doesn't have much of an advantage on the border battlefield. Go ahead. I can deal with this, said the ancestral ancestor. Mr. Moo glanced at him and nodded before vanishing into thin air. The people on the battleship outside the stone gate did not look at anything else. They only stared at Bao Qi. They were afraid that Bao Qi would go crazy. They couldn't imagine how terrifying a crazy Sang Tian was. The battleship had already retreated time and time again. It could not retreat any further. On the deck, the man and two women who had killed the abandoned person also stared at Bao-Chi cautiously. Suddenly, the three of them looked to the left. Sequence particles covered the battleship and swept past it. A fear that came from the depths of their hearts spread. No one was an exception. This was a sequence rule that came from Second Life's second bone. 3 styles of leaving bone. White bone leaped onto the battleship and charged toward the man and two women. The man and two women looked at each other and attacked at the same time. They had joined forces to kill the abandoned person. There were still people from the Tianyuan universe who dared to board the battleship. The three of them were known as the Three Assassins in the spiritualized universe. They attacked as one Second Bone, and the others were known as Second Life. The 5 of them worked together and traversed parallel spacetime. The 3 assassins against the Second Life. No matter how one looked at it, they began a massacre on the battleship's deck. Broken Stinger Combo, Big Dipper Strange Crow, Spiritualized Weapon, Assimilation of the Body, Sequence Arts, 3 Styles of Leaving Bone, and Community of Fate. Blood flowed on the deck. Second Gang fell to the ground, his body almost shattered. Second Meng had lost half of her body. On the other side, one of the 3 assassins was permanently down, while the other was clearly heavily injured. Her hair was dyed red. There was no nonsense. There was only slaughter. Neither side was good at talking. The massacre on the deck attracted the attention of all the elite geniuses on the battleship. They all looked nervous. They had thought that the invasion would be easy to resolve. When they set out, everyone thought that they would reap great rewards and record it in the history of the spiritualized universe. They never thought that things would turn out like this. From the looks of it, the 3 assassins were finished. They couldn't stop the enemy. In the end, the last of the 3 assassins fell. It was the man. The man was bathed in blood and collapsed on the deck. Before he died, he took Second Bone with him. Second Life was extremely strong. He had paid the price of 2 lives to kill the 3 assassins. However, they hadn't truly died. Following Second Purple's Community of Fate, Second Gang and Second Bone were revived. This scene made the hearts of the people on the battleship sink to the bottom. There was such a thing? They could be revived even after death? This scene refreshed their worldview. The path of the spiritualized universe was too smooth and clear. From the moment a person was born, what was suitable for them to cultivate, what they would achieve in the end, and what kind of strength they would have. Other than the change at the moment of spiritualization, there were no other changes, even though it brought about a strong and prosperous life to the entire spiritualized universe. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The power system had also erased their creativity. Now, they had seen the various wonders of Second Life, the giant mecha from the Tianyuan universe, and Lu Yin's various powers. They had personally witnessed the birth of a new world. But now, they had to face Second Life. Lu Yin had purposely allowed Second Life to attack the battleship at the most opportune moment. His goal was to wipe out the spiritualized universe's younger generation and make these people hesitate. He hadn't expected Abandoned Path to attack first and die in the end. Abandoned Path had not died in vain, as Second Life had seen the 3 assassins' abilities. Second Life had chosen to attack when the battleship had retreated the furthest because of Bao-Chi, which was indeed the most opportune moment. With the 3 assassins dead, Second Life did not hesitate to attack the battleship. He had thought that he would be able to easily enter the cabin like Abandoned Path had, but he had not expected to be blocked by an umbrella. Inside the cabin, the spiritualized universe's elite sighed in relief. It's the 10th-ranked Sky Devourer Parasol. I didn't expect it to be here. No wonder Sang Tian only sent 3 assassins to guard this place. It's because of the Sky Devourer Parasol. These people definitely won't be able to break in. How did that person manage to break in? There must be an opportunity for the Sky Devourer Parasol to appear. From the looks of it, that opportunity is the death of the 3 assassins. The 3 assassins were the first line of defense for the battleship. When they died, the second line of defense would be activated, which was the Sky Devourer Parasol. Against the Sky Devourer Parasol, Second Life attacked with all his might, but he discovered that all his power had flowed into the sea and disappeared. In the distance, Lu Ying frowned when he saw this scene. Across from him, the round-faced elder sneered. If you can think of it, then how can my spiritualized universe not think of it? When faced with an absolute difference in strength, the only way to reverse the situation is to make us not dare to attack. Junior, I admit that I underestimated your Tian Yuan universe, but you underestimated us as well. Lu Ying looked at the round-faced elder. Even though you believe that there is an absolute difference in strength, you still use the sequence as a base to protect yourself. It's no wonder that your spiritualized universe has been able to develop until now. How about it? I'll give you one more chance. Join my spiritualized universe and enter beyond heaven. I guarantee that you will be the next Xianxia. My spiritualized universe has recruited more than one powerhouse from another universe. We don't need you. Lu Ying mocked. Has Black-White Godless entered beyond heaven? Naturally. But they were thrown out of the spiritualized universe by you. Since they joined my spiritualized universe, they naturally had to contribute. We killed our way here as well, let alone them. You had no other choice, but they were abandoned by you. It looks like you are determined to become enemies with my spiritualized universe. Do you know that we are only the first batch? The round-faced elder's gaze turned cold. Lu Ying was not surprised. If the spiritualized universe only had this much strength, then where did they get the confidence to deal with the consciousness universe, the Tian Yuan universe, the seven great Xianxians, and above them were Yu Xianxian, Wushang Tian, and Beyond Heaven. Beyond Heaven had gathered the entire spiritualized universe's powerhouses, as well as some of the sequence bases that had yet to succeed. If your Tian Yuan universe can't stop us, then you will still be defeated. If you can, then when the second batch of powerhouses arrives, you will also be defeated. The round-faced elder's golden brush forced Lu Ying back, and he retreated towards the stone door. Along the way, Bao Qi remained standing calmly, staring at the cauldron bell in a daze. End of chapter. Lu Ying immediately ordered Second Life to leave the battleship. He had miscalculated, as the battleship's defenses had exceeded his expectations. Even so, he could not let Second Life die for nothing. They definitely would not be able to withstand a single attack from the round-faced elder. Given the elder's speed, Second Life would not be able to escape even if they wanted to. Lu Ying was facing the sealed world, and if he forcefully attacked, he would fall into the elder's trap and be turned upside down. The round-faced elder smirked. It all depended on Lu Ying's choice. If Lu Ying did not attack, he would kill Second Life, but if he did, he would be in trouble. Lu Ying attacked, and the round-faced elder's lips curled up. Junior, you're still too inexperienced to fight me. The sealed world was not limited to just this. He only needed one chance to heavily injure Lu Ying and eliminate the greatest threat to the Tian Yuan universe. Lu Ying attacked, but not the round-faced elder. Instead, he attacked Bao Qi. Bao Qi was still immersed in his bitter adversity. Passing bitter adversity was not a transformation of one's realm, but rather a change in one's self-awareness and one's future. At this moment, he was immersed in bitter adversity, which meant that the spiritualized universe had lost a powerhouse. Of course, Jialanjilua and the others did not dare attack Bao Qi. Passing bitter adversity did not mean that one's strength would decrease. On the contrary, it might even increase one's strength. Lu Ying had no other choice. Only by attacking Bao Qi would he be able to resolve the crisis brought about by the round-faced elder. The round-faced elder had dug a hole for Lu Ying and was waiting for him to jump in. Lu Ying would then push Bao Qi into the hole, and it would depend on whether the Tian Yuan universe or the spiritualized universe could afford to lose Bao Qi. Lu Ying struck out a palm at Bao Qi. He had the strength of a peak life form, and if Bao Qi could not resist this attack, he would definitely be heavily injured. The round-faced elder had not expected Lu Ying to attack Bao Qi, and he did not hesitate to block the attack. Although there was competition between Xianxia and Xianxia, he could not allow Bao Qi to be killed by Lu Ying. Otherwise, he would not be able to answer to Xianxia. He could not guarantee that Lu Ying would be able to kill Bao Qi. Lu Yin's strength was too terrifying. Wherever the golden brush pointed, a golden ray of light streaked across the sky and blocked Bao Qi's path. Lu Yin's palm struck the golden ray of light, causing the void not far from Bao Qi and causing the bell to vibrate. Second Life and the others took this opportunity to distance themselves from the battleship. When the cauldron bell vibrated, Baoqi's eyes moved. He looked up at Lu Yin, who had struck him with a palm, and then turned to leave. Lu Yin's. The round-faced old man was also taken aback. Including Jiaolan Jilua and the others, they all looked at Baoqi. What happened to the crazy man? In the face of Lu Yin's attack, even a progenitor would fight back, let alone Sang Tian. Lu Yin was clearly using Sang Tian's life to attract the round-faced old man's attention. Baoqi endured it and walked towards the stone door. It was strange and quiet, causing the surrounding battlefield to become silent. No one had expected that Baoqi, who had suddenly crossed bitter adversity, would be like this. Quite a few people looked at the crazy dean. He was clearly just a progenitor, yet he had made a miraculous contribution. Regardless of what happened to Baoqi, at least for now, the spiritualized universe had lost an absolute expert. The round-faced old man shouted, "Baoqi, attack!" Baoqi ignored him and turned around to enter the battleship. The round-faced old man had a strange expression on his face. What exactly was this fellow's bitter adversity? Everyone's bitter adversity was different. It depended on one's own experiences, thoughts, cultivation path, and so on. It might be strange or tragic, but the round-faced old man's bitter adversity was an ambition that he had set since he was young. This ambition had accompanied him for his entire life, and when he had become Sang Tian, he had already achieved this ambition. However, because of this ambition, it had become his bitter adversity that he could not speak of. Then, what about Baoqi? What was his bitter adversity? No one would tell others what their bitter adversity was, and the round-faced old man only knew that he could not rely on Baoqi in this battle. He could only head towards the battleship, as it would be futile to continue fighting. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Baoqi had fallen into bitter adversity. If Baoqi did not intend to act, then the spiritualized universe would lose an absolute powerhouse. Lu Yin would not hold back, and he would gain the upper hand in this battle no matter what. When he thought of this, a small boat of flowing light appeared around Lu Yin. He waved his hand, and the river of time appeared. The river of time surged forward, and everyone in the spiritualized universe who saw this scene was stunned. Is that the river of time? Impossible, how could the river of time appear? Even Sang Tian could not draw it out. The appearance of the river of time completely shocked all the cultivators in the spiritualized universe. The round-faced old man's pupils shrank. The river of time. The mirage domain was indeed in the Tianyuan universe. How hateful. The mirage domain had actually been fixed in the Tianyuan universe. Why had the origin not appeared yet? Why hadn't they told them that this person could draw out the river of time? This was no ordinary power, as it touched upon the spiritualized universe's cultivation blind spot. If they had not lost their mirage domain, how could they not have been able to draw out the river of time? How could they not have the sequence technique of the time domain? Although he could see through time and cause Lu Yin's parallel time to fail, that was because he had relied on his cultivation to forcefully break through the time domain. Without the river of time, the spiritualized universe had very little cultivation in the time domain. They did not have anything like crossing the river of time or fishing in it. This included the fact that they did not have a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. This was something that the spiritualized universe lacked. The primogenitor, Mr. Mu, and the others had fixed their mirage domain, which had attracted murderous intent and made the Tianyuan universe the target of everyone. It was extremely risky, but this action alone had greatly reduced the gap between the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe. If the Tianyuan universe did not have a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time, how could Lu Yin have reached his current cultivation? If the Tianyuan universe did not have a mirage domain like the spiritualized universe and was lacking in the time domain, then the gap between the two would be extremely exaggerated. Just as the spiritualized universe had guessed, once they invaded, there would be a massacre. The Tianyuan universe would not be able to withstand the spiritualized universe. The mirage domain did not have the concept of time and could be used for cultivation. It also contained the river of time, which could cause a different flow of time to appear in the universe. It also contained an indescribable forbidden land of karma, as well as mysteries that even eternal life realms could not see through. However, the mirage domain's appearance also brought with it great danger. Aside from attracting murderous intent from the spiritualized universe, the primogenitor had suffered, the above heaven sect had been destroyed, and Maiden had also been drawn out. In the end, no one knew what the Mirage Domain would bring to the Tianyuan universe. At least for now, Luyin had drawn out the River of Time, which had stunned everyone from the spiritualized universe. They could only stare at the river in confusion. The small boat entered the River of Time, and Luyin stepped onto the boat. Images from the past flashed past him. After crossing the River of Time, he saw the spiritualized universe's battleship. He took a step forward, and his body shuttled through the void until he appeared on the deck of the battleship. In front of him were the images of the 3 assassins killing abandoned path. Luyin could not change the past, so he could only appear here. The images around him constantly shuttled back and forth. Baoqi had gone berserk, and the battleship had retreated. Second Anima had attacked, and the 3 assassins had fallen. The Heaven Devourer parasol appeared, and Baoqi returned. When the images stopped, Luyin was already standing on the deck of the battleship. Behind him was the giant Heaven Devourer parasol, and in front of him was the stone door that towered into the sky. There was also a round-faced elder standing outside the door. The round-faced elder turned around and stared at the battleship in shock. Was this traversing time? In the distance, Palace Mistress Xianxia, and the other spiritualized universe's experts were all shocked. Traversing time? This person could actually change his past. What kind of power was this? This was the power that the Mirage Domain had given him. Baoqi, the round-faced elder roared. At this moment, Luyin was on the battleship. Only Baoqi was here, and only he could stop Luyin. Luyin struck the Heaven Devourer parasol with a palm, causing the battleship to sway. Inside the battleship, Baoqi's eyes were closed, and he did not move at all. The cauldron bell shook in front of him, but it did not cause any ripples from him. The spiritualized universe's geniuses were all shocked, as they could feel Lu Yin's terrifying power up close. Everyone was overturned by this power, and you and me crashed into the wall. He looked up, his face pale. What a monster. The purple-haired woman, the cat, and the trembling person hiding under the blanket were all overturned, and the entire battleship was almost flipped over. A jade sword flashed through the void and slashed towards Luyin. Luyin pointed out a finger, and a blackish-purple glow appeared on his fingertip as it collided with the jade sword. The jade sword froze in the void and then dissipated. Palace Mistress Xiao's expression changed slightly. What terrifying strength. It was no wonder that this person could fight against the president. This person was definitely an expert on the same level as Sang Tian. The round-faced elder quickly rushed towards the battleship, and the sealed world sequence particles surged as they continuously enveloped the void. Luyin did not have the time to waste, as the distance between them wasn't great to begin with. The round-faced elder could arrive in an instant, but he had been unable to shatter the parasol and battleship. He could tell that this parasol was also a sequence foundation. The spiritualized universe had actually brought 4 sequence foundations to invade the Tianyuan universe. Since they were sequence foundations, Luyin pressed both hands against the Heaven Devourer parasol and released the starry sky from his heart. The Sky Palace's power circulated, and with a loud roar, the entire battleship shook once more. The enormous Heaven Devourer parasol was forcibly pulled out by Luyin before the eyes of the spiritualized cultivators. Stop. The round-faced elder was furious, and he hurled his golden brush at Luyin. Luyin stubbornly resisted the Heaven Devourer parasol, and the stars in his heart revolved as sequence particles spread out. This was so close, yet worlds apart, and he instantly vanished. The landscape map sequence particles were mobilized by Luyin, and the starry sky at his heart also contained sequence laws. The moment Luyin vanished, the round-faced elder rushed over and looked at the empty battleship. The Heaven Devourer parasol was gone, and Luyin had snatched it away just like that. The round-faced elder immediately chased after Luyin, but he suddenly stopped. Black robes had appeared, and it was the spiritualized expert who had ambushed Immemorial City. They were prepared, and they failed. A voice came from within black robes. The round-faced elder clenched his fists and looked at Luyin indignantly. He then said something to Black Robes, who was astonished. That troublesome? All right. With that, Black Robes vanished. Luine carried the Heaven Devourer parasol and ran away, and none of the spiritualized cultivators dared to stop him along the way. After all, he was an absolute powerhouse who had battled with Xianxia, and even Palace Mistress Xiao's invincible jade blade had been unable to do anything to him. The next moment, Mr. Mu walked out from outer space and immediately saw Luine carrying the Heaven Devourer parasol. He was astonished, but he did not ask any questions as he looked at the stone door. The moment Mr. Mu appeared, all of the spiritualized universe's cultivators retreated. The round-faced elder stood outside the stone door and glared at Luine, his eyes filled with indignation and anger. The universe finally calmed down. The battle had not lasted for long. From the moment Lu Yuan was surrounded to the moment the celestial sect arrived, it had been an encounter. However, the intensity of this encounter was no less than the final battle between Immemorial City and the Eternals. Just one encounter had resulted in heavy casualties on both sides. The spiritualized universe did not want to fight anymore, and the Tianyuan universe's people were tired as well. They slowly retreated, and the two sides looked at each other across the universe. No one had expected such a situation. The spiritualized universe had thought that they could easily end the Tianyuan universe, so there had been no discussion at all from the start of the battle. The Tianyuan universe's side had not expected the spiritualized universe to suddenly stop. Luine had predicted that this encounter would result in a life-and-death battle. He did not know how many people from the Tianyuan universe would die, but he wanted to kill as many people from the spiritualized universe as possible. Unfortunately, his strength did not allow him to do so. The spiritualized universe's strength had been fully displayed. If Baoqi had not suddenly fallen into bitter calamity, Luine would not have been able to snatch the Sky Devourer parasol, and he might not have survived his second life. This was a battle between universes. It was the most intense and highest-level battlefield for all living creatures. "Master, how's Immemorial City?" Luine asked. Mr. Mu replied, "As we expected, someone from the spiritualized universe ambushed Tai Chu. It's a dreamwalker, but it's not on the other side." Luine was surprised. "It's not?" He looked in the direction of the stone door and saw that the spiritualized universe's experts had all gathered on the battleship. They had lost nearly half of their forces, and there was no unfamiliar expert that Mr. Mu was concerned about. Where was that expert? Outside the stone door, the round-faced elder walked out from the battleship. Luine and the others looked over and saw the elder appear between the battleship and the Tianyuan universe's side. "You're the current master of the Tianyuan universe, right?" "The celestial sect's path master, Luine." Luine walked out and instantly appeared in front of the round-faced elder. The two were less than 100 meters apart, and there was practically no distance between them. This was a conversation between the highest-level people on both sides. "You're the president of the Spiritualized Universe Chamber of Commerce, right?" Luine asked. The round-faced elder clasped his hands behind his back, sizing up Luine with a sigh of admiration. "Before the battle, I didn't have the time to talk to you, but after this battle, your Tianyuan universe has gained my recognition. I admit that I underestimated you. But that's all you can do. Our spiritualized universe has a supreme pinnacle. The Imperial Mulberry Sky, the 7 Great Mulberry Skies, and countless experts from the Grandmasters." "Cut the crap, old man," Luine interrupted. The round-faced old man had a gloomy expression. How many years had it been since anyone dared to interrupt him? Even Lord Yu Tian was extremely polite to him. This junior, whose seniority was even lower than his disciples, actually dared to speak to him like this. Luine did not care about the round-faced elder's thoughts at all. "We know what you want to do. The Tianyuan universe cannot be handed over to you. Don't even think about convincing us to join you. That's all nonsense. I'll give you 2 choices. Fight to the death. Either we die, or you die. Go back and never set foot in the Tianyuan cosmos again." The round-faced elder was amused. "Junior, do you know what you're saying? I'll give you 2 choices, too. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. You can either join our spiritualized universe and become a mulberry sky. This glory is something that not many people in the spiritualized universe have obtained in countless years. Or you can be tortured and imprisoned by our spiritualized universe and eventually die. You have no other choice. As for the people behind you, if they're willing, they can join us and enjoy the fortune of rebooting the Tianyuan universe. If they're not willing, then they'll die. Our spiritualized universe's strength is far greater than yours. You can't even recognize the difference in strength. You think that you can negotiate with our spiritualized universe just because you blocked our first attack? What a joke. Luin was disdainful. You're the one who's negotiating with us. I'm not interested in talking nonsense with you. Since that's the case, let's fight. We'll definitely destroy your group. No matter how many people from the spiritualized universe come, we'll kill them all. I, Luin, started as an ordinary person. On the battleship, many people's gazes landed on Xianxia with curiosity. Luin looked young, but he could actually fight with Xianxia and become the master of the Tianyuan universe. They did not know how he had done it. How long had he cultivated? 10,000 years? 100,000 years? Or even longer? Xianxia raised his head and said in a low voice, 100 years. Everyone was stunned, thinking that they had misheard. Sir Xianxia, did you just say 1,000,000 years? It's 1,000,000 years. Why does it sound like 100 years? Use your brain. How can it be 100 years? 100 years to cultivate to become a master of the universe? Are you kidding? Palace Master Yao's tone was cold. 100 years? Xianxia nodded. He looked at Luin, who was confronting the president in the starry sky. There was deep fear in his eyes. 100 years. This person is a descendant of the Lu family. However, his cultivation has been destroyed. It's only been 100 years since he started cultivating again from an ordinary person. However, even if we count his status as a descendant of the Lu family, it's only a few decades longer. Everyone was shocked. They looked at Luin in the distance, unable to believe it. It was really 100 years. What could he do in 100 years? The life of an ordinary person? No. On some planets, ordinary people could live for 1,000 years or even longer. This was merely 100 years. Just 100 years. The elite geniuses on the battleship had all cultivated for decades or even 100 years. What was their strength? How on earth had this person cultivated? I, Luin, have faced more threats than you can imagine. Old man, your tricks are useless. Threats and temptations. What else can you do besides that? If even the temptation of an eternal life is useless to me, what other temptations can you find? Lu Yin's voice resounded through the universe. At that moment, his words sounded completely different to the people in the spiritualized universe. A young expert who had cultivated to the level of facing off against Xianxia in a mere 100 years. No matter what he said, it was enough to change history. Even a sneeze would be remembered by history. Countless people in the Tianyuan universe were shocked by Luin, and this was happening in the spiritualized universe. However, some people in the spiritualized universe were already aware that Tian Feng had been killed in the Battle of Yi region. Many people in the spiritualized universe had seen that scene, but they had not expected Luin to transform so quickly. At that time, Luin could only fight against a primordial realm expert at most. Xianxia was not someone he could fight against. They had been in a hurry to come to the Tianyuan universe, but unfortunately, they were still a step too late. Now, even Xianxia could not get rid of Luin. The round-faced elder was disappointed. Although our universes are different, our comprehension of the realms is the same. Bitter adversity and eternal life are the ultimate pursuits of every cultivator. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. If even these things cannot tempt you, then there really is nothing that can tempt you. However, this old man is very curious. He looked at Luin. You became the master of a universe at such a young age, and you have the strength to fight against me in the bitter adversity realm. You are at the peak of the universe, and there are very few who can surpass you. With such accomplishments, you should be able to look down on everything and not let any living being suppress you. You should be pursuing the ultimate eternal life, so why is it that even eternal life cannot tempt you? This old man and the others have lived for too long. Eternal life does not matter, but we want to experience the feeling of being invincible in the universe. To you, eternal life should be the greatest temptation. Lu Yan's gaze swept past the round-faced elder, and then he looked at the people in the spiritualized universe. Have you ever thought that the progenitor realm is the peak? The round-faced elder could not help but laugh. The progenitor realm is just the beginning of cultivation. Only by stepping into the progenitor realm can you have the qualifications to look up to eternal life. If you cannot even step into the progenitor realm, then you are just an ordinary cultivator. How can the progenitor be the peak? Louis nodded. That's right. The progenitor realm is not the peak in your understanding, but in my understanding, the progenitor realm has been the peak for quite some time. I worked hard to cultivate, and I climbed up step by step until I finally reached the progenitor realm. However, I discovered that there were still the laws, the primordial realm, bitter adversity, and eternal life above the progenitor realm. I don't know if there will be an even higher realm if I truly reach eternal life one day. If a path is endless, will you still look forward to the end of the path? The round-faced elder did not hesitate. Of course. We have already walked so far, so why not look at the end? Luine said, I want to enjoy the scenery along the way. The round-faced elder could not help but laugh. This is a difference in cultivation culture. Luine looked at him. This difference can never be made up for, which is why our Tianyuan universe cannot join your spiritualized universe. None of us are stupid, and if we join your spiritualized universe, we will never be able to blend in due to the difference in cultivation culture. You will never give us the chance to step into eternal life. Old man, it is foolish to pretend to be a fox in front of a group of foxes. Ha 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 ha, Junior, you are very interesting. What you said is an objective factor, but from a subjective point of view, our spiritualized universe sincerely wishes to accept you. As for the reason, I will not tell you, as it is meaningless. Let's talk about something more practical. The round-faced elder's expression turned cold. You just took away the Skydevour parasol, which is ranked 10th in our spiritualized universe's sequence. I hope that you will return it. Luine looked at the round-faced elder as if he was looking at an idiot. Do you think that I will return it? The round-faced elder was calm. You will. Since you care about the scenery along the way, if it is gone, will you still be able to appreciate it? What do you mean? Luine frowned, as he suddenly had a bad premonition. The round-faced elder calmly said, during this expedition to the Tianyuan universe, our spiritualized universe sent 3 sanctions. Aside from Baoqi and me, there is another one called Mengsang who went to Immemorial City. Your master knows about it, but where is it now? Luine stared at the round-faced elder, his unease growing stronger. Return the Skydevour parasol. Otherwise, it will destroy a part of space-time every few minutes, a space-time with people. The round-faced elder's words caused Lu Yin's scalp to tingle. Destroy a parallel space-time with people? Luine had never thought that such a thing would happen. Throughout the war with the Eternals had never destroyed a parallel space-time with people. They had captured people to the Eternal Kingdom and broken the sequence's string. What they were doing was completely different from what the round-faced elder was saying. What? You don't believe me? End of chapter. The round-faced elder clasped his hands behind his back, and his eyes were extremely cold. Meng sang, it's a creature from my spiritualized universe, and it doesn't care about your Tianyuan universe. My spiritualized universe was originally here to destroy your Tianyuan universe, and it isn't human, so it won't care. If you don't believe me, you can wait. Less than half an hour has passed since we stopped fighting. Wait another half an hour and see if any parallel spacetime is destroyed. Right, it will definitely destroy the parallel spacetime that you're familiar with. Xianxia has been here for so long, so there are plenty of ways to find him. Luine stared at the round-faced elder without speaking, as if trying to see through him. The round-faced elder's expression was calm, and he even had a smile on his face. No one could hear their conversation, but they could tell from their expressions. When the people from the Tianyuan universe saw the round-faced elder's smile, their expressions turned ugly. They did not know what was going on. Mr. Mu retracted his gaze from outside the stone door. He had vaguely guessed that this had something to do with Sang Tian, who had ambushed Immemorial City. The spiritualized universe was a different universe. Although they were at a disadvantage in their expedition to the Tianyuan universe, as they could not replenish their powerhouses in time, they also had an advantage, which was that they did not care about the life and death of this universe. At this moment, this was the only advantage that the spiritualized universe had. Did Luin dare to gamble? Of course not. It was not because he was brave, but because he would definitely lose. The spiritualized universe did not care about the deaths of the Tianyuan universe's creatures. Killing was difficult for ordinary people, and it was not easy for cultivators either. However, that only applied to a small number of people. If the number reached a certain level, the psychological burden would lessen. This was why some cultivators could easily destroy an entire planet and cause countless deaths, but they could not slaughter everyone with a single slash. The psychological pressure was different. Luin believed that Meng Sang could definitely destroy a parallel spacetime, as they had come here to destroy the entire Tianyuan universe. For the sake of a single sequence foundation, this matter was too easy for them. Luin raised a hand, and the suppressed Sky-Devourer parasol on the Tianyuan universe's side trembled. It then flew towards Luin under everyone's puzzled gazes. The round-faced elder's smile deepened. He knew that Luin would compromise, and he had no choice but to do so. This person was still too young. The scenery along the way? What a joke. The scenery would change every time he walked, but the person himself would always be the same. This person's talent was extraordinary, reaching this level in just 100 years. This was something that no one else could do, but his weakness was equally obvious. He did not have the willpower and experience to match his current level. If it were him, he wouldn't care about those parallel universes at all. After all, there were too many of them. The value of a single sequence foundation was far beyond what those parallel universes could compare to. I'll return the sequence foundation to you. Before the outcome of our battle is decided, you are not to attack the innocent people of the Tianyuan universe, Lu. Yin said coldly. The round-faced old man agreed. Luin grabbed the umbrella and flung it at the round-faced old man. They call you Lord Lu, so you are worthy of my respect. Lord Lu, consider it carefully. I agreed not to attack the innocent people of your Tianyuan universe not because of the sky-devouring parasol, but because of you. I sincerely hope that you can join my spiritualized universe. For this, I can give you face. You should know that agreeing to your conditions is actually the most advantageous condition for my spiritualized universe in this war. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, as he had also thought of the possibility that if the spiritualized universe were to completely disperse and massacre the people of the Tianyuan universe, then no matter how many experts he had, they would not be able to stop the spiritualized universe. Before the battle, Lu Yin had thought about many things, but he had never thought that the spiritualized universe would cross this bottom line. He planned to attack the younger generation of the spiritualized universe, as they were still cultivators and the future of the spiritualized universe. He had never thought of attacking the ordinary people of the spiritualized universe, as this was not within his considerations. However, the spiritualized universe had considered this, and this was their greatest advantage. Both sides stopped talking, and Lu Yin returned to the Tianyuan universe's side while the round-faced old man returned to the battleship. He used the sealed realm to block the stone door and prevent the Tianyuan universe from attacking. Lu Yin scattered the Tianyuan universe's experts and surrounded the area. This was to prevent the spiritualized universe's people from splitting up and also to prevent them from meeting up with the one true God. He then returned to the Above Heaven sect and sought out the ancestor of the past. The Tianyuan universe had sent out more than half of their experts to attack the spiritualized universe, but the result had been like this. Ever since they had learned of the spiritualized universe's name, the spiritualized universe had become more and more powerful in Lu Yin's eyes. They had not thought that they would have much of an advantage in a battle with the spiritualized universe, but after the battle, the spiritualized universe had voluntarily stopped fighting, and Lu Yin had even snatched the sky-devouring parasol away. No matter how powerful the spiritualized universe was, as long as it was not at the level where it could easily destroy the Tianyuan universe, they could still fight. The most depressing thing was that they had clearly gained the upper hand, but they had been defeated by the spiritualized universe's disregard for life. That's right, from Lu Yin's point of view, this was a defeat. He had personally returned the sky-devouring parasol to the spiritualized universe and had even exposed his ability to traverse the river of time. Master Lu. When the ancestor of the past arrived, she did not participate in the battle. Lu Yin's back faced her as he looked at the lake. I snatched the sky-devouring parasol, but I was threatened by Xianxia's president. The ancestor of the past was calm. What do you want, Master Lu? Aren't you surprised? It's within my expectations. There are too many ways for a person without a bottom line to threaten someone with a bottom line. Master Lu, you have considered too many things and had too many misgivings. Lu Yin mocked himself. I don't know when I became like this, but I don't regret it. The ancestor of the past looked at Lu Yin's back. This is human. Lu Yin turned to look at the ancestor of the past. How can we salvage the situation? With your understanding of the spiritualized universe. The ancestor of the past was helpless. It's useless no matter how much I understand. Our strength is obvious. The war between our consciousness universe and the spiritualized universe has lasted for too many years, even longer than the war between your universe and the Eternals. This is a war between universes, and the time span is not something an ordinary person can imagine. After such a long time, even though we know a lot about the spiritualized universe, we are still unable to defeat them. Just a boulder's foundation is enough to make us helpless. Master Lu, you should know about the upper extremity and lower extremity, heavens beyond, and the 10 extremities are supreme laws. Since the war between the spiritualized universe and the heavens origin universe, the greatest influence on you guys is not the upper extremity and lower extremity, as it is impossible for the supreme extremity to make a move. Yu Xianxian is in the consciousness universe, and only a few of the 7 great Xianxians came, but they were all blocked by you guys. Instead, it is heavens beyond that has the greatest influence on you guys because there are too many progenitors and sequence law realm experts. Over the past 10 years, you have been gathering resources to create progenitors, and the number of such experts in the spiritualized universe will exceed your expectations. Lu Yin was indifferent. I didn't ask you to come here to say bad things. I want a solution or a way to find a solution. Very simple, go to the spiritualized universe, ancestor, she said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he looked at her. Go to the spiritualized universe? Ancestor, she said seriously, on the battlefield, unless you are invincible and can suppress the spiritualized universe with your own strength, you will be able to reach the heavens beyond extremity. Otherwise, you will not be able to gain any advantage on the battlefield. No matter what method you use, there will be an endless stream of experts from the spiritualized universe rushing over. The only way is to go to the spiritualized universe. With Master Lu's destructive power and turbid treasures, even the supreme extremity might not be able to do anything to you. You have done this more than once. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Won't I be recognized? Ancestor, she shook her head. This is different from what you have done before, and you will definitely be recognized. You will not be able to disguise yourself because you do not belong to the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe experts will be able to see through you as your aura is too obvious, just like how the 4 protectors can see through life forms that do not belong to this universe. What I mean is to destroy to your heart's content. With your ability, you will be able to avoid the upper limit and lower limit. You will be able to break through the bottom line as a human, just like how the spiritualized universe threatens you. I know that you might not be able to do anything to ordinary people, so you will have to deal with the cultivators. Since you have stepped onto the path of cultivation, you will have to fight to the death. This is the only way for the Tianyuan universe to resist the spiritualized universe. You are not us, and our consciousness universe is different from the spiritualized universe in terms of life forms. That is why we have been able to last for so long. You are the same type of life form as them, and as long as there is a difference in strength, you will be destroyed sooner or later. Furthermore, the spiritualized universe has been plotting against you for far too long. Lu Yin sat down and stared at the lake in a daze. Ancestor, she continued, Master Lu, other than you, I can't think of anyone else in the Tianyuan universe who can avoid the upper limit and lower limit in the spiritualized universe. Don't underestimate turbid treasures, especially yours. Even the Eternal is wary of it. The Eternal's strength is comparable to Yu Xianxian's. Lu Yin was astonished. The only true God is comparable to Yu Xianxian? Ancestor, she replied solemnly, I don't know the details, but it should be so. I can see Genesis's attitude towards the Eternal, and the Eternal is the only one who has come into contact with that grass grandmaster. I don't know what kind of existence the upper limit of the spiritualized universe is, as I have never come into contact with it. However, Xianxia is definitely not an eternal, and the eternal should be the person who stands at the peak below the eternal realm. If even the eternal is wary of your turbid treasures, then we can at least be sure that Xianxia cannot do anything to you in the spiritualized universe. Luin tapped his finger on the table. Then, what about the upper limit? I can't give you an absolutely safe plan. If I could, we would have used it long ago. This is the only way you can defeat the spiritualized universe and force them to retreat. If they lose their younger generation and can't do anything to you, the spiritualized universe will have no choice but to retreat. This path will be very difficult, and you will be constantly facing death. There is also the psychological pressure from killing. Master Lu, can you handle it? Ancestor, she looked at Luin. Luin did not answer and instead asked, how long does it take to go from the Tianyuan universe to the spiritualized universe? How do I get there? Ancestor, she pondered for a moment. It is an unexplainable path. The spiritualized universe calls it the distance of inches, which means that it can be reached in an instant. However, the distance between inches can never be reached. This distance can be very short for living things, or it can be very short for the universe, but it can be very long for living things. The last time I secretly followed Tianxi and the rest to the Tianyuan universe, it took me more than 10,000 years. There were many unforeseen events along the way, and I only managed to get here after much difficulty. This time, the spiritualized universe might have arrived 10,000 years earlier, or they might have a way to shorten the time. For example, that grass grandmaster. Thank you, brothers, for your support. New Year's Day is coming. Thank you for your support. Luin frowned. He did not consider going to the spiritualized universe for the time being. Even if he could go, it would be too dangerous if he could not disguise himself. When he had first learned about the Eternal's bone ships, he had dared to go to the Calamity Zone because he could disguise himself and avoid detection from the 7 sky gods. Now, he could not even disguise himself. If he went, it would be an endless battle, and he could not guarantee that he would return alive. He was not someone who would seek death. The ancestor of the past had said that there was no other way. She hoped that Luin would go to the spiritualized universe and wreak havoc. This would not only benefit the Tianyuan universe, but also the consciousness universe. It would cause the spiritualized universe to retreat from both universes. Luin had asked the ancestor of the past for her plan because he wanted to understand the spiritualized universe and not because he was really asking for her opinion. There would be a day when the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe would have a showdown. Who would be the next enemy? Wang Wen was right. Perhaps it would be the consciousness universe. This was also what the ancestor of the past had considered. They were all potential enemies. You have been in our universe for so long. How can you be sure that the consciousness universe does not exist? Perhaps your consciousness universe has already been defeated, Luin suddenly said. The ancestor of the past replied, I have never considered the issue of victory or defeat. If things remain the same as in the past and we are suppressed by the spiritualized universe, then I will think of a way to use you to deal with the spiritualized universe. If we are defeated, then I will take revenge. I am alone, and I have no way to investigate the situation of the consciousness universe. I can only do what I can. Are there no more creatures from your universe in our universe? Other than the black and white godless? Luin asked. The ancestor of the past replied, absolutely not. I am very sure. If there are, then they have always been in hiding and have never interfered in the battle between the humans and the Eternals. I cannot guarantee this. Luin waved and dismissed the ancestor of the past. Not long after, he arrived at the cosmic sea and under the 5th pagoda. He raised his hand and wrote. Nong Yi died in battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe. Today, I will engrave his name so that the descendants will never forget. Forsaken. Su Wuwei. Dan Jing. Wang Jian. Leng Qing died in battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe. Today, I will engrave her name so that the descendants will never forget. After writing Leng Qing's name, Lu Yin's gaze turned complicated. Leng Qing was once the leader of one of the 12 heavenly gates. Ever since she had awakened, she had been loyal to him because he wielded the ancestral sword. No matter where she went, wherever the sword pointed, there was no fear of death. Luin would never forget how Ling Qing had taken his place and blocked his path time and time again. She had entered the unknown universe alone in order to increase the above heaven sect's strength. She had been the first of the 12 Elysium sect masters to attempt a breakthrough, and she had even gained enlightenment from watching Lu Yin's breakthrough. Ling Qing had deep feelings for him and the above heaven sect. Luin also had feelings for him. They had been comrades, friends, and now, this old friend was dead. Luin stood at the foot of the 5th tower in a daze. He closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. He raised his hand and continued writing. Elder Chan died in battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe. Today, I will engrave his name so that I will never forget it. Yi Futian clenched his fists. Old Chan was also dead. The old man who had once trusted Yi Futian so much, who had paved the way for Yi Futian, who had blocked powerful enemies for Yi Futian, was dead. This old man who was willing to risk his life to go through the tribulation and establish the ancestral world just to help him take care of the above heaven sect was dead. This selfless old man who had dedicated his entire life to the 5th mainland was dead. Luin slowly sat down at the foot of the 5th tower. He looked up and saw the names written there. They were not cold names. They were heroes who had died in battle for the Tianyuan universe. Their smiles were still there. On that battlefield they had fought to the death without retreating. Without them, how could the spiritualized universe look up to the Tianyuan universe? Willpower and spiritual strength could surpass everything. Choose again, Luin muttered to himself as he looked at the 5th tower. Can I really choose again? If he could, he also wanted to choose again. But what would the result be if he chose again? If he had to experience pain all over again, then what was the point of choosing again? Luin also hoped that he could start over again. For this reason, he had deliberately left the Mirage Domain open. He was afraid that the Mirage Domain would not be included in the opportunity to start over again. But even if he wanted to start over again, he would have to see the possibility of victory. How long would that last? He did not know. Was it really possible to start over again? He did not know either. That was just a possibility, and he would not place all his hopes on it. The dead did not regret, and the living fought to the death without retreating. In this war, there was no victory or defeat. There was only life and death. Luin stood up and bowed slowly. He lowered his head, but his gaze was resolute. There will be a day when this junior will come to find you. Farewell, seniors. Farewell. At the border of the Tianyuan universe, outside the stone door, on a battleship. The round-faced old man stood outside the door angrily. Bao Qi, what's wrong with you? This is a war to invade the Tianyuan universe, and it concerns our breakthroughs to the eternal realm. You actually stopped at such a crucial moment. Humph. If there's another war, you must participate. Otherwise, don't blame me for lecturing you in front of Lord Yusang Tian. A black-robed figure stood not far away. It was Meng Sang. Palace Mistress Xiao and the other spiritualized universe experts also looked at Bao Qi curiously. Bao Qi had officially entered bitter adversity. Everyone wanted to know what his bitter adversity was and why he had stopped at such a crucial moment, allowing the enemy to steal the Heaven Devourer parasol. That was a sequence foundation, a supreme treasure of the spiritualized universe. The door opened, and the round-faced old man walked in. Bao Qi was staring at the cauldron bell in a daze. When he saw the cauldron bell, the round-faced old man's eyes flashed with fanaticism. Everyone in the spiritualized universe liked the sequence foundation. Unfortunately, this sequence foundation was not suitable for him. The sealed world did not belong to the round-faced old man. It was only lent to him for this battle. Just like the landscape map, it did not belong to the origin and was only borrowed. Only the cauldron bell belonged to Bao Qi. Only Bao Qi could unleash the true power of the cauldron bell. Bao Qi, what is your bitter adversity? The round-faced old man asked as he stared at Bao Qi. Bao Qi retracted his gaze and looked at the round-faced old man. His previous arrogance and irritation were replaced by a gentle and refined aura. He had short red hair and a rough body. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like a battle maniac. However, his temperament had changed instantly. The round-faced old man was shocked, and his heart sank. President, do you know how many people I've killed on my path of cultivation? I've heard of it. This is your bitter adversity? I thought it was related to the cauldron bell. I also thought it was related to the cauldron bell. In order to continue using the cauldron bell, I didn't step into the bitter adversity. I didn't expect it to be related to killing. I regret it. I shouldn't have chosen to become a human but a beast. That way, I wouldn't have any psychological burden no matter how many people I killed. You have a psychological burden? I thought I didn't, but I've been accumulating it. Then what is your bitter adversity? Bao-Chi looked at the round-faced old man. No killing. The round-faced old man was puzzled. He sized Bao-Chi up. You? No killing? Bao-Chi mocked himself. Yes, it's very strange. However, this is my bitter adversity. It can't be changed, and it can't be retracted. Everyone who goes through the bitter adversity is a madman. Go ask those people outside. From now on, I, Bao-Chi, won't kill. Their first reaction is that I'm crazy. Bitter adversity is a reflection of the deepest part of a person's heart. I didn't expect it to be like this. The round-faced old man was helpless. I didn't expect it either. However, are you going to tell me this? Bitter adversity was everyone's secret. Not everyone was willing to tell others about it. Bao-Chi didn't care. Why do you think I can't tell others about this bitter adversity? The round-faced old man frowned. Your bitter adversity is a good thing for our spiritualized universe. However, this is the Tianyuan universe. It's the most tragic battlefield. Your bitter adversity can't be spread. I know. That's why I don't plan on going out, Bao-Chi said. The round-faced old man was depressed. He had lost an expert. If you don't kill, just guard the battleship. Tell others that you're in seclusion to comprehend the bitter adversity. It's very likely that you'll be the first among us to pass through the bitter adversity. Bao-Chi didn't refuse. He still looked at the cauldron bell in a daze. From now on, it wouldn't have much room to display its power. The round-faced old man was very regretful. He regretted that he hadn't been able to stop that person from the Tianyuan universe from attacking Bao-Chi in time. Who would have thought that such a weak person would be able to bring Bao-Chi to the bitter adversity level? The Tianyuan universe was full of strange things. The spiritualized universe had decided to wait for reinforcements and would no longer attack the Tianyuan universe. This result wasn't good for the Tianyuan universe, as it meant that the spiritualized universe's reinforcements were already on their way. No matter how long it took to travel from the spiritualized universe to the Tianyuan universe, the next wave of reinforcements wouldn't be too far away. Either the spiritualized universe had a way to quickly reach the Tianyuan universe, or the next wave of reinforcements would arrive shortly after the president's group. The Tianyuan universe would rather have the latter. The biggest problem now was that the spiritualized universe had obtained information from Xianxia and the Eternals. They knew a lot about the Tianyuan universe, but the Tianyuan universe only had a rough understanding of the spiritualized universe. They didn't know how many powerhouses the spiritualized universe had, how many reinforcements they had, or how they were related to each other. Luin met with Wang Wen in the back mountains of the Above Heaven sect. Don't be too sad. We might follow in their footsteps at any time. Chess Pathmaster, perhaps one day, I'll have to trouble you to write my name on the 5th tower, but I won't be your senior anymore. Hee. Wang Wen smiled. Luin laughed. You're the military advisor of the Above Heaven sect. Wang Wen shook his head. That's too old-fashioned. I think it sounds better. Luin was speechless. Wasn't a think tank even more old-fashioned? Chess Daoist Master, it's going to be interesting next. We're entering a new battlefield. It's different from any war in the past. The key to victory in this war might not be absolute strength, but the cultural attributes of cultivation. This is a war of civilizations. Wang Wen said. Something that seemed to be true but was actually false. Others might not have understood what he meant, but Luin did. He kept thinking back to his conversation with the round-faced elder. The spiritualized universe had an advantage over the Tianyuan universe in terms of combat power, but they were also at a disadvantage. The fact that Bao Qi, saying Tian, had been hit by the crazy headmaster was proof of this. This was like an ant tripping over an elephant, and the elephant simply didn't know what method the ant was using. 2022 is here. I hope that everyone will be able to make a lot of money in the new year. I sincerely wish you all the best. Be healthy, and I wish you all the best. I'll update at 2 p.m. Thank you for your support. The spiritualized universe's cultivation model lacked creativity. This was determined by their cultivation culture and could not be considered wrong. At the very least, they were now very strong, while the Tianyuan universe was extremely creative. This was an opportunity. Lu Yin voiced his thoughts. Wang Wen's eyes lit up. There's such a thing? That's even more interesting. Lu Yin was astonished. That's not what you meant. Wang Wen shook his head. This is a cultivation culture, and I don't understand it. The crazy headmaster slapped saying Tian, but that didn't give me much inspiration. However, the spiritualized universe's mindset allowed me to see a completely different battle. Let me ask you a question. Does a herd of elephants need to use schemes to slaughter ants? Just trample over them. That's right, they don't know how to use schemes. This is the spiritualized universe's consciousness, and our Tianyuan universe's consciousness is filled with schemes. The Eternals schemed against the above heaven sect and defeated the strong as they destroyed many continents. Chess Pathmaster, you also used many schemes to overthrow the Eternals. From the moment you unified the Outerverse, the word scheming has been with you for life. Lu Yin interrupted, not scheming doesn't mean that the spiritualized universe won't use schemes. How can a universe not have a few smart people? I wouldn't be surprised if the spiritualized universe had someone as smart as the wise ancestor. But such a person will be drowned in the spiritualized universe's consciousness. Wang Wen was certain. Lu Yin looked at Wang Wen. Wang Wen said confidently, the greatest creation of intelligent creatures is a lie, and their greatest weakness is their habits. Because the spiritualized universe's cultivation model is the same, it causes them to be domineering when it comes to external battles. They believe that they can defeat everything, and that is indeed the case. The consciousness universe is no match for them, and when they arrived in the Tianyuan universe, they immediately went to war without even asking how strong the Tianyuan universe is. This is their habit and their consciousness. Such a civilization consciousness is destined to not be overly scheming. This is also determined by their cultivation culture. It can't be changed by humans unless they suffer a huge loss. Chess Daoist Lord, we have a chance to defeat them in the domain of civilization. War, humans, fate, and luck are all indispensable. In terms of absolute strength, the first wave of enemies might not be our match, and we already have a 30% chance of victory. Their consciousness has been seen through by us, and in this aspect, our scheme has a chance of success. I call it a strategic attack, and we also have a 30% chance of victory. Fate is our disadvantage. Chess Pathmaster, you returned the sequence foundation because of this disadvantage. We have a 60% chance of victory, we are destined to defeat the spiritualized universe's first wave of enemies. This is a war that has never been experienced before. Victory and defeat are not only determined by strength, but also by cultivation and cultural attributes. This is a battle between the cultural attributes of the two universes and the consciousness of their civilizations. The spiritualized universe has yet to see this clearly. They only think that this is a war and that they are destined to lose. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled, what do you want to do? Wang Wen smiled. What do you think the spiritualized universe wants the most right now? Currently, the spiritualized universe is hiding behind the stone door. Before their reinforcements arrive, they don't plan on making a move. What they want the most is my life, Lu Yin said. Wang Wen shook his head. I watched that battle. From the beginning to the end, the only time the old man's expression changed was when you crossed the river of time. Mirage Domain? Lu Yin was astonished. Wang Wen smiled. I heard that the primogenitor and the others have fixed the Mirage Domain in our universe. That's too much, and it's too unfair to the spiritualized universe. From the spiritualized universe's point of view, do you think that they will try to snatch the Mirage Domain away? Since the Tianyuan universe can be fixed, they can also be fixed. Chess Pathmaster, your crossing of the river of time gave him quite a shock. By the way, the spiritualized universe must be very interested in understanding you, Chess Path Master. You have to give them a chance. Chess Path Master, you can ask Wei Rong. Perhaps he has already done something. That guy is best at scheming against others. Wang Wen left, and Lu Ying met with Wei Rong. No one knew what they talked about, but after Wei Rong left, Lu Yin's expression changed to one of anticipation. A few months had passed since the battle at the universe's boundary. During this time, the spiritualized universe's people had remained behind the stone door and used the sealed realm as a defense. The Tianyuan universe was wary of the sealed realm and did not dare to casually start a war. Both sides had been at peace for a while. Lu Ying took advantage of this time to roll his die and obtain 6 pips, which he then merged into Xianxia's body. The moment he merged with Xianxia's body, the complicated thoughts in his mind completely calmed down. It was as if he had returned from a turbulent sea to a calm river. Xianxia's thoughts were very simple. She simply wanted to live. That was all. This was Xianxia's way of thinking. In order to survive, she tried her best to be respectful in front of Lu Ying and obey his commands. However, under this respect, she also hid some things, such as her innate talent. Xianxia could cultivate Lu Yin's power even faster, but she had deliberately slowed down her cultivation speed so that Lu Ying would not be apprehensive. Even so, she had still been surprised when she sensed Lu Ying, which made her secretly decide to lower her threat in the future. As for her loyalty, that did not exist. Xianxia's only goal was to survive. She had to survive first before anything else. This was not just her thoughts, but also a voice that had been branded in the depths of her soul. There was a voice that constantly told her to live, and she had to listen to this voice's commands. This voice came from the Immortal Master. Lu Ying had finally sensed the Immortal Master's existence after merging with Xianxia's body. He was the one who had created the insect nest and defeated the lost tribe. He was an omnipotent existence that had dominated the human civilization of this universe. In Xianxia's memory, she had never seen the Immortal Master. She was born in this universe, but she instinctively obeyed the orders of the Immortal Master. However, because they were separated by this universe, there was a gap between her and the Immortal Master. This gap might be very far or very close, but Xianxia did not know. Lu Ying kept checking Xianxia's memories. Before she was born, her body had instinctively evolved in the direction most suitable for her cultivation through countless insects. In the Xishan dynasty universe, the totem worshipped by the entire universe was the current appearance of Xianxia. Now, Xianxia regretted it because this form was not suitable for cultivation in the origin space. She wanted to live while becoming as strong as possible. Lu Yin's orders were the most important to her at the moment. She had to obey orders to survive, and the Immortal Master's orders could not be disobeyed. However, other than letting her live, there were no other orders. This voice gave Lu Ying the feeling that it was the order given before the insect nest was thrown into the Tianyuan universe. Ever since the insect nest landed in the Tianyuan universe, the Immortal Master had not given any orders to them. The other Xianxia was not in the origin space. Furball Xianxia was very sure that Lu Ying did not feel the existence of the other Xianxia through its memories. However, he also saw Furball Xianxia's plan. Even if there was another Xianxia, it would not tell Lu Ying because it was very clear. Once the existence of the other Xianxia was exposed, it would die. It wanted to live, and there was no loyalty. It would listen to whoever controlled its life and death. Furball Xianxia only had so many memories. Lu Ying read all of them, and it was similar to his understanding of Furball Xianxia. It was extremely talented, cunning, and scrupulous, and obeyed the orders of the Immortal Master. This was Xianxia, but he felt that he had not really seen through Xianxia. Xianxia was a living creature, and the instincts of living creatures would appear as they grew. At this moment, Furball Xianxia was at most in the form of a newborn Xianxia. Lu Ying guessed that it was very likely that it could transform. This was the ability of living creatures. Lu Ying withdrew from the fusion, and Furball Xianxia did not suspect anything. It did not know that Lu Ying had fused with it and had seen through all of its memories. For now, Furball Xianxia was not a threat. As long as it wanted to live, it had to listen to Lu Ying. As long as its life was not threatened, it would not have a bottom line. If it was not sure that revealing the other Xianxia would kill it, it would not hesitate to find and expose it. This was Xianxia's nature. Lu Yin could control Xianxia with life and death. Before the immortal master descended into the Tianyuan universe, Lu Yin was Furball Xianxia's master. Even if the immortal master descended, as long as Furball Xianxia was within 5 meters of Lu Yin, he could still temporarily control it and read its memories. As long as it could be fused with, it would not be a threat. Lu Yin looked at Furball Xianxia, and Furball Xianxia looked back at him. Master, what are your orders? Lu Yin said, Grand Elder Shangu is urging me to kill you. Furball Xianxia was horrified and hurriedly begged for mercy. Master, please don't. I'm loyal to you, Master. I'm definitely your best helper. You seem to be fighting an enemy? Let me take action. I'll definitely do something for Master. That old man is worthless, but I'm different. Master, I can help you find all of the hives. There must be many hives hidden in this universe. Master, you must trust me. Lu Yin's gaze swept past Furball Xianxia. Where was Xianxia's Xianxia? In the primordial space, in the innerverse, the enormous Boundless was parked in outer space, and it attracted countless people every day. No one knew that Astral 10's battleship, Boundless, had played such a huge role in the battle at Immemorial City. As news of the final battle at Immemorial City spread, so did the fact that Boundless could travel through the realms of nothingness, which attracted many people's curiosity. Those who had entered Boundless before were at a loss, as they could not tell how one could travel through the realms of nothingness. That was a realms of nothingness, a place where even progenitors would die. The most special thing about Boundless was that burning flame, there was nothing else about it. Countless people applied to enter Boundless every day, and many students who had graduated from Astral 10 were encouraged by their families and friends to return to Astral 10 and tour the place. Everyone knew that Astral 10 was no longer ordinary. Astral 10 was where Master Lu had first started his cultivation, and he had entrusted his feelings to this place. He had brought Astral 10 to a height that surpassed the other Astral Combat Academies, which was why so many people had been able to enter Astral 10. However, that was just feelings, the true elites of the universe did not care. However, Astral 10 was no longer ordinary, and it could travel through the realms of nothingness. This was a metamorphosis to everyone's senses. Everyone wondered what was so special about Boundless, and all the families and sects with progenitors wanted to send their best disciples to Astral 10 to cultivate. Astral Academy was a place where Master Lu's feelings and was not an ordinary place. It was a place that all youths in the Tianyuan universe wanted to enter. In the Rain Observatory, the crazy director sat calmly as he left the border warfront. He had sent Baoqi into bitter adversity with a single palm strike, which was a legend. With the crazy director's strength, he should not have stayed at the border, or else he would have been targeted by the spiritualized universe. The crazy director naturally knew this, but he did not resist and returned to Astral 10. Currently, Astral 10 was flourishing with talents and abundant resources. Elites were emerging one after another. During Lu Yin's generation, Big Pao and Little Pao had remained in Astral 10 as mentors. Over the past few decades, they had all reached the Enlighter realm. Although they could not compare to Lu Yin, they were still ordinary elite cultivators, so they were not slow. As for Enlighters, they were qualified to become Astral 10's assistant teachers. Besides them, Zora, Coco, Hui Day Night, and the others also frequently returned to Astral 10. Rain dripped onto the limestone platform all year round. The Rainmaster walked over and bowed. Director, the new students have arrived. The crazy director opened his eyes and disappeared. Not long after, a group of new students was led into the Rain Observatory by Big Pao. Mentor Big Pao, is your name Big Pao? Why does it sound like a nickname? If there's Big Pao, don't tell me there's also a Little Pao. Don't spout nonsense. Mentor, please forgive my sister's rudeness. Big Pao was speechless. He had heard such words too many times. Ever since he had become Astral 10's assistant teacher, his task had been to guide the new students to familiarize themselves with Astral 10 and answer their questions. Ever since Master Lu's batch, those who were able to enter Astral 10 were more talented, but this batch was the most terrifying. There were a few that Luin couldn't even sense their auras, but their auras were still lingering. It was obvious that they weren't ordinary. These students' talents reminded him of the 10 Arbiters. The current Astral 10 contained almost all of the Tianyuan universe's top elites, and there were many students who were as talented as the 10 Arbiters. The few whose auras he could not sense definitely surpassed the former 10 Arbiters and had indescribable cultivation aptitudes. They all had progenitors behind them, and they had come to Astral 10 because of its uniqueness. To them, there was no point in cultivating in Astral 10. What they wanted was experience, and after a few decades, they could join the Above Heavens sect and be considered Master Lu's juniors. This was a very glorious status. Alright, students, this is the Rain Observatory. Big Pao began to talk about Astral 10's history, but what everyone was most interested in was Luin. Soon, the young people began to write their names against the rain. In the distance, Xiaochen smiled as he looked at the spirited youths. They were the future of the Tianyuan universe. The war that was happening at the border was for them. He wanted to give them enough time to grow. For this, he was willing to pay any price. Oh right, Master Lu didn't seem to be much older than them. A mere few decades would pass in the blink of an eye. He thought back to the time when Astral 10 had caught on fire, and all of the books on battle techniques and cultivation techniques had been incinerated. Internally, he had gone mad, and externally, there had been pressure from the various great powers. Fortunately, Master Lu's batch had appeared. Dean, what do you think of these students? The Rainmaster asked. The crazy Dean looked over. That's right. What's that student's name? His name is Luin. What about that? Oh, that one is called Xiao Luo. The surname Xia makes people care. Where's the smiling one? His name is Silver. I keep feeling that there's something strange about him, but I can't quite put my finger on it. They're all good. Of the Day-Night clan and the Mavis clan, Astral 10 will definitely surpass the other 9 academies and become number 1. As long as the headmaster doesn't go crazy, everything will be fine. Haha. There was a light chuckle as the crazy Dean collapsed from the tree. In the Above Sky sect, Luin received bad news that Astral 10 had been annihilated. Furious, Luin hurried over to Astral 10. The place was deathly silent, and there was no sign of life. The mentors and students were all lying on the ground as if they were asleep, but he knew that they were all dead. Meng Sang. Luin immediately thought of Meng Sang. As he walked through Astral 10, he saw familiar faces fall one by one: the Trial Master, the Sand Master, Old Kai, Little Pao, Big Pao, the Rain Master, and many other students. Finally, Luin saw the dead crazy Dean on the tree in front of the Rain Observatory. A stream of light appeared and circled around his body. With a wave of his hand, Luin summoned the River of Time. He leapt onto a small boat made of light and crossed the river. There was nothing he could do to change the current situation, and crossing the River of Time could only change his past. Luin couldn't save Astral 10, but he had to find Meng Sang and destroy her. Images flashed continuously, and Luin saw the crazy Dean fall. He saw the youthful elites on the Rain Observatory fall. He saw Big Pao fall, and he saw Astral 10 fall one by one. There was nothing he could do, he could only watch. He saw a pair of eyes that towered above Astral 10, Meng Sang. Luin jumped down and arrived in front of the eyes. He stood still, and the images around him flashed rapidly as time passed. Meng Sang was standing on a stone in the corner of the Rain Observatory. No one knew how long she had been there, but Luin had crossed the River of Time and arrived in front of her. They stared at each other like that. He saw the smile in Meng Sang's eyes, and the images continued to flash. Meng Sang's body shattered bit by bit until it completely shattered like a mirror, turning into specks of light that dissipated. When the images stopped, Luin waved his hand, but there was nothing in front of him. Meng Sang was long gone. Was that Meng Sang real or fake? Crossing the River of Time couldn't change the past. Luin couldn't change the deaths of Astral 10 or Meng Sang's departure. He didn't even know how Meng Sang had left. Otherwise, he could have chased after her, just like how he had chased after Bai Wuxian. Luin turned to look at the tree. The only thing that had changed was his current position. In this position, Meng Sang had massacred Astral 10 and disappeared the moment before he arrived. He couldn't change anything. Lu Yin silently walked towards the tree and stood beside the crazy director's corpse. He just looked at it without saying a word. The round-faced elder had promised not to slaughter ordinary people, but there were no ordinary people in Astral 10. Everyone was a cultivator. On the Rain Observatory, Lu Bujing sighed. Almost all of the progenitors had gone to the warfront, and Elder Chan had died. He had been the one to tell Lu Yin about Astral 10's demise. This wasn't just bad news for Lu Yin, but also for the entire Tianyuan universe. Astral 10 had just recruited a new batch of elite geniuses from various parallel universes, but now they were all dead. Bastards. Pass down the order. All cultivators are not to sleep for the time being, Lu Yin said calmly. Lu Bujing hurriedly passed down the order. The calmer Lu Yin sounded, the angrier he was. These people had all died at Meng Sang's hands. Only a top expert from the spiritualized universe like Meng Sang could kill the crazy director without a sound. The spiritualized universe's president had promised Lu Yin not to slaughter the ordinary people of the Tianyuan universe, but the people in the Astral Combat Academy were clearly not ordinary people. This was war, a war where one side had to be annihilated. There was no mercy, only slaughter. This was just the beginning. Every day that Meng Sang was not dealt with would be a nightmare for humanity. This was not a matter of entering a dream. If Meng Sang wanted to kill someone, even a progenitor would not be able to escape. However, Lu Yin was using the serious art to monitor the entire Genesis space. As long as no cultivator was asleep, Meng Sang would have to make that person fall asleep if she wanted to kill them. Of course, aside from sleeping, Meng Sang had no other methods that Lu Yin could use. All he could do was guard against her. That Meng Sang deserves to die. Why didn't he make a move earlier or later? He just had to make a move when Astral 10's new students arrived so that he could kill the geniuses who had entered Astral 10. He must have been hiding in Astral 10 all this time. Even if Meng Sang killed one or two progenitors, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, massacring Astral 10 would shake the entire Tianyuan universe and cause panic. Master, Meng Sang won't act rashly. Once he does, there will be repercussions, Longwen said. Lu Yin knew this, but it would not be easy to deal with Meng Sang. He had discussed this with Mr. Mu, but the latter had not been able to do anything. The only thing they could do now was start a war. There will be a huge battle at the border soon, but the spiritualized universe will only defend. If we rush, we'll suffer heavy losses. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. The advantages and disadvantages of their geographical positions were constantly changing. Meng Sang alone could bring disaster to the Tianyuan universe. The Tianyuan universe did not have the ability to encircle Meng Sang. Even if they could find him, could they really kill him? The spiritualized universe would not allow Meng Sang to be surrounded and killed. Furthermore, the sole true God was watching from the shadows. Right now, the most important thing was to find Meng Sang. If he could not even find her, then there was nothing he could do. Dreamland, dreamland. Lu Yin took a step forward and headed towards the sixth mainland. He knew who to look for. The Tianyuan universe had developed for many years. Although there was no unified cultivation model and it was impossible to mass-produce experts, the benefits of diversified development were that there was everything. Lu Yin arrived at Dreamland, which was originally the sixth mainland's immortal martial realm. After the sixth mainland had been invaded by the Eternals, Dreamland had been stationed in the fifth mainland Sky Saint Weave in the Outerverse. Now that the Eternals had been defeated, the people of the sixth mainland had naturally returned. Lu Yin's arrival shook the entire Dreamland. Master Dream and everyone from Dreamland greets Master Lu. Greetings, Master Lu. Lu Yin replied, You're welcome, Master Dream. You must have heard of the incident in Astral 10. Master Dream's expression turned ugly. I have. This incident has a huge impact. Is there anything that my Dreamland can do for Master Lu? Lu Yin took a step forward until he was within 5 meters of Master Dream and instantly merged with him. He had once entered Dream Master's body, and he had experienced Dream Master's hatred towards the green and white sages for humiliating the women of Dream Manor. He had also seen the Dream Heart Sutra, but he hadn't wanted to waste time at the time, so he hadn't read it much. Now, he wanted to cultivate it. Since Meng Sang could enter dreams, Lu Yin wanted to find it in his dreams. There were two inheritances of the Dreamland Sutra in the world. One was the current Dreamland, and the other was the Sleeping Prince. He had once been ranked 100th on the top 100 rankings, not because he was not strong enough, but because he liked to stay in the top 100. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. You must be rich in the new year, and you must be healthy. I'll send you my blessings. Very quickly, Lu Yin saw Dream Master's memories regarding the Dream Heart Sutra, and he also learned that Meng Zhuang had come to the Fifth Mainland to cause trouble for Sleeping Prince several decades ago. Sleeping Prince had quite a reputation in the Fifth Mainland, and he also cultivated the Dream Heart Sutra. Thus, it was only natural that Meng Zhuang would seek him out. Meng Zhuang had chased after Sleeping Prince, but he had been discovered not long after, and he no longer dared to take action. Sleeping Prince was still someone from the Fifth Mainland, and if Lu Yin found out that Meng Zhuang wanted to kill someone from the Fifth Mainland, then the consequences would be dire. In the end, this matter was left unsettled. However, the Sleeping Prince's Dream Heart Sutra originated from the Dream Matter. Once, the Sixth Mainland and the Fifth Mainland were at war, and the Dream Sutra had ended up in the Fifth Mainland. Since then, the Dream Village didn't attack the sleeping young master again, and it kept a low profile. Lu Yin's figure flashed past Dream Master, and he remained where he was, deep in thought. The Dream Heart Sutra was not a particularly powerful technique, but it was rather peculiar in that it could kill people in their dreams. However, he could rely on this technique to enter a dream, which was the only thing he needed. However, dreams could be real and illusory, and the deeper he went into a dream, the more likely he would be to find Meng Sang. Meng Sang's dream was definitely the deepest. Just relying on the Dream Sutra alone would not be enough. He had to deduce it. Off to the side, Teacher Dream was apprehensive, as he did not know why Lu Yin had come to Dream Matter. Could it be that Lu Yin had found out about his pursuit of Sleeping Prince? That couldn't be right. Even if he knew, Master Lu wouldn't have come all the way to Dreamland just for Sleeping Prince. There was still a war at the border, and Astral 10 had been massacred. Which one of these matters wasn't important? They had no idea how Astral 10 had been massacred. The sect above heaven had long since sealed off any information about Meng Sang, or else it would have caused even more panic. Who wouldn't be afraid of an expert at the level of Dooku AI killing someone in their dreams, and the target was someone from the Tianyuan universe? Lu Yin didn't say a word as his body disappeared. Master Meng was dumbfounded. Where was he? Lu Yin returned to the above the sky sect and raised his hand. His die appeared, and he tapped it. He wanted to deduce and cultivate the Dream Heart Sutra while he was in the time-stop space. He had no choice but to wait for 10 days, but he still hadn't rolled enhance after 4 tries. He closed his eyes and began to deduce the Dream Sutra. A few days later, Lu Bujing received news that the people controlling the mechas at the border of the Tianyuan universe had all been killed in their dreams. This news shook the border but was quickly sealed off. The people controlling the mecha were all normal people. How could normal people not sleep for a few days? Meng Sang did not attack in reality. She was extremely cautious. She was different from the primordial realm Baoqi and the main chairman. She only wanted to kill in her dreams. Cultivators could do without sleep, but ordinary people couldn't. Lu Bujing arrived at the back of the mountain and saw Lu Yin closing his eyes to deduce something. He did not dare to disturb him and sent someone to inform the Limitless Empire that no one was allowed to sleep or enter the mecha. Meng Sang was not to know who was controlling the mecha. This was the only way. If Meng Sang massacred the entire Limitless Empire, then there was nothing they could do. There was no reason for war. Promises were nothing more than gentlemen's agreements. There was nothing they could do if they didn't abide by them. Fortunately, Lu Yin's agreement with the president was still valid. A few days later, the Limitless Empire was unharmed, and Lu Bujing heaved a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was because there was no one left in the Limitless Empire to control powerful mechas. In the back mountain of the Sky One sect, Lu Yin opened his eyes and raised his hand. His die appeared, and he tapped it. 4 pips. His gaze grew cold as he entered the time-stop space. A second later, Lu Yin appeared and looked up at the sky. Although only a second had passed in the real world, a year had passed since he had deduced the Dream Heart Sutra. Meng sang, enter the dream to fight. Lu Yin slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. This was a strange world. Everywhere was misty. This was a dreamland. Reality had its own reality, and dreams had their own dreamscape. Lu Yin saw the dreams of many ordinary people, but he didn't see any of the dreams of cultivators. He walked through the dreamscape, which was actually the active state of one's mind after a deep sleep. It appeared in another form in the universe, and nothing could be hidden in this universe. If there really was something, then it just wasn't visible, but it didn't mean that it didn't exist. This was true for spiritual force, and it was the same for dreams. The grotesque dreamscape was like a bubble. Lu Yin casually waved his hand, and the bubbles parted. He stood in the dreamscape and waited quietly. Not long after, a figure dressed in black robes walked over and appeared in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at the newcomer. Meng sang? We meet again, the other person said in a low voice. You were the one who slaughtered Astral 10. That was the first time we met. They would have died sooner or later. Letting them die in their dreams is better than being destroyed by the universe one day. You're not surprised by my arrival. I've been waiting for you. You've waited. Astral 10 is your home, and it will also be your final destination. I'll send you to meet them. The dreamscape turned upside down, and Lu Yin's vision spun. He instantly appeared in the above heaven sect, but then he saw the dreamscape again. Was this reality or a dream? He couldn't tell. The Dream Heart Sutra only guaranteed that Lu Yin could enter a dream and see Meng sang, but this technique was laughable in front of Meng sang. It was so laughable that even though Lu Yin had cultivated the Dream Heart Sutra, he couldn't be sure whether he was in a dream or in reality. Fortunately, Lu Yin didn't expect to use the Dream Sutra against Meng sang. The heavenly Tao's bestowal, swallowing and spitting rivers, the ancient land's harmony, imitating the high sages. The heavenly Tao's rejection, the Chi's induction. Leaping through the starry sky and lying down. Communicating with people. Swallowing and spitting rivers. Leaping through the vast expanse and lying down. The inverted dreamscape shook because of the primogenitor's scripture support for spiritual force. The dreamscape was the activation of spiritual force. Lu Yin's spiritual force was as solid as a rock, but with the primogenitor's scripture, the dreamscape was suppressed. Meng sang was shocked. What technique was this? Lu Yin was rushing towards her in reverse. Regardless of whether this was a dream or reality, he only had one enemy, Meng sang. In parallel time, even the dreamscape was frozen. Lu Yin struck out with a palm, and Meng sang raised a hand. There was a thump, and the path beneath their feet shattered like glass. Lu Yin continued to press Meng sang down, shattering the dreamscape layer after layer. If this were reality, Lu Yin would have shattered the above heaven sect. However, his heart was as solid as a rock. This was a dream, and it had nothing to do with reality. He trusted the primogenitor's scripture and everything he saw. As long as he believed in it, it was real. Meng sang's arm had been broken, and she was shocked. What was wrong with this person? Why was he so sure that this was a dream? Its spiritualization innate gift was nightmare, and it could reverse dreams and reality. This reversal wasn't based on its will, but rather on the opponent's consciousness and spiritual force. He could easily send the crazy director into a dream and kill him there, but he couldn't do anything to the primogenitor. Even if he could send the primogenitor into a dream, the primogenitor knew that it was just a dream, and a dream should be shattered. The crazy director couldn't do this, but Lu Yin could. Nightmare. As long as Lu Yin had even the slightest doubt, the dream would be reversed from reality. Meng sang was the best at causing one's will to waver. However, Lu Yin didn't waver at all. This was a dream, and a dream was a dream. It couldn't be changed into reality. Bang! 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 Meng sang's black robes were torn apart, allowing Lu Yin to see its true appearance. It was a gray creature with the head of a beast and the body of a human. It had a long tail, and its large eyes were intelligent and strange. What it saw wasn't Luin, but rather the shattered above heaven sect and the shattered cultivators. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. This was a dream, so how could there be a above heaven sect? The primogenitor scripture shook the skies of the dream, shattering all of the illusions. Countless people woke up from their dreams and looked in the direction of the above heaven sect in confusion. They seemed to have seen Master Lu fighting an enemy. Meng Sang turned around and swung its tail at Luin. Luin grabbed its tail and smashed its entire body into the ground. It's just a wild beast. Meng Sang shattered the ground once again, and a crisp cracking sound could be heard. It spat out a mouthful of blood, and its eyes turned from lively to furious. It was saying Tian, the spiritualized universe's saying Tian. How could it be smashed by its tail? Luin grabbed Meng Sang's tail and kicked out. There was a tearing sound as blood splattered everywhere as Meng Sang's tail was torn apart. Intense pain shot through Meng Sang's body as it was sent flying. You're courting death. Luin chased after it. What other tricks do you have? Meng Sang was as famous as Bao Qi and the president, and it had Sang Tian's strength. However, Luin firmly believed that this was a dream, and there was nothing it could do if it didn't enter a nightmare. It now understood how the president felt. Lu Yin's strength was too terrifying, and once it was caught, it would be easily torn to shreds. If it hadn't been Sang Tian, it would have been a mere progenitor. Even if it had been a Sequence Law Realm cultivator, it would have been easily torn to shreds. By the time it turned around, Luin had already arrived and released the starry sky from his heart. Meng Sang subconsciously used the sequence technique, but it found that the sequence particles were repelled. It took a direct punch from Luin, and its back bulged as it coughed up blood again. Luin grabbed Meng Sang's head and exerted force. Meng Sang's entire body turned cold, and it reached out with its claws. White streaks appeared in the void as it stabbed towards Luin. Lu Yin's body suddenly withered as Meng Sang's claws pierced through his neck and chest. Lu Yin's hand slammed into Meng Sang's head, and the two separated at the same time. Meng Sang's vision turned blurry, and its head had almost been crushed by Luin. Lu Yin's body quickly recovered, as he had underestimated Meng Sang. This beast's claws were sharper than anything else, but its attack had yet to reach its limit, so it recovered quickly. Luin took another step forward and struck Meng Sang with a palm. Meng Sang blocked with its arms, and white streaks appeared in the void as it used a battle technique that it hadn't used in a long time. It tore through the void and blocked Lu Yin's palm as it rapidly retreated. Ever since it had broken through to the primordial realm, it had not used a battle technique. Now that it had become Sang Tian, it was actually using a battle technique. In the spiritualized universe, aside from Sang Tian, even Palace Mistress Yao, Xianxia, and the others were apprehensive and did not dare to enter the dream. However, Luin had broken through it and forced it to fight with its physical body. Meng Sang had a beastly head and a human body, and it had chosen this form when it had spiritualized because it was most proficient in physical strength. If it had been the round-faced elder, he might not have been able to endure Lu Yin's attack. The limit of a living being's strength was enough to crush any expert who faced it head-on, unless the opponent was also proficient in physical strength. Luin had not expected Meng Sang to be able to withstand his attack, and her physical strength had exceeded his expectations. But no matter what, she was no match for him in terms of strength. He looked at Meng Sang's broken arm and clenched his fist, punching out as the dreamscape distorted. Meng Sang's body suddenly changed, and she grew taller and taller. Her face grew even more ferocious, and her claws gleamed with a cold light as she met Lu Yin's punch. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and countless people were roused from their dreams. Meng Sang was sent flying by a single punch, and no matter how strong her body had become, she couldn't withstand Lu Yin's power. He instantly appeared beside her and thrust out spears of soil, but Meng Sang shattered them with a kick. More and more soil spears appeared, and Luin grabbed one and stabbed it viciously, piercing through Meng Sang's body. Meng Sang raised her claws and stabbed at Luin, but he was prepared this time. Even if he could ignore Meng Sang's attack, he would not take it head-on. Meng Sang was able to see through time, and her sharp claws tore through the void. She used the void to sever time and forced Luin out. The moment he appeared, he slammed his palm into Meng Sang's chest and exerted some force. Boom! There was another loud bang as Meng Sang's body was sent flying. Luyin chased after her and appeared above her head. He looked down and stomped down. Meng Sang's pupils shrank. If the great Xianxia was trampled under someone's foot, it would lose all face. Another explosion of particles occurred, but this time it did not come from Meng Sang herself. Instead, it came from the 8 shadows that had suddenly appeared beside her. There were a total of 8 shadows that looked exactly like Meng Sang. Surging particles instantly filled the surroundings, and even Lu Yin's heart could not repel them. Sequence Foundation. The 8 shadows charged at Lu Yin from Meng Sang's side. They were not living creatures, but rather formed from sequence particles. Meng Sang shouted, "The octet." Since ancient times, the spiritualized universe has 51 powerhouses who have cultivated the 8 hands of sealing gate. The octet has sealed the octet. Lu Yin, you forced Xianxia to use his sequence foundation. You should be proud even in death. Lu Yin struck out 8 times in a row, all of them landing on the 8 shadows. However, he only hit the particles, and even if he scattered them with absolute strength, the particles would quickly reform. Even the rejection from his heart space could not be dispelled. This was the sequence foundation. 8 shadows appeared in 8 different directions around Lu Yin and attacked at the same time. He hurriedly tried to escape, but no matter how he moved, the 8 shadows followed him like shadows. Door seal of all directions. In an instant, Lu Yin's entire body seemed to be enveloped in a sealed space. He brazenly attacked, but he was unable to break through this space. This was a space formed from sequence particles, and the starry sky around his heart was constantly repelling them, but the rate at which they were doing so was very slow. The stream of light appeared and reversed for 1 second. Lu Yin thought that he had escaped the 8-directional sealing door, but he discovered that he still hadn't. Unless he reversed the entire time that the 8 had appeared, he wouldn't be able to avoid them. Lu Yin looked at Meng Sang through the octagonal sealing door. So what? Could it be that the great Xianxia can only rely on his sequence foundation to protect himself? Meng Sang looked at Lu Yin. The echelon magic I cultivate is called the final chapter of life. It ranks 6th among the 88 echelon magics. Lu Yin, remember your life well. You will die. She then raised a hand and pressed it against the octagonal sealing door, causing another type of sequence particle to surge into it. In this absolutely sealed space, no matter how much Lu Yin tried to repel it, the particles would still be there. As the octagonal sealing door shrank, they continuously touched Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't feel anything out of the ordinary, but this was the biggest anomaly. Of all the powerhouses with sequence laws he had encountered, the ones that posed the greatest threat to him were not the offensive ones. On the contrary, the more bizarre the sequence laws were, the more dangerous they were. Meng Sang's sequence foundation ranked 6th, and it was definitely powerful. Although it didn't seem to have any effect, Lu Yin hadn't sensed it yet. He took out Go Lian and slashed in all directions. The octagonal sealing door relied on the sequence foundation, and it was much tougher than he had imagined. It was completely formed from sequence particles, and even death energy could not cut through it. He slowly raised a hand, and the 8 sequence particles around him inexplicably surged into his palm. Meng Sang was stunned. What was this? As Lu Yin used the starry sky in his heart to repel the octatic sequence particles, he used the chain palm to borrow the octatic sequence particles. With the 2 weakening methods stacked together, the octagonal sealing door thinned at a speed visible to the naked eye. This completely refreshed Meng Sang's understanding. He was a progenitor who had not even reached the primordial realm. So be it if he could use the laws to avoid getting too close, but he could actually use the laws of others? There was such a thing? Regardless of what Meng Sang thought, Lu Yin had already done it. The consecutive palm was a top-notch battle technique that progenitor Chen had created, and it grew stronger when facing a stronger opponent. At certain times, it could even turn something rotten into something magical. Meng Sang gritted her teeth. She couldn't wait any longer. The sequence of Life's End chapter only had one use, and that was poison. The purpose of the sequence of Life's End chapter was to analyze everything about the enemy. Based on the laws of the universe, no creature could escape. In the end, it would turn into a poison that only targeted the enemy. It was the only poison in the universe. This poison could only be created at this moment. Even if a second had passed, the energy circulating in the enemy's body would change, and the poison created would be different. It could be said that the poison of the final chapter of life was the only poison in the universe. At this moment, Meng Sang had created a poison that was unique to Lu Yin. The poison of the final chapter could be tangible or intangible, but it was meaningless to Lu Yin. Whether he could see it or not, he could not avoid it. When the poison appeared, his thoughts suddenly stopped. The voice of the primogenitor scripture disappeared. His spirit that was as steady as a rock began to waver. His powerful physical strength became weak and powerless. When things reach an extreme, they will revert back to their original state. His firm belief in victory and invincible spirit all disappeared at this moment. His blood flowed in reverse, and an invisible force appeared in the void of space around his heart, obstructing the rotation of the stars. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Meng Sang in shock. What kind of power was this? Meng Sang growled, "The poison of the final chapter of life is only effective against you. It's useless against anyone else. You underestimate me too much. I'm Sang Tian, the Sang Tian of the spiritualized universe. You underestimate me, and you underestimate the spiritualized universe. The 88 sequence laws are called supreme laws, and none of them are useless. It all depends on how you use them, especially the top 10 sequence laws. All of this is a dream, and you firmly believe that it's a dream. That's right, it's a dream, but you've never thought about who would be able to save you in this dream. If you weren't so resolute in your nightmare, you would have been able to attract others to save you, even if you would have been able to cause great damage to the outside world. But now, you can't do anything." Lu Yin was shocked. The final chapter of life? That's also a sequence law? Meng Sang proudly replied, "It's ranked 6th. Lu Yin half-squatted and coughed up blood, unable to circulate the energy in his body. This was the first time he had experienced such a feeling. This was a sequence law, but it was also not a sequence law. It was a poison created specifically to target his power, and it constantly acted on the power he had displayed. There was no such thing as an invincible law in the universe. Even if Lu Yin's heart was in the starry sky, progenitors would still be able to restrict his power if they did not get close to him. However, Lu Yin had not only displayed his power, he also had his own battle techniques, setting sun and sky-toppling palm, the divine seal catalog, and the general appointment platform. He had more than one power that he could still use. These powers had not been revealed before, so they would not be restricted by this poison. However, when the poison took effect, his rock-solid spiritual force was shaken, and it also shook Lu Yin's faith. Cracks appeared in his will at that moment, and the dream and reality were reversed. He saw the sect above heaven, but as long as Meng Sang did not make a move, the sect above heaven would not notice anything. This was a strange state. It was blurry and dizzy, as if the entire world was spinning. The weakening of the 8 also stopped. Lu Yin felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The more powerless he was, the weaker he should have been. However, his current state of mind allowed him to enter a different state of mind. His thoughts, desires were all magnified at this moment. The karma of his cultivation and the deprivation of his emotions caused his powerless self to be constantly deprived of his strength. The dizziness caused him to forget all his thoughts, and he unknowingly reached the state of a true God's freedom technique. In the starry sky above his heart, the divine force planet began to rotate, and a strand of divine force was drawn towards Lu Yin by the true God's freedom technique. Lu Yin's eyes suddenly turned scarlet. Meng Sang looked at the boiling red on the surface of Lu Yin's body and was confused. What kind of power was this? Sparse autumn water's hazy beauty-looking east family is hard to see ascending to the heavens alone for the rest of my life. A sad song was sung by a peerless beauty on a lake. Meng Sang was stunned. This was a dream, and he was the master of this place. Where did this sad song come from? Where did this person come from? He suddenly looked up and saw lanterns descending from the fog. Each lantern had his name on it. As he looked at the lanterns, for some reason, Meng Sang recalled everything that had happened in the past. His first cry, his mother's whispers, his father's laughter, his stumbling on the path of cultivation, his childhood sweetheart's laughter. Everything seemed like it had happened yesterday. No, this can't be real. They're long dead. They're long gone. Meng Sang clutched his head and looked at the falling lanterns. He saw his mother's love, his father's pride, his wife's tears, his children's cries. All of these images filled his mind, and he roared, "This can't be real." "Why? I've already forgotten them." "How many years has it been?" "So many years have passed. These shadows should be long gone." He glared at Luin. "What did you do? What did you do?" Luin looked up from within the eight, his scarlet eyes shocking Meng Sang. "The everlasting tribe?" Luin stared at Meng Sang. "Since you've discovered me, then die." He then raised his hand and slashed down. The eight were still there, surrounding him. This slash seemed harmless, but Meng Sang subconsciously looked up and saw that a lantern had been cut in half. Pfft! Meng Sang spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at the broken lantern in disbelief. He staggered a few steps and almost fell over. He hadn't spat out blood because his body had been injured, and he didn't know why either. He just felt as if something had been hollowed out at this moment. There was no external attack, and the blow to his own self was even more severe. Luin raised his hand again and cut down another lantern. Meng Sang spat out another mouthful of blood and turned to look at Luin in disbelief. What kind of power was this? It was clearly Xianxia, a creature that stood at the pinnacle of the spiritualized universe. Yet, it had been repeatedly defeated by this person. It did not understand what kind of cultivation technique this Tianyuan universe had created. Even it could not withstand such a cultivation technique. This was far more severe than the physical injuries she had suffered before. It stared at Luin with bloodshot eyes as lanterns appeared behind it. Luin raised his hand and was just about to slash down when the door of the eight directions suddenly vanished. Lu Yin's eyes grew cold, and he suddenly changed the direction of his slash. The floating lanterns vanished, then reappeared to trap Meng Sang. Meng Sang was about to escape, but Luin had already sealed her within the lantern. Blood dripped from the corner of Lu Yin's mouth. "You sealed me once, so I'll seal you as well. Let's see if you can survive after I survive." He then waved his hand and cut. Meng Sang growled from within the lantern, and an indescribable aura swept out like a gale. Lu Yin's hand cut the lantern in two, and Meng Sang spat out blood from within before her body suddenly split apart and vanished. Luin was not unfamiliar with this scene. When he had crossed the river of time to find Meng Sang in Astral 10, she had also escaped just like this. Now, this was Lu Yin's dreamscape, and Meng Sang could still escape. Luin immediately left the dreamscape. In the back mountains of Heaven's sky sect, Luin opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. He stood up and took a step forward, using the serious art to cover the fifth continent. Stars began to revolve one after another as he understood the entire continent. Lu Yin's body vanished. Beneath the astral river on the fifth continent, Meng Sang spat out blood and trembled. She had only managed to escape at the price of a permanent drop in cultivation. She was only in the primordial realm now, and she would never be able to reach Kuos level again. This meant that even if the Tianyuan universe was reactivated, she would not be able to attain eternal life. She had completely distanced herself from the other Xianxians. "Luin, you bastard." Meng Sang's eyes were filled with hatred as eight shadows slowly guarded her. She did not dare to act rashly in case Luin found her. Suddenly, Meng Sang's expression changed as she saw Luin step out of the void and stare at her coldly. Meng Sang did not hesitate to turn around and flee. The eight shadows once again blocked Lu Yin's path, using the eight methods of sealing the door. The small boat flickered and reversed for a second, while the eight methods of gate sealing retreated for a second. Luin struck out with a palm, sending a terrifying force through the void to strike Meng Sang's back and pierce through her body. The next moment, the eight methods of gate sealing reappeared to seal Luin once more. Meng Sang, on the other hand, had disappeared. She had given up on the octatic spectral tribe in order to fight for a chance to escape. At the bottom of the Milky Way, blood was flowing. Luin heaved a sigh of relief. He had escaped. This fellow's reaction had been too quick, and he had abandoned the eight without any hesitation. Another sequence foundation. He had just lost the Sky Devourer silk parasol, and now he had obtained the octatic spectral 8. Meng Sang had taken many blows from him, especially the True God's Freedom Art and the last palm strike. It was barely half dead, and even if it didn't die, it wouldn't dare to come out. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to kill it. If he didn't kill Meng Sang, there would always be hidden dangers. Without Meng Sang's control, it was very easy for Lu Yin to take the 8 away. Since he could not use them, he could only suppress them in his heart and continuously break down the sequence particles. As for the final chapter's poison, it quickly disappeared as well. After all, this poison was constructed from sequence laws, so it wouldn't last for long. Was that why he was ranked 6th? Even Lu Yin had fallen for this. If Meng Sang's poison hadn't lasted for such a short period of time, he would have been ranked in the top 3 at least. His battle with Meng Sang had given Lu Yin a deeper understanding of the sequence foundation of the spiritualized universe. Although the sequence foundation couldn't compare to the sequence foundation, the top 10 sequence foundations were different. They were just as powerful, and they struck fear into others. After returning to the above-the-sky sect, Lu Yin's crisis was resolved. Many cultivators heaved sighs of relief. Now that they were free from Meng Sang's threat, they finally dared to continue cultivating. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to cultivate. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived at the 5th pagoda and added the names of Astral 10 students to it. Lu Yin stared at the 5th pagoda for a long time, speechless. The war with the spiritualized universe had only just begun, but so many people had already died. If this war had continued for too long, he really didn't know how many people would have survived. The insectoid hive was in danger, and the Eternals were also in the spiritualized universe. These dangers had not appeared out of nowhere, and they had actually existed in the Tianyuan universe for a long time. It was just that Lu Yin's sudden rise had completely exposed these dangers. Was Lu Yin's appearance a good thing or a bad thing for this era? Ordinary people only had a short lifespan of 100 years, and if Lu Yin had not appeared, a generation would have already passed. That generation would not have experienced any wars, and they would not have died because of the shockwaves. However, because of Lu Yin's appearance, countless people had died. Lu Yin stood under the 5th pagoda in silence. A few days later, news came from the border of the Tianyuan universe that the spiritualized universe wanted to negotiate with him. Lu Yin arrived at the border, and outside the stone gate, the spiritualized universe's people on the battleship looked over. Negotiation? Lu Yin asked. Chui replied, "The president wants to negotiate with you." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. It seemed that the spiritualized universe already knew that Meng Sang had lost the 8. Did they want to threaten him again? Across from him, the round-faced president walked out of outer space. "Master Lu, come out for a chat." Lu Yin walked out and stopped in front of the round-faced elder. "What do you want to talk about?" The round-faced elder looked at Lu Yin and then raised a hand and extended a palm. For the next 50 years, the spiritualized universe will not wage war against the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin raised a brow, but he did not speak and continued to listen. "In return, you will return the 8 to us," the round-faced elder said. Lu Yin laughed. "You know about Meng Sang's matter?" The round-faced elder's expression turned solemn. "Master Lu, you are the first person I've seen in my life to be able to defeat Meng Sang. Even Yu Sang Tian would not have been able to do so at your age. If you were willing to join the spiritualized universe, you might even be able to reach Yu Sang Tian's position in the future." "I've already heard this kind of nonsense several times. I don't want to hear it anymore." Lu Yin grew impatient. "As for returning the 8, are you joking with me?" The round-faced elder was not angry. "Using the 8 in exchange for 50 years of peace is not a loss for you. Based on my understanding of the Tianyuan universe, due to the fixed mirage domain, your universe has many parallel spacetimes with different flows of time. You can even enter a mirage domain where time does not flow. It might seem like 50 years, but to you, that's 500, 5,000, or even 50,000 years. Such a large span of time is enough for your Tianyuan universe's strength to soar." Lu Yin smiled. "You really do understand us well." The round-faced elder said, "You can't use the 8, and no one in your Tianyuan universe can either. Why don't you return it to me? Why not take 50 years of peace?" Lu Yin nodded. "Logically speaking, if I can snatch a mere 8 from Meng Sang, then I can snatch it from any of you. These words caused the round-faced elder's expression to darken, but he did not retort. However, I still refuse. Luin was decisive. The round-faced elder frowned. Master Lu, you have to think this through. Using something that is completely useless to you in exchange for a chance to increase your strength is very rare. Right, it seems like you think that our reinforcements will only arrive in 50 years. You guessed wrong. I can guarantee you that our reinforcements will arrive in 20 years at most. Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold as he stared at the round-faced elder. The round-faced elder was confident. It's only 20 years. In other words, you can use the aid in exchange for 30 years of peace. How about this? It's still 50 years, which means that you can obtain 70 years of peace. With your Tianyuan universe's current strength, it is impossible for you to stop our spiritualized universe. One more chance to increase your strength is equivalent to one more chance of victory, isn't it? Luin was amused. So you're helping us? The round-faced elder shook his head. I just want to take back the 8. Compared to your sudden increase in strength and wasted time, the 8 are more important to me. If I lose the 8, it will be difficult for me to explain myself to you Xianxia. Time is like water, so I don't care. As for your sudden increase in strength, I don't care either. Once Xianxia arrives, you will have no chance. I cannot make any mistakes, so this is an opportunity that I am selfishly giving you. Xianxia will come? Luin was surprised. The round-faced elder smiled. Of course. How is his strength compared to yours? Incomparable. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Incomparable? Was the difference that great? This Xianxia could not possibly be an eternal realm cultivator. The ancestor had said that Xianxia's strength should be about the same as the one true god's, so the progenitor should be able to stop him. Mr. Mu's strength had declined greatly due to the situation in his own universe, and he had also used ancient tracing to fix his mirage domain. His true strength was far from the progenitors, who had been able to defeat the one true god at his peak. Thus, dealing with Xianxia should not be a problem. I know that your Tianyuan universe has an absolute powerhouse who might be able to fight against Xianxia, but whether that powerhouse can act or recover to his peak strength will require time. 70 years should be enough. Master Lu, don't make a mistake, the round-faced elder said slowly. Luin looked at the battleship. Mengsang massacred Astral 10. The round-faced elder did not mind. It's just an academy. It won't even cause a ripple in a war. How many progenitors died in that war? An academy is worthless in comparison. If I give you the 8, how will I answer to the people who were killed by Mengsang? Luin asked. The round-faced elder frowned. That's your problem, and it has nothing to do with me. I'll say it again, return the 8, and I'll give you 70 years. This is the best opportunity for you, so don't make a mistake. What if I don't return it? Luin asked. The round-faced elder's gaze turned cold. I gave you a chance for my own selfish reasons, but you gave it up for your own selfish desires. I overestimated you. Your reinforcements will arrive in 20 years. Why should I believe that you'll give us another 50 years? Luin asked. Hearing Lu Yin's words, the round-faced elder laughed. So that's what you're worried about. Then you don't have to worry. Lord Xianxia won't be coming this time. Although he will definitely descend upon the Tianyuan universe, it won't be this time. In other words, I have the final say in the war against the Tianyuan universe. Luin shook his head. Reinforcements will definitely come. Why should I trust you? The round-faced elder's gaze turned cold. It seems like Master Lu is testing the strength of my spiritualized universe. I don't want to say anything else. Are you going to return it or not? I'm not returning it, Luin said bluntly. He was indeed testing the waters, but he hadn't gotten much information. Reinforcements would arrive in 20 years. In other words, the first wave of people from the spiritualized universe would definitely not arrive in 10 years. They had already left long ago, and Luin didn't know how long it would take. In any case, there was at least 20 years between them and the second wave. Also, if Xianxia really wasn't coming, then there was nothing to worry about. With the Tian Yuan universe's current strength, even if they couldn't defeat the spiritualized universe, they wouldn't be defeated. Unless Grandmaster Grass intervened. However, the president's words might not be true. Luin could test him, but as the president of the spiritualized universe Commerce Chamber of Commerce, he could also pretend to be tested by Luin. Truth and lies were very complicated. The round-faced elder's expression sank. If you don't return it, Meng Sang will slaughter the entire Tian Yuan universe. The time limit will be the same as before. Master Lu, do you still dare to gamble this time? Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent. You promised me that you wouldn't use this to threaten me. The round-faced elder sneered. Do I need to keep my promise to a universe that's about to be destroyed? Lu Yin looked at the battleship outside the stone door and the spiritualized universe's people. That's why I didn't agree to return the 8. But old man, do you really think that you can threaten me for the rest of my life? Attack! There was a shout, and in the distance, 6 specks of dust appeared from the void and faced the shaking seal realm. The progenitor walked out from outer space and laughed heartily. It's finally my turn. Zhu Zi, leave that guy to me. Lu Yin had never believed in the spiritualized universe, and he had only come to negotiate to test the waters. He wanted to learn more about the spiritualized universe, and there was some information that only Sang Tian would know. If he defeated Meng Sang, Immemorial City would be fine. Since Mr. Mu's strength had declined, he would let Primogenitor take action and let Mr. Mu suppress the sequence of strings. Although the Primogenitor's strength had been suppressed for too long, and he had also lost the Jade Sky Palace, he was still the above heaven sex Primogenitor. He had once been the strongest person in the Tian Yuan universe. Lu Yin looked forward to what kind of battle prowess he would be able to display. 6 times, the first dust connected to the void, blocking the sealed world. The round-faced elder was aghast. How was this possible? He had thought that with the sealed world, the Tian Yuan universe would not dare to act recklessly. He had never thought that the Primogenitor would act and instantly stop the sealed world. The sequence foundation of the spiritualized universe was indeed powerful, but the strength of the ancestor himself was unparalleled. If it was not for the eternal life realm, how could the guardians of the 4 directions seal him? Even if he lost his hands, he could still bite the string of the sequence and protect the Tian Yuan universe. Now that his hands had recovered, and the first dust had returned, the ancestor completely displayed his power, stopping the sealed world with a single move. Lu Yin swept past the round-faced elder and charged towards the battleship behind the stone door. At the same time, all of the cultivators from the Tian Yuan universe charged towards the battleship. The round-faced elder wanted to stop them, but the ancestor walked out and grabbed at him. The round-faced elder held a golden pen and pointed it at Lu Yin. Master, be careful. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Chui reminded him. The ancestor's gaze was as deep as the ocean. He allowed the golden pen to point at him, and a golden light began to spread from his palm. Lu Yin turned back, worried. Ancestor. The ancestor laughed. I don't need you brats to worry about me. With that, his palm trembled, and the golden light dispersed. The round-faced elder felt his scalp go numb. Impossible. The sealed world had been stopped, and even his spiritualized weapon had failed. He looked at the ancestor in shock. You sang Tian's level. The information had been wrong. Hadn't the ancestor of the Tian Yuan universe lost most of his cultivation and was crippled? Why was he so strong? Right, it was Meng Sang. Damn it. Meng Sang was heavily injured and could no longer threaten Immemorial City. This person had appeared without restraint. The ancestor's palm struck the golden pen, causing it to crack. The round-faced elder felt an unstoppable force press down on him, as if he had been crushed by the sky. His body flew backwards. Lu Yin sighed. Was this the ancestor's strength? It was too terrifying. In the current universe, Lu Yin was confident that he could surpass most people, but there were still a few that he found difficult to deal with. In other words, he could not deal with an expert of a certain level. Mr. Mu, the only true god, was at Maiden's level. The ancestor was clearly at that level as well, and it was even possible that he was at the peak of that level. The Eternals had dared to wage war against the above heaven because the ancestor had been heavily injured. Otherwise, why would the only true God have dared to attack the above heaven sect? Maiden could be fate in front of the 3 realms and 6 daos, but she was fate in front of the ancestor. She did not dare to disguise herself in the slightest. Mang Sang entered a dream. The ancestor could be instantly entered into a dream, but he could also be instantly awakened. The ancestor was the only one who had ever provoked an eternal realm to act. He was also the only one who believed that he could definitely survive this calamity and was feared by an eternal realm expert. The ancestor was the strongest powerhouse in this universe. If not for the eternal realm, the ancestor would have acted long ago and fought against the spiritualized universe. It was also because of Mang Sang's threat to Immemorial City that he had remained in the city. Now that Mang Sang had been heavily injured and Mr. Mu had taken over, the ancestor finally stepped out and displayed his strength. That was an incomparable power. He did not need to do anything. With just a single hand, he was able to suppress the round-faced elder to the point where he could not breathe. "Bao Qi, help me," the round-faced elder roared. In the distance, a jade sword flashed through the void and slashed towards the ancestor. At the same time, Bao Qi walked out of the warship and looked at the ancestor with a burning gaze. He was a true peak powerhouse, and he pushed the cauldron bell towards the ancestor. Luin did not stop him. It looked like it was 1 against 2, but the ancestor did not panic. Without Bao Qi's protection, the ancestor was determined to take the warship. Perhaps it was because he had not fought for many years, but the ancestor was very excited. He crushed the golden pen and allowed the jade sword to slash at him without moving. The round-faced elder kept retreating, his face pale. Yusang Tian was definitely at Yusang Tian's level. Silent power transformed into a thin stream that connected the heavens and headed towards the ancestor. Bao Qi had directly used the cauldron bell to attack. The 2 Sang Tians ignored Luin and joined forces to fight the ancestor. They had no time to care about anything else, they only had eyes for the ancestor. Luin stepped through the stone door, and the sealed world was stopped by the 6 specks of inception dust. The first wave of people from the spiritualized universe was finished in this battle. 2 figures attacked from the left and right. One was a beautiful woman surrounded by jade water. She was known as Palace Mistress Xiao, and she was the most powerful person in the spiritualized universe. The other was Xianxia. Xianxia stared at him. "This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page." Lu Yin's eyes were extremely cold. If it were not for this person, the situation would not have been like this. Faced with the combined attacks of 2 primordial realm experts, Lu Yin released the starry sky from his heart, directly dispersing the laws. Soil appeared, covering the sky above. He pressed down with a single palm, using the overturning heaven palm. The overturning heaven palm caused Palace Mistress Xiao and Tianxi's expressions to change at the same time. They could sense the terrifying might of the world being turned upside down. Their bodies were immediately pressed down, and they both grunted as blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Palace Mistress Xiao was shocked. This person really was an expert who could fight against the president. He had not even comprehended a sequence technique, yet he had reached such a level. Tianxi endured the pressure of the overturning heaven palm and stabbed his sword at Luin, using the 3-foot-long azure edge, limitless. On the other side, Palace Mistress Xiao raised her hand, and a jade sword slashed out, using the sword of invincible jade. Luin opened his arms and aimed at the 2. His 10 fingers bent, and a boundless power swept out from the starry sky above his heart. It turned into 2 majestic forces that swept out, forcing Tianxi and Palace Mistress Xiao to endure. They could not maintain the direction of their attacks, but they were still in the primordial realm. No matter how powerful they were, as long as they did not reach the true limits of the universe, they would not be defeated so easily. A sword edge and a jade green sword light approached. Luin did not count on his celestial body to defeat the 2 of them. When he saw the 2 attacks approaching, he took a step forward and struck out with both palms. The power that had been suppressed in his palms was accompanied by the battle force of the palm realm. Tianxi's eyes went wide. Bang! Bang! He was courting death. The sound of something shattering filled the heavens as Luin shattered Tianxi and Palace Mistress Xiao's swords with a single palm strike. His palm force did not disperse, and it landed on their bodies with a loud bang. The two of them were sent flying, and they spat out blood. The space around them distorted and rippled. Lu Ying chased after them, and the soil around him turned into spears that stabbed towards the two of them. Palace Mistress Xiao's jade water turned into a sword that knocked aside the soil spears. The sword spun, and countless jade sword rays shot towards Lu Ying like raindrops. Lu Ying casually waved his hand, and the setting sun appeared. This was the setting sun, the setting sun. Palace Mistress Xiao saw the beautiful setting sun burning the heavens, and burning her martial arts. After so many years, every step that she had taken on the path of cultivation had been based on her martial arts. At this moment, as the setting sun burned, her martial arts burned as well. Her spiritual force, will, body, battle techniques, and everything else vanished under the setting sun. Pfft! Palace Mistress Xiao spat out blood as she looked at Lu Ying in shock. Another intent realm battle technique. This person had actually comprehended two of them. On the surface, intent realm battle techniques were similar to the laws of sequence. They might be slightly more powerful than regular battle techniques, but the difference was not too great. Some people would rather cultivate the laws of sequence than waste their time on intent realm battle techniques. However, that was because their horizons were not broad enough. The true battlefield where intent realm battle techniques could be unleashed was the primordial realm. In the primordial realm, laws did not allow them to get close to each other. If their opponents were also in the primordial realm, both sides' laws would not allow them to get close to each other. The other factors that would determine victory were the physical body, spiritual force, thoughts, and so on. This included intent realm battle techniques. Intent realm battle techniques were a force that shone brightly in the primordial realm. Thus, intent realm battle techniques were actually more difficult to comprehend than the laws of sequence. Since ancient times, legends had it that those who had comprehended intent realm battle techniques were worth just as much as the laws of sequence. Actually, in the eyes of many primordial realm experts, they would rather give up on the laws of sequence in order to comprehend intent realm battle techniques. Lu Yin's two intent realm battle techniques shocked Palace Mistress Xiao greatly, while Lu Yin himself set his eyes on Xianxia. End of chapter. His hatred for the protectors of the four directions made him want to deal with Xianxia, the last protector of the four directions. Xianxia watched Lu Yin charge over and turn to leave. This person was too difficult to deal with. And his sequence laws could not even approach him. Xianxia's innate gift allowed him to see through all attacks and cultivation methods, but this person's attacks were simple and crude. So what if he could see through them? If he couldn't block them, he couldn't block them. Furthermore, this person had the physical strength of his spiritualized weapon, the limitless green edge. Xianxia was completely suppressed by this person. Xianxia did not want to die, as the Tianyuan universe would definitely be reactivated. Before that, he would enter bitter adversity, and after that, he would find an opportunity to enter the eternal realm. That was his goal. He was the strongest person of his generation in the spiritualized universe, and he had been chosen as the protector of the four directions. He could not die here. Lu Yin had never thought that a mighty primordial realm expert would flee so decisively when he saw Xianxia turn around and flee. However, it was not easy for him to escape, as the Tianyuan universe's experts had already arrived. The two Sang Tians were restrained by the progenitor, while Jade Palace Head and Xianxia were tied down by Lu Yin. With Mang Sang's absence, the spiritualized universe's top experts were basically all gone. The Tianyuan universe's 3 realms, 6 Daos, and 3 suns were enough to defeat them. Xianxia fled in the direction of the Tianyuan universe, as he had no other choice. In another direction, Jade Palace Head landed on her battleship. Lu Yin looked over, and their gazes met. The enormous Sky Devourer parasol opened, and it was completely different from the one Lu Yin had seen before. No one had been controlling it before, and only Baoqi had been on the battleship, and he had just entered bitter adversity. Now, Jade Palace Head was in charge. Inside the battleship, the spiritualized geniuses watched Lu Yin approach nervously. This person had given them a taste of death. They rarely experienced the kind of pressure that made them feel as if they were ordinary people facing a mountain. This group of people had seen Sang Tian more than once, but Sang Tian had never given them so much pressure. The entire battleship was silent, and no one spoke. They all watched Luin approach. The spiritualized experts who had already charged towards the Tianyuan cosmos did not dare to return. Even Tianxi had fled, as he would die if he ran into Luin. The experts who remained on the battleship did not dare to leave, including Palace Mr. Xiao. They could only hope that the Sky Devourer parasol would be able to protect the ship and that Sang Tian and the others would be able to defeat this powerful enemy. It was clearly the foundation of the sequence, and everyone in the spiritualized universe recognized this powerful guardian from the bottom of their hearts. But for some reason, when they looked at Luin, they suddenly lost their confidence. Luin stood outside the battleship, looking at Palace Mr. Xiao through the Sky Devourer parasol. Palace Mr. Xiao had never thought that she would one day fall into such a situation. She was the number one person below Sang Tian, and she could replace Sang Tian at any time. Her status in the spiritualized universe was extremely high, but she had been forced to retreat by a mere youth. Lu Yin's strength was something that she could not believe. No wonder this person could stop Bao Qi from attacking the entire battlefield and stop the chief guild master. The sequence particles that covered the entire starry sky were simply too majestic. However, it was still a far cry from the landscape painting at its peak. Luin struck out with a palm at the battleship, and the terrifying force was constantly cancelled out when it came into contact with the Sky Devourer parasol. These sequence particles were like intricate machinery, and they instantly disintegrated and cancelled out the force. Luin tried to attack again, but the Sky Devourer parasol that was being controlled by Palace Mr. Xiao was not that easy to deal with. He wanted to grab the parasol like he had before, but this time, the entire parasol seemed to have come to life, and the sequence particles were constantly changing. The sequence particles shifted, forever blocking Lu Yin's path of attack. Palace Mr. Xiao continuously unleashed her invincible jade swords. Although Luin could block them, after so many times, he began to feel apprehensive. There was a limit to how far things could go in the opposite direction. In the distance, the round-faced elder and Bao Qi were working together to fight against the progenitor. The progenitor was powerful, but he had been underground in Primeval City for too long, and Luin was afraid that he would not be able to hold on for much longer. Since he could not take the Sky Devourer parasol away, and he could not board the battleship, then he would take everything with him. Luin appeared on the other side of the battleship and raised his palms to strike the Sky Devourer parasol. He then pushed the battleship towards the stone door. Within the battleship, a group of spiritualized geniuses were terrified. This person wants to capture all of us. It's over. This person's strength is terrifying. This battleship is made from the hardest and heaviest materials in our spiritualized universe. Rumor has it that even a powerhouse who specializes in Sequence 9 laws can't move it. This person can fight against Sang Tian. But Sang Tian might not be able to move it either. I don't want to be captured by the Tianyuan universe. Otherwise, even if our spiritualized universe wins, we won't be able to see it. Brothers, attack. Attack. For a moment, the group of elite geniuses on the battleship attacked, but their attacks were completely useless against Luin, and he didn't even need to block them. These geniuses were only at the envoy's level, and they were considered young because compared to half-progenitors and progenitors, which of these geniuses had not cultivated for a considerable period of time? From Lu Yin's point of view, they were similar to the 4 young ancestors of the 4 cardinal scales. They were similar in age and cultivation, but the difference was in numbers. The Cosmic Tree sect had only had 4 young ancestors, but here, there were dozens of them. Palace Mr. Xiao barked, "Back down." The group of elites felt uneasy, but they could only retreat. The purple-haired girl and the others did not attack. No matter how desperate they would not do something so laughable. From that person's point of view, their attacks were like ants baring their fangs at a dragon. It was a joke. Luin pushed the battleship towards the stone door. Palace Mr. Xiao arrived in front of Luin. She was not far away from the Sky Devourer parasol. Lu Yin's gaze was deep, filled with coldness and killing intent. Palace Mr. Xiao sighed. "Master Lu, I'm impressed. I thought that we could sweep through the Tianyuan universe, but it seems like we underestimated you. If we had known earlier, we would have reinforced the consciousness universe. We wouldn't have been so passive." Luin stared at Palace Mr. Xiao. My Tianyuan universe might not be able to withstand your spiritualized universe and be destroyed, but I won't see you guys again. These words made the elites within the battleship even more uneasy. They were here to reap glory and resources, not to die. Palace Mistress Xiao watched as the battleship approached the stone door. She was abnormally calm, and she spoke in a voice that only she and Luin could hear. Master Lu, there are some methods that I don't intend to reveal. The humans of the Tianyuan universe have been fighting with the Eternals for so many years, and the humans themselves must have their own conflicts. It's the same in my spiritualized universe. Let's stop this battle. I promise that before the final outcome is decided, the ordinary people of the Tianyuan universe will not be implicated. How about it? Luin was surprised. You still have methods? Palace Mistress Xiao's expression was solemn. When we fought, did you see me use the sequence arts? It's not because I'm afraid of your ability to repel the sequence arts. It's because my sequence arts threaten someone, so it's inconvenient for me to use them. There are 88 sequence arts, and the top 5 are called the absolute sequence. The one I cultivate is ranked 4th, absolute reversal. Master Lu, we can stop this battle. Luin was surprised. Ranked 4th? This was indeed troublesome. You spiritualized universe people have a special characteristic. When you have the advantage, you want to crush everything. When you're at a disadvantage, you want to stop with a high and mighty attitude, as if it's for our own good. In the past, I would have hated such an attitude, but now I can understand. If you want me to stop, sure, but try it. Let's see if absolute reversal can reverse this battle. Palace Mistress Xiao sighed, her beautiful face causing the stars to dim. Around her, sequence particles appeared and followed the Sky Devourer parasol's particles towards Luin. Although Luin wanted Palace Mistress Xiao to try, that did not mean that he would accept it. The starry sky around his heart expanded, and the Sky Devourer parasol's particles and Palace Mistress Xiao's particles were repelled. No matter how powerful this sequence art was, it was useless if it could not touch him. Palace Mistress Xiao's gaze was cold as she stepped into the Sky Devourer parasol's particles. Jade water dripped from her palm, forming a sword that slashed towards Luin. Invincible Jade Water Sword. Luin looked up, and the Jade Water Sword instantly neared, stabbing towards his forehead. He flicked his finger, and with a bang, his strength forcefully deflected the sword light. Boundless strength astral body blasted over, forcing Palace Mistress Xiao to retreat step by step. The terrifying strength almost caused her to stop breathing, and she could not help but loosen her grip. The sword light circled around and slashed towards Luin from behind. At the same time, she continuously dripped jade water, forming invincible jade water swords that rained down on Luin. The same move had been used before, but Lu Yin's response was different. He used the Jade Sky Palace's characteristic of not wasting energy to transform the boundless strength astral body into countless finger attacks, using his Tao of Tianyi. The countless finger attacks collided with the rain-like invincible jade water swords, exploding on one side of the battleship and almost flipping it over. Luin tapped out with a single word incarnation, Senior Yi's ultimate technique. This finger swept past the rain-like attacks and headed straight for Palace Mistress Xiao's forehead. Her body was covered with particles, allowing Lu Yin's finger to land on her forehead. At the same time, Luin also touched Palace Mistress Xiao's particle. Lu Yin's heart sank. Something was wrong. This woman wanted to test his technique and allow him to hit her in exchange for touching her particle. Was she not afraid of death? Palace Mistress Xiao's beautiful face shattered under this finger attack, and her forehead cracked open. It should have been a fatal injury, but Luin saw a dense jade radiance continuously flicker, mending her forehead that was about to shatter. Lu Yin's expression changed. So that was how it was. This jade water's true purpose was not to use invincible jade water swords, but to heal. This was Palace Mistress Xiao's spiritual weapon, and invincible jade water swords were just a facade used to numb the enemy. He had been misled by her and thought that he could kill her in one strike, but he had been tricked into touching her particle instead. Palace Mistress Xiao's forehead recovered, and her eyes were filled with fear, joy, and excitement. Farewell, Master Lu. As soon as she spoke, Luin suddenly felt as if the world was collapsing as a familiar force pressed down on him. Was this the overturning sky palm? He looked up, but there was nothing there. However, he had endured the might of the overturning sky palm. How could this be? Not only that, but his right shoulder had also cracked open, and a clear palm print could be seen. This was his own palm's strength. He looked at Palace Mistress Xiao. No wonder it was called absolute reversal. This sort of sequence law was actually grafting one's own injuries onto someone else's body. The injuries would definitely appear, but the location of the injuries could be changed. This was the ability that absolute reversal had bestowed upon Palace Mistress Xiao. She truly deserved to be called number one under Xianxia. If not for the fact that she had yet to step into bitter adversity, Luyin felt that even the president might not have been able to gain an advantage over her. She gave Luyin a similar feeling to Primal Genesis. Primal Genesis was definitely stronger than the president. He had fought with Mr. Mu for countless years, and if not for that bell, Luyin would not have been able to defeat Primal Genesis. However, the president's power could be broken, and he had relied on the Sealed World Sequence Foundation. This woman could heavily injure him without relying on her sequence foundation, so she had to die. In front of Luyin, Palace Mistress Xiao stabbed out with her sword. She was well aware of the severity of the damage that Luyin had suffered, and this was also the reason why she had chosen to fight with Luyin. She would not be injured, and Luyin would not be injured by her sequence laws. Unfortunately, there was still one thing that she had not done, but it was not too late now. Her sequence particles spread out from the surroundings, but they were repelled by Luyin's heart and could not get close. Luyin grabbed Palace Mistress Xiao's sword, and the sequence particles shot out like the invincible jade sword towards Luyin's face. Luyin was swept by the particles, and Palace Mistress Xiao's eyes went wide. Now was the moment, and a small boat appeared. Luyin moved to the side to avoid the particles, and at the same time, he grabbed Palace Mistress Xiao's neck. She was shocked. You? Luyin exerted strength in his palm, and the force entered her body through her shoulder. There was a thump as the void trembled, and countless spatial cracks spread out around them, shaking the entire boat away. Palace Mistress Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale. The particles that had covered her body were repelled by Luyin's heart. In the dark starry sky, with the stone door as the background, Luyin grabbed Palace Master Yao's neck and lifted her up. He looked at her beautiful and pale face, and his face darkened. Wherever you touch, there will be an absolute reversal of the injury. This is your sequence, right? The prerequisite is that you have to touch that place. Previously, I didn't only injure you with the heaven-flipping palm and the palm force on your right shoulder, but the wound on my right shoulder was very narrow. It was because your sequence particles didn't touch me in a large area. Just now, you wanted to touch my head with your sequence particles and let me experience the might of a finger that shattered my head. Do you really think you can do it? Your spiritualized universe does indeed have powerful sequence arts, but under the unified cultivation model, the traces of your attacks are too obvious. If both sides are equal in strength, our Tianyuan universe can beat you to a pulp. Palace Mistress Xiao grabbed Luyin's hand as blood dripped from the corner of her mouth onto the back of Luyin's hand. Luyin was just about to kill Palace Mistress Xiao when his heart skipped a beat. He looked into the distance where the round-faced elder and Bao Qi were still locked in battle with the progenitor. He grabbed Palace Master Yao with one hand and pushed the battleship with the other. He pushed the battleship towards the stone door. The hearts of the spiritualized universe elites on the battleship sank completely. It was over. Even Palace Master Yao had been captured. Who else could save them? When Luyin pushed the battleship through the stone door, the spiritualized experts who were fighting with the cultivators from the Tianyuan universe were all shocked. They stared at Palace Mistress Xiao, who had been grabbed by the neck by Luyin with one hand. Palace Mistress Xiao was an absolute goddess in the spiritualized universe, and she was known as one of the Beyond Heaven's twin beauties. Her beauty was enough to topple the world, and countless people yearned for her. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. However, she was also an absolute expert who was unreachable and had unparalleled arrogance. Yet, someone like her had been grabbed by the neck and placed in a life-or-death situation. Palace Mistress Xiao's face went pale, and she grabbed Luyin's arm tightly in an attempt to break free. However, she was unable to do so. Luyin used the starry sky in his heart to repel the laws. Even if Palace Mistress Xiao's sequence particles could touch his arm, it did not matter. He had not injured Palace Mistress Xiao's left arm before, and the only thing that could injure him was his head. Unless Palace Mistress Xiao's sequence particles could touch his head, she would not be able to turn the tables. Kill me. Palace Mistress Xiao could not bear this humiliation. She was the palace mistress of the Jade Water Palace, and she had been treated with great respect by Xianxia. She was someone who could look down on the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe, and a single word from her could end the lives of countless people. How could she be humiliated like this? Luyin pushed the battleship into the battlefield between the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe ancestors and sequence law realm masters. Two spiritualized universe sequence law realm masters immediately tried to save Palace Mistress Xiao, but they were easily killed by Luyin. He did not even need to move as the soil spear pierced through them, staining the sky with blood. I want to see how many people are willing to die to save you. Your spiritualized universe does not care about the lives of the people of the Tianyuan universe. You think that you can control us and restart the universe so that we will all die? Today, I can control your life and death. Tomorrow. After saying that, Luyin suddenly stared into Palace Mistress Xiao's eyes. I can also control the life and death of your spiritualized universe. Restart the universe, or spiritualize the universe. Palace Mistress Xiao's eyes narrowed. This person was a madman. He actually wanted to restart the spiritualized universe? How dare he? How dare he? Did he not know the difference between the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe? Once Lord Yu Xianxia led the 7 Xianxians here, the Tianyuan universe would be finished. If they had not been delayed by the consciousness universe, they would not have only sent so few people. There was also Wu Shangji, who was an existence that even she had never seen before. How dare this person think this way? The soil spear pierced through the body of a progenitor. It was a very young-looking man, and even before he died, his eyes were filled with adoration for Palace Mistress Xiao. Luyin had used Palace Mistress Xiao as bait to bait those who wanted to save her. It was very cruel, and if this scene spread to the spiritualized universe, Luyin would definitely be cursed by everyone there. But from the standpoint of the Tianyuan universe, it only brought about excitement and encouragement. This was war. There was no right or wrong, only life and death. Astral 10 had been massacred, and Lu Yin's bottom line had been broken. His perseverance had been laughable during the war, but since that was the case, he would leave this perseverance and bottom line for the Tianyuan universe and those who were worthy of staying. There was no need to leave this bottom line for the spiritualized universe invaders. Otherwise, the dead souls of the Tianyuan universe would cry. In the distance, the progenitor looked over. In just a few hundred years of cultivation, this child had reached unprecedented heights. However, his temperament still needed to be polished. Kindness was not desirable, and neither was evil. Zhuzi, there were many times when the most difficult thing for a person was not to live or die, but to make a choice. One's future was up to oneself to choose. Preserve a bit of kindness and leave evil to your enemies. This was the path that most cultivators took. Luyin still needed time to polish himself. But from the looks of it, things were going well. The round-faced elder and Bao Qi looked into the distance. Palace Mistress Xiao's miserable state made them realize that the situation was hopeless. The battleship had been captured by Luyin, and with the progenitor blocking the way, they could not save her. If they continued to fight blindly, more and more spiritualized experts would die. At this moment. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The round-faced elder was filled with regret. He should not have provoked Luyin. He had overestimated Lu Yin's temperament. Just a few human lives had caused this child to go crazy. The more talented a cultivator was, the more human they were. This was because they had only cultivated for a short period of time. As for Xianxia, they had cultivated for so long that they had become numb to it. This child was clearly a normal person. How badly had that bastard Meng Sang been injured? He had not even participated in such a huge battle, and his 8 had even been snatched away. And where was that old man, primordial origin? Zhang Yan and the Eternals were nowhere to be seen. Had they all died? We can't do this. Bao Qi, scatter and wait for reinforcements, the round-faced elder transmitted. Bao Qi grinned and roared. The cauldron bell vibrated, and a silent power spread through the heavens, dyeing them black. That was the void realm appearing and spreading towards the progenitor. The progenitor glanced at the cauldron bell from time to time. These sequence bases were really troublesome. Although the sequence particles could not get close to him, with the sequence particles' support, their destructive power was so great that even the progenitor was afraid. Wait, they wanted to run. The sealed realm emerged from the stone door, bringing along the 6 specks of inception dust as it flew towards them. The round-faced elder grabbed the sealed realm and tore through the void to leave. At the same time, Baoqi roared, "Everyone, scatter and hide. Wait for reinforcements." With that, he tore through the void and left as well. The spiritualized universe's people were not stupid, and many of their experts had already fled. Now that Xianxia had escaped, the remaining cultivators hurriedly left, but how could the Tianyuan universe's experts tolerate this? Once they were caught in a battle, they would not be able to escape unless they put some distance between them. This was especially true when Luin used his earthen spear to cover the entire sky and attack the entire battlefield. The spiritualized cultivators were killed one after another, and their corpses fell to the ground. Chu Yi, Hongyan Mavis, and the other experts took this opportunity to deal with their opponents. They were all cultivators of the sequence bases, and although they could not compare to the spiritualized universe's cultivators, it would still take them some time to deal with them. Not long after, the border of the Tianyuan universe quieted down, and the stone door was stained with blood. Many corpses floated in the heavens. Most of them were spiritualized cultivators, while some were from the Tianyuan universe. Fortunately, they had a great advantage in this battle, and not many people from the Tianyuan universe had died, unlike the previous battle where so many had died. These corpses were left for Yiju. Palace Mistress Xiao had been caught by Lu Yin and knocked unconscious. This woman seemed to be quite valuable, and she would make a good bait. Whether it was a normal person or a cultivator, as long as they were humans, they would have emotions. Using emotions was one of the methods of war. The primogenitor left in exchange for Mr. Mu. Lu Yin had fought to his heart's content this time. Lu Yin brought Palace Mistress Xiao and the battleship back to the Above Heaven sect. With Palace Mistress Xiao captured, there was no one to control the Sky Devourer parasol, and Lu Yin could easily pull it out. However, in the battle just now, pushing the battleship forward was clearly more intimidating. After returning to the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin pulled out the Sky Devourer parasol under the horrified gazes of the elites on the battleship. This sequence base had returned to Lu Yin after a period of time. Currently, there were 3 sequence bases suppressed in the void of space in Lu Yin's heart. They were the Xianxia painting, the 8, and the Sky Devourer parasol. After breaking down these 3 sequence bases, the number of particles in the sequence bases was enough to shock the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin wondered what the spiritualized universe would think after losing 3 sequence bases. End of chapter. At first, the Above the Sky sect had kept the war front a secret, but as the war spread and Meng Sang's massacre of Astral 10, the news gradually leaked out. Now that the war front had been won, Lu Yin did not want others to speculate, so he announced the war to the entire universe. Even though everyone was shocked by the invasion of the other universes, the news of the first victory excited everyone. No matter what the outcome of the war was, they would fight to the end. There would definitely be fear, but if they could not avoid it, they would have to fight to the death. Lu Yin tossed the spiritualized geniuses into the 5th pagoda and made them part of his inheritance. Anyone who entered the 5th pagoda could challenge them and familiarize themselves with the spiritualized universe's cultivation. These geniuses were only worth this much, and it was impossible to learn much about the spiritualized universe from them. Lu Yin did not plan on interrogating these people at all. He had a simpler method, which was to have them cultivate a unique power and then roll his die to fuse with them and read their memories. Just like with Furball and Xianxia, the memories would not be fake, and it would be much more efficient than interrogating them. Palace Mistress Xiao was different. She was unmoved by force or persuasion, and she was not afraid of death. She also did not cultivate any power. Compared to her, Primordial Fiend was much more obedient and would answer any questions. In his own words, the Tianyuan universe would definitely be defeated, and he hoped to survive until then. As for the information about the spiritualized universe that he leaked, He did not care about how much trouble or loss it would bring to the spiritualized universe. Although the spiritualized universe had a unified cultivation method, it was precisely because this method was too fixed that the resources were also fixed. It was even harder for the spiritualized universe to obtain resources than the cultivators of the Tianyuan universe, and the competition for benefits was also more intense. Zhang Yan had given up on saving Primordial Fiend in order to obtain Sang Tian's position, and Lu Yin had seen through some of the spiritualized universe's secrets. Just as Wang Wen had said, this was because the cultivation culture of each universe was different. If one wanted to win the war, one had to consider not just strength, but also the cultivation culture. This often had miraculous effects, and Lu Yin called it a strategic attack. The Tianyuan universe constantly sent out experts to hunt down the spiritualized cultivators that had escaped. Lu Yin was not worried that these cultivators would kill the innocent, as they had only escaped because they wanted to wait for reinforcements. During this time, they would try their best to hide and not be surrounded. What Lu Yin and the others needed to do now was to ferret these people out. It's very difficult. They are all experts. Searching aimlessly is harder than searching for a needle in a haystack. Wang Wen felt a headache coming on. Lu Yin sat by the stone table and laughed. I've always felt that nothing can stump you. Wang Wen rolled his eyes. You think too highly of me. I'm not even an envoy, and I barely managed to break through to the Enlighter realm. Right now, I'm facing at least a progenitor, so how can I do anything? You should look for Wei Rong. That guy is famous for his treachery. Although he isn't strong, no one in the above heaven sect dares to offend him. No one knows when that guy will plot against you. Lu Yin recalled the battle with the spiritualized universe and Wei Rong's arrangements, and he nodded in agreement. To be honest, he didn't know how Wei Rong had thought of this. The setup was very simple, extremely simple. The difficult part was why he had made such a setup at that time. What was the meaning behind it? For whom? What was the point of preparing? None of these questions could be answered, but Wei Rong had done it anyway. He had directed and acted out a play. Perhaps no one would ever see this play, but he had done it very seriously. Wei Rong's most treacherous part is his setup. It's not for the present, but for the future. Wang Wen looked at the surface of the lake. If a person wants to fish, they will only fish when they feel like it, whether it's out of interest or hunger. Wei Rong was nothing. He had no interest in fishing, nor was he hungry, but he still went to fish. No one could understand why he did it, until one day, a bored person came and made a promise that he could exchange the fish in the lake for treasures. No one knew that such a thing would happen, and no one could have imagined that such a thing would happen. Wei Rong eventually became the person with the most treasures, and he almost emptied that bored person's treasures because he had long since started fishing for a blank future. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Opportunities are given to those who are prepared, but the chances are too slim. Who knows where they will be? Wei Rong is like a fish that can be fished. He cast a wide net, and he will always be able to catch one. All he has to do is spend his time doing something boring. At this point, he looked at Wang Wen. What about you? How will you seize the opportunity? Wang Wen smiled brilliantly. I like to wait for opportunities to come to me. Those who are willing to take the bait. Lu Yin laughed. Then let Wei Rong catch the rats. The words catch the rats suddenly appeared in the Tianyuan universe. This news had spread from the above heaven sect, and it quickly spread throughout the various parallel universes of the Tianyuan universe. Countless people were excited, as the rats referred to the powerhouses from the spiritualized universe that had escaped. Even progenitors, those who had comprehended the laws of the sequence, and even those who had reached the level of Sang Tian, had been called rats. Countless people in the Tianyuan universe cheered for Master Lu's name. It was as if they could see the day when the Tianyuan universe completely defeated the spiritualized universe. In the deep universe, the sky was filled with stars. Stone houses were arranged in an irregular manner in the desert. Although they seemed irregular, if one observed carefully, they would discover that these stone houses corresponded to the stars in the night sky. It was as if the stars had been moved down horizontally. With the night sky and the desert as two sides, the stars that could be seen from one side of the desert would also be seen from the other side. This was a planet that belonged to an ancient civilization, and it was located in an unknown spacetime. The people here believed in the stars, and regardless of whether it was the layout of the houses or the battle arrays, everything had to correspond to the stars. On the roof of one of the stone houses, a figure with golden and dark red light swirling around him looked up. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, the starry sky was distorted, and someone arrived. Several stone houses around lit up, and many people looked over. "Why don't you help?" the newcomer asked. It was Xianxia. He had escaped from the battlefield at the border of the Tianyuan universe and found this place. He looked at the one true God in front of him. The one true God was still looking at the night sky. "I am not from your spiritualized universe. But we are cooperating," Xianxia said. The one true God did not speak. Xianxia's face darkened. The war was defeated, and Xianxia fled. "Do you know what the sect above heaven said?" "They said they wanted to catch rats." "What a joke. The people of our spiritualized universe are called rats." The one true God turned to look at Xianxia. "Isn't that the case?" Xianxia's eyes widened. "Eternal, don't forget that restarting the Tianyuan universe is not only our spiritualized universe's business, but also yours. If you want to enter the eternal realm, you have to restart the Tianyuan universe. For this, how can our spiritualized universe help you? From the beginning, Sang Tian, Zhang Yan, Black and White Godless helped you deal with this place. As for the people of the universe, your eternal race can't deal with Lu Yin's sect above heaven. That is not our spiritualized universe's business. If you could help in the battle at the border, the result would be different." The one true God said calmly, "You said it yourself. If I could help." Only then did Xianxia notice the light flowing around the one true God's body. He frowned. "This is?" The one true God smiled. "A gift from Tai Hong. What do you think? Is this the reason for your failure? Tai Hong is not easy to deal with. She used her own life to set up this seal for me. It is not easy to break." Xianxia did not believe him. Tai Hong, that woman, is willing to sacrifice herself? The one true God said calmly, "You underestimate Tai Hong. Or rather, you overestimate her. Her persistence is deeper than you think." Xianxia was helpless. The one true God could not help. There was no one in this universe who could deal with the primogenitor. Half of the spiritualized universe's power is in the universe of consciousness. Even if they send reinforcements here, there will not be many masters. That Lu Ying cultivated for only 100 years to reach his current level. Who knows what level he will reach if he is given more time. There are also the 3 realms and 6 paths, 3 suns and 6 lords. They may break through at any time. Not to mention, the biggest advantage of the Tianyuan universe compared to the spiritualized universe is time. There is a mirage here. Even if it is only a few decades, the changes brought to the Tianyuan universe will make the spiritualized universe helpless. At this time, Master Greengrass should help. Suddenly, he paused. He did not dare to say anything more. The one true God's gaze enveloped him. Xianxia felt a chill. There are some things that can be said and some that cannot. You understand. The one true God's voice rang in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia looked around. He Wuxian and the others were not around. He needed to send them away to talk to the one true God. If we can't break out of this situation, what's the point of everything in the past? Xianxia was unwilling to give up. The one true God's gaze turned cold. The spiritualized universe did not lose much. So far, only some progenitor realm and sequence rules have died. None of Sang Tian died. When your reinforcements arrive, I will remove Tai Hong's seal. No matter how strong the Tianyuan universe becomes, it will be useless. It will be best if that Yu Sang Tian can come. Xianxia was certain. Yu Sang Tian will definitely come. Oh? The one true God did not understand. Xianxia sneered. Lu Ying is too smart for his own good. In the battle at the border, he used Palace Master Yao to threaten the spiritualized universe's practitioners. Now Palace Master Yao's life is in his hands. No one knows whether she is dead or alive. For Palace Master Yao, Yu Sang Tian will definitely come. That's good. You Xianxia, me, and a few Xianxians will not be afraid of the Tianyuan universe. The one true God said. After that, he looked in one direction. Yan Gang, King Qing, come out. Tianxi followed the one true God's gaze and saw two men walking out. One was ordinary with no cultivation, but the other made Tianxi's gaze turn cold. He looked at King Qing. Was this a corpse king of the eternal race? But he gave him a different feeling. How should he put it? Compared to the corpse kings of the eternal race, he was more elegant and had an indescribable arrogance. He had never seen this kind of arrogance in any of the eternal race's masters, including the three masters and the six boundless gods. It was a different kind of arrogance. It was like when he first came to the Tianyuan universe, he calculated this universe with a superior attitude. In his eyes, the Tianyuan universe would definitely be restarted and the strongest master of this universe would be killed by him. It was this kind of arrogance, the arrogance that truly overlooked this part of the universe. Where did a corpse king get such arrogance from? Milord. Yan Gang and Prince Qing bowed in unison. The only true God looked at Tianxi. Do you know about the worm nest? Tianxi nodded. I've heard of it. It's a kind of civilization inheritance that has caused the sect of heaven to mobilize a large number of people. When they encounter a worm's nest, they must destroy it. But I don't know much about it. Explain the bug nest properly. The only true God ordered. Yan Gang looked at Tianxi and slowly explained the situation of the hive. The more Tianxi listened, the more shocked he was. How could there be such a civilization? There were endless bugs, and they were all very powerful. They could even destroy the inheritance of intelligent civilizations. Especially the last type of bug. Was it called the Green Immortal? His talent was top-notch, and he could change his form to adapt to the current environment of the universe. This feeling was very similar to the spirit molting of the spiritualized universe. Spirit molting was also an important factor in choosing one's form based on one's cultivation strength and future direction. Yan Gang finished speaking quickly. He did not know who Tianxi was, but this person gave him a feeling that he did not dare to look directly at him. He was an absolute expert, like a god. Tianxi sized up Prince Qing. This was Xianxia? It was originally an insect, but it could actually become a corpse king? How do you feel? The only true God asked. Tianxi sighed. It's a very powerful civilization, but it's useless no matter how many of them there are. Numbers can't decide everything. The threat these worms bring is the same as their race. They're just worms. Lord Qing looked up at Tianxi with a calm expression. Tianxi and King Qing looked at each other and didn't care. No matter how talented Xianxia is, there will be a limit. Every species has a limit, except for us humans. The one true God smiled. To spiritualized universes, the insectoid hive civilization is not a threat. Those insects cannot cross the entire universe, but to the Tianyuan universe, they are a huge threat. This is especially so for someone like Luyin who cares about the lives of ordinary people. The insectoid hive is a fatal threat to him, which is why the sect above heaven has placed a large portion of their efforts on the insectoid hive. Where did the hive civilization come from? This universe developed on its own? Tianxi was puzzled. The one true God said, perhaps. There are too many parallel universes. Since the heavenly sect established by humans can appear, the insectoid nest civilization can also appear. Tianxi did not feel too conflicted. You want to use the worm nest to delay the development of the above heaven sect until we send reinforcements? That's right. If we join forces with you now, at most, both sides will suffer losses. However, as long as we make good use of the insect nest, although the endless insects won't be able to destroy the humans, they can effectively stall them. It won't be easy for the humans to exterminate the insects. During this time, I've been spreading the insects around to distract the humans. Good idea, Tianxi praised. He also didn't want to fight to the death with the heaven above heaven sect. It would be best if this was the case. The one true God suddenly asked, when will reinforcements from the spiritualized universe arrive? Tianxi's eyes flashed. I'm not sure. It depends on Yu Xianxia's arrangement. The one true god retracted his gaze and stopped talking. Xianxia was still sizing up King Qing when he suddenly thought of something. Where is Xianxia? Why didn't he show up? Only the forgetful ruins deity, Wang Xiaoyu, and Zhang Yan knew that Zhang Yan had been killed. Now, outside of the above heaven, only the one true god and the others knew what had happened to Origin Qi. He is planning something else, the Mirage Domain, the only true god said. Xianxia's eyes widened. Mirage Domain? Can he find it? This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Of course he can. Yuanqi is smarter than you think. Yusang Tian asked me to help me break into Taiga City, but he took the opportunity to look for the Mirage Domain. He couldn't find it at first, neither could you or I. But Luin entered the Mirage Domain several times, and he finally found it. The only true god looked at the vast night sky dotted with stars. Once he enters the Mirage Domain, no one knows what he will do. Where is he? Xianxia asked hurriedly. The only true god frowned and said nothing. Xianxia stared at the only true god. Where is Yuanqi? What do you want to do? Enter the Mirage Domain. Why? You don't want to enter the Mirage Domain? The only true god laughed. There is no time flow in the Mirage Domain. This is meaningless to me. As for those forbidden places, I don't plan to go there. Xianxia squinted his eyes. Rumor has it that there is a path to immortality in the forbidden places. Aren't you interested? The only true god shook his head. The path to immortality is created by oneself. No one will put it in front of you. Besides. He looked at Xianxia. You are in the primordial realm. It is useless even if you go there. I owe you a favor. I will do anything you want me to do in the future. Help me find Yuanqi, no, help me enter the Mirage Domain, Xianxia said solemnly. The only true god did not understand. Why do you have to enter the Mirage Domain? Xianxia said in a low voice, I have my purpose. The only true god looked at Xianxia for a while. I can help you enter the Mirage Domain, but there is a condition. Say it. Lend me the turbid treasure. Xianxia was shocked. What did you say? The only true god put his hands behind his back. You should know that I care about the turbid treasure very much. But don't worry. I just want to have a look. No. Xianxia refused directly. The only true god did not care. Then you can find Yuanqi yourself. Xianxia gritted his teeth. You have always wanted to get Jiangfeng's 3 artifacts because they are also turbid treasures. Turbid treasures are just external objects. Why do you care so much? The only true god did not speak. He closed his eyes, as if he was sensing heaven and earth. If the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe go to war, I will step into the bitter adversity if I have no choice. A powerhouse who can cross the bitter adversity is much more helpful to you than a turbid treasure. Besides, you are just borrowing it. The spiritualized universe will restart the Tianyuan universe. I will also step into the position of Mulberry Heaven. In the future, I can even help you fight for the position of Mulberry Heaven. This is my promise. To you, Xianxia continued. The only true god still did not speak. Xianxia said helplessly, I can only look, but not touch. When I see Yuanqi, you have to return the turbid treasure to me. The only true god opened his eyes. Okay. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and took out a flame from his body. In the battle of the second disaster domain, Xianxia had used the flame to fight. But the flame had never appeared in the subsequent battles. This was his turbid treasure. The flame lit up the night sky. The whole planet was as bright as day. This abnormal phenomenon made everyone on the planet come out. They knelt on the ground and prayed to the stars. The only true god looked at the flame with bright eyes. What can it do? Give me one more chance to spiritual molt, Xianxia said in a low voice. The only true god's eyes widened. One more chance to spiritual molt? Xianxia took a deep breath. You should know what one more chance to spiritual molt will do to us people from the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe used spiritual seeds to start spiritual cultivation and finally achieved spiritual molt. That was a qualitative change. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Some talented practitioners could obtain spiritualized talents or weapons during spiritual molt. Xianxia's turbid treasure was the 3-foot green sword, no distance. 3-foot distance was not considered distance. It was enough to convince people. However, it was a spiritualized weapon. Xianxia's bell, the round-faced elder's golden pen, Baoqi's mimicry, Mingsan's nightmare, and Palace Master Yao's clear water were all spiritualized weapons or talents. They were the symbols of the spiritualized universe's powerhouses. Xianxia had reached the level second only to mulberry heaven. If he had one more spiritualized weapon or talent, his strength would surpass Palace Master Yao. The only true God praised him. No wonder you have the confidence to succeed mulberry heaven. Xianxia couldn't help but feel proud. Zhang Yan wanted to take mulberry heaven's position by relying on Xianxia. Palace Master Yao thought she was the best under mulberry heaven. They didn't know I was the one who could succeed mulberry heaven. I was the strongest in the spiritualized universe. I could be. He paused again, as if there was an invisible force suppressing him. The only true God looked at the light flame in surprise. Forgetting ruins. The god of forgetting ruins walked out. My lord. Take him to Xianxia. Xianxia won't refuse to let him enter the mirage with Xianxia with my favor. The only true God said. The god of forgetting ruins looked at Xianxia and bowed slowly. Yes, my lord. Xianxia was curious. Your favor? The only true God stared at the light flame. Don't worry. Xianxia will take you into the mirage. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. He left with the god of forgetting ruins. After they left, the only true God looked calm. No one knew what he was thinking. Under the stars, the god of forgetting ruins took Xianxia in a direction. Xianxia was confused. Xianxia is in this time and space? The god of forgetting ruins smiled. What do you think? If you don't go with him, how can you guarantee your safety? You can't use your strength. Xianxia thought of the golden light that enveloped the only true God, and the shadow of the great heavenly master appeared in his mind. He did not expect that Tai Hong would sacrifice himself. I heard that you are called rats. Interesting, the god of forgetting ruins suddenly said with a smile. Xianxia's face turned cold. The pressure of the primordial realm came and pressed on the god of forgetting ruins. What did you say? The god of forgetting ruins' face changed and became pale. He said in awe, I'm sorry. Xianxia's tone was cold. If this happens again, even the eternity can't protect you. The god of forgetting ruins hurriedly said, I don't dare, I don't dare. Then he led the way. Xianxia was cold and arrogant. The 7 heavenly gods could only be submissive in front of him. Soon, the two stopped in the starry sky. The god of forgetting ruins looked around. Xianxia frowned. Where is Xianxia? It should be here. I found it. She pointed in a direction and took a step forward. She landed on a meteorite. Xianxia landed at the same time. The moment he touched the meteorite, his mind went blank, and he forgot everything. The god of forgetting ruins' face changed. He stared at Xianxia like an abyss. The real god's freedom technique. Lanterns appeared around Xianxia, and they sang sorrowful songs. Xianxia only forgot for a moment and recovered immediately. He stared at the god of forgetting ruins with murderous intent in his eyes. He stabbed out with his sword. How dare you? The god of forgetting ruins smiled with a gloomy face. He waved his hand and broke the lantern. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, black lines circled around him. They came from He Wuxian and entered Xianxia's mouth the moment he spat out blood. Xianxia was shocked. He slashed his sword upward and cut off the lines. At the same time, the god of forgetting ruins cut off another lantern. End of chapter. Xianxia waved his sword and tore through the void, trying to force the two back. 7 sky gods worked together, sneak attacked, and used the freedom technique of the true god. Even he found it difficult to deal with them. Now, he could only run. Xianxia's body surged, and his expression changed drastically. Oh no, he could not control his body. He opened his mouth, and a black line flew out of his mouth, bringing out an inconspicuous seed. The god of forgetfulness struck at Xianxia, using the art of forgetfulness. Xianxia was in the primordial realm, so the rules could not get close to him. However, the god of forgetfulness and He Wuxian did not use the sequence particles. Faced with the god of forgetfulness's strike, the sequence particle spread before Xianxia, and the art of forgetfulness disappeared. The god of forgetfulness and He Wuxian retreated together. "See you later, rat." Xianxia was furious. He gripped his sword and chased after them. Behind him, several figures appeared. Xianxia and the god of forgetfulness looked over. "Xiaoshang, I'll leave this rat to you." The god of forgetfulness turned and left. The black line in He Wuxian's eyes streaked across the starry sky, splitting it into two. Xianxia cut the line with his sword. Behind him, the god of forgetfulness, who had just disappeared, reappeared with his art of forgetfulness. It struck the starry sky, and there was no one there. This was Xianxia's sequence rule, stacking. It could stack the enemy's attack. Once it was stacked, the enemy's attack would disappear immediately, and Xianxia would release it when he wanted. He could also stack his own power to increase his destructive power. The god of forgetfulness and He Wuxian fled, cutting off the last lantern before they left. No matter how unwilling Xianxia was, he could not chase after them. He wanted to escape, but the moment the lantern was cut off, he coughed up blood again. He could not block the freedom technique of the true god. It was also at this moment that Ancestor Chen and the others caught up with him. Ancestor Ku grasped Xianxia's sword blade directly. Xianxia's sword blade pierced Ancestor Ku's palm. Ancestor Ku grasped Xianxia's sword hilt tightly with his pierced palm. Behind Xianxia, Ancestor Chen struck a palm. Xianxia hurriedly blocked with the sequence particles, but the sequence particles were all used by the consecutive palms. They stacked at Xianxia's back and broke his body. Bang! Kuzu bent his sword and broke it. He held the broken sword and slashed across. Xianxia stood where he was in a daze. Blood spurted out from his neck. He swayed and fell to the ground. The whole process was clean and efficient. Ancestor Chen and Ancestor Ku seemed to have worked together for countless years. They defeated Xianxia with brute force. Looking at Xianxia lying on the ground, Ancestor Chen turned and chased after the god of forgotten ruins. However, the god of forgotten ruins, the one true god, and the others had already left this spacetime and disappeared. "My lord, Xianxia should be in the hands of the above heaven sect. He can't escape," the god of forgotten ruins said. At the same time, He Wuxian passed the inconspicuous seed from Xianxia's body to the one true god. The only true deity took it. This is his turbid treasure. He thinks he's smart, but he's not stupid. Although that flame is fake, its use is real. This seed can allow him to shed his spirit once more. Interesting. A turbid treasure born in accordance with the universe? Who has been to the beginning of the long river of time, to the beginning of the universe? As he muttered to himself, he recalled the phenomenon of Lu Yin's breakthrough, the huge tree, and the turbid treasures hanging on it. What exactly is Lu Yin's secret? Lu Yin's appearance had caused a huge change in the situation, but perhaps this change was what should have happened. The main hall of the above heaven sect was shrouded in a murderous aura. Wu Tian, Hongyan Mavis, Lu Yuan, and the others were all there, staring at Xianxia with murderous eyes. When they learned that, they came after Xianxia was captured and brought to the above heaven sect. Xianxia was one of the people who plotted against the ancestor. Although the ancestor was conferred the title of Grass Master in the end, Xianxia and the other guardians were also the culprits. The other three were dead, and only Xianxia was captured. Xianxia lay on the ground, looking at the ground. The gazes around him made him feel as if he was pierced by countless sharp blades. How could this be? Why did the Eternal Tribe betray him? They couldn't have cooperated with the above heaven sect. They should be mortal enemies. Why? Damn it. If not for the Eternal Tribe, he wouldn't have been discovered. Lu Yin sat on the seat of honor and looked at Xianxia calmly. Rat, I caught one. Xianxia gritted his teeth, looked up, and glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. Plotting against the ancestor and oppressing humans. Xianxia, how do you want to die? Xianxia's eyes narrowed, but he didn't speak. Beside him, Sapphire Zhilua said, "This day has finally come. Xianxia, can you imagine how much I hated you when I was sealed in Tian Feng's body and suffered the torture of being skinned alive and disfigured? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The other 3 died too easily." Wu Tian said in a low voice, "We can take revenge for Master's murder. The guardians of the 4 guardians of the Tianyuan universe are actually enemies." What a joke. Hong Yan Mavis sneered. Xianxia listened to their words and felt his body grow numb. Blood flowed from his neck and dyed the ground red. He spoke with difficulty and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm from the spiritualized universe. We're enemies." Luin looked at him. "You're enemies with us. What about the Eternal Tribe?" Xianxia's eyes were filled with hatred. The Eternal Tribe had betrayed him. The Eternal Tribe cooperated with you. You even sent Sang Tian to help him, but he betrayed you in the end. I'm curious about the reason, Luin asked. The others were curious as well. Logically, the Eternal Tribe shouldn't have betrayed Xianxia, but it was obvious that Xianxia had been injured by the god of Forgotten Ruins and He Wuxian. That was why Progenitor Chen and Progenitor Ku had found the opportunity to capture him. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to stop a primordial realm expert from escaping. Luin couldn't even stop Xianxia at the border battlefield. "Master Lu, I don't want to die. I attacked the Tianyuan universe because of our position. I'm not a traitor, and I didn't kill the innocent people of your universe." Xianxia gritted his teeth and looked at Luin. "I can help you deal with the Eternal Tribe. They don't have many people left. Oh, there's also a hive that gave birth to Xianxian. He's called Qing Wang, a corpse king." Luin was surprised. Corpse King Xianxian? Wu Tian and the others were surprised. A corpse king had appeared. Xianxia said, "Yes, a corpse king. The Eternal Tribe is teaching him the battle techniques of the Eternal Tribe. He's being controlled by someone called Yan Gang. They're the only ones left. I can help you deal with them." Yan Gang? Luin frowned. What a familiar name. Yan Gang? Is that the name of the person who can control the hive? What's his cultivation level? Great Elder Shangu came and asked. As long as a hive appeared, he would be concerned. Xianxia said, "He's just an ordinary person to us. We can kill him with a look. We don't care." Great Elder Shangu frowned. This is troublesome. Xianxia didn't understand. Why would the weak be troublesome? Great Elder Shangu looked at Luin. The true master of the hive has never been a human. It's the immortal master. The hive's master is Xianxian. As long as Xianxian is born, the master of the hive is no longer important. Song Xiaoshui gave birth to Xianxian. Whether she was willing or not, Brocade Azura appeared. In the end, we found her. Brocade Azura appeared because of Xianxian. I suspect that Xianxian deliberately used Song Xiaoshui as bait. Yan Gang is no exception. Xianxian, who he gave birth to, couldn't be controlled by him. There's only one reason why she could be controlled. That Xianxian was pretending. Lu Yin's heart was heavy. Xianxian was born to face the Eternals. She knew that she was no match for them, but she didn't want to be controlled or killed by the Eternals. Therefore, she purposely admitted that she was controlled by Yan Gang. She used Yan Gang to numb the Eternals so that she could find a chance to escape. The worst-case scenario is that she didn't plan to escape. She just followed the one true God and learned the battle techniques of the Eternals. Because she was a corpse king, she was most suitable for the power of the Eternals. She was naturally trusted by the one true God. Yan Gang was just a cover. Jiaolan Jilua was puzzled. It's just a bug. Is it really that smart? What betraying Song Xiaoshui and using Yan Gang as a cover? Is that true? Great Elder Shangu was very serious. Never underestimate Xianxian. Any Xianxian can bring an irreversible disaster to the human race. Xianxia didn't quite believe it. But thinking about Yan Gang's strength, how could King Qing be controlled by that trash? It was believable. The celestial sex fear of the hive was greater than he had imagined. Could that hive really bring about a disaster? Xianxia was not stupid to be able to cultivate to his current level. He was also not blindly arrogant. However, Yan Gang's description of the hive was just a special characteristic of the hive. What Great Elder Shangu told Luin was a fact that had happened before. The two were completely different. In Tianxi's opinion, no matter what, could Xianxia cultivate to Sang Tian's level? If she did not reach that level, she would never be a threat to the human race. And in Great Elder Shangu's opinion, Xianxia had limitless possibilities. This was because they had indeed reached a certain level in the third stronghold. Tianxi did not care because he did not care about the spiritualized universe. No matter what happened to this universe, it would eventually be rebooted. Right now, he just wanted to live. They had paid a huge price to restart the Tianyuan universe. They would not be satisfied if they died just like that. Sometimes, it was not because they were afraid of death, but because they were unwilling to die. It was already known that the one true God had a hive, but what surprised everyone was that Xianxia had actually appeared in the form of a corpse king. If Great Elder Shangu's guess was true, then it meant that Xianxia was extremely intelligent. It could be considered to have verified Great Elder Shangu's words. Luin was still immersed in Yan Gang's name. He felt that this name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Yan Gang, Yan Gang, Yan Gang. At his cultivation level, if this name sounded familiar, then he must have come into contact with it before. The surroundings quieted down, as everyone could tell what Luin was thinking. Tianxi did not speak either. Luin closed his eyes and recalled the past. Suddenly, his eyes opened. It's him. He remembered now. Yan Gang was a subordinate of Yan Feng, the young master of the heavenly Yan tribe on Fire's Melt planet. He had participated in Earth's apocalypse and had a conflict with Luin. He was one of Lu Yin's first enemies on the path of cultivation. However, after Luin had dealt with Yan Feng and destroyed Fire's Melt planet, this name had faded from his mind. Not only Yan Gang, but even Yan Feng and his father, Yan Wujiu, had gradually forgotten about him. Yan Gang was an enemy from 100 years ago. Who would have thought that he would appear again today? Could it be so coincidental? Draw the person you saw, Luin said to Tianxi. Tianxi silently drew Yan Gang's appearance. Everyone looked at Yan Gang's appearance. He was a very ordinary person. In Tianxi's words, he was worse than an ant. An ant needed to be stepped on to kill, but this person did not even need to be stepped on. Luin took a deep breath. It is indeed him. Master, do you know this person? Jialanjilua asked. Luin nodded. This person was one of my first enemies. He was a strong opponent when I first stepped into the world of cultivation. But after so many years, my enemies have either been dealt with or forgotten. I did not expect this person to appear again. No wonder he was hiding in a worm nest. It seems like he wants to take revenge on me. Wu Tian pondered, is it karma? Luin was surprised, karma? Wu Tian said, karma is more mysterious than time and space. It is difficult to understand. Legend has it that there is karma in the mirage. People often say that karma is karma. Karma must have changed some intelligent civilizations and passed down generation after generation. But until now, no one has been able to clarify it. The closest is you, Master, using time as karma to fill the past and the future. Also, there is Master Qing Chao's karma chain. In the past, Luin had used the ancestor's sword from the future to travel through time to deal with Wei Nu. Later, to make up for this karma, he had repaired the ancestor's sword and sent it to Xian Academy. At that time, the karma was very clear. It was the karma that he had planted. And Master Qing Chao's karma chain was just a guess. Did karma really exist in the world? Luin thought of Saruzan's wood innate gift. It was called karma. The amount of sin one had in one's heart would be reflected by this gift. It was very magical and was very similar to karma. The guilt that one had planted because of karma would eventually be repaid. At that time, Saruzan's words also reminded him of what he had heard. Perhaps this universe is an existence that can be quantified. Whether it is combat power, behavior, mood, past footprints, kindness, sins, etc., they can all be quantified. Any person, any living thing, plant, animal, or dead thing can be quantified, or in other words, designed. Whatever you have experienced, it will be recorded for you at an unseen height. Was this karma? Karma was the mark of this quantified and designed world. Those who saw this mark could interpret karma. Saruzin could see that mark. Could he see karma? Luyin looked at Yan Gang's appearance. This person had karma with Luyin, and if not for Luyin, Yan Gang would not have acted in such a manner. Yan Gang would have continued to follow Yan Feng on Fire's Melt Planet. Perhaps he would have remained in Frost Wave Weave for the rest of his life, but Fire's Melt Planet would still exist, and Yan Feng might even have married Geniana. Because of him, the Fire's Melt Planet was gone, Yan Feng was dead, and he had to wander the universe. There was no right or wrong. There was no absolute right or wrong in the world of cultivation. It was Yi Shiwen who had caused him to become like this. It was also because of Yi Shiwen that the insectoid nest had appeared. He had coincidentally obtained the insectoid nest. Because he hated Yi Shiwen, he had hidden the insectoid nest, resulting in the current situation. The appearance of the Azure King was his revenge. Although he was just a tool and could be killed at any time, his revenge had been completed. When this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. At that moment, would the karma between the two of them disappear? Karma and time were mysterious and unfathomable. Luyin could not see through them, and neither could the primogenitors. Then, could an eternal life realm expert see through them? Was that why Master Grass had the karma chain on his wrist? Was it because he could see through karma? Touch karma? If touching karma could only be done by reaching the eternal life realm, then once one grasped the karma of the Forbidden Land in the Mirage Domain, did that mean that they had reached the eternal life realm? Was that the path to the eternal life realm? If that path really was the path to the eternal life realm, then Wei Nu was not lying. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Yin's mind. He seemed to have grasped something, but at the same time, he did not. Why did the eternal life realm attack you? Lu Yuan asked again. Tianxi looked at Luyin, and Luyin looked back. Because of the turbid treasure. Turbid treasure? Lu Yuan did not expect this. It was only then that everyone recalled that Tianxi should have a turbid treasure, and this was something that Jialan Jilua had told them. During the second Calamity Region battle, Tianxi had announced that his turbid treasure to the outside world was his sword, the 3-foot azure edge, limitless. Jialan Jilua had also told Luyin and the others the same thing, but everyone had been fooled. What is your turbid treasure? Jialan Jilua could not help but ask. She had been fooled once and was very concerned. Tianxi was helpless. Spirit seed. What spirit seed? The spirit seed of my spiritualized universe. Tianxi spoke frankly with a bitter look on his face. I'm a cultivator from the spiritualized universe. When I start practicing, I have a chance to shed my spiritual skin. You should be clear about this. This spiritual seed will give me another chance to shed my spiritual skin. Everyone was shocked. So that was it. It was very easy for a powerhouse to obtain a spiritualized weapon or innate gift after spirit molting. These weapons or innate gifts were very powerful, and having another chance to spirit molt meant having another spiritualized weapon or innate gift. That would be different. Innate gifts were synonymous with powerhouses in any universe. When Luyin had first stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had already known that those with innate gifts could join the 10 Arbiters' Council unconditionally, regardless of their strength. This was the dream of the younger generation, and they could grasp authority in advance and stand at the peak of the universe. Anyone who joined the 10 Arbiters' Council would be respected by everyone. Tianxi had not aroused any suspicion when he had used a spiritualized weapon to impersonate a turbid treasure. This showed just how powerful a spiritualized weapon was. This meant that the turbid treasure was a spiritualized weapon or innate gift that gave him another chance to advance his strength. To a spiritualized universe cultivator, this was the most suitable turbid treasure. The Eternal attacked you because he wanted to steal your spirit seed? But he's not a spiritualized universe cultivator, so it's useless even if he obtained the spirit seed, Hong Yan Mavis said. Wu Tian shook his head. The Eternal doesn't care about the spirit seed, but rather the turbid treasure itself. Turbid treasures are strange existences, so perhaps the Eternal wants to obtain something from them. Luyin said, he's always wanted to steal Uncle Zhang's 3 divine artifacts, and he's very persistent about the turbid treasure. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said bitterly, I thought I had fooled him and used a fake turbid treasure to trick him into bringing me to see the primordial. I never expected the Eternal to see through it and even attack me. The primordial? Everyone looked at him strangely. Xianxia did not suspect anything. The primordial is with the Eternal. No, they shouldn't be together. Otherwise, the primordial would not have allowed the Eternal to attack me. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He said that the primordial and I are both spiritualized, and he has no reason to attack me. He then looked at Luin. Master Lu, I must kill the Eternal. Give me a chance and let me help you deal with the Eternal. I will tell the spiritualized universe what the Eternal did and let them deal with him. Luin did not care. If the one true God dared to do this, then he was not afraid of the spiritualized universe finding out. In his eyes, was becoming enemies with the spiritualized universe not as important as obtaining the turbid treasure? Then would Uncle Jiang be in danger? Xianxia did not know that the primordial was imprisoned in the above heaven sect, and Luin and the rest did not say anything. Of course, they did not immediately execute him either. Even if they did, they would not treat it so lightly. After all, Xianxia had once persecuted the primordial realm powerhouse. The significance of his death was different from the others. Xianxia was imprisoned separately from the primordial. Right, there was also Palace Mistress Xiao, who was imprisoned within the aura of death. Among the younger cultivators from the spiritualized universe, there were quite a few who had cultivated Lu Yun's power. Luin sat at the back of the above heaven sect. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He did not need to interrogate the spiritualized elites, he only needed to merge with them. He pointed. After rolling the die 4 times, he did not get 6 pips. 2 times, he rolled 4 pips, which gave Luin 2 years in the time-stop space. During these 2 years, the landscape painting had shrunk by more than half. The Heaven Devourer parasol and the 8 tribes had also shrunk slightly. The particles in Lu Yun's heart were filled with so close, yet worlds apart, the 8 hands of Seal the Gate, and the Devourer parasol. The landscape painting had been used by progenitor Chen more than once in multiple battles, so the amount of particles in the painting had been greatly reduced. Although it was still boundless, it was not as exaggerated. The 8 tribes were different from the Heaven Devourer parasol. As long as they were completely broken down into particles, the number of particles in Lu Yun's body would be incomparably exaggerated. No, the number of light wheels would definitely surpass that of a Grand Empyrean. This was equivalent to the particles of more than 100 powerhouses. It would be even more exaggerated if he could break down the sealed realm. The landscape painting's particles had come from 77 people, the 8 tribes from 51, and the Heaven Devourer parasol from 62. As for the sealed realm, it had come from 359 people, which was twice as many as the previous 3 combined. Unfortunately, the sealed realm had been taken away by the round-faced elder. Luin desired to break down even more of the sequence foundations. This might be his path, but his path was different from everyone else's. 10 days later, Luin rolled his die again. This time, it went smoothly, and he rolled enhance on his second try. However, he did not find the glowing orb when he entered the dark space. It was not as if he could find it just because he was close. Being able to fuse with Furball and Xianxia's body had been pure luck. Luin shook his head, left the dark space, and continued rolling. Another 10 days passed, and this time, he rolled enhance. He entered the dark space, but there was still nothing there. How unlucky. 10 days later, Luin rolled enhance again, but there was still nothing there. He rolled enhance again, but there was still nothing there. Luin sank into deep thought. This was not right. He had entered the dark space 4 times, but he had not found the glowing orb. This was clearly not what he had expected. Was he too unlucky? Had he been too far away from the spiritualized universe all 4 times? Luin looked in the direction of the inner verse, stood up, and took a step forward. When he reappeared, he was already above the astral river. He took another step and arrived outside the 5th pagoda. No one could see him. This place was very close to the spiritualized universe's elite geniuses. Continue. End of chapter. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Luin tapped his die and rolled it. He rolled enhance several times and finally disintegrated the landscape map. At this point, there was no longer any landscape map in the universe. He watched the die slowly spin. 3, continue, 2, continue, 6. Lu Yin's consciousness entered the dark space once more, but there was still nothing there. Lu Yin looked at the fifth pagoda. There had to be a problem somewhere, as it was impossible for nothing to happen 5 times. He entered the fifth pagoda and found the spiritualized universe's elite geniuses, who were currently very busy. Ever since the war between the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe had been announced, the Tianyuan universe had experienced a new wave of cultivation. Countless people had rushed into the fifth pagoda in hopes of unraveling the spiritualized universe. Those from the spiritualized universe could not stay idle at all, and many people lined up to fight the spiritualized universe's elites. In fact, if not for their cultivation being restricted to the Melder, Lamiter, or Explorer realm, not many cultivators from the Tianyuan universe who had entered the fifth pagoda would be their match. Those elites had all been recognized by the spiritualized universe, and those who had followed them into the Tianyuan universe were the absolute elites. "Watch my blade," a girl shouted as she slashed at Lu Yin with a blade that was even larger than herself. Lu Yin was speechless. He flicked his finger and knocked the blade away from the girl's hand, stabbing it into the ground. The girl took a few steps back and excitedly said, "You're really powerful." "Again. Why did you hit me?" Lu Yin asked. The girl snorted and waved her fist. "Everyone has the right to punish external enemies." "I'm not," Lu Yin answered. The girl blinked. "You're not from the spiritualized universe?" Lu Yin shook his head. In the distance, a man rushed over and stood in front of the girl. He apologized, "Sorry, brother. My little sister was confused and thought that you were an enemy from the spiritualized universe." "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." Lu Yin waved a hand. The man hurriedly pulled the girl away. The girl struggled to break free. "Brother, my blade. My blade." "Shut up. I think you've become bold enough to provoke just anyone. I thought that person was an enemy from the spiritualized universe. Even if he's an enemy from the spiritualized universe, you and I can't deal with him." "Did you see his face?" I don't think so. I'll go back and take a look." "Return?" "We can't even see his face clearly. If he's from the spiritualized universe, he must be extremely powerful. We'll leave him to those monsters. If he's not, then he's a top genius from the Tianyuan universe. He's not someone we can afford to offend." "Oh, but my saber is still there." "You are not allowed to use a knife in the future." "Then what should we use?" "Needle." "Ah? Go home and learn embroidery." "I don't want to, bro." Lu Yin looked at the two in the distance. They were an interesting pair of siblings. If he entered the fifth pagoda like this, it would attract a lot of attention. In that case, when his body vanished, a male punched out from afar. What speed, he actually dodged the attack. Did he want to launch a sneak attack? He turned around and kicked the ground, but it was still not there. He leaped up and attacked the ground fiercely. However, the person was still not there. This made the man dumbfounded. Where was the person who had spiritualized the universe? Where did it go? Outside the fifth pagoda, Lu Yin appeared while carrying a spiritualized man from the universe. The man had been knocked unconscious, and Lu Yin placed a hand on the man's shoulder. Then, Lu Yin's expression changed. He now understood why he could not find the spiritualized cultivators who cultivated the power of the flowing clouds. It was because the power of the flowing clouds that they cultivated had undergone a transformation. Spiritualized cultivators had a chance to undergo a spiritual molt, and a spiritual molt came from a spirit seed. In other words, a spiritualized cultivator was no longer just a person, they had fused with a spirit seed and become a completely new life form. Any power that they cultivated would be transformed once it entered their body, becoming a power that was suitable for their current body's cultivation. If progenitors could change the heavens and the earth, then spiritualized cultivators who underwent a spiritual molt would change their own bodies. They would become the heavens and the earth, and they would use this method to change their own world and adapt to the power that they could cultivate. This was both a change in power and a change in themselves. Thus, their cultivation speed was very fast, And they could also come into contact with the sequence laws in advance before reaching the progenitor realm and determine whether or not they could cultivate it. This was what Primordial Origin had said, there was no need to waste any resources. The path was right there, and it was obvious who could walk it and who could not. Luin tossed the person into the fifth pagoda with a gloomy expression. His dye's possession had failed. Possession allowed him to fuse with any person or creature in the primordial space. It was not restricted by cultivation power, as the primordial space was filled with astral sources. If he wanted to fuse with another spacetime life form, he would have to use that life form's cultivation power to roll the die. Even if a spiritualized cultivator cultivated the power of the flowing clouds, Luin would not be able to fuse with them when rolling the die. The flowing clouds' power would change the moment it entered their bodies, and it would no longer be the original flowing clouds' power. His dye's possession had no effect on them. This result disrupted Luin's plans. He had originally wanted to use possession to understand the spiritualized universe, and he had also wanted to use possession to deal with enemies like the four cardinal scales, but he had failed. Every spiritualized cultivator was different, as their spirit molds would change according to their own cultivation strength and will. Unless Luin walked the same path as that spiritualized cultivator, he would not be able to merge with any spiritualized cultivator's body. Luin pondered for a long time outside the fifth pagoda, staring at the die in a daze. Possession was considered a failure in the spiritualized universe, and many of his plans had to be changed. There was an area in the above sky sect that was filled with death energy, and it came from the sixth mainland. Luin had purposely stored the death energy in the above sky sect to suppress the captured experts. It had previously been kept in the Eternal Kingdom, but ever since the battle in the Eternal Kingdom and the death energy had been used up, the experts were no longer imprisoned there. It was more convenient to lock them up in the above sky sect. Luin walked through the death energy and stood there. He waved his hand, and the surrounding death energy dispersed to reveal three people, Primogenitor, Palace Mistress Xiao, and Xianxia. The three of them were imprisoned in the death energy, but because of the isolation, they could not sense each other's presence. Primogenitor had been imprisoned in the death energy for the longest time, and he was filled with apprehension. This power could even suppress him, and it was filled with killing intent. This was a power born for slaughter. Luin was very confident in the death energy, as it was the power of the death god. Not to mention the strength of the death energy left behind by the death god, the death energy itself was very powerful against experts. In addition, there were chains that could bind even sequence laws powerhouses. Nothing could go wrong. The three of you, take a look at each other. You all know each other, right? Luin said as he looked around. He saw Primogenitor, Palace Mistress Xiao, and Palace Mistress Xiao. Palace Mistress and Xianxia. Primogenitor was not surprised to see Xianxia, as even he had been captured, so it was not strange for Xianxia to be captured as well. However, Palace Mistress Xiao had actually appeared. Someone from our universe is here? Palace Mistress Xiao was shocked. Primogenitor saying Tian? You've been captured? Xianxia was stunned. Primogenitor had actually been captured? Eternal, that bastard, had used Primogenitor as bait to make him lower his guard. In reality, Primogenitor had already been captured by the above sky sect. Our universe is at war with the Tianyuan universe? Primogenitor asked Palace Mistress Xiao. Palace Mistress Xiao said, yes, but unfortunately, we lost. She then looked at Xianxia. You were captured? Xianxia gritted his teeth, speechless. Luin smiled. The three of you have finished catching up. It's my turn now. The three looked at Luin, not understanding what he was trying to do. Master Lu, I know what you're trying to do. Don't waste your time. I won't say or do anything, Palace Mistress Xiao said directly. She had been captured by Luin to lure the spiritualized universe's people to their deaths. She was filled with hatred and humiliation towards Luin. Primogenitor's expression changed. He would tell Luin anything he asked, but he did not know what to say in front of Palace Mistress Xiao. Xianxia also felt the same, but this feeling was directed towards Primogenitor and Palace Mistress Xiao. He did not know what their attitudes were, but in order to survive, he would definitely cooperate. He wanted to take revenge on Eternal. Luin smiled. Don't be anxious. I know that to your spiritualized universe, invading my Tianyuan universe is not a big deal. Or rather, it's not difficult at all. It's more like a game. Many outsiders have come to our universe. Have you heard of the Lost Clan? They come from a universe called the Third Stronghold. There's an omnipotent existence in their universe. He should be in the eternal realm. That existence calls the war to determine the fate of the universe a game. It's all a game. Today, I'll play a game with you. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the three, and his gaze gradually turned cold. A game to determine life and death. He tapped his finger, and 3 incense sticks appeared in front of the three. Everyone has 1 incense stick. During this time, you must think of a way to survive in front of me. No matter what you say, do, or give me, I'll move on to the next person after the incense sticks burn out. After that, I'll use your answers. He then looked up. I'll kill one. The three stared at Lu Yin with different expressions. Lu Yin laughed. The other two definitely can't hear what you're saying. Only I can. After 3 incense sticks, one of you must die. Then, the game begins. With that, the deathly aura engulfed them, leaving only Palace Mistress Xiao untouched. Lu Yin walked in front of her and lit the incense stick. It slowly burned, and the green smoke rose vertically into the deathly aura. Lu Yin just looked at Palace Mistress Xiao and did not speak. He remained silent. Palace Mistress Xiao looked at Lu Yin. This trick is useless. The 3 of us are too valuable to you. Otherwise, we would not have survived. Leave. You won't get any information from me. Lu Yin closed his eyes and did not speak. He calmly faced Palace Mistress Xiao. Palace Mistress Xiao closed her eyes as well. The surroundings were strangely quiet, and only the smoke rose slowly. The incense stick's time was very short, and more than half of it had burned out. Palace Mistress Xiao opened her eyes and saw Lu Yin. She also saw that there was still 1/3 of the incense stick left. She did not care and closed her eyes again. Soon, more time passed. Only 1/10 of the incense stick remained, which was very short. Lu Yin's eyes were still closed, as if he was resting. Palace Mistress Xiao's eyes flashed. I told you, it's useless. Lu Yin did not respond. She narrowed her eyes. We started out as ordinary people, and we've experienced too much. We're already used to life and death. Master Lu, how many times have you been through? Instead of playing this game, why don't you think of ways to increase the strength of the Tianyuan universe? Our spiritualized universe is stronger than you think. Lu Yin's eyes were still closed, and he did not say a word. Whoever you want to die will die. Even if one of the 3 of us dies, you'll be the one to kill him. The other 2 don't even know what that person said. That's why you didn't let them hear it. There's no value in saying it out loud. We're not that stupid, and neither are the other 2. You won't get anything. The incense was about to end, and there were only a few bits of red left. Palace Mistress Xiao stared at the incense, and her eyes flickered. She then looked at Lu Yin and said, I'm using Tion's whetstone. Using Tion's cultivation method is called the Heart of Monolith. The stronger one is, the stronger this method is. When cultivated to the limit, one can change the universe and others. He's using my absolute reversal method to wet his blade and complete his Heart of Monolith. Only I know how strong Usang Tian is. In the entire spiritualized universe, aside from the illusory supreme, I'm the only one who understands him. His turbid treasures, spiritualized weapons, his foundation, his innate gifts, and so on. I know everything about him. Before she could finish speaking, the deathly aura engulfed her as the incense burned out. Palace Mistress Xiao looked at the pitch-black deathly aura, and her expression turned ugly. She could not help but speak. She could not guarantee that she would not die, but being alive was far better than being dead. Very few people knew about her relationship with Usang Tian. As long as Usang Tian existed, she would be at the top of the spiritualized universe. After restarting the Tianyuan universe, she would be a powerhouse who could attempt to step into the eternal realm. Why should she die? She was one of the Beyond Sky's 2 absolutes, an existence that countless people in the spiritualized universe looked up to. It would not be worth it if she died here. How hateful. This person had taken advantage of her weakness. No, he had taken advantage of her humanity. She swore that she would kill this person, definitely. Luyin appeared in front of Xianxia and lit an incense stick without saying a word. Looking at the rising smoke, Xianxia hurriedly said, "Master Lu, I have nothing to hide. I'll tell you whatever you want to know." Luyin closed his eyes. Ask? How to ask? The human heart was unfathomable. If he asked, Xianxia would be able to see through him. To Xianxia, staying alive was the most important thing. If he wanted to live, he could not hide anything. Luyin did not ask, nor did he say anything. He had only given Xianxia one chance, and Xianxia did not dare to gamble on it. Back in above heaven, when he had faced Luyin and the 3 realms and 6 daos, he had done his best to hide something. But now, it was impossible. This was Luyin's confidence, unless he revealed a secret that would kill him. For example, slave or heaven. Karma, heaven's seal, and heaven's grace all had the word heaven before they died. And on their bodies, there was definitely the word slave. From the looks of it, only an eternal realm grass grandmaster could enslave them, but Luyin still felt that something was missing. Master Lu, I'll tell you everything, but I don't know what you want to know. Give me some time and I'll organize everything I know about the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. I'll give it to you. If you kill me, I'll be worthless. My life is my greatest value to you. Trust me, I won't disappoint you. Luyin's eyes remained closed as he allowed Xianxia to speak. He was actually the same as Palace Mistress Xiao, but his choices were different. She did not say anything until the incense stick burned to the last moment, while Xianxia continued to spout nonsense. He was also worthless to Luyin. When half of the incense stick had burned, Xianxia saw that Luyin's eyes were still closed, and his face was pale. Master Lu, since you've already dealt with our spiritualized universe and encountered that battle, it means that you know about us. Through whom? The Genesis? Or a being from the consciousness universe? I don't know how much you know about the relationship between our 3 universes. Do you know the springboard? Luyin's eyes were still closed, and he did not respond. Xianxia was aggrieved. This feeling of wanting to save his life but not knowing if he could do so made him want to vomit blood. No matter how much he hated Luyin, at this moment, he had to think of a way to say something valuable. There's a springboard between our spiritualized universe, the consciousness universe, and the Tianyuan universe. We came up with the name springboard. Our 3 universes are about the same distance from each other, but there's an incomprehensible celestial body in the middle. Once you get on that celestial body, you can rush in any direction as long as you can withstand the pressure of the impact. That's how the first wave of people from our spiritualized universe came here. We used the springboard to get to the consciousness universe, and we can also use it to get to the Tianyuan universe. That previous battle was just a test. If the Tianyuan universe was not strong enough, our first wave of people would be able to deal with you. But if we couldn't, then a second wave of people would arrive at any time. Then, a third, a fourth, and so on would join forces with the first wave. Our mission is to build a similar springboard behind the stone door. After so many years, we can already attempt to build it. Once it's completed, we can jump from the Tianyuan universe to the springboard between the 3 universes. It'll take us at most 10 years, which is considered very short. You should know that it took me a long time to get from the spiritualized universe to the Tianyuan universe. It took me more than 10,000 years, and I hadn't even learned how to use the springboard back then. Luyin looked calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. He had not expected such a thing to happen. From the very beginning, the ancestor had told them that the consciousness universe was blocked by the spiritualized universe. If they wanted to get from the consciousness universe to the Tianyuan universe, they had to go through the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe was located between the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe. At that time, Luyin had just learned about the spiritualized universes and the consciousness universe after the Battle of Immemorial City. From that moment on, he had a fixed understanding of the 3 universes. He did not believe everything that the ancestor had said, but he had never doubted this point. Now, he knew that this was the biggest lie. The three universes were roughly the same distance from each other, and they formed a triangle. There was a springboard in the middle of this triangle, and whoever seized the springboard would have the initiative. The ancestor might not have known about the springboard's existence, but she had said that to force the Tianyuan universe to go to war with the spiritualized universe. If she had known about the springboard's existence and had deliberately concealed its existence, then her thoughts would have been complicated. At that moment, Luin overturned everything that the ancestor had said, and he began to understand the three universes in a new light. Xianxia continued to speak, but he did not know if Luin cared about what he was saying because Luin did not react. However, Luin did not interrupt him, so Xianxia could only continue. What Xianxia said next was nothing more than some war situations and things that had happened in the Tianyuan universe. It did not shock Luin as much as it had before. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Luin was still immersed in the matter of the springboard. Most of the incense had burned, and only a little was left. Beads of sweat dripped down Xianxia's forehead, but he did not see any reaction from Luin. He racked his brains to think of some secrets, but what secrets could he reveal? What value could he bring to Luin? One was the primordial origin, Xianxia, and the other was Palace Mistress Xiao, who was close to Xianxia. It would be too difficult for Xianxia to fight for his life against these two. Unless the incense was about to burn out. Luin opened his eyes, and his gaze was indifferent and emotionless. From Xianxia's point of view, Luin looked like he was looking at a dead man. Master Lu, what did they say? Was it the primordial origin or Palace Mistress Xiao? Don't believe them. They're lying to you. I'll do my best to help you. I'll help you deal with the Eternals, and I can even help you deal with the spiritualized universe. I'll do anything. Xianxia was anxious. Luin slowly raised a hand and pressed it against Xianxia's head under his horrified gaze. Master Lu, there's one more person. There's one more person that you haven't mentioned. You said that you wanted to wait for all three of them to finish. He thought that Luin was going to kill him. Luin stared at Xianxia's forehead. There should be a word there. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and his face went pale. Luin looked at the incense. It's almost over. Xianxia gulped. It's Master Qin Chao. Who else? The protectors of the four directions. I only know of them. I don't know if there's anyone else. Who does that blood-red sword belong to? Luin asked. Xianxia's voice trembled. Master Qin Chao. The incense burned out, and darkness swallowed Xianxia. Xianxia watched Luin disappear, and his heart skipped a beat. There was only one incense left. After that, one of the three would die. That damned game, that damned Luin. What would those two have said? He did not doubt that Luin would kill one of them, because that was the only way the remaining two would cooperate with Luin. This was a show of strength. Taking the lives of Primordial Realm and even Bitter Adversity Realm powerhouses was a show of strength. After lighting the incense, Luin appeared in front of the Primordial Origin and closed his eyes, just like before. The Primordial Origin was calm. Master Lu, can I ask what those two said? Luin did not respond. The green smoke blurred Lu Yin's face. Yuan Qi shook his head. No matter what they say, it's not as important as this old man's secret. However, this secret will not only be exchanged for this old man's life, but I also hope that Master Lu can promise not to kill me when the Tianyuan universe is finally defeated, when there's no way to resist. This old man will remember your kindness and do my best to protect the people you want to protect. Luin still did not respond. The incense slowly burned. The Primordial Origin frowned. Our deal is definitely worth it. Before this, I would answer whatever you asked without any secrets. However, the secret of this deal is something that I've hidden for many years, a secret that no one else knows about. This secret is worth so much that it's enough for you to save my life. Luin still did not respond. The Primordial Origin lowered his voice. Master Lu, I'm the spiritualized universe's Xianxia. A dead Xianxia has no value to you. If you wanted me dead, I wouldn't have lived until now. The other two can't hear anything the three of us say. Who lives and who dies is up to you, Master Lu. My value is definitely greater than the other two. Luin was calm, and his eyes were closed as if he had fallen asleep. End of chapter. Xianxia did not say anything else, as he had already said what he needed to say. This secret could not be revealed under these circumstances, or else it would be too worthless. This secret was his trump card, one that would ensure his survival. The incense continued to burn, and soon, it was nearing its end. Xianxia's eyes flashed as he looked at Luin. This person would not really kill him, right? Impossible. Xianxia was a Xianxia, a powerhouse who had survived the bitter adversity. If this person had any brains, he would have kept Xianxia alive in case he needed to fight the spiritualized universe in the future. The incense was nearing its end. Lu Yin's breathing was slow, but there was no change. He closed his eyes and waited for the final moment. Xianxia's face twitched. Master Lu, do you agree to my deal? This secret is enough for your Tianyuan universe to survive. He then stared at Lu Yin's face, but Lu Yin remained expressionless. Seeing that the incense was about to burn out, Xianxia gritted his teeth. No matter how big the secret was, it was worthless if Lu Yin did not believe it. Xianxia did not want to die with this secret. He had been in the Tianyuan universe for so many years, so why should he die? I was exiled. Xianxia's voice sounded in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin was shocked, but he remained expressionless. Xianxia did not look at Lu Yin and instead sank into his memories. I was one of the 7 great Xianxians of the spiritualized universe, and I stood at the peak. Even if the spiritualized universe wanted to help the Eternals, it would not allow me to come to the Tianyuan universe and fight in Primeval City all year round. This was not of my own volition, and I had no choice. Yu Xianxian was the true ruler of the spiritualized universe. Even if there was an illusory supreme pull, many people believed that it was fabricated by Yu Xianxian. The true ruler of the spiritualized universe was Yu Xianxian, and his goal was to stabilize the spiritualized universe. Otherwise, without a supreme pull, Yu Xianxian might not have been able to suppress the 7 great Xianxians. With these doubts in mind, I secretly followed Yu Xianxian to the depths of Beyond Heaven's palace. His eyes were filled with fear. I did not see the supreme pull, but I saw Yu Xianxian and the spiritualized universe's greatest secret. He looked at Lu Yin. A spiritualized universe has long since conquered a universe, and it can be restarted. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he could not hold himself back. Xianxia laughed. Master Lu, this secret is very valuable, right? Lu Yin stared at Xianxia. Impossible. Xianxia smiled bitterly. I also thought that it was impossible, but it happened. I didn't see that universe, and the heavens beyond Supreme Heaven Palace couldn't reach that universe. However, I heard Yu Xianxian's voice. A person would go crazy if they kept their secret for too long. Yu Xianxian needed a place where he could talk, even if it was empty. Of course, there's also the possibility that he's talking to the Empyrean Extremity, but the possibility of that is not high. Otherwise, the Empyrean Extremity would have discovered me. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and listened quietly. I heard Yu Xianxian's words. That universe is called the Small Spiritual Universe. The reason it hasn't been rebooted is that it hasn't been developed for a long time. There aren't that many parallel universes, so it can't be rebooted. If that universe had developed as long as the Tianyuan universe, it would have been rebooted long ago, and Yu Xianxian would have stepped into the eternal realm. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin. Even so, with the existence of that universe, the spiritualized universe has always been a thing of the past. What they're waiting for is not to defeat the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe, but the small spiritual universe. They're waiting for time. The years of war in Immemorial City made me understand that the reason why the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe are at war is because the spiritualized universe itself can't bear too many contradictions. A unified cultivation model means that there's a lack of competition and killing. There's a lack of people who died while exploring the unknown path. The spiritualized universe can't bear the existence of those people, so it can only send them out to fight. The spiritualized universe needs a place to vent its conflicts. It needs a common enemy to perfect the path of cultivation. Everyone also needs a place where they can fight. They need a goal. That's why the consciousness universe has persisted for so long. Xianxia doesn't really want to restart the consciousness universe. Restarting the consciousness universe will only allow us Xianxia to step into the eternal life realm. He needs to step into the eternal life realm himself. This is his selfishness. That's why he wants to step into the eternal realm. If not for that, the consciousness universe might have been defeated long ago. As for your Tianyuan universe, it was originally the same. He disintegrated the sect above heaven and got rid of Tai Chu, who was most likely to break through to the eternal realm. If he wanted to restart the Tianyuan universe, he could do so at any time. Even the Eternals were just pawns for Yu Xianxia to fulfill his own selfish desires. He didn't need to restart the two universes. He only needed a fixed place to fight. However, with your appearance, the sect above heaven rose again and even defeated the Eternals. Everything changed. Xianxia laughed. I think that when Yu Xianxia learned of your rise and how quickly you defeated the Eternals, he already sent people over. However, it was still too late. For some reason, the first wave of people was a step too late, allowing you to deal with the fundamental threat of the Eternals first and gather the entire Tianyuan universe to fight against the spiritualized universe. This is something that Yu Xianxia didn't expect, but I guess it doesn't matter to him. The spiritual universe ensures that he will definitely step into the eternal realm. No matter how much the Tianyuan universe struggles, it can't escape fate. Your fate can only be decided by Yu Xianxia. Luin understood. Is this why you're doing everything you can to survive? Xianxia sighed deeply. It's not worth dying at the hands of a civilization that's destined to have no future. Since you know Yu Xianxia's secret, why would he let you live? Luin didn't understand. If he were Yu Xianxia, he wouldn't have let Xianxia live. Xianxia was afraid. Of course he wouldn't let me live, but I'm Yu Xianxia. Even if there's a gap between us, it won't be easy for him to kill me. The only one who can truly kill me is Wu Shangji. Although Yu Xianxia is powerful, it's impossible for him to kill me without alerting the other Xianxians. He's also afraid that I'll reveal everything, so he exiled me as part of a deal. This secret can be exposed, but Yu Xianxia needs time. I've been in the Tianyuan universe for too long, and the time he's waiting for might have already arrived. He doesn't care about me anymore. Neither of them noticed that the incense stick had long since burned out. Xianxia's secret was too big, so big that Luin needed time to think about it. Tianxi's words had overturned the impression that his ancestor had given him, and Xianxia's words had overturned the impression that this war had affected 3 universes. Everyone had their own selfish motives, and Luin had long found it strange. The spiritualized universe wanted to restart the Tianyuan universe or the consciousness universe so that many people who had survived the bitter adversity could step into the eternal realm. Was it really possible? This was too idealistic. Luin admitted that he hoped to bring his loved ones, friends, and even those who respected him to a certain height. The possibility of that happening was not high, and there was no need for that. Speaking of the eternal realm. Since the development of the Tianyuan universe, had there ever been an eternal realm expert? Master Qing Chao was from the spiritualized universe, the third barrier had an immortal master, and Mr. Mu's universe had one. Other than that, there seemed to be no one else. Where did the spiritualized universe get the confidence to let everyone who had survived the bitter adversity step into the eternal realm? Even if it was not the eternal realm, it was still a fantasy to let many sequence law realm experts step into the primordial realm together after the universe was rebooted. However, those from the spiritualized universe firmly believed in it. All of this was due to Yu Xianxia. He had never thought of really realizing this. What he cared about was the little spiritual universe. Rebooting the little spiritual universe and stepping into the eternal realm was his goal. The war of the 3 universes was just a foil. In other words, it was to choose who could accompany him on his journey. Yu Xianxia must be very concerned about the defeat of the first wave of people from the spiritualized universe. He will not allow anyone from the Tianyuan universe to step into the eternal realm. Tai Chu is now free. Coupled with Master Lu, who has cultivated to such a realm in 100 years, Yu Xianxia might personally attack the Tianyuan universe, Xianxia said. Luin slowly said, "This is a good thing. It means that the little spiritual universe is not mature yet." Xianxia nodded. Indeed. To increase the number of parallel universes in the little spiritual universe, one must constantly increase the number of progenitors and expand the ancestral worlds one after another. This will take time. In fact, many experts from the Beyond Heaven's Supreme Palace came from the little spiritual universe. They cultivated there, but they did not know. Only Xianxia knows. Lu Yin's gaze was solemn. Increasing the number of progenitors would increase the number of parallel universes. Xianxia knew this, so how could the primogenitor not know? That was why the primordial space had the origin calamity. However, it did not mean certain death, and there was a chance of survival. This was the primogenitor's benevolence. If the primogenitor had not allowed the increase of progenitors, the origin calamity would have spread to the parallel universes. The Tianyuan universe might not have faced such a crisis, but that would have been too unfair to the later generations. The primogenitor would rather suppress the sequence's string and lose his freedom than do such a thing. This was the primogenitor of the Tianyuan universe. Does the ultimate pinnacle really exist? Lu Yin asked. Yuanqi shook his head. I don't know. It has existed for many years, but it is only a legend. What is the strength of the legend? Yuanqi paused. Infinitely close to the eternal realm. Another way of saying it is the perfect calamity realm. Not the eternal realm? I really don't know. I've never seen it before. Only Xianxia has. Then, what about Grandmaster Grass? I don't know if he is the ultimate pinnacle, but if he is the eternal realm, then it is very likely. Was Grandmaster Grass the ultimate pinnacle of the spiritualized universe? No one gave Lu Yin an answer. The only thing he was certain of was that if he was not the ultimate pinnacle, then he was definitely in existence even higher than the ultimate pinnacle. This was because Grandmaster Grass was in the eternal realm. There was also another possibility. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Grandmaster Grass was not a spiritualized universe, but he controlled it. Perhaps the ultimate pinnacle was his puppet. There were all sorts of possibilities. It was either Xianxia, Grandmaster Grass, or the Eternal Realm. Only these three people could give him an answer. As for Tianxi, he claimed to be Grandmaster Grass's slave, and that the blood-red sword also belonged to Grandmaster Grass. Lu Yin did not believe that. A Grass Grandmaster was a very strange existence. He was the source of everything and was omnipotent, but he always gave off a mysterious vibe. Do you know about the springboard? Lu Yin asked. Yuanqi replied, of course. It's located between the three universes. Through it, one can quickly reach the consciousness universe and your Tianyuan universe. If that's the case, then why did the spiritualized universe only send you and Zhang Yan to help the Eternals? Even if Xianxia has selfish motives, he can't be so obvious. Otherwise, anyone would be able to tell. Yuanqi thought about it. There are two reasons. First, stepping on the springboard will allow one to quickly reach the three universes. This is a fact, and it will take about 10 or 20 years. It won't take more than 50 years. However, the distance from the original universe to the springboard is very long. Master Lu, you should have heard of the square-inch distance. It's very common for humans to do so, and that distance is like an ordinary person walking to a star in outer space. It's so far that many people will die on the way. Lu Yin recalled what Tianxi had said about spiritualized universes being able to build a springboard. That meant that this reason could be ignored. At the very least, from now on, the spiritualized universes would be able to control this springboard, and they would definitely build it in the spiritualized universe itself. The second reason is. Yuanqi thought about it and then looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu, may I ask what your greatest experience on the path of cultivation is? Lu Yin frowned. Just say it. Yuanqi said, caution, caution, and danger at every step, right? Lu Yin did not refute this. He had relied on various opportunities, turbid treasures, innate gifts, and so on to survive, but he had died multiple times. It had not been easy to survive. Yuanqi took a deep breath. This is not only the rule of the cultivation world, but also the rule of the universe. Caution, caution, and not expose yourself. The springboard just so happens to expose yourself. Since there is a springboard in the universe, there will be a second and a third. The fundamental law of the universe is that there is no limit. However, the distance from one universe to another is equivalent to the limit. If there is a limit, then there must be a way to break it. The springboard is this method. If there is a springboard in the three universes, then what about other regions? What about the distant, invisible regions? There had to be. Was there a civilization that could monitor the springboard or find it? This is what everyone in the spiritualized universe silently agreed upon when the springboard was discovered. There must be extremely powerful civilizations in the universe. Perhaps our spiritualized universe is already the strongest, or perhaps this is just the beginning. Under the premise that everything is unknown, the springboard is like a torch. Anyone who gets close to the torch might be discovered by other civilizations. Who knows how many eyes are watching this torch from the dark? Even our spiritualized universe doesn't dare to approach it. Back then, Xianxia and the 7 major mulberry fields established a strict iron law. Every time we use a springboard, we have to be extremely careful. We have to report it to the supreme pole and look for the most suitable opportunity. Using the springboard, if you don't find others, then others will find you. Being at a loss and in the unknown is the most terrifying thing. In the surroundings, the aura of death was like a dark starry sky, gradually drowning out everything. Master Lu, I don't want to die at the hands of the Tianyuan universe, much less at the hands of the consciousness universe. There must be sentient beings around you. Be wary of them. The sentient beings of the consciousness universe are definitely not as beautiful as they seem. Yuan Qi's voice gradually disappeared. Luin left the underground and returned to the back mountain of the above the sky sect. He sat there for half a day. The secrets of these three were huge, and it refreshed Lu Yin's understanding of them. The three universes, the springboard, the spiritual universe, and Xianxia. Everything was unveiled for Lu Yin, and he gradually understood the current situation. Perhaps these three were still lying, but there was nothing more difficult than the current situation. Xianxia, who could step into the eternal realm at any time, meant that the Tianyuan universe could be destroyed at any time. No, not just the Tianyuan universe, but Lu Yin and Tai Chu. They were the two people who could step into the eternal realm easily, and they had already been targeted by Xianxia. Pathmaster, it's ready. Lu Bujing's voice rang out. Lu Yin stood up. Begin. Screens of light appeared in the primordial space and various parallel spacetimes. Many people were familiar with this scene, as it meant that something was about to happen in the above the sky sect. Countless people looked at the screens, waiting for that person to appear. It was Master Lu, the person who led everyone to a better future. He was the person who was revered by countless people. At the bottom of the stairway, figures climbed up one after another. There were the 3 realms, 6 paths, 3 suns, 6 lords, 8 paths, and so on. Their powerful aura soared into the sky, and countless people felt their blood boil. Every time they saw this scene, it would inspire countless people to cultivate. At the same time, within the 5th pagoda, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the screen, including the elites from the spiritualized universe. They did not know what was on the screen, but they recognized the people standing on the stairway. These people were the ones who had been fighting against the spiritualized universe's experts. Something big is about to happen. It seems like Master Lu is going to declare war against the spiritualized universe. Someone was excited, and the spiritualized universe's elites looked over. Last time, it was a military decree. Master Lu was so domineering that he declared war against the Eternals. Now that the Eternals are a thing of the past, there's nothing that can stop Master Lu. These external enemies will eventually be destroyed. The man next to him was disdainful, and he even raised his fist provocatively at the spiritualized universe's cultivators. The girl who was slashing at Lu Yin with a broadsword was excited. Brother, I don't want to be embroidered. I want to go to the above the sky sect. I want to appear on the screen. Alright. Quiet down. Look, Master Lu is coming out. Under the expectant gazes of countless people, Lu Yin climbed up the stairway and looked at the stars in the distance. His spirit was unparalleled as he looked down on the world. The moment Lu Yin appeared, countless people in the primordial space cheered. Pairs of excited eyes stared at the screen from various parallel spaces. Within the fifth pagoda, the Tianyuan universe's cultivators were excited. However, the spiritualized universe's elites had ugly expressions. They had personally seen this person slaughter the spiritualized universe's powerhouses, capture Palace Mistress Xiao, defeat Xianxia, and capture them. This person was clearly so young, but he was so powerful that it made them despair. They had come here to crush him and obtain glory, but now, things had turned out this way. It was all because of this person. Although they still believed that the spiritualized universe was far stronger than the Tianyuan universe and that the Tianyuan universe would be defeated sooner or later, this person was like a tall mountain. No matter how talented they were, they did not have the confidence to surpass him. This person was too difficult to surpass. Lu Yin stood on the stairway with his back against the primogenitor's statue. Beside his feet was Furball and Xianxia. He had the strength beast on his shoulders and Shuang at his waist. He gave off an invincible aura. In the entire Tianyuan universe, there were not many who could fight against Lu Yin. Ever since he had lost his memories and been thrown to the fifth mainland, he had walked step by step from an ordinary person to where he was today. Only he knew how many hardships and dangers he had faced. Now, he had reached the highest position. Now, he could protect everyone he cared about. All of this was worth it. He looked at the stairway, even though he had lost some familiar figures. If he could choose again, would he choose to do so? After muttering to himself for a moment, Lu Yin said, "You should have heard of the spiritualized universe." The entire universe fell silent, and only Lu Yin's voice echoed. "This universe is very strong and powerful. We lost some seniors during the war at the border, and they will remain in that war forever. In the following wars, more people will die. War will become the norm." Countless people looked at the screen and clenched their fists. "Actually, I'm quite annoyed." Lu Yin rubbed his head, feeling rather vexed. People who are courting death are appearing one after another. The Eternals are gone, and then there's a bug nest. Now, there's a spiritualized universe. I don't know what kind of nonsense will appear next, but it doesn't matter. Just treat it as a meal. After one meal, there will be another. It's annoying, but it won't be boring, right? The universe fell silent for a moment, and then it erupted in cheers. The expected encouragement did not appear, but Lu Yin's words were even more inspiring than that. War was the norm, but it was just like eating. It was annoying, but it was not boring. This was Lu Yin's interpretation of the spiritualized universe's war, and it would also be the entire Tianyuan universe's interpretation of the spiritualized universe's war. People who are courting death are appearing one after another. We have nothing to fear. Master Lu will always be invincible. Master Lu, we can't wait for the next meal. Let's finish this one first. Ha 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 ha. Master Lu is invincible. Master Lu is invincible. Within the fifth pagoda, the spiritualized geniuses were stunned. They looked at the people around them as if they were idiots. What was wrong with them? That guy's childish words had actually inspired this group of people to such an extent? Were these people being controlled? Only the people of the Tianyuan universe could understand the safety of being protected by Lu Yin. If Lu Yin said that they would win, they would win. If Lu Yin said that the spiritualized universe was courting death, then the spiritualized universe was courting death. No one doubted Lu Yin's words. Lu Yin himself represented invincibility, and he had created too many impossibilities. All of this was due to Lu Yin's confidence in defeating the Eternals, as well as the strength that he cultivated. He had illuminated the hearts of countless people with his strength time and time again. He had turned the tables time and time again, protecting everyone. Everyone's confidence in him was unimaginable. Outside of the Tianyuan universe, no one else could understand this. Above the heavens, Lu Yuan sighed. This was Lu Yin's current height. He did not need to say much. A few words from him could mobilize the entire universe's fighting spirit. He was the banner of the Tianyuan universe. Although the primogenitor had protected this universe, his influence might not be comparable to Lu Yin's. Lu Yin's influence on the Tianyuan universe was too deep. "Oh, right," Lu Yin said again. The universe instantly quieted down. Everyone looked at the screen with shining eyes, waiting for Lu Yin to continue. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Although you are courting death, this is still war. I hope that everyone will not be careless. War is coming. We need to sacrifice our flag. With that, he waved his hand, and the void split open. The deathly aura dragged a figure down to the plaza below the sky staircase in front of the cauldron. Xianxia looked around in confusion. Was this the above the heavens? Around him, countless people were looking at him with heated and excited gazes. Xianxia's scalp went numb. Xianxia suddenly looked up and saw Lu Yin standing at the top of the long sky staircase. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his face turned ashen. Master Lu, I've told you everything. Please spare my life. Gazes from the sky staircase fell on Xianxia. They were from the 3 realms, 6 paths, 3 suns, and 6 lords. These people were powerful, and their gazes pressured Xianxia greatly. In the face of death, Xianxia completely lost his primordial realm demeanor, and his mind was in a mess. Xianxia, you once said that the spiritualized universe could come at any time, right? Lu Yin's voice was loud and resonated in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia hurriedly said, yes, that's why you need me to help you deal with them. The spiritualized universe is very powerful, and they won't give up on the Tianyuan universe. Only I can help you. I can help you. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Really? They can come at any time? Xianxia's pupils shrank, and he stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Xianxia had said that the spiritualized universe could use the springboard to come to the Tianyuan universe at any time. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th waves could meet up with the round-faced elder, Bao Qi, and the others to wage war against the Tianyuan universe. However, Yuanqi had said that the spiritualized universe was afraid of the springboard. It was a torch that lit up the path and illuminated themselves. If one could use the springboard to find others, others could also find them. Thus, the spiritualized universe would not approach the springboard without permission. This contradicted what Xianxia had said. Lu Yin was more willing to believe Yuanqi because this was not the only thing that Xianxia had concealed. This was a lie that Xianxia had made up to threaten Lu Yin in order to increase his chances of survival. What had truly made Lu Yin want to kill him was the question he had asked. Xianxia had said that the blood-red sword belonged to Master Grass. When he had plotted against the primogenitor, Xianxia had also said that Master Grass had done it. However, Tianan had refused to say anything back then. This had nothing to do with whether or not Master Grass had been exposed because that word definitely existed. Xianxia had said it, but the word had not responded. This result made Lu Yin's heart sink, and he had an even more terrifying guess. He did not plan to tell anyone about this guess. As for Xianxia, he could not get more from this person. Xianxia's only value was a sacrifice. Xianxia felt a bone-piercing chill. His face turned pale. Master Lu, don't underestimate the spiritualized universe. Really, don't. I will help you. I can help you. You can't kill me. I can't die. Lu Yin's tone was icy. You can't die, but the people of the Tianyuan universe can die? Xianxia looked at Lu Yin pleadingly. Master Lu, the war between the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe was not decided by me. I was also forced to participate. It has nothing to do with me. In a war, everyone is innocent, but no one is innocent. To the Tianyuan universe, you plotted against progenitor Tai Chu, suppressed the human race's living space, and tried to stop the Tianyuan universe's civilization. But to the people of your spiritualized universe, I killed one spiritualized powerhouse after another. How am I innocent? With that, Lu Yin looked at the entire sky. In a battle for survival, you die or I die. There is no room for retreat. I, Lu Yin, hereby swear that I will lead everyone in the Tianyuan universe to face any strong enemy. I will not retreat or surrender. Unless I die, you will always see me standing in front of you. The entire Tianyuan universe was in an uproar at this moment. Countless people screamed and shouted Master Lu. Countless people prostrated themselves in worship, igniting the entire Tianyuan universe. It was as if parallel spacetime itself was trembling. Lu Yin faced the countless people's shouts and looked down. His gaze met Xianxia's. Xianxia's pupils shrank. No, no, soil spears whizzed out, turning into streams of black light that continuously pierced through Xianxi's body. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the ground red. Xianxi clutched his neck, but he could not stop the blood from flowing from other parts of his body. His body was numb, and his vision was blurry. All of his senses disappeared in an instant, and only his mind remained clear. He stared at Luyin with a venomous gaze. You will die a horrible death. All of you, the Tianyuan universe, will die. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxi collapsed to the ground. He was a guardian of the 4 cardinal regions, a primordial realm expert who had ambushed a progenitor, a peak powerhouse who had always looked down on the Tianyuan universe, and yet he had died just like that. Xianxi's death was more tragic than the other 3. Tianfa had died in the Mirage domain, and no one had seen it. Tianfeng had died in the war in the realm of disaster, and he had died in battle. Tianan had died at the borders of the Tianyuan universe, and not many had seen it either. Only Xianxi had been dragged to the above heavens sect by Luyin and killed in front of the entire Tianyuan universe. To the guardians of the 4 cardinal regions, this was the greatest humiliation. Luyin wanted to sacrifice the flag, and he wanted to sacrifice Xianxi's blood to the flag. Zhao had killed a Moshang, and the flag had been sacrificed to kill Xianxi. Luyin looked into the depths of the cosmos, wondering how many similar situations would occur in the future. The cosmos was boundless, and the spiritualized universe was confident that it could suppress both the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe at the same time. If it did not dare to completely expose itself, then what about the Tianyuan universe? The human race's golden age was only a short period of history. Could any civilization truly exist forever? That would be the true pinnacle of glory. Humans were still too insignificant, and they could not see the universe clearly. After Xianxi's death, the screens disappeared one after another. Countless people in the Tianyuan universe looked away, and their respect for Luyin grew even greater. In just a short century, Luyin had constantly changed human history. This was the century of greatest change in human history. Beneath the above heaven sect, the screens in front of Primordial and Empress Xiao vanished as well. They looked at each other and saw indescribable expressions in each other's eyes. They seemed to be frightened, but they also seemed to be in disbelief. A primordial realm expert had been killed just like that. Xianxi had been the most willing to help Luyin out of the 3 of them, but even so, he had still been killed. This not only meant that the secret they had divulged was more valuable than Xianxi himself, but it also meant that Luyin had kept his word. This was the most terrifying thing. In the game, Primordial and Empress Xiao had waited until the incense was about to burn out before divulging the secret. They were now filled with lingering fear. If they had not divulged the secret, they might have been the ones to die. This person was definitely not bluffing. He was just too savage. In the above heaven sect, everyone looked at Xianxi's corpse with mixed feelings. Even a primordial realm expert could be killed in such a manner. What was the point of cultivation? What was the difference between the wars they participated in and the wars that ordinary people participated in? As long as there were benefits, there would be war. Death would come as scheduled. Immortality, was it really immortality? Sometimes, it was better to have fun while it lasted. If there comes a day when the immortality realm is no longer the goal of cultivators, cultivation will be meaningless, and life will be meaningless as well. So, everyone, the meaning of life is not in the level of cultivation, nor is it in the strength of battle prowess. It is my goal. Lu Yin's voice rang out. I hope that there will come a day when I can lead the human race safely through the universe. I don't have to worry about being killed from any direction, and I don't have to worry about exposing myself. The pursuit of immortality is just a weapon for this meaning. With that, Lu Yin walked down the staircase step by step, passing by everyone. Whether it was the 3 suns, 6 lords, or the even more ancient 3 realms and 6 daos, none of them had ever reached the immortality realm. They had never considered things so deeply before. It was not that they did not want to consider things, but that the thread in their hands had not been pulled to its end. Now that Lu Yin had pulled this thread to its end, everyone began to think. Before this, only the primogenitor, Mr. Mu, and the others had truly considered such matters. Lu Yin walked over to Xianxi's corpse, and as expected, the flames burned the corpse into nothingness. If anyone touched Tianxi's corpse at this time, they would definitely be suppressed by the Tian character, and the slave character appeared on Tianxi's forehead. Xianxia was still hiding a secret, and it was related to this. Unfortunately, it was impossible to obtain this secret from Xianxia. Everyone dispersed, leaving Lu Yin standing at the bottom of the staircase, deep in thought. He felt a cold touch, which came from the sapling. It quietly leaned against Lu Yin's leg, and its branches cutely wrapped around Lu Yin's finger. Lu Yin smiled and rubbed the sapling. "It's fine." The sapling was happy. If Lu Yin was happy, it would be happy as well. It jumped up and down, and its leaves glowed with a joyful emerald green. Wang Wen walked over and sighed. A primordial realm cultivator. Who would have thought that I would one day see a primordial realm cultivator get killed? Do you still remember the first time we met? Back then, we were still an iron blood weave, and the strongest enemy we encountered was only an enlighter. After that, envoys joined the fray, followed by half-progenitors, and finally progenitors. Now, even a primordial realm cultivator can be killed like this. Lu Yin looked at the ground where Tianxi's corpse had been reduced to ashes. Perhaps in the future, even eternal realm cultivators will be killed here. Wang Wen sighed. I thought that my dreams were exaggerated enough. Chess master, you really dared to dream. But I like it. Haha. Lu Yin frowned. Killing Tianxia won't change the outcome of the war. The spiritualized universe won't give up. Now, we just have to wait for their second wave to arrive. He then looked at Wang Wen. Actually, I've been thinking about something. How will the spiritualized universe determine whether or not they'll send a second wave to our Tianyuan universe? Wang Wen's expression was solemn. I'm also thinking about this. Me too. Wei Rong arrived. Lu Yin had the sapling return to the cauldron and clasped his hands behind his back. The three universes are separated by a great distance. Without a springboard, it would take a terrifying amount of time to travel from the spiritualized universe to our Tianyuan universe. Since even bitter adversity realm cultivators can't easily cross such a distance, it's even more impossible for them to communicate with each other. The only way to shorten the distance between the three universes is to use a springboard, Wang Wen said. Wei Rong said, but even the spiritualized universe wouldn't dare to use a springboard so easily. The first wave of people that arrived on the battleships have already been tested. The materials used are very unique, and they are ridiculously sturdy. However, they are also very flexible. These two contradictory characteristics can only withstand a springboard. It's impossible to use a springboard to communicate with each other. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. There's one possibility. The same material vibrations, Wang Wen continued. Wei Rong asked, those from the spiritualized universe want to create a springboard in our Tianyuan universe? Wang Wen nodded. That's the only possibility. The spiritualized universe gave them a period of time. If they don't create a springboard during this time, they will continue to send reinforcements. There might also be a connection between the springboards, similar to vibrations. Wei Rong thought about it. That's the only possibility. He looked at Lu Yin. Pathmaster, we need to confirm this. Lu Yin disappeared and reappeared within the deathly aura. In front of him was Palace Mistress Xiao. She was stunned when she saw Lu Yin arrive. An opportunity for reinforcements, Lu Yin said. Her eyes flashed, and she stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared back at her with a cold gaze. After a while, she whispered, create a springboard. Who can do it? Sang Tian. 3 Sang Tians can do it? Yes. You can't do it? Lu Yin stared at her and then added, if I find out that you're lying, you'll be the next to die. She shook her head. I can't do it. In our spiritualized universe, Sang Tian's status is different from others. Even I, the strongest person under Sang Tian, am no exception. There are some things that only Sang Tian knows. Lu Yin stared deeply at her and then left. He believed that she was not lying. Tianxi's death had been a huge blow to them. It was not that they cared about Xianxia, but rather that they knew that they might really die. The feeling of walking the line between life and death made her not dare to lie. Even Sang Tian was no exception. Since she was willing to reveal a secret, then there would be no more secrets left. How much do you know about Meng Sang? Luin asked. The round-faced elder and Bao Qi had both fled, so it was unlikely that they would appear. In comparison, the heavily injured Meng Sang might be easier to find. However, this was only in a relative sense. Palace Mistress Xiao told him everything she knew about Meng Sang, and Luin frowned. There was not much valuable information, but that was normal. How could anyone understand Sang Tian so well? The spiritualized universe had a unified cultivation system, but that did not mean that there were no conflicts. In fact, because of the open nature of resources, their conflicts were even more intense. After finding Palace Mistress Xiao, Luin went to Primordial Fiend. How do I find Meng Sang? Yuanqi was surprised. Are you looking for Meng Sang? If it's possible, I'd also like to find that president or Bao Qi, Luin said. Primordial Origin thought for a moment. Then it's easier to find Meng Sang. Just enter his dream and you'll be able to find him. Meng Sang's cultivation method is very unique. He has his own world, which is a dreamscape. As long as you create a big enough commotion in the dreamscape, you'll be able to find him. Was it big enough? Luin left and returned to the back mountains of the Above Heaven sect. Several days later, the Heavenly sect issued an order, and everyone fell into a deep sleep. Regardless of whether it was an ordinary person or a cultivator, as long as they came into contact with an extraterrestrial civilization and received orders from the Heavenly sect, they all had to go into hibernation. This order reminded everyone of the previous order not to let them sleep. Although it was strange, Lu Yin's orders were absolute. Everyone still tried to find a way to fall asleep within the time limit. Putting everyone who came into contact with an extraterrestrial civilization into hibernation would create a huge commotion. Due to the unique movement patterns of each planet, their work and rest times were also different. The people who entered deep sleep would always stagger. On average, the people who entered deep sleep would be those who entered deep sleep at a certain time. If a large number of people entered deep sleep at a certain time, it would undoubtedly be like a morning bell to Meng Sang, letting him know that something big had happened. Luin would then be able to find him. In a certain corner of the Heaven's Origin universe, Meng Sang suddenly opened his eyes. What was going on? A large number of people had fallen asleep, and his gaze turned cold. Someone was looking for him, and only that person could do such a thing. Since you're looking for me, let's see what you want. Meng Sang closed his eyes and entered the dreamscape as well. In the back mountains of the Heavenly sect, Lu Yin used the Dream Heart Sutra and entered the dreamscape. He looked at the bubbles in the dreamscape. It was a mysterious world, it was clearly just a dream, but with the technique, he could see into other people's dreams and create a world out of thin air. He suddenly remembered that since dreams could turn nothingness into reality, could it be that the real world he was in was also created by some creature due to a cultivation method? In other words, could it be that his world was just a dream? The more one couldn't see through the universe, the more one would imagine. Looking at the endless bubbles, Luin raised a hand. A dream of 1,000 hours, break the dream, Heaven's Origin. The bubbles suddenly opened, and the dreamscape trembled as a figure suddenly appeared. It was Meng Sang. You're looking for me? Meng Sang asked in a low voice. Luin lowered his hand. To find you, I put everyone in the Heaven's Origin universe into hibernation. You can't kill me here. I can leave at any time. Luin looked at her. I'm looking for you to tell you something. You've all been deceived by Xianxia. Meng Sang coldly replied, what a waste of time. She then turned to leave. Have you heard of the Little Spirit Universe? Meng Sang didn't respond, and his body slowly disappeared. Origin is in my hands, Luin continued. Meng Sang suddenly turned around and stared at Luin. You captured Origin? Luin looked at Meng Sang. He told me Xianxia's secret in exchange for his own life. Xianxia's secret has nothing to do with me. But it's related to this war and the Eternal Realm. Meng Sang didn't speak and just stared at Luin. Luin told Meng Sang about Origin's discovery of the Little Spirit Universe. Meng Sang's expression didn't change. Ridiculous. No one would easily believe such a thing, and Luin wasn't surprised by Meng Sang's reaction. Under the current circumstances, Luin had enough reasons to deceive her. However, both Lu Yin and Meng Sang knew that the other wasn't stupid and didn't need to make up such a ridiculous reason. Thus, Meng Sang still had some doubts. If you saying Tian has a universe that can be rebooted at any time, why wait until now? He's already reached the eternal realm. Lu Yin said, first, the little spirit universe hasn't reached the point where it can be rebooted. Second, he's probably not prepared for it. The eternal realm isn't as simple as rebooting a universe. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of something. Rebooting a universe could allow one to reach the eternal realm. This was their current understanding, including the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe. This universe had existed for countless years, and humans had only been born for a short period of time. Then, what about before? The civilizations that had appeared before must have reached a dazzling level. Did they think that rebooting a civilization could allow one to reach the eternal realm? Did they also pursue the eternal realm? If so, it could explain why there were no traces of past civilizations in the current universe. But what about the eternal realm? Since they were immortal, why hadn't they been seen? Was Master Xianxia the first human to reach the eternal realm? Not necessarily. Then, since the birth of the universe, how many civilizations had there been over such a long period of time? How many of those civilizations had pursued the eternal realm? How many eternal realm experts had been born? Eternal life, there should be some. Even if there were very few of them, why hadn't they been seen yet? Could it be that rebooting a universe might not allow one to reach the eternal realm? In an instant, various thoughts flashed through Lu Yin's mind, just like how he had once thought about karma and the passage of time. This universe had too many secrets waiting to be discovered. Since the origin was exiled, it means that he came here not long after your universe's celestial sect was destroyed. At that time, the Tianyuan universe hadn't reached the point where it could be rebooted because of your ancestors. However, with the destruction of your celestial sect, parallel universes appeared under the Eternal's indulgence. This allowed the Tianyuan universe to be rebooted. And since your so-called little spiritual universe is under the control of you saying Tian, its development speed must be faster than your Tianyuan universe. How could it not have reached the point where it could be rebooted? You said that the little spiritual universe isn't that big, so it should have been there a long time ago, Meng Sang said. Seeing that Lu Yin didn't answer, Meng Sang sneered. As for whether it was ready or not, you saying Tian has long reached a level second only to the eternal realm. So many years have passed. In fact, if it wasn't for his constant slumber, his time would have been up. How could he not be ready? Do you know how many powerhouses there are in the Beyond Heaven Palace? I'm also curious about how many there are now, a voice said. Meng Sang looked over and was surprised. The origin? Lu Yin was calm. He couldn't make Meng Sang believe him, so he could only rely on the origin to come to this dreamland and participate in the conversation. The task he gave the origin was to convince Meng Sang, or he would die. This made the origin extremely angry, but he couldn't resist. Lu Yin didn't care if Tianxi was killed. He knew that the origin's death wouldn't affect him. Long time no see, Meng Sang. The origin sighed. Meng Sang stared at the origin and then at Lu Yin. Were you really captured by him? The origin was helpless, and his voice was bitter. Yidao Bell is broken. I'm no match for him. Meng Sang stared at the origin. So you're helping him against us? Yuan Qi shook his head. I'm not helping him. I'm just unhappy with you saying Tian. He was exiled because he discovered the secret of the little spirit universe. If not for you saying Tian's special identity, he would have died long ago. I can't believe it. It doesn't make sense, Meng Sang said. She then looked at Lu Yin. Aren't you going to take revenge for those people? You want me to believe you because you want to join forces with me. Is this your bottom line as the master of the Tianyuan universe? Lu Yin moved his finger. I must kill you. This hatred can never be resolved. Killing you is my business. It doesn't stop me from using you. Use? Meng Sang sneered. You're saying you want to use me in front of me? Lu Yin sneered. You have no choice but to be used. You came here and took the position of saying Tian. You have plans to pursue the eternal realm, so you must be used by me. If I get the chance, I'll kill you. Similarly, if you get the chance, you'll kill me. Meng Seng's eyes were cold. Luyin was right. If he got the chance, he would kill Luyin. Luyin was one of the few creatures that could threaten him in this dreamland. Xianxia said, "Enough, Meng Seng. I know you won't believe me so easily. Actually, one of the reasons why Xianxia exiled me and didn't kill me was because no one would believe me, just like now." Then, his lips curled up into a sinister smile. But it's not impossible to prove it. Luyin glanced at Xianxia. He had given the old man a death order to convince Meng Seng, but Luyin knew how difficult it would be to convince Meng Seng. Even Luyin himself couldn't think of a way to convince Meng Seng, but could this old man really do? My path to immortality has been cut off. Even if it's true, what difference does it make to me? Meng Seng was indifferent. She had paid the price of dropping a realm and falling from the primordial realm. Xianxia shook his head. Rebooting the universe is a possibility. If you really don't have immortality, why are you telling us so much? As long as there's a 1 in a billion chance, we're willing to grasp it. Meng Seng was silent for a moment before looking at Xianxia. What method? Xianxia said in a low voice, if Little Ling universe wants to be rebooted, it needs to constantly increase the number of powerhouses, parallel spacetime, and sequence strings. Xianxia can't easily kill those powerhouses because there are too many of them. That's why I'm very curious about how many powerhouses Beyond Heaven's Supreme Palace has. Some of them are from Little Ling universe. They don't know. They only think that my spiritualized universe is a parallel spacetime. The other universes are very different from their own, so they can recognize them at a glance. Meng Seng refuted. Aside from the life forms that surrendered from the consciousness universe, I haven't seen any powerhouses that don't belong to spiritualized universes. That's the problem, Xianxia said loudly. Xianxia said loudly, Xianxia must have used some method to cover it up. Go and find a few spiritualized universe supreme beings. Among them, there should be people from Little Spirit Universe whose forces have been covered up. You won't lose out. You can easily find them and use your own method to identify them. I didn't think about this before, but now, I can identify them. Meng Seng, if Xianxia really is hiding a universe, why did he ask you to attack Tianyuan universe? Why didn't he restart Little Ling universe? Also, why did he attack Tianyuan universe only after so many years? Why didn't he attack in between? Have you ever thought about this? Meng Seng's eyes flashed and she remained silent. Because he never wanted you to step into the eternal life realm. You will always be under him, so he is Xianxia, and you, no, we are all Xianxia. He will always be above us, Xianxia said loudly. Luyin looked at Xianxia. The old man's words were reasonable, and even Luyin couldn't help but feel dissatisfied with Xianxia. Meng Seng wavered. He would not lose anything if he used the origin method. He only needed to find a few extreme masters from the spiritualized universe and figure out a way to distinguish them. If they really did not belong to the spiritualized universe and did not belong to the consciousness universe, there was only one explanation, the little spiritual universe. At this point, he was already more than half convinced of Xianxia's words. However, Xianxia had been captured by Luyin, and it would be foolish to trust an enemy's words, even if they were true. He looked at Luyin. What's your goal? You believe me? Luyin asked. Your goal. Buy time. Tell the second wave of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe not to come for the time being. Meng Seng was surprised. Palace Master Yao has betrayed us. You know about the springboard? Meng Seng did not know that Xianxia had been captured. He was recuperating. Of course, those spiritualized universe masters must have known. After all, the scene of them killing Xianxia had shaken the entire Tianyuan universe. Luyin clasped his hands behind his back. How I know is none of your business. In short, if you confirm that Xianxia has hidden a little spiritual universe, the most important thing you should do is to return to the spiritualized universe and fight for the benefits of the little spiritual universe instead of staying in the Tianyuan universe to fight with us. Xianxia sent you here because he did not want you to interfere with the rebooting of the little spiritual universe. It's still possible. Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold. The rebooting of the little spiritual universe is almost ready. He sent Xianxia away to prepare for the rebooting of the little spiritual universe and step into the eternal life realm. Meng Sang and Yuan Qi also thought of this, and their expressions changed. Who did not want to step into the eternal life realm? Now that they had discovered Xianxia's secret, they were qualified to interfere. If they allowed Xianxia to restart the little spiritual universe and step into the eternal life realm alone, they would not accept it. After reaching Xianxia's position, who did not want to go further? In the history of the spiritualized universe, there was not only one Xianxia. They also wanted to be Xianxia and not be suppressed by one person forever. Once Xianxia stepped into the eternal life realm, they would never be able to make a comeback. Although it was still difficult for them to make a comeback with Xianxia's current strength, it was not completely different. There was a big difference between the eternal life realm and the non-eternal life realm. Thinking of this, Meng Sang knew that he had no other choice. Once he confirmed that Yuan Qi's words were true, he had to do as Lu Yin said and buy time for the Tianyuan universe. He had to build a springboard in the Tianyuan universe to delay the arrival of the second wave of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe. He could also use the springboard to return to the spiritualized universe. He stared deeply at Lu Yin. He had been used, and he had been openly used. Moreover, this person's desire to kill him was extremely strong. Although building a springboard could delay the arrival of the second wave of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe, once he used it to return to the spiritualized universe, he would either have a falling out with Xianxia and be dealt with by Xianxia, or Xianxia would bring him along to restart the little spiritual universe. The little spiritual universe would definitely be restarted, and the spiritualized universe would definitely have more eternal life realm experts. The only difference was whether there would be 1, 2, or even more. Letting him return to the spiritualized universe would not benefit the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin's goal was to delay the arrival of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe, so he would definitely not let him return safely. In other words, the day the springboard was built would be the day Lu Yin would make a move on him. At that time, it would depend on whose methods were stronger. Either he would use the springboard to return to the spiritualized universe, or the springboard would be built and the spiritualized universe would think that the war had gone smoothly, while the Tianyuan universe would be safe for the time being. The premise for all of this was that Xianxia's secret was true. I have a condition, Meng Sang said. Lu Yin looked at him. Speak. I want to return to the spiritualized universe safely, Meng Sang said bluntly. He was probing Lu Yin. From the Tianyuan universe's point of view, it was impossible for him to agree to this condition. Otherwise, even if he delayed the arrival of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe, he would not be able to change the Tianyuan universe's fate. Between an eternal life realm expert like Xianxia and several eternal life realm experts, Lu Yin knew which one to choose. I won't agree to whether or not I can return to the spiritualized universe. If you have the ability, then go back yourself, Lu Yin said. This answer made Meng Sang even more certain that Xianxia's secret was true. This made him want to return even more. Since Xianxia had been sent away, there was only one chance to restart the universe. If he missed this chance, he would not be able to wait until the next one. Lu Yin continued, I don't need to agree to any of your conditions. You can go and investigate whether or not Xianxia's secret is true. I've said from the start that I'm just using you. The bitter adversity realm does not mean that one will definitely be able to enter the eternal life realm. Among the 7 great Xianxians, who can guarantee that they will be able to enter the eternal life realm when the universe is restarted? Yuanqi, are you confident? Meng Sang looked at Yuanqi and asked loudly. Yuanqi frowned. The eternal life realm was a realm that should be possible to enter, but it was illusory. No one can be sure of entering the eternal life realm. If I return to the spiritualized universe, I will most likely be dealt with by Xianxia. Since that is the case, I can choose not to return and not help you build a springboard. I can give up the chance to enter the eternal life realm through the restarting of the spiritual universe. This is also my choice, Meng Sang said. Lu Yin's lips curled up. It's up to you. With that, he left the dreamscape. Meng Sang watched Lu Yin's figure disappear, and her eyes grew colder. This game depended on who could give up more. Lu Ying could give up on delaying the reinforcements from the spiritualized universe, but the price would be that the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe would go to war. More sacrifices would be made, and Lu Ying would have to give up the chance to enter the eternal life realm. Sometimes, giving up was a harder choice than fighting. Yuanqi also disappeared. He did not dare to stay in the dreamscape for fear that Lu Ying would be wary of him. Above the sky sec's back mountain, Lu Ying opened his eyes and looked at the deep starry sky. Meng Sang would not give up on entering the eternal life realm. This was his only chance as long as he could prove the existence of the spiritual universe. As he thought about it, Lu Ying made the border of the Tianyuan universe open up a path for Meng Sang to go outside the stone door. On the other side, Meng Sang quickly found a few progenitor cultivators from the spiritualized universe. There were many progenitor cultivators who had escaped from the battlefield, and only the spiritualized universe could find them. Meng Sang tried various methods and finally sensed an aura that did not belong to the spiritualized universe, the consciousness universe, or the Tianyuan universe on one of the spiritualized universe's cultivators. This aura was unfamiliar, but also familiar. It was familiar with Yusang Tian's power. Yusang Tian had used some method to conceal this person's aura. Meng Sang immediately continued to search for other spiritualized universe's cultivators. After some time, she found 2 more with the same aura. At this point, she was sure that Yusang Tian had hidden the spiritual universe. The aura of different universes could not be imitated, just like how it was impossible for a person to dream of someone they had never seen before. After confirming the existence of the spiritual universe, Meng Sang pondered for 2 days and finally decided to take a gamble. No matter what Lu Yin's attitude was, she had to return to the spiritualized universe. She did not expect Yusang Tian to publicize the spiritual universe, as that was unrealistic. Furthermore, if she were Yusang Tian, she would not want too many people to enter the eternal life realm and be on equal footing with her. Meng Sang Tian only hoped to follow Yusang Tian into the spiritual universe and enter the eternal life realm. As for how to do that, she had already thought of it, but the premise was that she could return to the spiritual universe. A springboard, she still had to create a springboard. Lu Yin's figure appeared in Meng Sang's mind. This person would not let her go back so easily, and it would depend on who had the better means. Lu Yin would definitely have the advantage because he was the only one who knew how to create the springboard. Only then would it be considered a success. Meng Sang would then have a chance to leave. When she arrived at the border of the Tianyuan universe, she was surrounded by the Tianyuan universe's experts. There was only one path without any traces, and that path was obviously left behind by Lu Yin. Lu Yin could not attack her at this time, but Meng Sang was cautious. Lu Yin would not let go of the grudge of Astral Ten's massacre. If she could cultivate to Sang Tian's position, how could she let her fate be in the hands of others? Not long after, a figure appeared and headed towards the stone door. Wu Tian and the rest looked over and stared at that person. That person was nervous and did not want to come, but Meng Sang's orders made it impossible for him to disobey. He could only grit his teeth and head towards the stone door. Once the people from the Tianyuan universe attacked, this person would definitely die. At this moment, not only were the people from the Tianyuan universe watching, but Meng Sang was also watching from afar. She was using this person to test Lu Yin and see what he would do. Lu Yin quickly received the news, but he did not care. Meng Sang could test him however she wanted. That person arrived safely outside the stone door and relaxed. As long as he passed through the stone door, he could escape, although he might not be able to do so. Beyond the stone door was the direction to the spiritualized universe. It was boundless, but it was still better than being killed here. Soon after, another figure headed towards the stone door. It was another spiritualized cultivator. Then came a second, third, and fourth person. Meng Sang was one of the hidden people. If Lu Yin really did act, he might or might not be able to find Meng Sang. Meng Sang had a good grasp of the situation, and those who headed towards the stone door were all ordinary progenitors, so the Tianyuan universe would not be too wary of them. After the fifth person, no one headed towards the stone door, because the fifth person was Meng Sang. He had arrived outside the stone door as he wished, and even if the Tianyuan universe wanted to kill him, he would have enough time to escape. It was time to build a Springboard. The springboard was a kind of cosmic astrology. When the spiritualized universe was first discovered, it was not seen at all. It could be described as magical. It was a kind of astrology that borrowed force to fight force. It used the power of the universe itself to throw everything close to the springboard far away. This power was beyond human imagination. Even the eternal life realm might not have this kind of power. If not for this power, it would not have been possible to cross two universes so easily in just 10 years. When the springboard had been discovered, the spiritualized universe had studied it for a long time before determining its use. At that time, the entire spiritualized universe had been in an uproar, as everyone felt that they could use the springboard to easily reach the consciousness universe and speed up the process of conquering it. However, there were always people with great wisdom who saw the danger. This was because the springboard was not a 1 in a billion chance celestial phenomenon. Instead, it was a celestial phenomenon that could appear between universes. Since it could appear, it meant that it could be discovered. If a civilization determined the purpose of the springboard before the humans and monitored it, the civilization that used it would be in trouble. The civilizations that could monitor the springboard would definitely surpass the civilizations that had just discovered it. If they dared to monitor it, it meant that they had the confidence to control everything. This was pessimistic for the civilizations that had just discovered the springboard. It had only been a few years since the spiritualized universe went from being excited to being pessimistic. The entire spiritualized universe accepted this pessimistic thought very quickly. It could be said that once this thought spread, it was accepted by the entire spiritualized universe at an astonishing speed. It was as if it was branded into their bones. The human fear of the unknown quickly gained the upper hand. Even Xianxia was silent. From then on, the springboard became a taboo. No matter what the situation was, it was best not to use it. Even if it took countless years to conquer the universe of consciousness, the spiritualized universe would not use the springboard. During this period of time, many people had wasted their lives on the journey to the universe of consciousness, and many people had died because they did not receive any reinforcements. They might have been resentful before they died, but they would not have wanted to use a springboard until they were on the brink of death. This was a fear that stemmed from their very souls. Over the countless years, although the spiritualized universe rarely used the springboard, they had still used it more than once. Most of the time, they had used it to study the springboard's astrology. Since they had guessed that there were other civilizations that could monitor the springboard, they wanted to become that civilization as well. After so many years, the spiritualized universe's greatest achievement was to completely suppress the universe of consciousness. It was only a matter of time before they conquered and rebooted the universe of consciousness. The spiritualized universe's research on the springboard was more or less complete, and they had even attempted to create a small springboard. At this point, the time needed to create a small springboard had been reduced to around 3 years. Even with Xianxia's strength, he still needed 3 years to create an astrology. One could imagine how powerful this astrology would be. Furthermore, this was not the true springboard. This springboard would only allow the user to jump 1/10 of the distance to the true springboard. In other words, the spiritualized universe could use the true springboard to reach the Tianyuan universe in 10 years. If the Tianyuan universe created a small springboard, the distance they had jumped and the time it took to create it would take at least 40 years to reach the Tianyuan universe. This was already a very good result. If there were any accidents along the way, this time would be extended indefinitely. Since Meng Sang had created the springboard, Luyin was relieved. Now, it all depended on luck. If the spiritualized universe's reinforcements set off before the springboard was completed, then no one would be able to stop them. Now, there was something that Luyin had wanted to do for a long time. After leaving the Above Heaven sect, Luyin went to Immemorial City and found Mr. Mu to learn about tracing the past. "You want to learn tracing the past?" Mr. Mu asked. Luyin nodded and bowed deeply. "Please grant my wish, Master. I know that I can only learn one of Master's ultimate techniques, but tracing the past is very important to me. If possible, I would like to learn it." The small boat could cross the river of time, but it could only constantly flash images of time without any coordinates. It was like a boat sailing in the sea, unable to find its direction. If Luyin learned tracing the past, he would be able to use time that was not integrated into the river of time as coordinates. He would be able to find many years of the past by himself, and he could even use parallel time as coordinates for his future self to find. This was equivalent to sending a message to his future self. Without tracing the past, he would have to rely on Senior Mu Zhu and the others, which would be too inconvenient. Mr. Mu nodded. With your cultivation of the power of time, you can indeed learn tracing the past. Actually, the reason why I set the rule that you could only learn one was because these two ultimate techniques were too difficult to learn at the same time. I was only able to do it by coincidence. Your path is similar to Tai Chu's, and Tai Chu could not cut off the river of time, no matter how strong he was. However, you are special and have learned too many powers. Now, it seems that the more you learn, the better. Luyin was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. Mr. Mu sighed. I should be the one thanking you. Your path is different from Tai Chu's and mine, but it encompasses all of us. In the future, we will be able to see the true path of great success from you. This is also the lifelong wish of cultivators like us. Tracing the past can cut off the river of time after great success. If this power is used well, it will benefit people. If not, the universe will be in chaos. Many things in this universe are rooted in fixing the river of time and occupying the mirage domain. You must remember this. Luyin said, Master, this is not your fault. Occupying the mirage domain and cutting off the river of time is just a catalyst for all sorts of conflicts and conspiracies. If not for this, who knows when the spiritualized universe would have acted? Perhaps the Tianyuan universe would have already been rebooted. We have the ability to fight against the spiritualized universe because of the fixed mirage domain. This caused the Tianyuan universe to have different spacetime flows. Everything has a cause and effect. Mr. Mu was shocked. There was cause and effect. Cause and effect. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. During these 2 years, there was no trace of the sole true God and the others. Progenitor Chen was still chasing after the Forgotten Ruins God, but he was still chasing after various bugs. The round-faced elder from the spiritualized universe and Baoqi did not appear. They had all hidden themselves. Tianxi had clearly escaped from the border of the Tianyuan universe, but he had been killed by Luyin in the heavenly sect. This matter made them cautious. Meng Sang was still creating a springboard outside the stone door. Luyin had watched her from afar several times and vaguely saw the mysterious celestial phenomenon. He did not know how long it would take to complete it. As for tracing the past, it was not difficult to learn. Lu Yin's cultivation of the power of time had already surpassed that of ordinary people, so learning tracing the past was twice as easy. He often traversed the river of time and used tracing the past to find times that had not been absorbed by the river of time. He let the small boat of light devour them and increase the boat's toughness. A considerable portion of the times that had not been absorbed by the river of time appeared in various battlefields, such as the Disaster Zone, Immemorial City, and the border of the Tianyuan universe. Some of these times were used by Luyin, while others were used by others. Luyin also saw the time where Progenitor Chen had been severely injured. It was left behind when Progenitor Chen had forcefully withstood the power of the Forgotten Ruins God's palm and skipped time. Luyin let the small boat of light devour the time to eliminate the hidden danger for Progenitor Chen. No one would be able to find such a time to injure Progenitor Chen. Of course, no one should be able to find it in the first place, except for those who cultivated tracing the past. Only tracing the past could accurately find times that had not been absorbed by the river of time. Luyin saw his own image again, and this made him feel depressed. Was it Master Grass? Was he spying on him? Someone had been monitoring him for a long time. This was the first time Luyin had seen it when he entered the Mirage Domain to fish. At that time, he had felt a chill down his spine. Now, he saw it again. Other than a powerhouse like Master Grass, he could not think of anyone else who could monitor him in such a way. No matter how he planned the war with the spiritualized universe, he would have to face one person in the end, and that was Master Grass. Luyin only hoped that Master Grass would be wary of the karmic chain. This was their only chance of survival. Even though this chance was very slim. Those who had encountered the Eternal Realm had all been defeated. The Lost Clan's third stronghold had the regent and other top powerhouses, but they had all been defeated by the immortal master. Mr. Mu's spacetime had been defeated by an omnipotent existence. Now, they were facing the eternal realm. This pressure was unimaginable for ordinary people. Louis needed more and more fishing to calm his mind. He looked into the distance and had a chance to choose again. Fate, what did he see? Under the starry sky, countless meteorite fragments were connected together to form a ring. Atop the ring, Yan Gang looked at the flickering flames in front of him with a burning gaze. Good treasure, good treasure. My lord, this is a good treasure. Not far away, Tiango shouted as it stared at the flickering flames. It did not seem to care. The god of forgotten ruins was surprised. It's just an enlighter. What's so good about it? Yan Gang was excited. It's hard to avoid the flames that you see. This is called Firefly's bewitchment. It's born from the heart and can burn living things. As long as you see it, you will definitely be burned. Although it's only an enlighter, it has the advantage of being unable to avoid it, and there are many of them. The god of forgotten ruins was disdainful. It doesn't sound that different from the other bugs. Yan Gang wanted to refute the god of forgetfulness's words, but after thinking about it, it was true. The other worms had the unavoidable Qianli and had the characteristic of endless numbers. Firefly had no advantage. The main reason was that during this period, the hive had been breeding new worms, but they were all mediocre. Yan Gang was excited when he saw something decent. King Qing glanced at the god of forgetfulness. No one knows that Firefly came from the hive. The god of forgetfulness raised his eyebrows and looked at King Qing. At the same time, Black Wushan and Wang Xiaoyu looked at King Qing. That was the biggest characteristic of Firefly. No one knew that it came from the hive. As long as it didn't attack first, it would be a great threat to intelligent creatures when its numbers spread all over the universe. The one true god's voice was heard. Keep it and breed it. Let Firefly fill the parallel universes under the heavenly sect. Yan Gang said respectfully, yes, my lord. The one true god looked into the distance. They're finally here. Two figures appeared in the distance. They were the round-faced elder and Bao Qi. After the battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe, they had been hiding and didn't dare to expose themselves. They saw Tianxi being killed in the heavenly sect with their own eyes. They didn't dare to find anyone for fear of being killed. They were saying Tian, but they felt wronged. After 2 years, they finally found the one true god. Saying Tian was extremely powerful. When the round-faced elder and Bao Qi arrived, the heavenly hound kept barking and the god of forgetfulness became serious. Black Wushan's eyes turned cold. He was no stranger to these two. The defeat of the consciousness universe was related to them. He came from the consciousness universe and surrendered to the spiritualized universe, but he was sent to the Tianyuan universe by the spiritualized universe. He had mixed feelings about the spiritualized universe. Eternal, we finally meet. The round-faced elder was not far away from the one true god. He spoke slowly. On the side. Bao Qi glanced at the god of forgetfulness and the others. He paused on Black Wushan and then looked at the one true god. The one true god was still covered in the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. It hadn't dimmed after so many years. I can't help you, the one true god said. The round-faced elder stared at the one true god. The 6 paths of reincarnation realm set by the great heavenly master hasn't been removed? They had been in the Tianyuan universe for a few years. The only true god's tone was calm. She is a bitter disaster realm elite. She is second only to absolute beginning. In the spiritualized universe, she is equivalent to Sang Tian. A Sang Tian level elite that sacrificed her life to set up the seal is not that easy to remove. But you are eternal. The round-faced elder's voice was stern. The one true god did not care. I'm not at the eternal life realm yet. The round-faced elder looked at the only true god, and the only true god looked back at him. They looked at each other and remained silent for a moment. Bao Qi asked, where is the origin? The only true god replied, I don't know. Where is Zhan Yan? I don't know about Yuan Qi or Zhan Yan. They are people from your spiritualized universe. They disappeared after the battle in Primordial City. Perhaps they died in the hands of the Above Heaven sect, or perhaps they went into hiding, just like Meng Sang. The round-faced elder was surprised. You know about Meng Sang? The only true God said, although the Eternals have been defeated, I still know a little about the Tianyuan universe from time to time. The round-faced elder stared at the one true God. Why was Xianxia captured by the Above Heaven sect? He should have come looking for you. He did. He asked me why I didn't help you, the only true God answered. The round-faced elder and Bao Qi looked at the only true God. The only true God turned his head and looked into the distance. They are here again. Let's avoid them first. The round-faced elder and Bao Qi looked in the same direction. Who is it? The god of forgotten ruins felt a headache coming. A guy who is chasing after us. Xianxia was captured by him. The round-faced elder's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Why don't you deal with him? The god of forgotten ruins smiled. Senior, you can deal with him. No one will stop you. The round-faced elder looked at the god of forgotten ruins with a deep gaze. What happened? He Wuxian said in a low voice, his name is Xiaoshang. He can track us down. He is an expert from the Tianyuan universe. There is more than one expert with him. Sir's strength is limited, so he can't do anything. Those people are not simple. Let's avoid them. Lu Yin's methods are sinister. These people are chasing us so openly. Who knows how many experts are waiting in the dark? They can come at any time. Don't forget that this is the Tianyuan universe. For now, it is Lu Yin's world. The round-faced elder did not refute. He immediately changed direction with the one true God. If it was only Progenitor Chen alone, he could take action. After all, there were so many experts here. Even if the above sky sect surrounded them, it would not be easy to win. However, the one true God's strength was limited, and there was more than Progenitor Chen. He did not want to take the risk. Those who could cultivate to the position of Sang Tian were not boorish. Bao Qi had completely changed. If it was before he stepped into bitter disaster, he would have dared to do anything. Now, he was unwilling to do anything. Bitter disaster could change a person. Every person in the bitter disaster realm was a madman. Not long after, Progenitor Chen, Kuzu, and the others stepped into the meteorite debris belt. There is nothing. There are no worms. Strange. Recently, there have been fewer worms left behind. I feel that something is wrong. Be careful. According to the Lost Clan, the worm nest has begun to cultivate strange worms. No one knows what characteristics and abilities these worms have. Even Xianxia is a corpse king. Nothing is impossible. There is a strange aura. It is very powerful. It should be from the spiritualized universe. It should be Sang Tian from the spiritualized universe. Aside from Sang Tian, no one else is qualified to find the one true God and the others. Although it will be troublesome for them to reunite, they are not as scattered as before. Continue the chase. In another space-time, the one true God repeated what he had said to Xianxia. The round-faced elder and Bao Qi could not refute him. Although many spiritualized cultivators had died in the battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe, they had all been progenitors. The only real loss was Palace Mr. Xiao. As for Xianxia, he had been captured later. Other than that, there were only the geniuses who had come with them. However, as long as the spiritualized universe's cultivation method existed, it did not matter if some geniuses died. Time could make up for it. At most, it would take a few decades. With the one true God's strength suppressed, he could not help them. In the current Tianyuan universe, the sect above heaven was the most powerful sect. Lu Yin had been tracking them all this time. Now that they had reunited with the one true God, they had the confidence to face the sect above heaven. Do you know where Meng Sang is? The round-faced elder asked. The one true God was indifferent. If you don't know, how would I know? The round-faced elder frowned. It was strange. It had been 2 years, but there was still no news of Meng Sang. Was she still recovering from her injuries? Or had she been captured by the sect above heaven? Meng Sang had not told the round-faced elder and the others about creating a springboard outside the stone door. Creating a springboard was equivalent to stopping the spiritualized universe from sending reinforcements. However, in their current situation, they could not win unless they revealed Xianxia's secret. Meng Sang did not plan to tell them that Xianxia wanted to dominate the small spirit universe and reach the eternal realm alone. He also wanted to reach the eternal realm alone and suppress the other Xianxians. He had his own methods to try to restart the small spirit universe at the same time as Xianxia. There was no need to bring more people, especially after he had fallen to the primordial realm. He was at a disadvantage compared to the other Xianxians. In the following period, the round-faced elder and Bao Qi decided to follow the one true God and the others. Even when the Forgotten Ruins God mocked them several times, he could not make them leave. The Eternals were the mortal enemies of the sect above heaven. If possible, the sect above heaven would be more willing to eliminate the one true God now. After all, the one true God's strength was limited. If they did not kill him now, he would be difficult to deal with in the future. It was safest to follow the one true God now. He would never be found by the sect above heaven. They were right, but the sect above heaven did not find them. Someone else did. Looking at the woman who had suddenly appeared, the one true God was surprised. Wei. At this moment, to no surprise, the person who had appeared before them was Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei smiled at the one true God. Long time no see, Eternals. How did you find me? The one true God was confused. The round-faced elder and Bao Qi's eyes turned cold. They had actually been found. Mr. Wei smiled faintly and did not explain. Instead, he said, the Mirage Domain is about to appear. A light flashed through the one true God's eyes. The round-faced elder suddenly took a step forward and said excitedly, "What did you say? The Mirage Domain is about to appear?" Mr. Wei looked at the round-faced elder. You must be saying Tian of the spiritualized universe. What does the Mirage Domain represent to the spiritualized universe? The round-faced elder stared at Mr. Wei. Countless possibilities. Mr. Wei clasped his hands behind his back and nodded. Yes, countless possibilities. The biggest difference between the Tian Yuan universe and the spiritualized universe is that under the interference of the Mirage Domain, the Tian Yuan universe has many parallel universes with different time flows. Luin has the method to enter the Mirage Domain. Although he can only enter once, as long as no one else can enter, that one time will be permanent for him. Time stagnates. He can gather all the resources of the Tian Yuan universe in an instant and use them to deal with your spiritualized universe. I know this. Where is the Mirage Domain? How do you know? The round-faced elder asked. Mr. Wei smiled faintly. I will tell you the time and location of the Mirage Domain. Not only you, I will also tell Luin and the rest. I hope you can deal with them in the Mirage Domain. Luin is too stubborn. The round-faced elder asked, where is it? Mr. Wei slowly told them the time and location of the Mirage Domain. The round-faced elder noted it down and stared at Mr. Wei. You cannot tell the sect above heaven. I don't want any accidents to happen. Mr. Wei was amused and looked at him. You want to monopolize the Mirage Domain and break the separation of the River of Time so that it can flow to other universes? Since you know, please stay. Also, tell me how you know the time and location of the Mirage Domain. The round-faced elder attacked Mr. Wei without holding back. Regardless of Mr. Wei's identity, he belonged to the Tian Yuan universe. As saying Tian of the spiritualized universe, he had an attitude of looking down on the Tian Yuan universe. If not for the sect above heaven surrounding him, he would not have hidden. Now that he attacked Mr. Wei, he did not need to worry about this. Mr. Wei was clearly not with Luin. Mr. Wei watched the round-faced elder's fingers turn golden, but his expression did not change. A pair of scissors and a paper cut appeared in his hands. Without a Mirage Domain, you will never be able to reach a certain height in the domain of time. If Luin can see through this, then he might be able to defeat the spiritualized universe. He then cut the paper cut in two. This person is called Noni. The moment the paper cut was cut, the round-faced elder seemed to hear the roar of a river and the churn of a lake. An indescribable and invisible power descended in an incomprehensible manner. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Mr. Wei in shock. Was this the power of time? Although the spiritualized universe didn't have a mirage domain and thus couldn't go very far on the path of time, as saying Tian, he wasn't completely helpless against time. Lu Yin's parallel time couldn't do anything to him, as he could see through time and even parallel time. However, Mr. Wei's methods left him at a loss. What kind of power was this? It came from time and the passage of time. The Forgotten Ruins God, Wang Xiaoyu, Blacklist God, and the others looked at Mr. Wei in fear. They could not understand that paper cut either. You want to change the karma of time, but because the river of time cannot be reversed, you can only form waves, the only true God said. The round-faced elder was shocked. Such a thing could be done? Mr. Wei's lips curled up as he looked at the round-faced elder. He then took out another paper cut. Everyone who has interacted with you is a wave that can be reversed in the river of time. If this wave can be reversed, then it can change the past. But if it cannot be reversed, then the power of the river of time will be enough to severely injure you. Nongyi was the first progenitor of the Tianyuan universe that you killed. Lu Ying cares about his death a lot. She then waved another paper cut. This person is called Xiaochen. She then looked at Bao Qi. He helped you step into bitter adversity. Bao Qi's eyes narrowed as he looked deeply at the paper cut. If this paper cut was cut, then his fate would be the same as the president's. The round-faced elder looked at Mr. Wei with murderous intent. Mr. Wei's methods must have come from the mirage domain and were related to the river of time. He had to obtain such methods. Although he had been severely injured, it did not mean that he would lose to Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei's attack just now could only be considered a sneak attack. This person was also undergoing bitter adversity. The Tianyuan universe actually had such an expert. Mr. Wei glanced at the president and Bao Qi. I understand your desire for the mirage. Telling Lu Ying is also giving you a chance to kill him in the mirage. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. After that, her figure gradually disappeared. The president wanted to make a move, but the one true God said, you can't stop her. She can see the future. If the past could be blocked, she wouldn't have appeared. You can do such a thing? The president's eyes were blazing. The Forgotten Ruins God smiled. It's time to meet little Lu Ying. This person isn't on the same side as the above heaven sect. Even if she tells Lu Ying might not believe her. Even if the mirage domain really appears, Lu Ying won't bring too many people with him. After all, he has to guard against the spiritualized universe and us. Everyone, the mirage domain is the best opportunity to kill Lu Ying. What is the origin of that person? Bao Qi asked. The only true God said indifferently, I don't know. The above heaven sect existed in the past. If Tianxia was still alive, he might know. How did she find this place? The president's round face was frosty. The only true God did not speak. He suddenly stared at Black Wushan with murderous intent in his eyes. It's you. Black Wushan's expression changed. Black lines rotated in his pupils. I have never interacted with Wei Nu. The president narrowed his eyes. Life forms in the consciousness universe can't be trusted. Black Wushan said in a low voice, that's why we were brought to the Tianyuan universe. Here, we have never betrayed the Eternals. The one true God looked at the president. Wei Nu didn't find us. She found Tai Hong. That Grand Celestial? Bao Qi was surprised. The Forgotten Ruins God exclaimed, I remember now. Wei Nu and Tai Hong are old acquaintances. With her ability in the Tao of Time, she might have done something to Tai Hong and found the 6 paths of reincarnation. The president frowned. You have allowed such a person to roam freely until now. No wonder the Eternals were defeated even with our support. The Forgotten Ruins God smiled. Be careful. Even if the Eternals were defeated, your spiritualized universe might be defeated as well. The president glanced at the Forgotten Ruins God. Will the mirage domain really appear? Will it be Lu Yin's scheme? The one true God shook his head. No, Wei Nu has her own plans. I can't see through her. But she won't work with Lu Ying. The path to immortality is too narrow. The president moved his finger. Too narrow? He looked at the starry sky of the Tianyuan universe. This universe would definitely be rebooted in the end. How many people would be able to take that path? When would Xianxia arrive? In the Above Heaven sect, Luin also received news that the Mirage Domain was about to open. Why would Wei Nu suddenly open the Mirage Domain? Luin didn't understand, but he didn't doubt that Wei Nu had the ability to open the Mirage Domain. She was the ferryman of the River of Time. He only hoped that she wouldn't be ambushed by fate when she entered the Mirage Domain. Now was not the time to start anew. He would receive the news when the Mirage Domain opened. What about the others? For example, the Eternals and the spiritualized universe. Luin didn't believe that Wei Nu would open the Mirage Domain for him alone. The ultimate goal of the ferryman of the River of Time was to cross the bitter adversity. Everyone who crossed the bitter adversity was crazy, especially if they didn't belong to the Tianyuan universe. The evidence was that Wei Nu didn't tell Luin where and when the Mirage Domain would appear. She only told him that it would appear. It was obvious that she didn't want him to bring people to kill other people who entered the Mirage Domain. Luin walked out of the Above Heaven sect and headed to Immemorial City to meet Mr. Mu. Wei Nu wants to open the Mirage Domain? I don't know what she's thinking, Mr. Mu said. Luin was curious. Master, when the Mirage Domain was fixed, the River of Time was cut off. Does Wei Nu have the ability to break it? Definitely. Mr. Mu looked solemn. Wei Nu is the ferryman of the River of Time. No matter how powerful my technique is, it can't surpass the River of Time itself. As long as she is the ferryman of the River of Time, she can completely control it. Fate said that you have a chance to choose again. It's all based on Wei Nu. No one else can do it, including me. Luin didn't understand. If that's the case, why did she allow the Mirage Domain to be fixed? Is it because she wants to break free from the River of Time? Or is it because she wants to break free from the River of Time related to the fixed Mirage Domain? Mr. Mu shook his head. I'm not a ferryman, so I don't know what's going on. I can't see through Wei Nu's plans. If you want to find her, you can only do it in the Mirage Domain. The path to the Eternal Realm is filled with enemies. Everyone is thinking of ways to step into the Eternal Realm. Don't trust anyone easily. Luin nodded. I understand. Luin was prepared for the worst-case scenario on this trip to the Mirage Domain. He would encounter the one true God and the rest, as well as experts from the spiritualized universe. In that case, he would have to pay attention to who he brought to the Mirage Domain. He had to deal with the enemies in the Mirage Domain and even surround and kill them. At the same time, he had to guard against the outside world. Although the time in the Mirage Domain was fixed, Wei Nu was a variable. She could let people enter the Mirage Domain at any time and change the time in the Mirage Domain. Luin didn't want to see the destroyed Above Heaven sect after coming out. Half a month later, Luin entered the Endless Battlefield. The Mirage Domain would open in a parallel universe of the Endless Battlefield. He had already received specific information. At the same time, in the opposite direction, the one true God and the rest stepped into the region where the Mirage Domain would appear. They were very cautious. The moment they appeared, they checked the entire parallel universe to prevent being surrounded and killed by the Above Heaven sect. However, they worried too much. Luin couldn't get the news in advance, so there was no encirclement. There was a parallel universe called Huha in the Endless Battlefield. It was just an ordinary parallel universe. Before Luin came into contact with the Six Directions sect, the most powerful expert that appeared here was only a half-martial ancestor. No one would have thought that the Mirage Domain would appear here. Luin, the one true God, and the rest arrived at Huha spacetime almost at the same time. They were all top-notch experts. The moment they appeared, they noticed each other. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Kill. On the opposite side, the president's expression changed. He first thought that he had been fooled. However, suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared between the two sides. The long River of Time was faintly discernible. That was the Mirage Domain. The Mirage Domain really appeared. Faced with the temptation of the Mirage Domain, even if Luin and the rest were there, the president and Bao Qi had to rush in. Their desire for the Mirage Domain was too strong. The one true God's gaze passed through the parallel universe and landed on Luin and the rest. Luin also saw the one true God. Eternal, you snatched Xianxia's turbid spirit seed and threw him to me. I will remember this favor. After that, the soil covered the starry sky and pressed down on the one true God and the rest. Beside Luin, Li Shou and Su Wang rushed out. Qi and Lu Yuan also attacked. On the other side, Ancestor Chen and Ancestor Ku followed the god of forgetfulness and the rest. They seemed to be surrounded from all directions. When the president heard Lu Yin's words, he subconsciously wanted to look at the one true God. However, he forcibly restrained himself and shouted, "Junior, it's meaningless to sow discord now. You obstructed my plan to spiritualize the universe. I will kill you." Baoqi took out the cauldron bell. A silent explosion of power swept through the entire starry sky, causing Huha spacetime to tremble. The endless soil turned into spears and fell like raindrops, piercing towards the one true God and the rest. The god of forgetfulness and Wang Xiaoyu were afraid, but the president and Baoqi didn't care. In front of them, Qi and Lu Yuan had arrived. In the distance, Ancestor Chen was far away. He used Lu Yin's soil to strike. Ancestor Ku rushed towards the one true God. He had dared to rush into the disaster zone alone. Now, he wouldn't let the one true God go. The battle between the two top-notch experts of the universe tore Huha spacetime apart. Fortunately, there was no one left in this spacetime after the Eternals were defeated. Everyone had migrated out. Otherwise, no one would have survived this battle. Wherever the chief's golden pen pointed, the sealed world enveloped Qi. Qi used the path of Tianyi to avoid the sealed world and the golden pen, and the sky-propping pillar smashed down. Baoqi opened his mouth and roared, causing the stars to boil. On the other side, the divine seal catalog above Lu Yuan's head slammed into the general platform. Bang! With a loud bang, the general platform rumbled, and Lu Yuan coughed up blood. He was not only facing an expert who had crossed the bitter adversity, but also an expert who had grasped the cauldron bell. Lu Yuan and Qi could not stop saying Tian. Fortunately, Li Shou and Su Wang supported them. From the side, especially when a huge hand enveloped them. Even the chief and Baoqi feared it. The ancestor of giants had taken action. Luin had not asked him to take action in the border war of the Tianyuan universe because he was waiting for this moment. He could not expose all the powers of the Tianyuan universe. Luin targeted the one true God. Of all the people present, he was most afraid of him. Golden light flowed around the one true God's body as he was enveloped by the true God heaven transformation technique. Soil covered the stars, and Luin pressed down with one hand, overturning sky palm. The intent realm battle technique suppressed the stars. Not only the one true God, but all the enemies, including the chief, were enveloped by this palm. The chief was shocked. An intent realm battle technique? Baoqi's eyes turned cold. Palace Mistress Xiao had been heavily injured by Lu Yin's intent realm battle technique, and now Luin was using another one. Just how many intent realm battle techniques did he know? Under the overturning sky palm, the Forgotten Ruins god, Wang Xiaoyu, and He Wuxian all spat out blood. The chief and Baoqi resisted with their sequence foundations. If not for that, their own sequence particles would have been dispersed by the stars around Lu Yin's heart. Moreover, they were fighting against primordial realm powerhouses, so the laws did not allow them to get close. Tengu wailed as it was sent flying by the palm. Ancestor Chen and Ancestor Ku took the opportunity to attack the one true God. Black lines pierced through the void, coming from He Wuxian. The Forgotten Ruins god pushed the meditative ruins towards Ancestor Chen and Ancestor Ku. Ancestor Ku took a step forward, his withered body slamming into the meditative ruins. At this moment, lanterns appeared one after another. They came from the Forgotten Ruins deity's true god freedom technique. One of the lanterns had the word withered written on it. The Forgotten Ruins deity waved his hand and the lantern was torn apart. The withered ancestor's body was recovering rapidly. The Forgotten Ruins god's palm. Boom! The starry sky was distorted as the god of forgetfulness retreated step by step. Ancestor Chen passed by Ancestor Ku and used the meditative ruins to attack the only true god. The sole true god glanced up as a sword appeared in his hand. With a slash of his sword, it was as though nothing had happened. However, Ancestor Chen suddenly appeared far away in the distance. That was the power of time, and that sword was none other than the primogenitor sword. Baoqi used the cauldron bell to constantly emit a silent might that covered the cosmos. The cauldron bell and the sealed world sequence particles filled the cosmos. The strength beast and the illusionary beast slammed into the cauldron bell. Along the way, they were blocked by the sequence particles. Immediately after, the soundless force overturned them. The world spun, and they almost fainted. Luin raised his hand and brandished his palm force. Consecutive palm strikes caused the sequence particles that covered the area to swirl around him like a stream of water, following his palm strike towards the one true God. Not only did this strike possess the might of the sequence particles that he had borrowed from consecutive palm strikes, but it also contained the might of his own strength that had reached the limits of a living being's strength. Under this palm, everything fell silent. Even time seemed to have frozen. Only true God stared at Lu Yin's palm and then held his sword horizontally in front of him. His two fingers were parallel to each other as he waved them towards Lu Yin, causing multiple sword shadows to pierce towards Lu Yin. Sword shadows everywhere under Lu Yin's palm strike, the sword shadows shattered one after another. Correspondingly, only true God's body retreated a little with each shattered sword shadow. No matter how close Lu Yin got, it was difficult for him to get close to only true God. These sword shadows were not a killing technique, but rather time itself. The sword shadows transformed into time, and each sword shadow represented a sliver of time from only true God. When the sword shadow's time was broken, the only true God could choose to attack or retreat during that time. Lu Yin watched as only true God easily dodged his attacks. Around him, a small boat of light appeared and turned into a rainbow as it chased after only true God. Every sword shadow that was shattered would not be absorbed by the river of time. If only true God could escape, then Lu Yin could chase after him. Tracing back to the past. Lu Yin stepped on the small boat of light and used the time that was not integrated into the river of time as a coordinate as he approached only true God. His body seemed illusory, appearing and disappearing at times. It was a mysterious and unfathomable sight that stunned even the president and Baoqi. This was the use of time's mighty power, and they were too unfamiliar with it. Time's mighty power was the most mysterious and powerful force in the universe. They urgently needed to grasp time's mighty power. With Sang Tian's abilities, as long as they obtained the Mirage domain and came into contact with the river of time, they would be able to grasp countless uses of time's mighty power. They would not be inferior to these people. Now was not the time for a battle. The president looked at Baoqi. Let's go to the Mirage domain. Baoqi slapped the cauldron bell with both hands, and a soundless power spread out as ripples. Even first-level primordial realm experts feared these ripples. The ancestor of the giants punched out, and the moment he struck the ripples, his arm fractured and his body's particles dispersed. His bones cracked as he staggered backwards. Is this the foundation of the sequences? Primordial realm laws could not force back the particles of the foundation of the sequences unless they were close enough. This power was a representation of the spiritualized universe suppressing the Tianyuan universe. Baoqi relied on the cauldron bell to constantly increase the power he could unleash. If it were not for the fact that the primogenitor was invincible, there would not have been many people in the Tianyuan universe who could have withstood such a battle prowess. Using the cauldron bell's soundless power, Baoqi and the president charged towards the Mirage domain. Chu Yi, Lu Yuan, and the ancestor of the giants all headed towards the Mirage domain. Lu Yin constantly approached the one true God. The one true God's swords constantly increased in number, which also increased Lu Yin's coordinates. Sometimes, having more coordinates was not necessarily better. Just like directions, one had to continue regardless of whether it was right or wrong. If there were too many directions, one would not be able to continue. The one true God praised, every time I see you, you've improved greatly. Pathmaster Lu, I can guarantee that once Tai Hong's 6 paths of reincarnation world vanishes, I'll be the first to kill you. Lu Yin stared at the one true God. I still can't see through you. If possible, I'll kill you as soon as possible. Ancestor Chen and Ancestor Ku charged towards the one true God. The Forgotten Ruins God, He Wushan, and the others did not stop them. The one true God waved his hand casually, and countless swords shot out in all directions. Sword of 10,000 paths. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The one true god had used this move in the Battle of Immemorial City. At that moment, Luin was still rather powerless. There was still a huge difference between him and the one true god, just like how the primogenitor had suppressed the president and Bao Qi alone. This was the battle power that truly stood at the top of a universe. It was something that the current Luin could not reach. Although he was known as the master of the Tianyuan universe, it did not mean that he had the power of the master of the Tianyuan universe. At his peak, the primogenitor, Mr. Mu, had the power of a master of the universe. Closer. Countless swords swept out in all directions. Unlike the Battle of Immemorial City, there was no killing intent this time. It was still the time of the swords. Pathmaster Liu, instead of chasing me, why don't you find trouble with the spiritualized universe? They're about to enter the Mirage Domain. Luin turned around. The president, Bao Qi, had just entered the Mirage Domain. The one true god was getting further and further away. Master, I'll leave it to you, Luin shouted and turned towards the Mirage Domain. In another direction, Mr. Mu walked out and headed towards the one true god. The one true god saw Mr. Mu and said slowly, "You should know that you can't keep me here. Tai Hong's power is not my match at all. Restraining me for this long is already his limit." A wooden flute appeared in Mr. Mu's hand. Without saying a word, the flute began to play. The one true god frowned. He raised the ancestor's sword and flicked it. The sword hummed softly, and the swords flew towards Mr. Mu, but they were all shattered by the flute. The same thing happened again. The shattered swords gave the one true god time to lead Forgotten Ruins God, Black Wushan, and the others towards the Mirage Domain. Although Mr. Mu was powerful and surpassed Luin in terms of absolute power, he could not suppress the one true god in terms of the power of time. His tracing the past had cut off the river of time, so he could only watch as the one true god approached the Mirage Domain using time fragments. At the front, the president and Bao Qi looked back and saw the one true god and the others rushing over. They looked at each other and sped towards the Mirage Domain. Chu Yi, Lu Yuan, and the others followed closely behind. Luin was approaching at a speed that was parallel to time. In another direction, Ancestor Chen and Ancestor Ku were chasing after him. Since Mr. Mu could not stop the one true god from entering the Mirage Domain, he had to do it himself. He just had to ensure that the battle in the Mirage Domain would not last long. Now, unless the second wave of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe arrived, the Tianyuan universe would be fine. The river of time flowed through the past and present, flowing through every period of time. It flickered in and out of existence in the parallel spacetime. The time in the bamboo forest, the wooden hut, and the mist gradually faded away. The president and Bao Qi were the first to enter the Mirage Domain. They fell into the mist. The mist that lasted for an indeterminate amount of time posed no threat to them, but it had shocked Luin in the past. Chu Yi, Lu Yuan, and the ancestor of the giants entered together. They were met with the president's sealed world, which had replaced his original body. Even the three of them were caught off guard by the sneak attack of the sealed world. The three of them appeared in the sealed world. The president used a golden brush to touch them gently, wanting to turn them golden. However, he had overestimated the power of the sealed world. Although the sealed world possessed tremendous amounts of sequence particles that could basically ignore the laws of the primordial realm and not approach them, it was very difficult for it to attack three primordial realm experts simultaneously. No matter what, they were three primordial realm experts, not progenitors. The ancestor of the giants punched out with absolute strength, dispersing the time in the mist and colliding with the sealed world. The president's golden brush touched the three of them, and hazy golden light appeared on their bodies. However, the golden light dispersed under the ancestor of the giant's punch. Bao Qi shook the cauldron bell. The silent power overturned the time in the mist, causing the river of time to surge. Not only did it knock away the ancestor of the giant's punch, but it even shattered space. It was like a cross-section had been added to the Mirage Domain. Chewie hugged the heaven-supporting pillar and resisted the silent power with great difficulty. It was like the world was spinning in reverse. With his palm facing down, Lu Yuan casually threw out the Xidagarba needle. It pierced through the cross-section of the silent force and stabbed towards Bao Qi. Bao Qi grinned. With the help of the cauldron bell, the silent power skyrocketed again. It was as if there were endless sequence particles spreading. An even bigger cauldron bell appeared above his head, making a loud noise. Luyin, Progenitor Chen, and Ancestor Ku all entered at the same time. He saw the huge cauldron bell at first glance. Ancestor Chen and Ancestor Ku struck out together. Even though they had not broken through to the primordial realm, their battle prowess was already extraordinary. They were the peak experts of an era. On the other hand, he could fight against any strong enemy with his consecutive palms. The other relied on things to move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme, and was almost immortal. The two of them would not be easier to deal with than primordial realm experts. Luyin turned around. The only true God, come. The starry sky in his heart spread out and covered the mirage domain, continuously dispersing the sealed realm and the cauldron bell sequence. Particles. At the same time, Lu Yin's body withered and was covered by a blackish-purple substance. He wielded the earth spear as blackish-white gas spiraled around him. His strength constellation swept out in all directions. The mirage domain became more and more blurry. The one true God brought the god of forgotten ruins, Wang Xiaoyu, and Black Wushan closer. Behind them was Mr. Mu. Luyin raised his spear and pointed it at the only true God. The one true God met Lu Yin's gaze and instantly entered the mirage domain. At the same time, the god of forgotten ruins pointed out a finger, and the lantern behind him shattered. This represented Lu Yin's true god freedom technique from the god of forgotten ruins. Luyin felt as if an invisible force was trying to shatter his body. This feeling was similar to paper cut, but also different. Paper cut used the long river of time to cover against the current, forming great waves. As for the true god's freedom technique, it used one's past thoughts to sever one's emotions, thoughts, desires, and wishes. When the god of oblivion severed the lantern, the person represented by the lantern would be conflicted because of his thoughts, desires, and desires. Luyin spat out a mouthful of blood, and Black God's eyes spun as the line shot towards Luyin. The one true God knocked on the sword once again. Sword shadows flew out, boundless time. Luyin suddenly raised his head, gripped his spear tightly, and stabbed out. The spear pierced towards the only true God, shattering the sword shadows along the way. Luyin himself took a step backwards and raised his palm to strike out. His palm was like a vortex that sucked in everything around him. The god of forgotten ruins was shocked. He was not injured. How could this be? The true god's freedom law was ineffective? In front of only true God's eyes, the spear continued to stab at him, and the sword's shadows were completely unobstructed. Beside him, the Forgotten Ruins god condensed meditative ruins to block the attacks, but he was also pierced through by the spear. This attack contained the power of Lu Yin's biological limit, as well as the mortal realm's soil. The only true God suddenly retreated. He faced the long spear and retreated from the mirage domain. Mr. Mu arrived just in time. The wooden flute turned and pointed at the void. The heavenly hound suddenly appeared and stood between the only true deity and Mr. Mu. After being hit by Mu Xiao, it held in pain as its body was almost pierced through and smashed towards the only true deity. Wang Xiaoyu caught the heavenly hound, and the remaining force injured Wang Xiaoyu. The one true God glanced at Mr. Mu before heading off in another direction. The god of forgotten ruins grabbed Wang Xiaoyu and dragged the heavenly hound away, waving goodbye to Luyin. Luyin had not expected the sole true God to suddenly retreat. Did he not care about the mirage anymore? Blacklist God also wanted to retreat, but Luyin subconsciously stopped himself. Blacklist God was a gift left for the only true God, and it would be a waste to kill him in the mirage domain. At this moment, the mirage suddenly disappeared from Hua spacetime. He Wushan looked at the sky of the mirage domain. He could no longer see the starry sky of Hua spacetime. His heart sank as he was trapped in the mirage domain. Luyin looked at Blacklist God. Blacklist God also looked at Luyin. They both stopped fighting. Blacklist God only wanted to escape, and Luyin hoped that he would as well, but they could not make it too obvious. Blacklist God himself did not know that he had been schemed against, and if they made it too obvious, he would become suspicious. Back then, deity Xiaoyin had been schemed against by the Grand Empyreans. In order to prevent deity Xiaoyin from being suspected, Luyin had forced a war and asked senior brother Woodcutter and the others to cooperate and force deity Xiaoyin to go to the Black Mother Tree. However, an accident had still occurred, and deity Xiaoyin had discovered them midway. If not for Huiwu, the scheme might not have succeeded. At this moment, if Blacklist God discovered that he had been schemed against, it would be useless against the only true God. Blacklist God wanted to escape, but he guessed that it would not be that easy. Luin hoped that Blacklist God would escape as he did not want to be discovered. They both stopped fighting and looked at each other. The scene was strange. "Don't even think about escaping," the ancestor of the giants roared as he grabbed at Blacklist God. Luin was speechless. What was he supposed to do? Blacklist God's expression turned ugly. It would not be easy to escape. Blacklist God's eyes turned, and black lines appeared from the void, forming a bizarre prison that trapped Luin and burned with black flames. At the same time, the black lines extended into the mirage domain, following the ancestor of the giant's arm. This was an innate gift, not a sequence law. The ancestor of the giants snorted and clenched his fist, using his strength to disperse the black lines. Just as he was about to continue attacking, his body suddenly froze. It was the sealed realm again. In the distance, the president used the sealed realm to restrain the ancestor of the giants. The direction of the golden pen was constantly approaching Chui. Baoqi frantically shook his cauldron bell, causing the mirage domain to boil. The mirage domain was not impossible to leave, as one could just tear through the void. However, they were unwilling to leave. This was the mirage domain, a place that the spiritualized universe had searched for countless years. It was a place where they could pry into the power of time. If they did not come into contact with the river of time, they would never reach a certain height. Spiritualized universes were too rare in this path. It could only be said that the primogenitors had gone too far, forcing the spiritualized universe's desire for the mirage domain and the river of time to reach the limit. Luin grabbed the bizarre prison and tore it open. "Senior, I'll leave Blacklist God to you." He then headed towards Baoqi. If he also attacked Blacklist God would definitely die. Although the ancestor of the giants was a primordial realm powerhouse and could suppress Blacklist God, Luin did not forget that Blacklist God was a life form of the consciousness universe. Blacklist God's consciousness belonged to the celestial realm, which corresponded to the primordial realm. If he really went all out, the ancestor of the giants might not be able to do anything to him. The ancestor of the giants' battle prowess was too monotonous, and he had no advantage over Blacklist God. Luin charged towards Baoqi, but he was met with a silent power. Baoqi cultivated the sequence law of sound, obtained the spiritualized innate gift of mimicry, and obtained the sequence foundation cauldron bell. The combination of the three had created Xianxia. He was the only person who could achieve Xianxia without crossing the bitter adversity. He was invincible on the border battlefield of the Tianyuan universe. If the crazy headmaster had not used the path of red dust to force him into the bitter adversity realm, the border war would not have ended up like that. After entering the bitter adversity, Baoqi's personality changed drastically. He was no longer Xiangyang and had become introverted. Although his strength did not increase by much, this sudden change in personality made others uneasy. Fortunately, it was temporarily beneficial to the Tianyuan universe, which was equivalent to crippling Xianxia. However, that was under normal circumstances. Now that he was surrounded, no matter how his personality changed, he would not seek death. Baoqi used the cauldron bell to unleash terrifying strength. The silent power dyed the mirage domain black like ink, forcefully repelling the fog. The cauldron bell turned Baoqi's voice into an unparalleled killing weapon that spread out in all directions. Luin raised his hand and stabbed out with a spear of earth, but it was all shattered by the silent power. He threw out a punch, but even the strength of a living being was unable to penetrate the silent power that dyed the void black. Baoqi opened his mouth, and coldness and savagery filled the depths of his eyes. The bitter adversity was constantly suppressing his nature, but he was releasing it in this battle. If he completely released his nature, he might fall from the primordial realm and be unable to set foot in the bitter adversity for the rest of his life. He would not be able to achieve eternal life, just like Meng Sang. However, the primordial realm Baoqi was still Xianxia and possessed terrifying strength. Using the cauldron bell, Baoqi enveloped the surroundings with a silent power. Nothing could penetrate it, making him undefeatable. The main president was also protected by a silent power. He had rejoiced many times that Baoqi had come to the Heaven Origin universe. The power of sound seemed ordinary, but once it was fully unleashed, it was terrifying. This was also why the spiritualized universe had to create the Cauldron Bell. No one had been able to use the Cauldron Bell for countless years, but it was still one of the foundations of the 10 great sequences. Lu Ying looked at the main president and Baoqi, who were protected by the silent power. He aimed at them and waved his hand. Canyong. 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 Sunset. Afterglow. Burn your martial arts. It's an intent battle technique. Be careful, the main president warned as his golden brush hovered in the air. Lu Ying stared at the brush, completely infatuated. This was his bitter adversity. Canyong could burn martial arts, which was to burn everything that came with cultivation. However, bitter adversity was the exact opposite. Everything that people experienced at the beginning of cultivation was bitter adversity. The main president used bitter adversity to resist Canyong. Not only did he ignore Canyong, but he even caused Canyong's afterglow to reappear and devour Lu Ying. Lu Ying vomited blood and looked at the president in surprise. The head guildmaster smiled with a round face. Junior, how long has this old man cultivated? You want to erase this old man's path with just a concept battle skill. You underestimate the bitter disaster realm too much. Lu Ying wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had indeed underestimated these old men. Canyong had always been successful against Palace Mistress Xiao, but he had been defeated by the president. This was how strong a bitter adversity realm powerhouse was. Lu Ying thought that he was invincible in the Heaven Origin universe, and only a few people could surpass him. However, he had forgotten that the president, Baoqi, was also in the bitter adversity realm and could surpass him. Baoqi faced Lu Ying and opened his mouth, sending a silent blade of darkness towards him. Lu Yuan blocked in front of Lu Ying and shattered the blade. Are you alright, little seven? Lu Ying shook his head. I underestimated them. Lu Yuan laughed. That's a good thing. That old man only caused you to suffer a backlash. It's not that serious. It's just a reminder. After all, the bitter adversity realm is not that easy to reach. Lu Ying looked at Lu Yuan's back. Ancestor, you can also ignore my Canyong. Lu Yuan nodded. Yes. Lu Ying exhaled. Intents are extremely effective in the primordial realm. It made me forget the difference between me and the bitter adversity realm. However, Canyong can still be strengthened. Haha, of course. Intents are more important than one's realm. The stronger your intent, the deeper your understanding of the battle technique, the more powerful it will be, Lu Yuan said. Lu Ying looked at the president and Baoqi. They didn't want to give up on the mirage, but they didn't want to either. What was Wei Nu thinking? Help the Tianyuan universe kill the people from the spiritualized universe? If that was the case, it was time for her to make a move. If that wasn't the case, then what was her goal? Lu Ying was constantly on guard against Wei Nu. She definitely had her own motives. The river of time rolled by. Chuyi and the others besieged the president and Baoqi. Under the protection of the Sequence Foundation, they would not be defeated so easily. There were too many sequence particles. Coupled with the Sequence Foundation, one could be killed if they weren't careful. As for He Wuxian, he clashed with the ancestor of the giants. The ancestor of the giants felt aggrieved. He was a mighty primordial realm expert, yet he was unable to take down He Wuxian. Almost all of the 7 sky gods had gone to the battle of the ancient city, but the colossal ancestor did not pay too much attention to them. They were very powerful, but they had not reached the primordial realm yet. Who would have thought that this Black Wuxian was so slippery that even he couldn't take him down, and it wasn't good for him to lose face and ask for help from others. He Wuxian had been looking for an opportunity to leave. His consciousness was his final trump card. He would definitely be able to leave. The Mirage Domain had never experienced such a great battle. By the river of time, the stone tablet erected by the ancestors had long been shattered. Lu Ying looked at the president and Baoqi, who were being protected by the soundless force, and wiped the corner of his mouth. Baoqi's power was endless, and there was no end to it. Waiting any longer would be futile. Since that was the case, he would solve one first. Lu Ying opened his mouth and said something to Chuyi, Lu Yuan, and the others. Everyone stared blankly and looked at each other. So it was like this. The main guild leader aimed the sealed world at his surroundings, and combined with the silent force, his defense was impenetrable. Bao Qi, how much longer can you hold on? My voice is a combination of talent and the sequence method. Combined with the sequence foundation, if I were alone, the pressure would be too great and I wouldn't be able to hold on for long. But with your sealed world and golden pen, they won't be able to take advantage of us in a battle of attrition, Bao Qi said. The president was reassured. It's impossible for us to leave the Mirage domain. As long as we hold on, they will have to leave when reinforcements arrive. Bao Qi was puzzled. Will they leave if time stops in the Mirage domain? The president sneered. As long as a creature enters, the time in the Mirage domain will change with that creature. They don't dare to take the risk. If they lose, the Tianyuan universe will be gone. In the Mirage domain, no one knows how much time has passed in the outside world. No one knows when the next person who enters the Mirage domain will come from. They won't be able to hold on for long. The Mirage domain will belong to us in the end. He then looked at Luin. Junior, let me see how long you can stay here. Luin looked at the president and smiled, longer than you. The president was shocked and instinctively felt that something was amiss. Suddenly, outside the soundless force, Chu Yi, Lu Yuan, Ancestor Chen, and Ancestor Ku simultaneously split into two shadows and attacked the soundless force. The head of the headquarters was shocked. Impossible. The sealed world allowed one to reverse heaven and man with one's impression. If one were to damage the impression, they would be able to damage the original body as well. It seemed powerful, and it was indeed powerful. Chui and the others were wary of it, but there was a huge drawback to it. Impressions were very vague and were not controlled by the person himself. When a person looked at another person, if they saw both the front and the side of the person at the same time, the impression would be different. Only with the accumulation of time would the different impression disappear. The sealed world was the same. The impression sequence originated from the cultivator. If Chui and the others split into two at the same time, one from the front and one from the side, the impression would be different for the sealed world. Although the sealed world did not have a limit to the number of impressions and could reverse heaven and man at the same time, allowing the president to injure them, there would always be a front and back. If the president attacked the front, Chui and the others would attack from the side. If the president attacked from the side, Chui and the others would attack from the front. This was the drawback of the sealed world. Actually, it was not considered a drawback. If Chui and the others were not strong enough, the president could easily injure or even kill all of their impressions. The reason why it was a drawback was that both sides were basically equal in strength. Seeing Chui and the others rapidly splitting into more and more faces, the president's heart sank and he hurriedly attacked. However, Chui, Lu Yuan, and the others were all in the primordial realm. Even Ancestor Chen and Ancestor Ku could not be easily injured. How could the president deal with it alone? Everyone's attacks landed on the soundless force. Bao Qi's pressure suddenly increased. He could only increase the power of the cauldron bell, which rapidly increased his consumption. What's going on? Bao Qi growled. The president gritted his teeth. Someone betrayed the spiritualized universe. The drawback of the sealed world has been discovered. Who? The president gritted his teeth and stared at Luin. Lu Yin's confidence was the reason why he was certain that someone had betrayed the spiritualized universe. Actually, this drawback could be discovered, and there was no need for someone to reveal it. However, Lu Yin's smile just now made the president certain that someone had betrayed the spiritualized universe. Who? Who would betray the spiritualized universe? Palace Mistress Xiao? Impossible. She did not know about the drawback of the sealed world. Tianxi? Impossible. He did not know about it either. Aside from them, who else could it be? Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind. Origin. The president looked at Luin. Origin is in your hands. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Guess. The president gritted his teeth. It's Origin. He betrayed the spiritualized universe. Bao Qi was surprised. Why Origin? Because Origin once controlled the sealed world. He knows about the drawbacks of the sealed world. Moreover, We have been in the Tianyuan universe for so long, but Origin has not appeared. Even the Eternals do not know where he is. He was captured by the Above Heaven sect and betrayed the spiritualized universe. After that, he looked at Luin. What about Zhang Yin? Where is the Jiangshan state painting? Why? Are you not going to use the impression rotation? Luin asked. The president's face sank. You even know about the impression rotation? That traitor must have told you. He whispered to Bao Qi, if you can't do it, then leave. The pressure from Noiseless Force suddenly increased and Luin took action. He used the reverse step and multiple figures appeared, preventing the president from attacking them all at once. Luin waved his hand, and earth spears pierced towards the Noiseless Force like raindrops. A terrifying force enveloped the mortal ancestor's world and forced Bao Qi to retreat. Bao Qi's face fell, and his lips curled up even more. He pressed his hands on the cauldron bell while the president drew out an endless amount of sequence particles from the sealed world. The next moment, two majestic sequence particles appeared like dragons soaring into the sky. They covered the sky and turned into a canopy. Luin and the others' expressions changed. They had never seen such majestic sequence particles before. They had already covered the entire mirage domain like a sky made of sequence particles. These were the sequence particles contained within the sequence foundations. The sealed world had been condensed by 359 cultivators of the sequence principles since ancient times, while the cauldron bell had been condensed by 105 cultivators of the sequence principles. The two sequence foundations added up to more than 400 sequence principle experts. What a frightening number this was. How many sequence principle experts had appeared in the Battle of Immemorial City since ancient times? There were far fewer. The first time Luin saw such majestic sequence particles was at the Grand Celestial Tea Party, but the sequence particles there were too small compared to the sequence particles that appeared now. The number of light wheels was the most Luin had ever seen. The sealed world and the cauldron bell completely erupted with sequence particles, covering the entire mirage domain and pressing towards Luin and the others. At this moment, anyone would be shocked by the majestic sequence particles. As Bao Qi roared, the cauldron bell vibrated, and the sequence particles pressed down like a canopy. Darkness replaced the day, and everyone resisted with their own sequence principles. Only two figures crossed the canopy like sequence particles and rushed towards the president and Bao Qi. They were Luin and Progenitor Chen. The two of them skipped time and crossed the majestic sequence particles, which made the president and Bao Qi's expressions change drastically. The two of them struck out at the same time. The sequence particles around them turned into a vortex and were pulled in. Under the two vortexes, they struck out at the same time. Bao Qi pushed the cauldron bell towards the two of them. Clang! There was a loud sound, and Bao Qi spat out blood as he was sent flying. Even the cauldron bell was sent flying. From the side, the president's sealed world enveloped the area and pointed his golden brush at Luin. Lu Yin's forehead was boiling hot, and around him, a small boat of flowing light shuttled back and forth. It reversed for a second, and his body moved away from his original position. He struck out with a finger, using the Tao of Tianyi. The finger struck the president, and his body shattered. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. This was impression rotation. Impression reversal was the sealed realm's ability. Impression reversal could be the impression that the owner of the sealed realm had of others, or it could be the impression that the owner of the sealed realm had of himself. Impression reversal was similar to external avatars, and there was no limit to the distance. It was one of the best sneak attacks, and it was also one of the techniques that Origin had specifically reminded Luin of. If used well, this move could reverse the situation. Fortunately, Luin had always been on guard. In the distance, even the ancestor of giants was afraid of such a majestic attack. He punched out at the sequence particles that were pressing down on him. Blackless God took the opportunity to escape, but the ancestor of giants grabbed him. Blackless God turned around, but the ancestor of giants did not see him do anything. The ancestor of giants only felt that Blackless God was clearly very close, but also very far away. This was Blackless God's power that had once prevented Luin and the others from finding Immemorial City, Endless Path. Endless Path did not represent Blackless God's strength in the Tianyuan universe, but rather his ability as a life form in the consciousness universe. It corresponded to the bitter calamity realm, especially the power of consciousness. In the entire Tianyuan universe, even the ruins, who had once possessed the strongest consciousness, could not reach such a level. In the end, Blacklist God still managed to escape. He did not miss the Mirage domain at all. The ancestor of giants was furious. He was unwilling to let Blacklist God escape, and he had lost face. He did not know how to explain this to Luin. Luin did not have the time to care about the ancestor of giants. A white pointy-faced mask appeared behind the president, and it was called the Grim Reaper's Divine Reflection. It stabbed at Ancestor Chen with a spear. Compared to Luin, Ancestor Chen was much easier to defeat. However, he had underestimated Ancestor Chen. As a peak expert of an era, even if Ancestor Chen had not broken through to the primordial realm, he only lacked the laws to not get close to him. When Luin used the void in his heart to help Ancestor Chen's laws to not get close to him, the difference between Ancestor Chen and the bitter calamity realm was not that great. The spear stabbed over, and Ancestor Chen almost brushed past the tip of the spear. He stepped backwards, disrupting time. The divine reflection was formed from sequence particles, and it suddenly became blurry. The president's eyes widened. It was the power of time again. When it came to the power of time, the spiritualized universe was at a disadvantage. Progenitor Chen had mastered reverse time, which allowed him to parallel time, skip time, and even reverse time. This was especially true when it came to reversing time. Even he himself did not know how chaotic time would be. His palm struck the spear and flames began to rise from his hand. This was the sequence law that Progenitor Chen had comprehended several times, flames of war. The flames of war were inextinguishable and endless. The flames flickered. Due to the main guild leader's rule of not getting close to the main guild leader, it was unable to get close to the main guild leader. However, it managed to push back Kamasu's spear. Chaotic time and flames of war were able to forcefully resist the bitter disaster realm master's sequence method. Luin wasn't worried about Progenitor Chen at all. No matter what, he could still skip through time. Since ancient times, the one who was most similar to Luin was Progenitor Chen. Progenitor Chen had also cultivated various powers, but he had not merged all of his Daos into one. Instead, he had formed 9 clones and cultivated each power to great success. This was another path that had its limits, but Lu Yin's path had no limits. Luin charged towards Bao Qi and raised his palm to suppress him. His strength reached its limit and transformed into a celestial phenomenon visible to the naked eye. It howled within the sky palace in his heart, causing Bao Qi to be unable to breathe. Bao Qi waved his hand, and the cauldron bell flew towards him. Along the way, it was knocked away by the general appointment platform. Luin and Progenitor Chen had forced Bao Qi back with their palms, breaking Ding Zhong's sequence. Technique. This allowed Chu Yi, Lu Yuan, and the others to join in as well. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth caved in. Bao Qi spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been suppressed by Lu Yin's palm, and half of his bones had been shattered. It was only at this moment that he realized how terrifying Lu Yin's strength was. Luin reached out to grab Bao Qi. This was Sang Tian, and he was more valuable alive than dead. Bao Qi's eyes widened, and the savagery in his eyes completely erupted. He roared at the sky, and a soundless power transformed into darkness that blasted towards Luin. Ripples rippled outwards and collided with the cauldron bell, causing a loud bang. Kuang Ancestor Chen and Luin, who were the closest, paused for a moment. Lu Yuan's general appointment platform was blasted away by the sound. Chui and Ancestor Ku were both restrained for a moment. The chief looked at Bao Qi. He had fallen. He had fallen from the bitter calamity realm to the primordial realm. He had still fallen at this critical moment. He would never be able to break through again. The eternal life realm was not fated with him. He felt an indescribable sense of sorrow. The spiritualized universe was clearly much stronger than the Tianyuan universe. They were the ones who invaded the Tianyuan universe and wanted to restart the universe. Why did things turn out this way? Everything that had happened since he had arrived in the Tianyuan universe flashed through the chief chairman's head. Everything made him feel powerless. The war in the Tianyuan universe was not as easy as he had imagined. This was the enemy's home ground. Even though he had entered the Mirage domain, he had fallen into another trap. Xianxia had been betrayed by the Eternals to the Above Heaven sect. Xianxia had found out the moment he entered the Mirage domain. Maiden had said that she would give them a chance to deal with Luin, but it was clear that they were the ones being attacked. The Eternals had no intention of helping them. He experienced complete helplessness. Everyone here was an enemy. Bao Qi, let's go, the president growled. The sealed world once again erupted with vast amounts of sequence particles, blotting out the sky. Every explosion of sequence particles would damage the sequence foundation, especially in such a battle. The sealed world was clearly smaller than when he first arrived. But there was no other way. If the sequence particles did not erupt, they had no hope of escaping. Bao Qi grinned. He seemed to be a completely different person. He opened his mouth, and multicolored light appeared, shooting straight at Luin. In the first battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe, Bao Qi had used the multicolored light to shatter Void Master's turtle shell and suppress Do Sheng. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. A celestial lord. This light had the destructive power of a primordial realm expert, but it was much weaker than the power he had with the cauldron bell. Luin casually dispersed the light. Just as he was about to continue attacking, the Mirage domain suddenly changed. The fog that had been dispersed by the battle swept over from all directions as if it was controlled by someone. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. Be careful. It's Maiden. Apart from them, the only one present who could attack was Maiden. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the chief chairman and Bao Qi tore through the void to leave. Lu Yin's palm shook. The stars around his heart shook. Serious art. Under serious art, it was impossible for them to escape. The torn void could not be stabilized. Around them, the fog of time flowed like mercury, surrounding them and connecting with the river of time. Everyone suddenly looked in one direction. There, a small boat appeared from the fog in the depths of the river of time and slowly approached them. Looking at the boat, Lu Yin thought of a word, ferryman. Was there a boat in the river of time? No one had seen it before, and no one had thought about it. But as Maiden's identity was exposed, Lu Yin knew that there was a ferryman in the river of time. With a ferryman, there would be a boat. The boat flowed down the river of time, connecting with the fog of time and slowly drifting over their heads. In the distance, the river of time poured down on them along with the fog of time. Lu Yin and the others paled. Seize the boat! Lu Yuan shouted. The river of time could not be touched directly. Otherwise, it would be more painful than death. Back then, Fengbo would rather escape to the forbidden area than jump into the river of time. It seemed like a river, but it was actually time. Once one fell in, the pain of hovering between life and death was enough to make anyone collapse. As far as they knew, no one had experienced such pain before, but they all knew that it was instinctive. Lu Yin also knew that Big Sis had fallen into the river of time and lost her cultivation. She had gone from being the ancestor of the netherworld to Big Sis. She was unwilling to talk about what she had experienced, as the pain was too deep. Seeing the river of time pour down, everyone rushed towards the boat. Only the ancestor of giants, who was further away, was not included. Lu Yin was the first to board the boat, and not far away, the president followed suit. The two made their move on the boat. Bao Qi, Progenitor Chen, Chu Yi, Lu Yuan, and the others all boarded the boat. The boat was easy to board, so easy that it seemed unreal. It was clearly a ferryman's boat. Suddenly, Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine as scenes of himself flashed before his eyes. What was that? A small boat of light appeared around him. Follow me. Chui and the others were stunned, not understanding what Lu Yin was doing. But when they saw Lu Yin board his own small boat, they hurriedly followed. The president and Bao Qi's hearts sank. Lu Yin had actually given up on killing them and boarded his own power of time. Something was wrong. The two looked at the boat under their feet. We can't stay. To be able to cultivate from an ordinary person to the Xianxia realm, the two had experienced too many life and death situations. Lu Yin's actions were so abnormal that they felt a chill in their hearts. But there was no place for them to stay. The fog of time covered them, and tearing the void was even more impossible. The only direction was the forbidden area. The legend of the Mirage Domain had been passed in the spiritualized universe for many years. The spiritualized universe knew that there was a forbidden area in the Mirage Domain and that it was not easy to set foot there. But so many years had passed, and Bao Qi, who later became the Sang Tian, did not know the dangers of the forbidden area. The president hesitated, but Bao Qi rushed forward. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. After getting off the boat, they headed towards the forbidden area that was not covered by the fog of time. Compared to the boat that was covered by the river of time or the boat that even Luin did not dare to leave behind, the forbidden area obviously had a better chance of survival. The president only hesitated for a moment before following closely behind. On the small boat of light, Luin and the others watched Bao Qi and the president rush towards the forbidden area. They did not stop them and just watched. Suddenly, the fog of time receded like mercury, and the small boat that was sailing in the river of time disappeared in a blur. The river of time itself was separated from the fog of time. All of this happened in an instant. The scene just now was like an illusion, so unreal. Bao Qi had already rushed to the entrance of the forbidden area, and the president followed closely behind. The two looked back and saw that the Mirage Domain had returned to normal, so they subconsciously stopped. Luin waved his hand, and the small boat of light rushed towards them. He did not know what Maiden wanted to do, but the most important thing right now was to deal with the president and Bao Qi. Because of the river of time and the small boat, Luin and the others were far away from Bao Qi and the president. The president looked at Luin and the others unwillingly. He would return to the Mirage Domain. Just as he was about to tear the void, no one noticed that a very familiar shadow had appeared in the forbidden area. It was not a human, but a star toad. Luin and the others stood in the boat of light and looked at the forbidden area. The star toad rushed out of the forbidden area and kicked Bao Qi, who was standing at the entrance, go away. Bao Qi turned around and saw the star toad's flippers. The kick landed on his face. Bang! Bao Qi flew out in front of the president. The president looked at the forbidden area and was stunned. Toad? Great-grandma, don't follow me! The star toad shouted with a tearful voice. It held a pitchfork and stabbed at the president. The president pointed his golden pen at the pitchfork, and the pitchfork turned golden and spread towards the star toad. The toad was shocked, and its eyes regained clarity. It looked at the president in front of it and saw the boat of light approaching. It also saw Luin. Not good, it's this ruthless person. The star toad did not understand the situation at all. It let go of the pitchfork and threw the copper coin at the president. They were both in the bitter adversity realm, but the president was much stronger than the star toad. His golden pen easily knocked down the copper coin. The star toad's eyes widened. When did such a powerful expert appear? Toad, catch him or I'll skin you alive, Lu Yan's voice sounded. The star toad's eyes widened. They were not on the same side? Only an idiot would catch him. The president pressured the star toad, and it did not hesitate to escape in another direction. At this time, the boat of light had already reached the entrance of the forbidden area. Luin stepped backwards and hit Bao Qi with a palm. Bao Qi spat out blood on the cauldron bell and slapped it with both palms. The bell shook, and the soundless force permeated the surroundings. The desolate ancestor's withered body rushed into the soundless force, and his body recovered visibly. At the same time, he kept approaching Bao Qi. Golden light scattered as the God-sealing catalog pressed down on the president. Chewie hugged the Optimus Prime and smashed it down. The president gritted his teeth. There was no escape. Bao Qi was kicked towards Luin by the star toad. They were far from the forbidden area, and it was impossible for him to take Bao Qi away. Hateful toad. The president turned around and headed towards the forbidden area. Chewie and Lu Yuan quickly stopped. The forbidden area of the Mirage Domain was extremely dangerous. Their master had warned them many times, and they could only watch as the president fled into the forbidden area. Bao Qi was suppressed by Progenitor Chen and the desolate ancestor. End of chapter. Bao Qi couldn't figure out how two cultivators of sequence laws were able to jump ranks and fight against him. Luin watched the president go deep into the forbidden zone and sighed. When he looked back, Bao Qi had already fallen to the ground, and the cauldron bell had fallen to the side. Bao Qi was captured in this battle. In the distance, the star toad had already disappeared. If it weren't for the star toad, the president and Bao-Chi would have escaped. With the distance between them, they could tear the void and leave without going deep into the forbidden zone. The star toad had suddenly appeared and kicked Bao-Chi away, disrupting the president's plan and delaying Lu Yin's arrival. Speaking of which, he had to thank the star toad, although the toad had also escaped. Lu Yin came to Bao-Chi and looked down at him. Bao-Chi coughed up blood. Most of his bones were shattered, and the corners of his mouth were torn. He looked very miserable. This is our first official meeting. Bao-Chi, Xianxia, right? Lu Yin said slowly. Bao-Chi looked at Lu Yin and grinned. I admire you. Lu, Pathmaster Lu, right? Kill me. A living Xianxia is far more valuable than a dead one, Lu Yin said. Bao-Chi sneered. I'm different from others. You won't get any information from me. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Originally, Palace Mistress Xiao and Tianxi wanted to live because they had a future, but Bao-Chi didn't care about life and death. The primordial realm was his future. He had fallen from the bitter adversity realm to the primordial realm and couldn't go any further. He was different from Meng Sang. Meng Sang was unwilling and wanted to fight, but he didn't even want to fight. Perhaps it was because Meng Sang knew about the existence of the small spiritual universe and wanted to fight for the possibility of restarting. Although your cultivation won't increase, don't you want to live? After all, you've reached Xianxia's position, Lu Yin said slowly. Bao-Chi looked up at the sky of the mirage. If I live, I'll still be Xianxia, even if I'm still in the primordial realm. Lu Yin didn't say anything and just looked at him. Bao-Chi turned and looked at the shrunken cauldron bell in the distance. The premise is that it still belongs to me. The giant ancestor stood beside the cauldron bell. He raised his hand and landed on the ground, blocking Bao-Chi's sight. Bao-Chi smiled bitterly. Do you know how many people in Sky Upon Sky are eyeing Xianxia's position? There are far too many. There are far too many experts in the outer heavens. Although they haven't reached the bitter calamity realm and are trash in my eyes, there are some people who want to take a shortcut like me. I used the cauldron bell in the primordial realm to sit firmly on the throne of the mulberry heavens, but there are some people who also want to use the foundation of the sequence to reach the mulberry heavens. After losing the cauldron bell, I'll be reduced to a stepping stone for those people on the path of ascension. This is under the premise that I can return to the spiritualized universe alive. He then looked at Lu Yin. Will you let me go? Lu Yin and Bao-Chi looked at each other. It's not impossible. Bao-Chi laughed until he coughed up blood. His face turned red. You want me to be your Tian Yuan universe's dog? Ha 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 ha, I am saying Tian, I am Bao-Chi. Primal Origin said that the Tian Yuan universe will definitely be reactivated. A universe that is destined to fail is not worth being buried with it. Do you want to die at our hands? Lu Yin asked. Bao-Chi was disdainful. The older you get, the more you fear death. Times have changed. When Primal Origin was in the spiritualized universe, Sky Upon Sky was not the current Sky Upon Sky. The current Sky Upon Sky is filled with mad dogs eyeing Xianxia's position. He stared at Lu Yin. If I die, Xianxia's position will be empty. These mad dogs will do everything they can to ascend to that position. Palace Mistress Xiao is known as under Xianxia. Does she really have the ability to suppress those mad dogs? Anyone who tries to stop those mad dogs from ascending to Xianxia's position will be torn to shreds. I've already lost, so I shouldn't be alive. Primal Origin is the same. He wants to occupy Xianxia's position and return to the spiritualized universe, but his position has long been targeted. Some people take a shorter shortcut than me. Cough cough. Bao-Chi coughed up blood and gasped for breath. Don't think that you can take food away from a mad dog just because you give it to him. With Xianxia dead, you'll have to face a group of mad dogs vying for Xianxia's position. Lu Yin straightened up. Sky Upon Sky Upon Sky. It seemed like there was a large group of experts there, and a significant portion of them should have come from the small spiritual universe. This meant that there was an entire universe of experts there. Xianxia was still there, so it was fine. But once Xianxia's position was empty, anyone eyeing that position would become an enemy. Actually, Luin would rather face Sang Tian than a group of enemies vying for Sang Tian's position. No matter how powerful Sang Tian was, Luin was confident that he could take him on, but there were too many mad dogs vying for Sang Tian's position. If they spread out, the pressure on the Tianyuan universe would be too great. Baoqi suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Yin's leg. Multicolored lights flickered within his body, and an oppressive aura that caused the world to lose its color appeared. It was as if it could destroy the world. Around Lu Yin, a small stream of light shuttled back and forth, reversing for a second. Lu Yin dodged Baoqi's desperate gaze and slammed his palm down on Baoqi's head. Baoqi's entire body was pressed into the ground, and he lost all signs of life. Lu Yuan felt a lingering fear. He compressed all of his sequence particles within his body and wanted to unleash them in an instant. Fortunately, you reacted quickly. Lu Yin's voice was low. It wasn't that I reacted quickly. He was seeking death. Chui sighed. A person in a high position who is arrogant and conceited disdains to beg for mercy. He is even more unwilling to be used as a ladder to climb up and be torn apart by a mad dog. Although this person is an enemy, he is still respectable. Everyone's choices are different. Some live for a mission, while others live for a mission, Progenitor Chen said. Lu Yin slowly walked over to the cauldron bell. This cauldron bell was ranked 8th in the spiritualized universe, and it also belonged to him. So far, he had already snatched 4 cauldron bells from the spiritualized universes. It was not that the spiritualized universes were not powerful, but rather that this was a war between universes. Those who participated in this war were the most powerful people from both universes, and even the slightest loss would be enough to shock an entire era. If not for Lu Yin's current strength, he would not even be a match for an ordinary progenitor with the Sky Devourer silk parasol, let alone Baoqi. The first sequence law expert he had encountered was Mo Shang. With Mo Shang's strength, if he had encountered the Sky Devourer silk parasol, he would not have been able to fight back. His dark sequence law would have been completely devoured, and he would have been at the mercy of others. The spiritualized universe was not weak, but Lu Yin and the others had prepared for too long. Even so, many people had been sacrificed. They had lost because they had underestimated the Tianyuan universe. The Tianyuan universe was not as simple as they thought. Lu Yin had commanded the entire war, and Progenitor Sang Tian had suppressed the spiritualized universe. Progenitor Chen, Progenitor Ku, and the others could turn the tables in desperate situations. There was also Maiden, who had opened the Mirage domain, and the only true god who had betrayed them. This was the Tianyuan universe, and all of these were the elements that made up the entire Tianyuan universe. It was not something that could be reflected in a single war. If the spiritualized universe continued to underestimate the Tianyuan universe, then the Tianyuan universe would be able to deal with any desperate situation unless Master Greengrass, an Eternal Realm expert, intervened. What about the other one? He escaped to the Forbidden Area. He should die. The giant ancestor stared at the Forbidden Area and asked. The Forbidden Area was clearly separated from the other areas. The other areas had bamboo forests and fog, but the Forbidden Area in front of them was clear and transparent. One could tell the difference at a glance. Lu Yin put away the cauldron bell and pressed it on the land near his heart to break down the sequence particles. At the same time, he walked to the entrance of the Forbidden Area and looked around. He turned back and asked, "Forefather, do you know what's in the Forbidden Area?" Ever since Fate had walked out of the Forbidden Area and changed his cultivation method, revealing karma, his master had warned the 3 realms and 6 paths not to enter the Forbidden Area. As a result, not many of the 3 realms and 6 paths had entered the Forbidden Area. There was more than one Forbidden Area in the Mirage domain. Chui had entered one, but Lu Yuan had not. Chui said, "I've never been to the Forbidden Area in front of us. I'd been to one before, and there were endless chains inside. It was very strange. They were not corporeal, but corporeal at the same time." Lu Yin did not understand, so he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yuan shook his head. "I don't know." Lu Yin said, "Look for the star toad. It came out of the Forbidden Area, so it must know something." Soon, everyone spread out to look for the star toad. In the outside world, in the Huha dimension, the beautiful eyes opened and looked in the direction where the Mirage domain disappeared. How did he know? He shouldn't have known. Why did he run away? Did he make a move? Impossible. In the Mirage Domain, even he can't hide from me. What did he do? How did he know? In the dark space, there were only specks of stars in the distance. The beautiful eyes slowly closed. No matter what, he won't be able to hide twice. He will find you sooner or later. In the Mirage Domain, the Star Toad was very slippery. After coming out of the forbidden area, it saw Bao Qi and the headmaster blocking its way and attacked without any room for negotiation. It looked cunning, but it was actually ruthless. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the bitter adversity realm. When it found that Lu Yin and the others were not with Bao Qi, it ran away without any intention of interfering. However, the Mirage Domain was only so big. It couldn't escape even if it wanted to. Not long after, the Star Toad was found in the bamboo forest. Ancestor Chen and Chewy surrounded it. The Star Toad put on a fawning smile and held the lotus leaf tightly. It bowed like a human. May I know why you stopped me? Chewy felt strange. Star Toad, I'm not used to being so polite. The Star Toad tried its best to be polite. We are old friends. Please make way. I have something to do. Today. I will find you tomorrow. Is there a saying in the Mirage Domain? Lu Yin arrived and smiled at the Star Toad. The Star Toad saw Lu Yin's smile and felt uncomfortable. It licked its lips and pretended to be happy. Isn't this Dao Lord Lu? What wind blew you here? Dao Lord Lu, how have you been? Lu Yin walked towards the Star Toad step by step with a smile. The Star Toad saw Lu Yin approaching and forced a smile. Dao Lord Lu, what do you want? Just say it. We are friends. I will help you if I can. Lu Yin still approached it step by step. The Star Toad was scared and retreated. Ancestor Chen walked behind it at the right time. The Star Toad's eyes flashed fiercely. It was afraid of Chewy because Chewy had broken through to the primordial realm. However, Ancestor Chen had not. It wanted to break through. At this moment, the giant ancestor came and smashed into the ground not far away. He smiled at the Star Toad. The Star Toad was speechless. It was surrounded. The closer Lu Yin got, the more the Star Toad panicked. Lu Yin gave it a huge pressure. When did this guy become so strong? The pressure was completely different from the last time it saw him in the Mirage Domain. The Star Toad rolled its eyes. This guy had broken through to the Ancestor Realm, but was he so strong? Chewy was the same. When did he break through to the Primordial Realm? And that giant, shouldn't he be in Immemorial City? Could it be? Lu Yin arrived in front of the Star Toad and studied it. Last time you went to the Forbidden Grounds, you said you saw your great-grandmother. This time, you came out of the Forbidden Grounds and saw your great-grandmother again? The Star Toad was bitter, its lotus leaf drooping down. Great-grandmother is still here. Why did you go to the Forbidden Grounds again? Lu Yin suddenly shouted. The last time the Star Toad came out of the Forbidden Grounds, it was extremely miserable. It didn't seem like it planned to go back in again. If Lu Yin hadn't blamed it for Tian Fei's death, it would have left the Mirage Domain already. Now that it came out of the Forbidden Grounds again, something was wrong. The Star Toad gritted its teeth, the copper coins on its neck jingled. I can't accept this. The path to immortality? You said that the path to immortality is in the Forbidden Grounds. Last time, I might have entered the wrong Forbidden Grounds, so I thought about it for a long time and decided to enter another Forbidden Ground. And the result? Great-grandmother. Shut up. Lu Yin squatted down and stared at the Star Toad. In order to avoid Lu Yin and the others, the Star Toad had shrunk to the size of a palm. Now that it was being stared at by Lu Yin, the Star Toad felt its hair stand on end. A fawning smile appeared on its face. Congratulations, Master Lu. Congratulations, Master Lu. Now that Master Lu has broken through to the Ancestor Realm, you will definitely be invincible in the Ancestor Realm. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I have to thank you. If not for you, those two fellows would have escaped. The Star Toad shook its lotus leaf violently. Escape? They dare to escape? Master Lu, they won't live for more than 3 minutes. Don't worry, they won't be able to escape. Lu Yin nodded. Yes, they won't be able to escape for now. The Forbidden Grounds can't directly leave the Mirage Domain. I don't know about that. Some forbidden grounds can, but this one can't, said the star toad. Have you tried to leave? Yes, it's too uncomfortable inside. How long did you stay? I don't know, there's no concept of time. How long have you been here? Lu Yin repeated the question, his expression sinking. The star toad gulped, feeling aggrieved. It was a powerhouse that had once commanded the heavens and earth, and it had even done business with the progenitor of the human race and the only true god of the Eternals. But now, it was being threatened by a junior. It really wanted to jump up and kick Lu Yin, but after some thought, it decided against it. According to the time outside, it should have been 10 years. Roughly 20 years had passed since he had killed Tianfa, which meant that it had been 10 years since the star toad had escaped from the last forbidden zone. Now, it had entered another forbidden zone. The timing was neither too long nor too short, and it was obvious that the toad was unwilling to give up. What did you encounter in the forbidden grounds? This was what everyone was curious about. On the first day, Lu Yuan and the others looked at the star toad. Every forbidden land in the Mirage domain should be different. The primogenitor had only been to a few of them and warned them not to go. The star toad was sorrowful. It's too cruel. I saw myself, but I don't know if it's real or not. I saw my great-grandmother, my race, my childhood self, and my grown-up self. I saw all kinds of selves. It was boundless, and there was everything. Everything. Lu Yin frowned as he listened. He didn't understand, but he could tell that the star toad wasn't lying. He looked at Chui and the others. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Chui shook his head. Every forbidden zone is different. This place seems to represent the karmic cycle of living beings. It's like the beginning of the universe. It's easy to lose yourself here. That's what Master said. Lu Yuan sighed. When Niao came out of the forbidden zone, she changed completely. They didn't know about future daughter. To them, future daughter was a powerhouse who had suddenly appeared. In order to prevent future daughter from sensing fate's sneak attack, Lu Yin hadn't told them. The primogenitor's words made Lu Yin ponder. The karmic cycle of living beings? There was the river of time here, and it didn't represent the Tianyuan universe but the entire universe. Without the river of time, the spiritualized universe couldn't progress further on the path of time. The river of time was like that. He looked into the distance. Was this forbidden zone the same as the river of time? Did it represent some kind of fundamental force in the human world? It seemed to be karma, but the star toad's words sounded more like its own self. Lu Yin was getting more and more curious about the forbidden zone, and he wanted to explore it. The star toad was still talking to itself. It was hard for outsiders to understand what it was saying. It was all its own business, and there were many examples of it doing business. Lu Yin pressed down on the star toad's body. The toad instinctively wanted to attack, but it couldn't resist Lu Yin's strength. Its eyes widened as it looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin had indeed pressured it, but it hadn't expected the pressure to be so great. Was this the strength of a human? Master Lu, why your strength? Lu Yin smiled at it. My enemy escaped into the forbidden zone. Do you want to help me chase after him? The star toad was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. It almost jumped up. No, I'm definitely not going. I'll never go to that forbidden zone again. Lu Yin's face darkened, and he exerted more force. What did you say? The star toad bared its fangs, and its eyes flashed fiercely. The color of its body changed, and it wanted to stab Lu Yin to death. It had lived for so long, and although it smiled at everyone, countless creatures had died in its hands. If it wasn't for Lu Yin's rapid growth, it would have used Mr. Daheng to deal with Lu Yin instead of being used by Lu Yin. It wasn't easy to deal with. Around them, the giant ancestor punched the ground. Behind Chui, the sky-supporting pillar loomed. Lu Yuan's head shone with golden light. Even further away, Ancestor Chen and Ancestor Ku looked over. The star toad was terrified, and its color turned golden again. It shrunk again, and it looked cute. Master Lu, it's not that I don't want to bring you in. Once we enter the forbidden zone, we'll be separated. Lu Yin found it funny. How do you know we'll be separated? The star toad opened its mouth, but no words came out. It had always been alone in the Mirage Domain, and no one was with it. It would be the same even if they went to the Forbidden Zone. Little Seven, are you really going to the Forbidden Zone? Lu Yuan asked. Lu Ying stood up and looked at the Forbidden Zone in the distance. Killing the president is one reason, but the bigger reason is that I really want to find out what's in the Forbidden Zone. Lu Yuan said, with your strength, you're qualified to explore, but now is not the time. Chui said, the spiritualized universe might come at any time, and Meng Sang will be here soon. Lu Ying nodded. Indeed, now was not the time to go to the Forbidden Zone. No one knew what would happen in the Forbidden Zone. The star toad had been trapped there for 10 years, and it might not be much better if he went. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. After all, the star toad was still at the bitter adversity level. Some situations had nothing to do with combat strength, and realms were also important. If he was trapped for a few decades, and creatures entered the Mirage Domain along the way, a few decades would pass in the outside world. Meng Sang would definitely run away, and no one knew what would happen to the spiritualized universe and the insects. No one could be sure that no other creatures would enter the Mirage Domain. In particular, Wei Nu kept watching, which was a big problem. The star toad hurriedly advised, Master Lu, you can't go to the Forbidden Zone. It's a mess there, and you can't understand anything. There's no path to eternal life, and there's nothing there. I didn't get anything, but I saw great-grandmother twice. Great-grandmother, shut up, the giant ancestor barked. The star toad wanted to kick him. It was fine if Lu Ying scolded it, but this giant also dared to scold it. It was not afraid of giants, and it was not like it had never fought before. It wanted to ask why this giant was here. Shouldn't he be fighting the Eternals in Immemorial City? But it did not ask anything and kept a low profile. It was not a good time to go to the Forbidden Zone, and Lu Ying did not know when the president would come out. They could only leave someone here to keep an eye on him. The use of the Mirage Domain was very subtle. If it was used well, it could transform, but if it was not, creatures from the outside world would enter, which meant that time had passed in the outside world. That would be troublesome. It was very likely that one would see the Tianyuan universe collapsing or the insects spreading throughout the universe. Lu Ying would not stay in the Mirage Domain until things had settled down. The Mirage Domain could not help him much with his cultivation, and Time Stop was no longer of much use to him. He needed a sequence foundation and to explore his own path. In the end, the desolate ancestor stayed behind and waited outside the Forbidden Zone. As soon as the president appeared, he would leave the Mirage Domain, and Lu Ying and the others would enter again. Lu Yin's group then left the Mirage Domain. The Star Toad also left. Lu Ying made a deal with the Star Toad to find the sole true God, and the Toad agreed. Doing business was the Star Toad's misfortune, and Lu Ying was not worried that it would go against his words. The Tianyuan universe was now Lu Yin's world, and the Star Toad was not stupid enough to help the sole true God. The Eternals had been powerful in the past, and the Star Toad had done business with humans before. It did not want to stay in the Mirage Domain any longer, as the 2 trips to the Forbidden Zone had left a shadow in its heart. The Star Toad did not know about the spiritualized universe, and Lu Ying was afraid that it would not dare to leave if he told it. If the 2 universes fought, Dooku's level would not be able to determine the outcome. It would be very dangerous for the Toad to go out and be targeted by the spiritualized universe, so it would be better to stay in the Mirage Domain. However, Lu Ying did not want any accidents to happen in the Mirage Domain. The desolate ancestor could handle the president alone, but if the Star Toad was coerced by the president, it would be troublesome if they joined forces. In short, the Tianyuan universe's life forms would all have to fight against the spiritualized universe, regardless of whether they were willing or not. In Lu Yin's position, there were times when even he could not control himself, let alone others. After leaving the Mirage Domain, Lu Ying returned to the Above Heaven sect and found Palace Mistress Xiao. She glanced at Lu Ying and fell silent. Lu Ying released the void in his heart, and the cauldron bell appeared. She was shocked. You stole the cauldron bell? I killed Bao Qi, Lu Ying said indifferently. Her expression changed. Even though Lu Ying had killed Tianxi and many other spiritualized universe experts, it was not as shocking as Bao Qi's death. Bao Qi was saying Tian, and he used the cauldron bell to attack. He was extremely powerful, but he had died just like that. End of this chapter. For many years, the 7 great saying heavens of the spiritualized universe had only lost 2 in the consciousness universe. Xianxia had fought for the Eternals in Primeval City for so many years without any problems. Xianxia was very difficult to kill, especially since he had a sequence foundation. Baoqi used the cauldron bell. Even though he was still in the primordial realm, he was still as strong as Xianxia. Where's the president? Palace Mistress Xiao asked as she stared at Luin. Luin put away the cauldron bell. He ran away, but not for long. As long as he's in the Tianyuan universe, he'll still die. Palace Mistress Xiao looked away in a daze. Once the news of Xianxia's death spread to the spiritualized universe, it would definitely cause an uproar. There were only 7 Xianxians in the spiritualized universe, and their sequence foundation had been stolen. For the spiritualized universe, this was an irreparable loss. Every single sequence foundation took a very long time to create. When the Sky Devourer umbrella was stolen, the president had threatened countless lives in the Tianyuan universe to force Luin to return it. The sequence foundation was extremely important. Although the cauldron bell wasn't suitable for most people, as long as there was a suitable cultivator, they could become Xianxian. Baoqi became Xianxian through a trick, but his strength was real. Since you killed Baoqi, why are you looking for me? I can't find the president. Palace Mistress Xiao's tone was calm, suppressing the shock of Baoqi's death. Luin said, I'm curious. Now that Xianxian is dead, how many people will compete for his position? Palace Mistress Xiao was surprised. Who said that? Luin and Palace Mistress Xiao looked at each other. I'm more curious about the changes in the spiritualized universe between Xianxia and the current era. Palace Mistress Xiao looked at Luin deeply. Baoqi was very proud. He was different from Xianxia and me. We have a reason to live, but he could face death because he killed his way out of those people. He took a shortcut, but it wasn't really a shortcut. Baoqi, who controlled the cauldron bell, suppressed the madness of a group of people, but now that he's dead, those people will go crazy again. Luin stared at Palace Mistress Xiao. Who are those people? God-ruling mountain, the gate of many arts. What do you mean? The Imperial God Mountain is where Xianxian cultivates. We don't know much about that place. Even Xianxian doesn't know much about it, but there are always experts there. Those experts belong to the Imperial God Mountain. Many people in the spiritualized universe want to know where those experts cultivate, but they can't find the source. For a person to cultivate from an ordinary person to the level of a sequence law, the amount of resources consumed and the process they went through can be considered legendary. However, the cultivators of Royal God Mountain can't find any traces of them. Many people say that Xianxian can bestow great power to others. This might be the only explanation, just like your Grand Empyrean. Palace Master Yao slowly said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The powerhouse from the Royal Divine Mountain that he could not find had to be from the spiritual cosmos. That was an entire cosmos, and although it could not be compared to a spiritualized cosmos, an entire cosmos that had existed since ancient times had definitely given birth to an absolute powerhouse. The heaven's origin universe was very large. The primordial space was only one of the parallel universes of the heaven's origin universe, but it had given birth to the above heaven's origin universe, where the primogenitor existed. If it were not for the suppression of the primogenitor, the 3 worlds and 6 paths would have broken through to the primordial realm. In order to restart the small spirit universe, Xianxian continued to invest. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The more powerhouses there were, the more parallel universes there would be in the small spirit universe. Luin had found it strange before. Although there were people from the small spirit universe in the spiritualized universe, they were all very ordinary. None of them had reached the level of Palace Master Yao or Tianxi. Now, he understood that the true powerhouses of the small spirit universe were at the Imperial God Mountain. Those powerhouses definitely knew that they did not belong to the spiritualized universe, and Xianxian had kept them in the Imperial God Mountain to prevent the news from leaking out. Those who could leave the mountain were all ordinary powerhouses. Baoqi is from the Imperial God Mountain? Luine asked. Palace Master Yao shook her head. The Imperial God Mountain has powerhouses who can compete for the position of Xianxia. I don't know exactly which powerhouses there are, but they can't be too exaggerated. After all, they failed and could not become Xianxia. The strongest of them might be on par with me. Luine frowned. Was that the case? It was more likely that Xianxia did not allow anyone from there to become Xianxia. Luine had known about the small spirit universe, but Xianxia had not acted because he was Xianxia. Clearly, Xianxia was not an absolute master, or at least, he could not decide whether Xianxia lived or died. If someone from the small spirit universe managed to become Xianxia, then Xianxia would have a headache. It was possible that no one from the Imperial God Mountain could become Xianxia. After all, they were the powerhouses of the entire universe. They had been suppressed by Xianxia, but Palace Master Yao did not know this. Baoqi comes from the Door of Techniques, Palace Master Yao said calmly. The Door of Techniques is the place where the sequence foundations are created. To create a sequence foundation, one must have a powerhouse with a sequence law. The Door of Techniques has a sequence foundation that does not belong to the 10 foundation sequences. I don't know how many there are, as there are too few people in Beyond Heaven who know. Baoqi came from the Door of Techniques and specialized in the sound sequence. He took this shortcut to defeat the other powerhouses. Otherwise, he would not have become Xianxia so easily. Palace Master Yao looked at Luine. The Imperial God Mountain and the Door of Techniques are the two places where the competition for the position of Xianxia is the fiercest. There are others, but they are not much of a threat. If news of Baoqi's death spreads to the spiritualized universe, then people from those two places will definitely come out. Among the first batch of people to attack the Tianyuan universe, there are no absolute powerhouses from those two places. However, Zhang Yan came from the Door of Techniques. Luine asked, "What about your Cloudwater Heavenly Palace?" Palace Master Yao mocked herself. The Cloudwater Heavenly Palace is mine, and the powerhouses inside were all nurtured by me. The Imperial God Mountain belongs to Xianxia, and I am on a completely different level from Xianxia. The Door of Techniques belongs to the entire spiritualized universe, and if one day, Beyond Heaven splits apart, the Imperial God Mountain and the Door of Techniques can stand side by side with Beyond Heaven. My Cloudwater Heavenly Palace will have to choose a side to join. However, it is impossible for Beyond Heaven to split apart. The entire Beyond Heaven belongs to the Supreme Realm, and the Supreme Realm is the true ruler of my spiritualized universe. A single word from them can decide the life and death of Xianxia, and even the life and death of Xianxia. Luine realized that he had underestimated Beyond Heaven. The spiritualized universe had a unified cultivation method that had been nurtured for countless years, and the number of powerhouses they had was astonishing. The Tianyuan universe had accumulated all sorts of resources and used parallel spacetimes with different time flows to gather many progenitors in a short period of time. Although the spiritualized universe did not have spacetimes with different time flows, they did not need to do so. The powerhouses that had been accumulated since ancient times were enough. Furthermore, it was not just the spiritualized universe, there was also a small spiritualized universe that had been heavily invested in by Xianxia. There were too many grandmasters, and it was no wonder that there was a saying that there was an upper realm and a lower realm. It was as if Beyond Heaven did not rely on quality, but on quantity. There were too many of them. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. There were too many cultivators. Although there are many grandmasters, it is impossible for them to surpass Xianxia, Palace Mistress Yao said. She looked in Yuanqi's direction. You captured Yuanqi and killed Baoqi. You definitely have the strength to suppress these powerhouses. Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold. The problem is that there are too many of them. Palace Mistress Yao did not refute him. Many cultivators could emerge from these two places to compete for the position of Xianxia, and these cultivators would definitely not be Lu Yin's match if they were alone. Lu Yin was someone who could fight against the general president, who had grasped the sequence foundation. However, there were too many of them, and once they split up, the Tianyuan universe would be in trouble. Once news of the empty position of Xianxia spread, many spiritualized cultivators would definitely use the Tianyuan universe as a stepping stone to ascend to the position of Sang Tian. No one would be able to stop them. Luyin understood the meaning behind Baoqi's death. He had used his own death in exchange for a group of rabid dogs to appear and drag the Tianyuan universe to death. This was Baoqi, and it matched Lu Yin's first impression of him. However, news of Baoqi's death would not spread so easily. Meng Sang was already creating a springboard, and even if she could escape back to the spiritualized universe, she would not know that Baoqi had died. Lu Yin left the sect above the heavens and headed to the border of the Tianyuan universe. Meng Sang should be there soon. On the other side, the star toad left the Mirage domain and immediately returned to its nest. Although its nest had been destroyed by Lu Yin, it was no longer Lu Yin's enemy. It wanted to go back and see if there was anything else that it had not taken and find a more suitable nest. It also had creatures that it could control, regardless of whether they were humans or other creatures. Just like Sir Daheng. It was a pity that Sir Daheng had died. The Startoad's nest was located in a parallel universe called Deep Swamp. This parallel universe was filled with whirlpools of water, regardless of whether it was on land or in space. It was similar to the Fifth Mainland's Innerverse, but the Innerverse was a tributary of the Astral River, while this place was filled with all sorts of whirlpools. The Startoad felt a sense of familiarity when it saw the whirlpools that filled space. It dove into one of them and headed towards its nest. Suddenly, it stopped and stared ahead with an ominous glint in its eyes. There were humans in its nest. Far away, at the bottom of a giant whirlpool, 2 men and a woman were seated cross-legged not too far apart. They seemed to be recovering from their injuries. This was the Startoad's nest. The Startoad had originally set up a sourcebox array here, and it had even captured a human origin array Heavenly Master to set it up. Afterward, the Startoad had killed that origin array Heavenly Master so that no one could easily break the array. This sourcebox array had been created by that origin array Heavenly Master, and no one knew where he had created it. However, Lu Yin had arrived and forcefully broken the sourcebox array, taking away the Startoad's collection. If not for that, the Startoad would not have been threatened by Lu Yin to attack Tianfa. Now that the sourcebox array had been broken, these 3 could easily enter. The Startoad retracted its aura and shrank its body to the size of a palm. It approached the nest and peered inside. "Who's there?" the woman barked. She casually waved her hand, causing a crescent-shaped blade to spin and slash towards the Startoad. The Startoad was stunned, as it had been discovered. It opened its mouth and bit down on the blade, causing it to shatter with a crack. The woman was stunned. What was that? At the same time, the other 2 men attacked simultaneously. One of them used a technique to circulate the power of his finger. His finger moved like a dragon as it pierced through the void. Every time it pierced through the void, the black void would connect and eventually follow the finger to the Startoad. End of chapter. Another person pointed at the Startoad with one hand, and the void shrank as he controlled space. The 3 were all experts. Although they were not sequence law realm powerhouses, they were not weak in the progenitor realm. However, they were still far from the Startoad. The Startoad merely swung its lotus leaves and destroyed their attacks. An unparalleled power slammed into them, sending them flying and causing them to cough up blood. Their hearts sank, knowing that they had encountered an expert. Even sequence law realm powerhouses might not be able to easily injure them, but the Startoad could. This made them think that it was above the sequence law realm. They had never seen such a creature in the previous 2 wars. A toad? The 3 fell to the ground, unable to move. They could only look at the Startoad in fear. The Startoad returned to its original size and held a lotus leaf in its hand. The copper coin on its neck made a crisp sound as it grinned and stared at the 3. "How dare you trespass in my territory? Are you courting death?" A quarter of an hour later, the Startoad was dumbfounded. How could this be? How could this be? That bastard Lu Yin was truly a troublemaker. These 3 were all spiritualized cultivators. After the battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe, they had seen Palace Mistress Xiao get captured and the President and Baoqi flee, so they had fled as well. The 3 had joined forces, but they were not 2 eye-catching powerhouses. Furthermore, there had been people around to block some attacks for them. They had successfully escaped and arrived at the deep swamp spacetime, where they had discovered the star toad's lair. They were unlucky to have chosen to hide in the star toad's lair. The woman had discovered the star toad not because of her strength, but because the star toad belonged to this universe. Its aura was too sensitive to them, and they would have been discovered if they had approached it. The moment they had discovered the star toad, they might have been able to escape. The star toad had been cautious and had approached them secretly because it was afraid that the three belonged to the above heavens. It might not have dared to attack them directly. However, the woman had attacked, so the star toad had no choice but to attack and suppress the three. The three's hearts turned cold. They had been caught by a toad. The star toad's heart was even colder than theirs. The Eternals were gone, and the above heavens, no, the Tianyuan universe's enemy had become a spiritualized universe. The star toad had finally understood the Tianyuan universe's current situation. It finally understood why Luin had not allowed it to stay in the Mirage domain. The Tianyuan universe was facing an unprecedented crisis, and that bastard Luin wanted it to help. If it had known that this would happen, it would never have left the Mirage domain. Wasn't that just courting death? The star toad was a creature that was adept at avoiding disasters. It could move between the Eternals and the humans without offending anyone. It wanted to do business with different creatures. Secretly, it would help whoever was in a weaker position. Whether it was the one true god or the Grand Empyrean, none of them had noticed. It was simply too cautious. He hadn't expected to be played by Luin one day. It was vexed, it should have been more careful. Lu Yin's attitude towards it was clearly different from before. If there were no external enemies, why would he let it go so easily? He did not even want to settle Mr. Daheng's debt. Senior, asked the woman from the group of three. The star toad glared at him. What? The woman was fearful, afraid that she would be swallowed by the star toad. The strength of our spiritualized universe far surpasses that of the heaven origin universe. We have the upper extreme and lower heaven beyond heaven, the supreme techniques of the 10 base sequences, the God-governing mountain, the gate of various techniques, and so on. This is a place where countless experts gather. The star toad suddenly moved in front of the woman. Its large face was filled with malevolence, and its body was multicolored. Its ferocious aura soared into the sky, and it was filled with bloodthirst and rage. Are you threatening me? The woman was terrified. I wouldn't dare to threaten you, Senior. It's just that our spiritualized universe likes to accept experts like you. Even our mortal enemy, the consciousness universe, has life forms. If you are willing to join our spiritualized universe, with your strength, you can compete for the position of Xianxia. You will become an existence second only to the upper extreme and lower God-governing mountain. The star toad stared at the woman and did not speak. Beside the woman, a man swallowed. Xianxia's position in our spiritualized universe is unimaginable. Countless people compete for it. As long as the supreme extreme does not appear, Xianxia is the ruler. Xianxia is only below one person and above countless others. Our God-governing mountain has experts who have crossed the bitter adversity to compete for the position of Xianxia. With your strength, you can definitely compete for it. As for the heaven origin universe, regardless of whether you help or not, it will definitely be reactivated. The difference between the heaven origin universe and our spiritualized universe is too great, the woman continued. The star toad's eyes moved and swept across the three people. The three were terrified, and a chill ran down their spines. After a while, the star toad exhaled, and the stench almost made the three vomit. It grinned. You three are really stupid. If the spiritualized universe is really that strong, why would the three of you try to recruit me? You even said that I can compete for the position of Xianxia? If the three of you can see that I can compete for the position of Xianxia, then it's fine if you don't join the spiritualized universe. But if it's just your words, then you don't have the qualifications. After saying that, the lotus leaf swept across the three people, and their faces paled. Their vision darkened, and they lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, the three people opened their eyes one after another, and they saw black gas everywhere. This was the aura of death. The star toad had sent them to the above heaven sect. It was not that the star toad was unwilling to join the spiritualized universe, but whether or not it would join would depend on the spiritualized universe's strength. From the looks of it, the above heaven sect still had the advantage, and even if it joined, these three progenitors would not be qualified to recruit it. At the very least, they would need a primordial realm expert. Now that it had sent these three to the above heaven sect, it was expressing its stance and telling Luin not to cause trouble for it. The star toad had also thought things through. Find the only true God? That was impossible. Even if it could find the only true God, it would not do so. It understood the only true God better than anyone else. That guy was as unfathomable as the sea, and the further it was from him, the better. Otherwise, there was no guarantee that it would not fall into that guy's trap. In the star toad's heart, the only true God was still a greater threat than Luin. Luin had relied on the help of many people, and the only true God was invincible. Elsewhere, Luin had arrived at the border of the Tianyuan universe and was looking outside the stone door. Mr. Mu was here as well. He had to keep an eye on Meng Sang. Firstly, he wanted to learn how to create the springboard. Secondly, he wanted to keep an eye on Meng Sang and prevent her from using it to escape. If he destroyed the springboard while he was at it, then it would not be worth it. Not only would he not be able to avenge the massacre of Astral 10, but he would also be giving Meng Sang a piece of information for nothing. Master, how is it? Luin asked. Mr. Mu looked at Meng Sang outside the stone door. I can't learn it. He added too many tricks when creating the springboard. After all, he's an expert at Kuos level, so even I can't see through it. Luin frowned. If even Mr. Mu could not learn it, then it would be even more impossible for others, including himself. Although Mr. Mu's strength had greatly decreased, his eyesight was not inferior to anyone's, including primogenitor Tai Chu. It should be done soon. Although I can't learn it, I can roughly see the purpose of this astrological phenomenon. It uses the current universe as a spring to tear apart everything in it. The stronger one is, the greater the area of the universe that is torn apart, and the greater the force of the spring. Luin sighed in admiration. This is a vision that transcends the universe. We live in the universe, and if we didn't see this astrological phenomenon, we would not have thought of using the universe as a spring. Fortunately, this is an astrological phenomenon. If it was man-made, then this person would definitely surpass the universe. Mr. Mu's tone was grave. It might not be man-made. Luin was shocked. What do you mean? Mr. Mu looked at Luin. The spiritualized universe is so afraid of the springboard, but it's not just a guess. They must have discovered something, or else they would not be so afraid. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Eternal life realm? Mr. Mu shook his head. I don't know. It should be that Master Grass who discovered something. At his level, he can skip the universe and look at the world. It's not impossible to use the universe as a spring, but since he was the one who discovered the springboard, there's a high chance that it was created by another powerful creature. The spiritualized universe itself has a sense of danger. Luin looked at Meng Sang. I hope it's just a sense of danger. He thought of the immortal master behind the hive and the existence that had destroyed Mr. Mu's universe. Was it really just a sense of danger? There was more than one fisherman in this universe. The immortal master's bait had already fallen into the Tianyuan universe, and Master Grass was the same. Who else could it be? When one reached the eternal life realm, all common sense would lose its meaning. When Luin had just started cultivating on Earth, how could he have imagined that a creature that transcended common sense like a hive would one day appear? It was born with great strength and endless numbers, and it could even give birth to Xianxia. This was the power of the eternal life realm. Master Grass had unified the spiritualized universe's cultivation method and created the foundation of the sequence. Was this not a power that transcended common sense? The Tianyuan universe would never have thought that sequence particles could be fixed and used to create foreign objects. The eternal life realm surpassed the universe, so they could use the universe as a spring. This was a difference in vision and structure. Unless they jumped out of the universe's limits, they would never be able to catch up to the eternal life realm. Based on the universe plane involved in the springboard made by Meng Sang and the strength of the spring, I can roughly estimate the distance. Based on the distance that the first wave of people from the spiritualized universe reached the Tianyuan universe, His springboard can only jump 1/10 of the distance, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin nodded. 1/10. This means that if he jumps according to the springboard's strongest strength, each jump will take 1/10 of the time, which is about a year. Adding the time needed to make the springboard, it will take 3 years. That's not right. Bao Qi and the others arrived in 10 years. We used the springboard, which means that it will take them 40 years to reach the springboard, not the spiritualized universe. Yes, it will take him 2 years to make the springboard. We can't rule out the possibility that he's trying to confuse us, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin nodded. 30 years. 30 years to reach the springboard. If he uses it to return to the spiritualized universe, it will take him 40 years. If he doesn't use the springboard and continues to make it himself, it will take him double the time, which is 60 years. Meng Sang is cunning. Even if he can depart from here, he might not jump according to the maximum distance. He might land halfway and not let us find him. The time taken will increase. We still have to learn how to make the springboard to be at ease. Mr. Mu laughed. In order to get past the stone door, he kept looking for people to test it. This kind of person is very cautious. It won't be easy to get the method to make it. Then we'll force him. Lu Yin looked outside the stone door and shouted, Meng Sang. Outside the stone door, Meng Sang looked up in the direction of the Tianyuan universe and met Lu Yin's gaze. Let me tell you something. Palace Mistress Xiao said that Xianxia was preparing to go into seclusion before you set off. You should be able to guess what he's going to do, Lu Yin said loudly. Meng Sang sneered. Xianxia is in the consciousness universe. It's up to you to believe it or not. You should know about the relationship between Palace Mistress Xiao and Xianxia, and you should know about my methods, Lu Yin said. Meng Sang's expression changed. Many people knew about the relationship between Palace Mistress Xiao and Xianxia, as the two were too close. Some said that Palace Mistress Xiao was Xianxia's disciple, while others said that she was his lover and daughter. There were all sorts of theories, but in the spiritualized universe, the one who understood Xianxia the most was definitely Palace Mistress Xiao. As for Lu Yin's methods, he also understood that Yuanqi had been forced to betray Xianxia, so Palace Mistress Xiao might not have been able to survive. Could it be true? Xianxia had gone into seclusion and sent them to the Tianyuan universe at the same time? The timing was too coincidental. He looked at Lu Yin again. Regardless of whether this person was telling the truth or not, they had to return to the spiritualized universe. They could not delay any longer, as they only had one chance to restart the universe. This universe was powerful enough, and once Xianxia restarted the Tianyuan universe and stepped into the eternal realm, he might not restart the Tianyuan universe for them. Even if he did, Xianxia would definitely have methods to suppress them. Across from him, Lu Yin smiled. Soon. Mr. Mu nodded. Yes, soon. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Mr. Mu suddenly stepped forward and stared outside the stone door. It's done. Lu Yin opened his eyes and disappeared. At the same time, outside the stone door, there was a huge springboard that was 100 times larger than the one Meng Sang had created. It was called a springboard, but it was actually a majestic celestial body. It was like a monster that occupied the universe and used space as a spring. With the springboard as the center, it moved in a certain direction that led to the spiritualized universe. Outside the spiritualized universe, there was another springboard that was about the same size as the one Meng Sang had created. When Meng Sang's springboard was completed, the largest one among the 3 universes trembled slightly. And then, the tremor was transmitted to the springboard that led to the spiritualized universe. Spiritualized universe. As the springboard vibrated, many people looked over. It's shaking. The signal is coming. The springboard in the Tianyuan universe has been successfully built. Why is it so late? Any later and we'll have to send a second wave of people over. After all, it's an entire universe. It definitely won't be easy to deal with them. Fortunately, I was cautious enough to invite the 3 Xianxia to take action. I even brought 4 sequence bases with me. Not only that, but Xianxia of the primordial origin is also here. He also grasps the sequence foundation. Back then, I told you not to underestimate the Tianyuan cosmos. If not for Lord Yu Sang Tian's brilliance, this battle would have been a waste of time without the 3 Sang Tians. Now that the springboard has been completed, the Tianyuan universe can rest assured. Report this to Lord Yu Sang Tian. Since the Tianyuan universe is fine, Lord Yu Sang Tian is going into seclusion. What? Seclusion? What about the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe? If they suddenly attack the Tianyuan cosmos, we'll be here if the president and the others suddenly reactivate the Tianyuan cosmos. That won't happen. Lord Yu Sang Tian knows what's going on. Besides, even if the Tianyuan universe is reopened, it won't end so quickly. By the way, I heard that the sudden attack on the Tianyuan universe is related to the ultimate extremity. Is that true? Shu, how can the ultimate extremity be discussed so casually? Are you courting death? Sigh, Lord Yu Sang Tian suddenly went into seclusion. I wonder what will happen to the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe. In the Tianyuan universe, Lu Yin didn't know that Meng Mingsung's words had come true. Yu Sang Tian had gone into seclusion and given up on the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe. The moment Meng Mingsung completed the springboard, he immediately used it to escape the Tianyuan universe. Suddenly, he looked to his side in a daze. Lu Yin had appeared out of nowhere. Time flowed, and Meng Mingsung and Lu Yin were bounced up by the springboard. Suddenly, a small boat of light shuttled around Lu Yin, bringing him and Meng Mingsung away from the springboard. The springboard bounced up, and the universe was pulled up like a curtain. There was no one on it. Lu Yin pressed a hand on Meng Mingsung's shoulder and stood in the starry sky. Meng Mingsung stared at Lu Yin, feeling powerless. Lu Yin's hand was like a mountain that completely suppressed her, making her unable to move. The Tianyuan universe isn't a place where anyone can come and go as they please. Meng Mingsung closed her eyes. The power of time. The moment the springboard was completed, Lu Yin crossed the river of time and appeared on the springboard. He watched as time flowed by. He and Meng Mingsung were bounced up by the springboard, and he instantly used a stream of light to bring Meng Mingsung away from the springboard. If he hadn't been able to cross the river of time, he wouldn't have been able to stop Meng Mingsung from leaving. Of course, it was also because he had the ability to cross the river of time that he allowed Meng Mingsung to create the springboard. From the very beginning, it was a competition of whose methods were more powerful. The greatest advantage that the Tianyuan universe had over the spiritualized universe was the power of time. This was something that the president and Bao Qi had a deep understanding of. At this moment, Meng Mingsung understood it better than anyone else. As a powerhouse who had crossed the bitter adversity, he couldn't break Lu Yin's ability to cross the river of time. Master Lu, you don't want to let me go? Meng Mingsung asked in a low voice. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent. I didn't agree to let you go. I said that whether you can safely return to the spiritualized universe is your business. Is it true that Yu Sang Tian is in seclusion? It might be true. Meng Mingsung took a deep breath. If I go back, I might be able to stop Yu Sang Tian from reactivating the small spiritual universe. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. It's also possible that you will reactivate the small spiritual universe with him. Meng Mingsung shook her head. Impossible. If Yu Sang Tian was willing, he would have reactivated the small spiritual universe with us. Even if only half of the 8 powerhouses had stepped into immortality, the Tianyuan universe couldn't compare to them. However, he has never exposed himself. If I go back, he will most likely finish me off. Since he will finish you off, why do you still want to go back? You have the confidence to reactivate the small spiritual universe with him, right? How could Lu Yin be persuaded by him? From the very beginning, Lu Yin had said that he was using him to create the springboard to delay the reinforcements from the spiritualized universe. Now that the springboard was completed, Lu Yin wasn't sure whether the spiritualized universe would send reinforcements. Perhaps the reinforcements would have already set off before the springboard was completed. If that was the case, he could only blame himself for being unlucky. But it didn't matter. After dealing with Meng Mingsung and Bao Qi, only the president of the spiritualized universe was left. Even if the second wave of reinforcements joined forces, they wouldn't be able to suppress the Tianyuan universe. Although Lu Yin didn't know what Wei Nu's goal was, letting Lu Yin and the others kill Bao Qi in the Mirage would be beneficial for the future battle. Meng Mengsang sensed Lu Yin's murderous intent, but she didn't panic. Master Lu, you have your methods. I was able to cultivate to the position of Sang Tian, so I have my own methods as well. Once the springboard is completed, it can either delay the reinforcements from the spiritualized universe, or reinforcements are already on their way. You should hope that it's the first case. But what if the springboard is destroyed at this time? As she spoke, the springboard in the distance suddenly distorted. This was the sign of the astrology being unstable. Lu Yin looked over, and his eyes narrowed. This was troublesome. Creating the springboard might prevent the spiritualized universe from sending reinforcements, but if it was destroyed after it was completed, it would only make the spiritualized universe even more wary of the Tianyuan universe. If the springboard couldn't be created, then it could only mean that the battle was intense. If the springboard was destroyed, then it meant that the spiritualized universe had lost. This was because the springboard was the most protected by the spiritualized universe. If it could be destroyed, then it meant that the spiritualized universe was at a disadvantage. This was also a signal, but it was a signal that wouldn't benefit the Tianyuan universe at all. This was also Meng Mengsang's method. If the springboard is destroyed, the spiritualized universe will also know. What do you think they'll do? If the reinforcements didn't depart and the springboard was completed, then the spiritualized universe wouldn't send reinforcements. But now that the springboard is destroyed, the spiritualized universe will definitely be able to guess what happened. The second wave of reinforcements they sent will definitely be much stronger than the first wave. If the second wave of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe set off before the springboard was completed, then it will be even more disadvantageous for you. In order to stabilize the Tianyuan universe, the spiritualized universe will definitely send out a third wave of reinforcements. No matter what the situation is, you're all finished. Yu Sang Tian might even make a move. You think that Yu Sang Tian wants us to attack or send us away, but I think that he must have sensed the threat of the Tianyuan universe. How will you resist Yu Sang Tian's arrival? The situation wasn't as simple as Meng Mengsang had said. Lu Yin was now thinking about Grandmaster Greengrass. He didn't know if Grandmaster Greengrass was in the spiritualized universe or the Tianyuan universe. Grandmaster Greengrass would rather Grandmaster Greengrass be in the Tianyuan universe and hadn't made a move until now. He definitely had his misgivings. If Grandmaster Greengrass was in the spiritualized universe and discovered that the springboard had been destroyed, then it would be easy for Grandmaster Greengrass to come over. If an Eternal Realm powerhouse came, then no matter what kind of restrictions he faced, it would be a disaster for Lu Yin and the primogenitor. Lu Yin praised, as expected of an expert who could cultivate to Sang Tian's level. He didn't underestimate Meng Mengsang, but he didn't know much about the spiritualized universe and the springboard. Even if he did, there was nothing he could do against Meng Mengsang's desperate method. Mr. Mu arrived. Give me some time to stop the springboard from being destroyed, but I don't have that much time. Meng Mengsang said, 60 breaths. Master Lu, either I die, or you take a gamble. Bet that I'm lying and that the spiritualized universe doesn't know that the springboard has been destroyed. Lu Yin immediately let go. You can leave. Meng Mengsang was astonished and looked at Lu Yin. But if you hand over the springboard's construction method, I'll agree to let you go, Lu Yin said. News of the president's first wave of people being defeated had yet to spread to the spiritualized universe, which meant that they were in the open while the spiritualized universe was in the dark. He couldn't gamble on whether the spiritualized universe would find out about the springboard's destruction. If he lost, then the Tianyuan universe would face an unprecedented disaster. The sole true God had yet to be dealt with, and the hive was still a problem. If the spiritualized universe were to be summoned, especially Yu Sang Tian or Master Grass, then they really wouldn't be able to stop them. As the highest decision-maker, it was normal for him to not have a choice. He really wanted to kill Meng Mengsang to avenge the people of Astral 10, but he had to suppress his hatred. He would get his revenge sooner or later. The enemy was not stupid enough to be fooled by him. Of course, Lu Yin wasn't stupid enough to be too passive. If Mengsang didn't hand over the method to make the springboard, he would rather the springboard be destroyed. He wanted to create a springboard to chase after Mengsang, and it was even possible for him to charge into the spiritualized universe. Placing the battlefield in the Tianyuan universe was too disadvantageous. He had to plan carefully. If he had to restart a universe, from his point of view, it had to be a spiritualized universe. Also, the small spiritual universe was a huge problem. If he allowed Xianxia to restart the small spiritual universe and step into the eternal life realm, it would also be a disaster for them. They had been forced to the edge of the cliff. Many times, they had no choice but to make a choice and risk their lives. What? You don't believe me? Meng Sang stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Are you going to the spiritualized universe? Why do you say that? I'm going to use this springboard to leave. I'm going to keep creating springboards along the way, but you didn't ask me if I'm going to destroy the springboards along the way. If I destroy them, will the spiritualized universe notice? You also didn't ask if the spiritualized universe will notice if I create more springboards. You don't care about that anymore. In fact, your goal from the very beginning was to find out how to create springboards, Meng Sang said. You want to go to our spiritualized universe and take the initiative. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This was indeed his goal. The best outcome of using Meng Sang as a springboard was that once the springboard was completed, he would be able to kill Meng Sang. Killing two birds with one stone. However, he had to consider the possibility that Meng Sang might be able to leave the Tianyuan cosmos alive. If he did, then he would have to build springboards along the way, and in order to prevent Lu Yin and the others from catching up to him, he would definitely destroy those springboards. If they had to let Meng Sang leave alive, those questions were meaningless. They couldn't control Meng Sang. Since that was the case, he could only take the initiative and spiritualize the universe to shift the battlefield. If the Tianyuan universe could be restarted, it might not be impossible for spiritualized universes. They had developed for such a long time. This was a risky move that Lu Yin had discussed with Wang Wen, Mr. Mu, and Patriarch Lu Yuan. If he went to the spiritualized universe, he would not be able to conceal himself like when he went to the top realm and the Six Directions Guild. His presence, which did not belong to the spiritualized universe, would be easily exposed. Xianxia's strength was at least on par with the primogenitors. This risky move had only been brought out for now. As for how it would be carried out, it still needed to be discussed. The prerequisite was to obtain the manufacturing method of the springboard. As for Meng Sang, her life depended on her luck. It would be best if he could catch up to him and kill him. If he couldn't, then he would fight to the death in the spiritualized universe. In the distance, the constellation of the springboard was stabilizing. If you attack me, the springboard will also be destroyed, Meng Sang threatened. Lu Yin shrugged. I know. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. You can leave now, but leave me the method to create the springboard. Meng Sang stared at Lu Yin. You really want to go to the spiritualized universe? That's courting death. I'm courting death. Isn't that what your spiritualized universe wants? We can work together. Lu Yin was surprised. Cooperate? Meng Sang said in a low voice. Xianxia deceived everyone and monopolized the spiritual universe. He wanted to step into the eternal life realm. Before he succeeded, he was still Xianxia. The rest of Xianxia could be controlled. This was also why Yuan Qi was not killed but exiled to the Tianyuan universe. Xianxia could not dominate the spiritualized universe, but if he stepped into the eternal life realm, things would be different. If you go to the spiritualized universe, I'll work with you to deal with Xianxia. Lu Yin laughed. You want to use me to move? Xianxia's attention will be diverted to the small spiritual universe by himself? Meng Sang said bluntly, yes, I want to use you. The same scene happened again. Back then, Lu Yin had said that he wanted to use Meng Sang, and now, Meng Sang said that she wanted to use Lu Yin. If Lu Yin really went to the spiritualized universe, he would have to cooperate with Meng Sang in order to stop Xianxia from reactivating the spiritual universe. It would depend on whose methods were better. Lu Yin wanted to stop Xianxia and Meng Sang from stepping into the eternal life realm, and Meng Sang wanted to use Lu Yin to deal with Xianxia while he stepped into the eternal life realm. Whoever succeeded would dominate the three universes. Lu Yin looked at the springboard, and the same thing happened again. Neither of them had taken advantage of the springboard, but the spiritual universe's plan could not fail. Meng Sang had another reason for saying this, which was to prevent Lu Yin from catching up to him before he reached the spiritualized universe. He had to leave the method to create the springboard. If he left the Tianyuan universe, Lu Yin would definitely create the springboard or chase after him. He would not reach the maximum distance of the springboard every time. If he fell halfway, Lu Yin would not be able to catch up to him. But this way, he would take longer to reach the spiritualized universe. In the end, no one knew who would reach the spiritualized universe first. If Lu Yin caught up to him, he would be easily surrounded and killed without any bargaining chips. He had said this to show his value. When going to a completely unfamiliar universe, it was better to cooperate with someone familiar than to fight alone. Everyone understood this principle, and everyone was looking for a way to survive. Even Sang Tian, who stood at the top of the universe, was no exception. Meng Sang gave Lu Yin the method to create the springboard in a way that both of them felt at ease. He also stood on the springboard. As the springboard bounced up, Meng Sang disappeared. The Tianyuan universe, the consciousness universe, and the spiritualized universe. We have been passive from the beginning, so going to the spiritualized universe is imperative. We also need to understand the consciousness universe, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin looked outside the stone door. It's not easy to use a springboard in the spiritualized universe, and it's even more impossible for Meng Sang. He needs 60 years to return to the spiritualized universe, so we have to create the springboard as soon as possible. Otherwise, when he returns to the spiritualized universe will understand our situation. He did not expect Meng Sang's springboard to be used. Regardless of whether or not he could find the springboard, Meng Sang would definitely destroy it in order to not be caught. There was no need to ask. Lu Yin could only count on himself. I'll create the springboard. It's not complicated, and since this springboard hasn't been destroyed, we'll create it in the direction of the springboard's greatest distance, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin hesitated. If Mr. Mu created the springboard, it would mean leaving the Tianyuan universe. To be honest, Lu Yin was somewhat uneasy about Mr. Mu's departure. He was most worried about the one true God. It was hard to say how long the Grand Empyrean's 6 paths of reincarnation realm could last. The worst-case scenario was that the 6 paths of reincarnation realm had already lost its effects. The one true God did not want to help the spiritualized universe, so he pretended to be trapped. Tianxi, Baoqi, and the president had all been betrayed by him, and he had his reasons. With Mr. Mu gone and the progenitor suppressing the sequence's string, it would not be easy for the Tianyuan universe to find an expert who could deal with the one true God. Lu Yin knew that he was still not a match for the one true God. Lu Yin voiced his worries. Mr. Mu fell silent. The one true God was not stupid, and he had his own reasons for every step he took. Although the Eternals had been destroyed, it was actually not Lu Yin's work alone. Since the era of the above heaven, the progenitor, Mr. Mu, the 3 realms, the 6 paths, and the 9 mountains and 8 seas had all worked together to succeed. Lu Yin had only been the catalyst for the destruction of the Eternals. If the one true God was left alone, no one knew what he would do. The spiritualized universe did not want its own people to restart it, so the one true God naturally did not want the spiritualized universe to restart the Tianyuan universe with him. His goal had always been to restart the Tianyuan universe. In the end, Lu Yin found Chui and asked him to create a springboard. Only a primordial realm powerhouse could create a springboard, and Lu Yuan was not suitable. He would have no advantage against Meng Sang, but Chui was different. The Tao of Tianyi could at least prevent Chui from being killed by Meng Sang. Not long after, Chui stood on the springboard. As the stars bounced up, the surrounding universe shook, and Chui disappeared. He'll reach the maximum distance the springboard can travel in a year. I hope he doesn't run into Meng Sang, Mr. Mu sighed. Meng Sang was worried that Lu Yin would send people to surround and kill Chui, but there were not many experts in the Tianyuan universe who could surround and kill a powerhouse who had just crossed the bitter calamity. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be heading to the spiritualized universe in 40 years at most, Lu Yin murmured. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin. You won't be able to hide your aura when you go to the spiritualized universe. The entire spiritualized universe is your enemy. You Sang Tian, and even that Grandmaster Xianxia, I'll accompany you. Luin did not refuse. This was a war between universes. Unless he reached the eternal realm, he would be too weak to fight alone. Luin had not decided whether he should shift the war to the spiritualized universe or send a few people to the spiritualized universe. However, he had to go. He had found the path of the sequence laws, and the Tianyuan universe could not be realized. Only the spiritualized universe's sequence foundation could. He wanted to go to the spiritualized universe to seize the sequence foundation, and the gate of techniques was his greatest goal. Before that, he had to deal with the one true God and the insectoid hive. Otherwise, he would not be able to bring Mr. Mu and the others even if he wanted to. When he returned to the above heaven, he received a few pieces of good news. Over the past half a year, Lu Yin and Mr. Mu had been keeping an eye on Meng Sang. They did not dare to be careless in order to prevent Meng Sang from escaping. No one in the outside world dared to disturb them either. As a result, they did not receive any good news. First, Wu Tian had broken through to the primordial realm. Lu Yin was overjoyed by this news. The more primordial realm experts there were in the Tianyuan universe, the more at ease he felt. The 3 realms 6 Daos primordial realm experts were definitely no weaker than those who had crossed the bitter calamity. The 3 realms 6 Daos could defeat the star toad even if he did not break through to the primordial realm. As for the spiritualized universe's Sang Tian, if it were not for his sequence foundation, his strength would be on par with the 3 realms 6 Daos at most. Wu Tian's breakthrough to the primordial realm was enough for the Tianyuan universe to celebrate. Next, the 5 spirit clans also received good news. They had discovered many materials suitable for mecha production in a parallel universe. The Limitless Empire's mechas had been severely damaged in several battles, especially the battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe. They had lost almost half of their mechas, but their value had been extremely high. If not for the mechas, the ones who died would have been progenitors. Now that they had discovered suitable materials in that parallel universe, Lu Yin immediately gave the order to continue producing mechas. Apart from that, there were also new developments in the research of microarray weapons. Aside from the 108 microarray weapons that could be mass-produced, Gu Yan and Xiao Mingshi had discovered another direction for microarray weapons: timing. The details would have to wait until they went to the 5 spirit clans. Before Lu Yin left, he first met the 3 spiritualized universe ancestors that the Star Toad had sent over. The 3 of them were in despair and had been brought to the celestial sect. The best outcome for them was imprisonment, and the worst was naturally death. People from other universes were not of much value to Lu Yin. They would not be willing to become gods. The example of Wind Master had long existed. Creatures from other universes could not be chosen, and using Enhance to read memories was even more of a failure. There was no way to find a spiritualized universe life form, so how could they be integrated? The war between universes was completely different from the war within universes, so Lu Yin's method had to change. Hiding his aura, disguising himself, using Enhance on his die, and so on had all lost their effects. He had to find a new way to adapt to the war between universes. Have you heard of the Royal God Mountain? Looking at the 3, Lu Yin's tone was cold. He kept releasing pressure that made it difficult for them to breathe. Among the 3, the 2 men subconsciously looked at the woman. Lu Yin's gaze fell on the woman. She said, "I'm from the Royal God Mountain." Lu Yin waved his hand, and the 2 men were taken away. "Tell me everything you know about the Royal God Mountain," Lu Yin said indifferently. The woman did not refuse. No one wanted to die if they could live. They had cultivated step by step from ordinary people to the progenitor realm and had experienced many hardships. Survival was an instinct. They might not be afraid of death, but they were not willing to die just like that. They would grab hold of any chance of survival. The woman spoke and told him what she knew about the Royal God Mountain. The world of cultivation was fair to everyone, regardless of whether one had a monstrous background or an ordinary itinerant cultivator. No matter how high or low their starting point was, there would always be life and death waiting for them. Everyone's understanding of the world of cultivation was different. The Royal God Mountain was a world of cultivation. Through the woman's narration, Lu Yin could clearly hear the process of a cultivator rising step by step. It was no different from the Fifth Continent's Six Direction Society's cultivators who had cultivated to the progenitor realm. The royal god mountain was called a mountain, but from the beginning to the end, it was a starry sky from the woman's mouth. Luine knew that it was the little spirit universe. The woman did not know about the little spirit universe, and the progenitors were still not qualified to know about it. Just like the four-way scales, not every progenitor knew about the Six Direction Society, let alone those from the Tian universe. The woman had cultivated to the progenitor realm in the small spirit universe before entering the spiritualized universe. It was similar to how Luine had cultivated to the progenitor realm in the Fifth Mainland before entering the Six Directions Guild and coming into contact with other parallel universes. It was the same process. The only difference was that Luine knew that the parallel universes that he had come into contact with had a collective name, the Tianyuan universe. After the woman walked out of the starry sky, she learned that there was a general term for it, the spiritualized universe. The starry sky where she once cultivated also had a name, Divine Reigning Mountain. This was the Imperial God Mountain. Countless people in the spiritualized universe knew that God Governing Mountain was a starry sky. It was similar to the 3,000 Great Worlds or the starry sky of the tree Starry Sky, where many families hid in lakes. This starry sky was hidden in a mountain, and that mountain was also called God Governing Mountain. The Imperial God Mountain was a star hidden inside a mountain. It was a real mountain that belonged to the Imperial God Mountain. The moment the woman walked out of the starry sky, she saw Xianxia and learned about the spiritualized universe. Their cultivation was exactly the same as the spiritualized universe's, so it was easy for the spiritualized universe to accept them. Arrival Luine was most concerned about the method of concealing his aura. Meng Sang was in a hurry to return to the spiritualized universe because he could tell that someone had come from the small spirit universe. Yuan Qi had not tried to do so, as he had been locked up in the Above Heaven sect before the battle and had not been able to meet anyone from the spiritualized universe. Otherwise, he would have told Meng Sang how to do so, and she would have definitely tried some methods to do so. Yuan Qi had guessed that there was only one way to hide from the powerhouses of the spiritualized universe, especially if even Xianxia could not detect it, a spirit seed. The cultivation of the people in the small spirit universe was exactly the same as that of the spiritualized universe. They all came from the same cultivation model of the spiritualized universe. Only the spirit seeds that had been cultivating since they were young and had their auras hidden could not be detected by the people in the spiritualized universe after they left the small spirit universe. Every progenitor from the small spirit universe had come into contact with Xianxia, which was not normal. Given Xianxia's level, those who had not reached the level of a sequence law would not be qualified to meet him. However, the woman met Xianxia and obtained the cultivation method he imparted to her. The technique did not have a name, or at least, Xianxia had not given it a name. Many people from the Royal God Mountain called it the Heavenly Spiritualization Technique, as no one outside of the Royal God Mountain had obtained this technique from Xianxia. The Heavenly Spiritualization Technique had a very simple use, which was to adapt to the spiritualized universe. There was not much else to it. However, that was because these people did not notice its use. Xianxia had modified the spirit seeds that they had come into contact with since the beginning of their cultivation. In order to prevent the powerhouses of the spiritualized universe from detecting that they had come from another universe, they had to use the Heavenly Spiritualization Technique. This was also why everyone from the Royal God Mountain had to cultivate the Heavenly Spiritualization Technique. This technique was very easy to cultivate, and it could be mastered in a very short time. The people from the Royal God Mountain did not know that this technique combined with the spirit seeds would allow them to conceal their auras that did not belong to the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe itself would not be able to guess that they had come from another universe. Only those who knew about the existence of the small spirit universe could see Xianxia's plan. So what if he knew the technique? He could not practice it. This was a technique that was unique to the spiritualized universe. If one wanted to remain undetected in the spiritualized universe, they had to first cultivate a spirit seed and obtain the Heavenly Spiritualization Technique from a woman. Otherwise, they had to be like their ancestor and obtain a body as a consciousness life form. Luine could not do either. The woman was also taken away and imprisoned. Luine instructed the Yao Emperor and Imperial Tutor Skymender to come to the Above Sky sect while he went to the 5 spirit tribes. he found Gu Yan and the others. Gu Yan was delighted when he saw Luin. I wanted to simplify the creation of the 108 microarrays, but I didn't expect to come up with something like this. What's going on? Tell me. Luin was curious. Gu Yan pointed at a microarray weapon embedded in a suit of armor. See what's different about it. Luin looked over. With his current strength, he could see the difference at a glance. He had already reached the level of an Origin Heavenly Master, and he was the best lockbreaker in the entire Tianyuan universe. Of course, when it came to sourcebox arrays, he still could not compare to Gu Yan and the others. They had studied them for far too long, and Luin had only relied on Qiuling's experience to reach the level of an Origin Heavenly Master. His powerful cultivation allowed him to surpass everyone else in lockbreaking. Cultivation was important in lockbreaking, but the same could not be said for sourcebox arrays. So that's how it is. Changing a sourcebox's danger can turn this microarray weapon into a lockbreaking sourcebox and completely explode. Lu Yan's eyes shone brightly. Gu Yan smiled. It's a very simple principle. I've always been thinking of manipulating it, but I never thought of this. If I had thought of it earlier, I would have been able to create it long ago. How did you think of it now? Luin was puzzled. Gu Yan sighed. You should have gone to the spiritualized universe, right? Luin raised his brows. Senior, you guessed it? Gu Yan replied, it's not just me. Many people have guessed it as well. In the current war, not going to the spiritualized universe and being attacked forever is not in your character. You can't bring many people with you to the spiritualized universe, so we've been thinking of ways to help you. This kind of sourcebox array can explode at a fixed time. Its power is equivalent to that of a progenitor, so it should be able to help you. Gu Yan and the others did not know that Luin needed the sequence foundation to fill the void in his heart, nor did they know that Yusang Tian wanted to restart the tiny spiritual universe and step into the eternal realm. They had only guessed that Luin wanted to go to the spiritualized universe based on their most basic understanding of this war. Knowing one's enemy was the most basic requirement for pursuing victory. How could one win without understanding the spiritualized universe? Even if many people from the spiritualized universe had been captured, it was impossible to fully understand it through them. Besides, there was still the consciousness universe nearby. It's just that the consumption is too great, Luin said. Ordinary 108 microarray weapons were embedded in the armor to create the Tianyuan army. With the materials that the Tianyuan universe had found, only 3,000 Tianyuan soldiers could be created. If some of the materials were used to create these microarray weapons, the Tianyuan army's numbers would definitely decrease. Furthermore, these microarray weapons could only be used once. Even so, Luin discussed it with Gu Yan and the others. In the end, they still had to produce them, and the quantity could not be too small. Of course, there was no need for too many, as there was no point in having too many. 500 was about enough. This meant that Luin would have the destructive power of a progenitor 500 times over, and he could use them at a fixed time. When the time came, he would definitely be able to give the spiritualized universe a pleasant surprise. After leaving the 5 spirit clans, Luin took out Mount Supreme and released Furball and Green Immortal. This fellow could not leave his side as he pleased, so Luin could only bring it along. The moment he released it, Luin was able to merge into its body and check its memories as well as sense its surroundings. He still could not sense the existence of the Hive and Green Immortal, as they were too far away. This fellow was now a detector that allowed Luin to search for the Hive. Without waiting for Furball and Green Immortal to speak, Luin put it away and released it once in a while. Perhaps if he was lucky, it would be able to sense the Hive's existence. When he returned to the Above Heaven sect, the Yao Emperor and Imperial Tutor Skymender had already arrived and were waiting respectfully. Luin brought them to the Day-Night clan's territory and entered the ruins of the Frigid Immortal sect. They passed through the Frigid Immortal Pond and arrived at the underground, where the Frigid Immortal sect's hidden treasures had once been. Luin, Bai Shui, and Senior Qing Ping had come here before, and it was Senior Qing Ping who had discovered the seal left behind by Ancestor Hui. When he looked at the seal again, Lu Yan's gaze became complicated. Ancestor Hui had schemed against history, and in the end, he had schemed against the Eternals, allowing the humans to achieve a great victory. If not for Ancestor Hui, the current human situation would not have been the same. Although Ancestor Hui did not possess the greatest strength of all time, his wisdom was unparalleled. Luin looked at Ancestor Hui's symbol, and his gaze pierced through it until he saw the human-shaped source boxes beneath the seal. Ancestor Hui had sealed these human-shaped source boxes in order to prevent the desolate god from being reborn. Ever since the Above the Sky sect had been re-established, Luin had ordered people to search for human-shaped source boxes. Now, he had collected all the ones in the outside world, and only Progenitor Hui's seal remained unopened. It was time for the desolate god to be reborn. The reason why Luin had not allowed it to be reborn was because he was afraid that no one would be able to control it. Now, he could suppress the desolate god by himself, not to mention Lu Yuan, Wu Tian, and the others who had broken through to the primordial realm. There was also Mr. Mu and the colossal giant ancestor. A single desolate god could not overturn the heavens. Luin wanted to find the death god's body, as it would be perfect if he could revive it. Madman Lu had said that the death god was invincible back then, and even the sole true god could not do anything to him. This was because the death god was the first to break through to the primordial realm, and he possessed the power to kill. If the death god was still alive, he might be able to rival a primogenitor. Progenitor Hui's seal was too weak for Luin, and he could easily remove it. The group of source boxes were taken away. Behind them, the Yao Emperor and Imperial Tutor Skymander exchanged glances. The desolate god was finally reborn. The desolate god was the ruler of all the astral beasts. Without the desolate god, even if Luin did not bully the astral beasts, they would not have the confidence to face the humans. But was this a suitable time for the desolate god to be reborn? What was the point? Once they were reborn, they would look at each other with fear. They had deceived Luin, so how could they explain this? Following this, Luin brought them to the Cosmic Sea, where the army's territory was. The army would always wander around the Cosmic Sea because they were protecting the source box array left behind by Progenitor Hui. They were soldiers who had once followed Progenitor Hui. I know that you are all protecting the source box array left behind by Progenitor Hui, but there is no need for that anymore. I will protect whatever Progenitor Hui wants to protect, so please step aside. The army was as weak as an ant to Luin, but he respected them just as much as he respected Progenitor Hui. The giant warship approached with lightning, and the world turned black. 8,000 soldiers wielded spears and faced Luin. Unparalleled spears, soldiers who sought death. This was an army. Within the army, a pair of eyes stared at Luin with desire, excitement, and apprehension. He was Huawu, and he had a secret technique that kept his word. He had once joined the army in order to survive, but he had been coerced by Luin into betraying the army and allowing Luin to see the seal that the army was protecting. Out of respect for the Corps, Luin allowed Huawu to stay behind. Huawu tried to slip away once, but he failed. In the end, he was caught by the Corps and kept on the ship. Too many things had happened in the outside world. The Hexagon sect, the everlasting race, and even the spiritualized universe. However, this place was peaceful from beginning to end. Huawu's initial fear, anxiety, and now, his heart was as calm as still water. At this time, Luin came over again. His thoughts were active once more, and he wanted to leave this ship as far away as possible. Thunder rumbled and the sea darkened as the army faced Luin. Luin looked at them calmly as well. After a while, the warship moved aside, revealing the seal hidden at the bottom of the sea. Luin looked at the seal and then casually waved his hand to destroy it. He then collected all of the human-shaped source boxes. As for the army, he looked deeply at the warship. Ancestor Hui died in battle for humanity. If everyone is willing, you can head to the 5th pagoda to protect it. Ancestor Hui also wanted to protect that place. After he finished speaking, he turned to leave. Huawu could not take it anymore. Master Lu, wait a moment. Luin turned back and saw Huawu. He laughed. You're still here? Here. Huawu carefully avoided the soldiers around him and charged at Luin, shouting, Master Lu, take me away. I can't take it anymore. Take me away. Every day here is like hell. Luin raised a brow. When we first arrived, I saw that your heart was as calm as still water. Why do you want to leave? Hua Wu wailed, I'm just numb. Master Lu, please take me away. I want to leave, I want to leave. Lu Yin shook his head. There's no need. Hua Wu despaired, and he slowly collapsed to the ground. He thought that Lu Yin would keep him in the core. Is my beautiful life gone just like that? I still want to go out and explore. Right. He hurriedly looked at Lu Yin. I want to fight for humanity. How are the everlasting race? I heard that the Hexagon sect has appeared again. Master Lu, I want to fight to the death for humanity. I have a secret technique, and I'm a man of my word. Master Lu, you have to believe me. Lu Yin pointed behind Hua Wu. Hua Wu turned around and saw that the 8,000 soldiers had already returned to their cabins and were ignoring him. He was stunned. What do you mean? You can stay, but you can also leave. Their mission is over, Lu Yin said before vanishing. Hua Wu wanted to say something to Lu Yin, but Lu Yin had already disappeared. His jaw dropped, and he looked back to make sure that the soldiers had not caught him. He jumped into the sea and was so excited that he wanted to scream. Run, run. Don't let those guys see you. Run as far as you can and never come back to the cosmic sea again. His days of despair were finally over. I, Hua Wu, have escaped. On the other side, Lu Yin brought the Yao the Arch and Imperial Tutor Skymender to the Royal Frost Continent. Looking at the familiar 5 rings of ice snow, Lu Yin could not remember the last time he was here. It had been a long time. When Lu Yin arrived, the Ice the Arch hurriedly led everyone from the Royal Frost Continent to welcome him. Greetings, Master Lu. Greetings, Master Lu. Che Han was excited. He was one of Lu Yin's earliest subordinates, and he had helped Lu Yin rise in the early days, even though his goal was to find foreign aid for the Royal Frost Continent. Lu Yin's gaze swept past the Ice Empress, Che Han, and the others before sweeping past the Humble Corps. There were nearly 100 Humble Corps members on the Royal Frost Continent, and they were all enlighters on average. When Lu Yin had first formed the Aerial Corps, he had wanted to take in the Humble Corps as well, but after some thought, he had decided against it. Without the Humble Corps, the Royal Frost Continent would not feel safe. Furthermore, Lu Yin had been worried that someone would break Progenitor Hui's seal, so he had left the Humble Corps behind. Now, the Humble Corps was no longer important to him. Forget about enlighters, even envoys and half-progenitors were not worthy of his attention. He had the mechas under his command and the Tian Yuan army, which had the destructive power of a progenitor. Once upon a time, progenitors had not been seen, and the strongest had been half-progenitors, and there had only been a few. Now, there were too many progenitors, and it was all because Lu Yin had increased the limits of the Tian Yuan universe. There's nothing else. You can go back, Lu Yin said. The Ice Empress bowed respectfully, but she did not move. She wanted to wait for Lu Yin to leave first. Lu Yin said, my duties on the Royal Frost Continent are cancelled. The Ice Empress, Che Han, and the others looked up at Lu Yin in shock, not understanding what he meant. There's a seal left behind by Progenitor Hui here, and I'll remove it today. From now on, you don't have to protect it anymore. Lu Yin waved his hand, and the Royal Frost Continent trembled. The Ice Empress wanted to say something, but she did not know what to say. The seal here was the Royal Frost Continent's mission, but did the current Fifth Mainland really need them? What level was Lu Yin at? He had cared about this seal, feared it, and protected it. But now, he no longer needed it. The Ice Empress had a complicated expression. Now that they had lost their mission, she did not know where the Royal Frost Continent's future lay. The mission of protecting the seal had trapped them, but it had also given them a reason to continue living. From now on, they were free. The Fifth Mainland had a total of 3 Progenitor Hui's seals, and all of them had been broken. The human-shaped source boxes had all been gathered. Lu Yin brought all of the human-shaped source boxes, the Yao Emperor, and Imperial Tutor Skymender to the Astral Beast domain. He wanted to revive the desolate god there. Aside from them, Wu Tian, Lu Yuan, Hong Yan Mavis, and Jialan Jilua had all gone as well. However, they did not go together and instead hid in the shadows. The revival of the desolate god was a big deal, and it was also a matter between the two of them. The biggest difference between the astral beast domain and the human domain was that the astral beast domain was filled with savagery. When the sixth mainland had invaded the astral beast domain, they had not been able to find anything besides some ores and other natural resources. The astral beast domain had not developed as quickly as the human domain, but this was the astral beast domain. Back then, Imperial Tutor Skymander and the others had concealed the revival of the desolate god. They had explained that the human-shaped source boxes were afraid of death and had used the source stone technique to transform themselves into source boxes. The only way to unlock them was through the inverse origin array. Not only could the source boxes be unlocked, but it could also be used to control them. When Luin had first heard of this, he had believed Imperial Tutor Skymander's explanation. However, after Ghost Monkey had obtained progenitor Wushang's memories, he had overturned Imperial Tutor Skymander's words and told Luin the truth. The desolate god had injected the savage scripture into the source stone technique, and what had been unlocked was not a person, but an astral beast that had transformed itself into a human-shaped astral beast. These astral beasts controlled the desolate god's split body, and once they were revived, they could revive the desolate god. Imperial Tutor Skymander's heart sank as he looked at the densely packed human-shaped source boxes. If this had happened a few decades ago, this would have been his dream come true. Luin had already set up the inverse origin array, and all that was left was for Imperial Tutor Skymander to unlock it. But now, what was the point of unlocking it? What would happen if a desolate god appeared? With the Heaven's Path's current strength, they could even suppress 2 or 3 desolate gods, let alone one. More importantly, once a desolate god appeared, Imperial Tutor Skymander would know that he had lied to Luin. When he thought of this, Imperial Tutor Skymander subconsciously glanced at the Yao Emperor. The Yao Emperor was just as nervous, and there was even a hint of fear in his eyes. They had been fearful all this time. Lu Yin's gaze was calm. Let's begin, Lockbreaker. I urgently need a group of experts to replenish the Tianyuan army. Imperial Tutor Skymander closed his eyes and faced Luin before slowly kneeling down. When the Yao Emperor saw this, he hurriedly knelt down as well, not daring to raise his head. Luin clasped his hands behind his back. What are you doing? Imperial Tutor Skymander's voice was bleak. Pathmaster, we lied to you. Luin did not say anything and merely looked at him. The human-shaped source boxes, the source stone technique, and the inverse origin formation are all real. However, the ones who have been revived are not those who cultivated the source stone technique, but the astral beasts and the desolate gods, Imperial Tutor Skymander said. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Why didn't you tell me earlier? The Yao Emperor was shocked. Luin had already known. Imperial Tutor Skymander was not surprised. What in the universe could hide from Luin? Lu Yin's cultivation was extremely high, and his strength was rarely seen. It was not an exaggeration to say that he knew everything. Please punish us, Pathmaster. Imperial Tutor Skymander did not say anything else and directly asked for forgiveness. The Yao Emperor hurriedly said, Please punish us, Pathmaster. Let's begin. Reviving the desolate gods? Not bad, Luin said calmly. Skymander took a deep breath, stood up, and walked towards the group of human-shaped source boxes. As for the Yao Emperor, he was not an origin array heavenly master and could not help Skymander. Without Lu Yin's command, he continued to kneel there, not daring to move. The inverse origin formation was activated. Every sourcebox array was created by an origin array heavenly master's blood, sweat, and tears. No sourcebox array could be easily created, as it represented an origin array heavenly master's blood, sweat, and tears. Even progenitor Hui could not easily create a sourcebox array. Although Luin believed that he was the best lockbreaker in the universe, he did not know much about sourcebox arrays, so he did not interfere. Instead, he watched Skymander use them. The source stone technique and the inverse origin formation both amazed Luin. This was a technique that was compatible with sourcebox arrays, and true insight did not contain it. It was truly mystical. History had never lacked geniuses, and anyone who could create the source stone technique and the inverse origin formation was definitely a genius. Time slowly passed, and the inverse origin formation was activated. Many human-shaped source boxes were unlocked, and their outer shells melted at a rate visible to the naked eye. One day, 2 days, 5 days. Finally, 10 days passed. With the inverse origin formation activated, all of the human-shaped sourcebox's outer shells fell off, and one person after another appeared before Lu Yin and the others. Rise! Skyminder Imperial Tutor barked, and the inverse origin formation shot into the sky. It turned into a blinding light that enveloped all of the sourceboxes that had been unlocked. Almost everyone opened their eyes at the same time, their gazes ferocious and filled with confusion. Some of them unconsciously let out strange cries, which were the cries of astral beasts. Junior Skyminder, please revive Lord Desolate God. Some of the people's gazes turned from confusion to clarity. Some tore off their arms, some tore off their legs, and some even twisted their necks. Their necks flew out and changed shape in midair, turning into a familiar statue that Lu Yin had seen before. It was the Desolate God's body. One by one, the dismembered bodies reassembled, and an earth-shattering roar resounded through the heavens. Everyone who had been unlocked knelt down. Welcome, Lord Desolate God. Welcome, Lord Desolate God. Welcome, Lord Desolate God. In the past, the astral beasts had been bullied and enslaved by humans. Only when the Desolate God oversaw the Fourth Mainland had they managed to slightly curb this situation. During that era, all the giant astral beasts regarded the Aragami as their guardians. Only the Aragami could protect them. In their hearts, the Desolate God was truly a god. For the sake of the Desolate God, they would do anything. This attitude was passed down to the generation of the Imperial Advisor Butian and the generation of the Shifter Emperor. Back then, Lu Yin had been in control of the astral beast domain's fate. Even so, the Imperial Tutor had deceived him in order to revive the Desolate God. Even after Lu Yin led the Above Heaven sect to greater heights, Imperial Tutor Butian did not mention anything about the Aragami. It was not that he was hoping that the Aragami would be able to do anything when it was resurrected in the future. He just did not want the past to repeat itself. Before Lu Yin had appeared, the Imperial Tutor had hoped to revive the Desolate God and lead the astral beasts to the peak to suppress the humans. Later on, Lu Yin's Above Heaven sect had become invincible, and the Imperial Tutor did not wish for the Desolate God to appear. Otherwise, it would only be suppressed by Lu Yin. This was the protection of his own beliefs. Skyminder Imperial Tutor sighed as he watched the Desolate God's body reconstruct itself. There was nothing he could do to stop it. Fortunately, the Desolate God was one of the primogenitor's disciples, so it was unlikely that the Desolate God would become Lu Yin's enemy. Lord Desolate God, the times have changed. In this era, humans are even stronger. He clenched his fists. He had to inform the Desolate God of the situation as soon as it revived. He could not let the Desolate God and Lu Yin fight. He absolutely could not let them become enemies. Lu Yin calmly watched as the Desolate God revived. A powerful aura swept through the area. This was the aura of a peak sequence law expert. The Desolate God was one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms. Lu Yuan and the others must be very excited at this moment. In the surroundings, Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, Wu Tian, Jialan Jilua, and the others all looked at this scene. Big Yellow was about to return. Roar! A roar shook the heavens and the earth. The heavens were distorted, and ripples spread out in all directions. A suffocating pressure descended and continued to increase. A familiar figure appeared. Lu Yin finally saw the Desolate God. He had fought it during the progenitor's origin tribulation, so he was not unfamiliar with its form. He was especially familiar with its power. Now that he saw it, he felt a sense of familiarity. However, was this increasing pressure trying to announce to this era that it had returned? The Desolate God's aura spread throughout the entire astral beast domain, then to the human domain, then to the 5th mainland, and finally to the astral tree domain. Countless people sensed the Desolate God's aura. Some felt their hearts tremble, while others were confused. This aura was so powerful that it belonged to the 6 paths of the 3 realms. It was definitely a powerhouse, but what did this mean? Although it was powerful, it was releasing its aura in such an unbridled manner. Was this a provocation? No matter how powerful the aura was, it should not be able to suppress the current ancestral masters. It should be known that even a powerhouse who had undergone bitter adversity would not dare to be so unbridled in the starter space. In the astral beast domain, the desolate god's body had completely recovered. It slowly opened its eyes and saw that the people who had been unlocked were actually astral beasts. It then looked forward and saw the imperial tutor, who was so excited that he wanted to say something. The imperial tutor excitedly looked at the desolate god. "My lord, now this. Impudent. Why is the Yao Emperor's bloodline kneeling to a human?" the desolate god roared, almost causing the imperial tutor to faint. In front of Luin, the Yao Emperor was stunned. Right, it was still kneeling, but that was not the main point. "Lord Desolate God, we." The desolate god stared at Luin. "Human, who gave you the guts to enslave my race?" Then, a terrifying pressure descended upon Luin. Just like the imperial tutor, the Yao Emperor was speechless. He could only stare blankly as the desolate god attacked Luin. The people who had been unlocked below the desolate god all glared at Luin with hatred and killing intent. This human had definitely wanted to stop the inverse origin formation from unlocking it, but he had failed. The desolate god's appearance would be unrivaled in the universe. Even in their era, the desolate god was the 6 paths of the 3 realms. The glory of that era could not be replicated. They did not know how long they had waited to be revived. The desolate god would definitely become the ruler of this era. Secretly, Wu Tian sighed. Big Yellow has just been revived. It seems like its strength has recovered, but it hasn't. It did not discover us at all, and it can't sense Little Seven's strength either. It was so angry when it saw the Yao Emperor kneeling to Little Seven. Its prejudice against humans is too deep. It can't be blamed. There were no beasts in that era that did not hate humans, but there was a reason why humans enslaved beasts. Are we just going to let it attack Little Seven? What else can we do? It can only take a beating. Don't worry, Little Seven knows how to control her strength. Master, watch this as well. In the distance, Luin endured the desolate god's powerful pressure without moving an inch. The desolate god's eyes trembled as it sensed that something was wrong. This human did not care about its pressure at all? How was this possible? Even in their era, only the 3 realms and 6 paths of the 3 realms could achieve such a glorious era. But that era should have existed already. Did the Eternals not destroy the overlords? It wanted to kill this person, but when it saw the Yao Emperor kneeling, it could not suppress the anger in its heart. It charged towards Luin and attacked him head-on. Indestructible body. The desolate god had 2 strong points, its indestructible body and its undefeatable weapon. Its physical strength was extremely powerful. If Hongyan Mavis was the strongest human in that era, then even Lu Yuan could not compare to her. The desolate god was the strongest beast. During that era, Hongyan Mavis had challenged it multiple times, but it had rejected her every time. It did not want to compete with Hongyan Mavis in terms of strength. It would be better if it could find a strength beast. His valiant body crashed into Luin. The group of people who had been unlocked were excited as they waited for the scene of Luin being torn apart. Luin looked up, raised his right hand, and blocked it single-handedly. Boom! The stars trembled as the power shattered the void. The darkness turned into a beam of light that swept out from the void realm. The Yao Emperor and Skyminder Imperial Tutor were both pushed back by the force of the collision, but they were not injured. The desolate god had avoided them, or else they would have been torn apart. A loud boom accompanied the explosion of the void, causing the surroundings to become blurry. Only the desolate god could see clearly, and it was stunned in disbelief. This human had blocked it with a single hand. How was this possible? Luin stopped the desolate god with a single hand. What an indestructible body. You can revive even after your body is split apart. That's the profundity of the indestructible body. However, your strength still needs to be tempered, and you can't compare to a strength beast. The desolate god was stunned. How was this possible? A human had blocked it with a single hand? It could not even use a red light. Who are you, human? The desolate god's low voice resounded through the heavens. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Above heaven's pathmaster, Luin. The desolate god's eyes widened. Impudent. Its body suddenly transformed into a burly man, and a long dagger axe appeared in its hand. It was the undefeatable weapon, the Avicii dagger axe. Space was the shaft, and time was the blade. When the dagger axe stabbed out, the void froze, making it difficult to escape. Time was like a ribbon that was frozen by the dagger axe. Luin watched as the dagger axe approached, and he used the reverse step to parallel time. In front of him, the dagger axe moved horizontally, sweeping through the void and causing ripples of time. The sequence particles that it contained shocked Luin. What a tyrannical sequence law! The desolate god's sequence law was called destruction. Everything in the universe had a counter to each other, but the desolate god's destruction could destroy everything. In that era, the desolate god was extremely powerful, and it was confident that it could fight against anyone in the 3 realms and 6 paths. However, it had lost to the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper had slaughtered astral beasts and carved fear into their blood, passing it down generation after generation. Perhaps this was the reason why the 4th mainland had been destroyed. A starry sky appeared in Lu Yin's heart, repelling the sequence law, and the desolate god's sequence particles disappeared. The desolate god was stunned. Primordial realm? Lu Yin grabbed the Avicii dagger axe. This was an undefeatable weapon that could freeze time and lock down the void. Lu Yin's control of time and space surpassed the desolate god's. The Avicii dagger axe could not move, and the desolate god immediately let go of it and punched at Lu Yin. Lu Yin reversed the Avicii dagger axe and swept it across at an even faster speed, sending the desolate god flying. The desolate god could not withstand Lu Yin's strength, and it was sent flying. It stood in the sky, panting heavily as it looked at Lu Yin in shock. There was no need to continue fighting, as Lu Yin had been holding back all this time. At this moment, it wanted to know who this person was and what had happened to this era. This person was clearly very young, but he was able to suppress it in every way, suppressing it to the point that it vomited blood. He did not stop it from reviving. He did not care about it at all. Those who had been unlocked were all stunned. How could this be? Heaven Mending Imperial Advisor sighed. Sure enough, this was the case. In this era, none of the 6 paths of the 3 realms could control the universe. He did not know if the desolate god's emergence was a good thing or a bad thing. The Shifter Emperor felt bitter. The astral beasts would not be able to escape the fate of being suppressed by humans. The same was true for the Aragami. Senior, have you had enough? Lu Yin asked as he casually tossed the Avicii dagger axe to the desolate god. The desolate god took it and gripped the Avicii dagger axe tightly. Come out. Wu Tian, Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, and Sapphire Zhilua walked out. Long time no see, Big Yellow, Lu Yuan said. The Aragami glanced at the few of them. Her gaze was complicated. There was hatred, nostalgia, and an indescribable emotion in her eyes. My resurrection. Were you guys the mastermind? Lu Yuan grinned proudly. Let me formally introduce him. His name is Lu Yin, a descendant of the Lu family. He is also the current sect master of the Above Heaven sect and the master of the Tianyuan universe. Nothing was more shocking than what the Aragami had just heard. The sect above the heavens had been destroyed, Lu Yin's master had suppressed the Echelon string, the great battle at Immemorial City, the Daosor sect's 9 mountains and 8 seas, the 5th mainland, the sect above the heavens had been re-established, the 6 Directions Society, the spiritualized universe, and so on and so forth. Even the desolate god needed a long time to sort through all of this information. It had been out of touch with the world for far too long, and it had been attacked by Lu Yin as soon as it appeared. Even now, it still hadn't recovered from its shock. It also understood why the Yao Emperor had knelt before Lu Yin and why Butian had hesitated to speak. He really shouldn't have revived. Big Yellow, it's good that you've revived now. The war between the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe is raging like a raging fire. People are dying constantly, and we're lacking in experts, said Lu Yuan. The desolate god sneered, what does that have to do with me? Just listen to how much you hate humans. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. The desolate god gritted her teeth. If it weren't for you, the giant astral beast wouldn't have been enslaved like that. Every era is marked by that era. That kind of thing is bound to happen in that era. Before Master established the sect above the heavens, how many beasts had slaughtered humans? It was Master who said that we should be treated as equals, but the result was like that. If it wasn't for Master's promise, Above Heaven sect wouldn't have been established so easily. You also have complaints about Master? I hate everyone. So you allowed the fourth mainland to be destroyed? The desolate god raised his head and glared at them. That's right. I didn't do anything when the fourth mainland was destroyed. That was what they had guessed. However, the Aragami actually admitted it. It was still hard for everyone to accept it. Hongyan Mavis stared at the Aragami. Between the humans and the Eternals, you chose the Eternals? The Aragami looked at her. Shouldn't I? Humans only think about slaughtering and enslaving astral beasts, but the Eternals don't. They come from you humans. The true goal of eternity is to restart the Tianyuan universe and step into eternal life, said Jiao Lanjilua. The desolate god's eyes trembled, and he fell silent. It did not know about this matter. To be exact, no one in that era knew about this matter, because the Tianyuan universe was far from being able to be rebooted in that era. Back then, the Above Heaven sect didn't even know that the Eternals would attack the humans. No one expected the primogenitor to be ambushed or the guardian envoys hiding in the dark. This was the main reason why the Above Heaven sect was defeated. The Eternals were thinking too far ahead. Humans, on the other hand, were immersed in the glory and excitement of thousands of races. This was the so-called decline after the peak of prosperity. Big Yellow, if you knew that the Eternals wanted to restart the Tianyuan universe, would you still let the fourth mainland be destroyed? Wu Tian asked. Everyone looked at the desolate god. The desolate god looked up with a solemn expression and glanced at everyone. He then sneered, nonsense. If the universe was rebooted, we would all die. How could I let it happen? At least you have a conscience, said Hongyan Mavis. The desolate god snorted. I hope that the humans will perish, not everyone will die together. One of the reasons why you hate humans so much is because Chu Haizi slaughtered the astral beasts, right? Wu Tian suddenly said. The desolate god's eyes widened, and they were filled with coldness. Where is Chu Haizi? Dead. Lu Yuan sighed. The desolate god was shocked. You are all alive, but Chu Haizi is dead? What do you mean? In your eyes, we don't deserve to live? Jiao Lanjilua was unhappy. The desolate god said, Chu Haizi is stronger than anyone, and he can break through to the primordial realm at any time. Once he breaks through, I don't think even Master can do anything to him. How did he die? Lu Yin continued, he died for me. The desolate god only noticed Lu Yin now. Died for you? You were already here at that time? Lu Yin did not know how to explain. Let's not talk about the past. You know the current situation. No matter what side you stand on, you have to join this war between the universes, Lu Yuan said. The desolate god sneered. Not necessarily. I can join the spiritualized universe. Jiao Lanjilua raised an eyebrow. What did you say? The desolate god glanced at everyone. Haven't I made it clear enough? You want to betray the Tianyuan universe? The Tianyuan universe already belongs to you humans. So what if you defeat the spiritualized universe? Won't it still be enslaved by you humans? Times have changed. The Above Heaven sect will not enslave the astral beasts. Lu Yin said, I promise that I will not let anyone enslave the astral beasts. The desolate god was furious, and he stared at Lu Yin with bloodshot eyes. You promise? How can you promise that? What's the use of your promise? Didn't Master promise it back then? No matter how times have changed, the greed of humans will never disappear. If Master can't stop it, how can you stop it? Lu Yin, Wu Tian, Lu Yuan, and the rest were speechless. In that era, the Above Heaven sect was at its peak. The primogenitor's prestige was greater than the heavens, but it still could not stop humans from enslaving the astral beasts. The stronger the primogenitor, the stronger the humans, and the more the astral beasts would be enslaved. In the current era, humans had surpassed the Above Heaven sect. Not only did they have the 3 realms and 6 paths, but they also had the 3 suns and 6 lords, the 8 paths, and many progenitor powerhouses. If they defeated the spiritualized universe, would they really not enslave the astral beasts? Once Luin surpassed the infinity powerhouses and surpassed the primogenitor, humans would worship him. What would they think of non-human life forms? The most obvious point was that none of the 3 sons and 6 lords were astral beasts. This was even more thorough than the 3 realms and 6 paths. Luin did not lie to the desolate god, but there were some things that he could not change. The desolate god was one of the 3 realms and 6 paths. In that era, he could protect the 4th mainland and suppress the humans. What about now? Who could do it? The Shifter Emperor? The Power Beast? Su Wang? Jiao? Ancestral Meng? Shening? No one could do it. No one was the desolate god. Luin wanted to eliminate the word enslave from the bottom of his heart. However, even if his cultivation level was high, he could not stop it. In some dark corners, under his high and mighty gaze, the desolate god could not stop. Darkness was still growing in the corners that were not allowed to exist. This was very similar to the former above the heavens. If the primogenitor did not notice it, Luin might not be able to either. The Tianyuan universe was now united to fight against the spiritualized universe. All the conflicts had been shifted to external wars. It was not that the darkness was completely eliminated. Instead, everyone's attention was focused on fighting against the spiritualized universe. The desolate god had just been reborn and had not experienced the war against the spiritualized universe. Its focus was on internal affairs. It focused on the promise that even the primogenitor could not fulfill. Big Yellow, I'm sorry. There was a sigh and an apology. It was the primogenitor's voice. The desolate god's body trembled. It slowly turned its head and looked in a certain direction. There, the primogenitor walked over and looked at the desolate god with a complicated and apologetic gaze. The desolate god looked at the primogenitor blankly. Its voice was dry. Master. The primogenitor sighed. I'm sorry, Big Yellow. Luin and the rest fell silent. The primogenitor was apologizing. This was the creator of the source of cultivation and the strongest person since the birth of the Tianyuan universe. He was apologizing to the desolate god and the astral beasts. In the past, the astral beasts had also slaughtered humans. That was the nature of their species. Ever since the primogenitor had ascended, he had taken in the desolate god as a disciple to keep the astral beasts in check. This had led to the rise of humans in that era. Although it was called taking in a disciple, it was actually a transaction. However, the relationship between the primogenitor and the desolate god was real. The desolate god's respect for the primogenitor and its love for its fellow disciples in the 3 realms and 6 daos were also real. However, as the above heaven sect flourished, humans' attitude towards the astral beasts changed. It could be called revenge, as the astral beasts had once committed a blood debt to humans. It could also be called greed, but who could refuse such a powerful mount? In particular, the primogenitor had the ancestral Meng wrapped around his waist and a divine eagle on his shoulder. This image was too deeply etched in people's hearts, and countless people imitated it. Perhaps this was the reason why the primogenitor had apologized. Regardless of the reason, the astral beasts had been enslaved. Without experiencing that era, it was impossible to understand the calamity that beasts had suffered. Even if the desolate god had allowed the destruction of the 4th mainland, it had not done anything wrong. It was not a human, and it had its own standpoint. It had only allowed the destruction of a place where the astral beasts would be enslaved by humans. That was all. Master, do you know how many astral beasts were enslaved in that era? The desolate god's voice was low and hoarse. It pointed at the astral beasts that had been unlocked and transformed into human form. They were all enslaved. In that era, the astral beasts that were unwilling to be enslaved by humans died. Whether it was in the primordial space or other parallel dimensions, at least 1/3 of them died. Their blood was enough to dye the sky red. How many astral beasts were enslaved? Master, do you know? You promised that when you took me in as your disciple, you hoped that the astral beasts and humans could live in peace. You hoped that the astral beasts would stop killing humans everywhere. We did it. What about you? You were high above and could not see the greed of humans, but we were suffering from it. The primogenitor closed his eyes. the desolate god sneered. You guarded the immemorial city and suppressed the strings. How much of it was for the astral beasts? At that time you were only thinking about humans. Our standpoints were different. You were a human, so you thought about the survival of humans. I was an astral beast, so I only thought about the survival of the astral beasts. The primogenitor opened his eyes and looked at the desolate god. I was high above and could not see the greed of humans. Then, to the astral beasts, were you not high above? When did you see all of them? The desolate god's gaze shook. When did you see the nature of some astral beasts? The primogenitor asked. From the side, Wu Tian spoke up, Chu Haizi didn't slaughter astral beasts for no reason. Humans are greedy, and beasts are bestial as well. Because of Heaven's Gate's prosperity, you only saw the strong side of humans. When have you ever seen people being slaughtered by astral beasts for no reason? Most of those people were ordinary people. Some enslaved astral beasts, while others slaughtered humans. It's all relative. Chu Haizi slaughtered astral beasts with his own eyes. Many people were casually killed by astral beasts. That era seemed peaceful, and Heaven's Gate suppressed everything. However, there were things in the dark that we couldn't see, and there were also things that you couldn't see. Lu Yuan sneered and pointed at the astral beasts that had been unlocked. Just ask those fellows behind you if they know about this. In their minds, slaughtering humans is normal. Who would tell you? Would you care if you stepped on an ant while walking? The desolate god growled, nonsense. Lu Yuan laughed, we were wrong because we couldn't stop the astral beasts from enslaving them. But didn't you stop them from slaughtering humans as well? Regardless of whether it's a time of war or a time of peace, conflicts between different species will never cease. It's just a matter of seeing and not seeing. Hongyan Mavis interrupted Lu Yuan's words, of course, we also admit that that era was too dark for you star beasts. Master's apology to you is true, but no one will apologize to you for slaughtering the star beasts. Wu Tian sighed, Chu Haizi was too decisive and ruthless. Lu Yin did not think that the Grim Reaper had done anything wrong. From his point of view, both the humans and astral beasts were under his rule, but the conflict between the two species was irreconcilable. If the humans wanted to enslave the astral beasts would turn around and slaughter the humans. The only way to resolve this was to completely suppress one side. The Grim Reaper slaughtered astral beasts in order to pass down their fear, and he had done it. Astral beasts were naturally suppressed and terrified by the aura of death. If he were the Grim Reaper, the next thing he would do would be to use the aura of death to suppress the astral beasts within a certain range. This would ensure that humans couldn't easily enter, and also ensure that the astral beasts couldn't leave. This was the only solution that he could think of from his perspective. It was cruel, but it was effective. After all, they were humans. However, Lu Yin did not mention this. He hadn't seen the situation of that era with his own eyes. Humans had their own standpoints, and starry sky behemoths had their own standpoints. Both sides were in the right. What mattered was the strong and the weak. Did the Aragami really not know that there were astral beasts slaughtering humans? That might not be the case. In its opinion, it should be a small matter, but the humans themselves did not think so. This was an irreconcilable contradiction. What happened in the past has already happened. Now, we are facing the risk of the universe being destroyed. Big Yellow, do you really want to betray the Tianyuan universe and join the spiritualized universe? Jiao Lanjilua's tone was cold as he stared at the desolate god. The Aragami replied firmly, at the very least, I don't want to be associated with you. Senior, you're overthinking things. The spiritualized universe will not accept you. The Aragami looked at him. What do you mean? Lu Yin's lips curled up. With Senior's strength, a spiritualized universe would definitely not be able to reject you. However, if Senior wants to bring all those astral beasts with you, that would be unrealistic. Senior, do you think that a universe with a unified cultivation method and resources would accept a large number of astral beasts? Maybe I can accept him, but... This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, you need to change the word. Lu Yin's expression changed. Captivity. The Aragami was enraged, and the Avicii polearm suddenly stabbed towards Luin. Junior, how dare you? The primogenitor appeared in front of Luin and casually pushed the Avicii polearm aside. Big Yellow, let him finish. The origami gripped the polearm tightly and snorted before glaring at Luin. Luin shrugged. There are too many astral beasts in the Tianyuan universe. Senior, you fell out with us because of them. If you join the spiritualized universe and can't bring these astral beasts with you, then you'll just let them be destroyed by the spiritualized universe. Where is your determination? As for the spiritualized universe, they will not trust any life forms from other universes. Whether they belong to another universe or not, their auras are different. They are also afraid that these astral beasts will steal their resources. No matter how small the resources are, they are still resources. Senior, don't underestimate the greed of living beings. By the way, the spiritualized universe's rulers are also humans. The origami gritted its teeth. Humans, and humans again. Why are there humans everywhere? It felt helpless. The origami still had the primogenitor and the 3 realms and 6 daos in the Tianyuan universe. If it joined the spiritualized universe, it would be filled with enemies everywhere. It would be even worse than the era of the above heaven. No one spoke, as they were all giving the origami time. It was still angry that the above heaven had been willing to be destroyed by the Eternals, so it could not change its mind so quickly. The primogenitor waved a hand, and the people around him dispersed. He wanted to speak with the origami alone. No one knew what the primogenitor and the origami talked about, but it was obvious that the origami respected the primogenitor greatly. Even if it was angry and resentful, it still had feelings for the primogenitor, including Lu Yuan and the others. Master is actually very good to Big Yellow. It really is a master-disciple relationship. What a pity. Lu Yuan sighed. Luin looked into the distance. As the ruler of the 4th mainland, it allowed the Eternals to destroy it. No matter what its motives were, the origami is guilty in the eyes of the above heaven. Even humans would fight against each other, let alone different creatures. The Eternals had established the Kingdom of Eternity and wanted humans to coexist with the Corpse Kings, but it was impossible. Similarly, in a universe where humans had developed to a certain extent, it was impossible for them to coexist peacefully with the astral beasts. Luin looked at the astral beasts that had been unlocked, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, the primogenitor waved at Luin, and the others walked over. Big Yellow, tell us what happened back then, the primogenitor said. The origami's expression was gloomy as it met everyone's gaze, especially Luin. It slowly said, Master was plotted against. I don't know about this. The 1st mainland was destroyed, and the 4th mainland was destroyed shortly after. At that time, the one who came for me was Tiango. Tiango? Luin exclaimed. Lu Yuan and the others were stunned. They had not expected the destruction of the 4th mainland to be related to Tiango. From what they knew, Tiango only knew how to bark and had an abnormal defense. Other than that, it had nothing else. On the battlefield, it had only been able to hold back a single human powerhouse and had not killed many people. The origami said, Tiango came to me on behalf of the Eternals and persuaded me not to become enemies with the Eternals. At that time, because the humans were enslaving the astral beasts, I agreed. I injected the savage scripture into the source stone technique, split myself apart, and waited for my rebirth. Do you really believe that you will be reborn? Luin was puzzled. No one would believe that. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Well, this was handing over his life to someone else. The origami calmly replied, at least I won't die. Aside from the astral beasts, no one knows that I'm waiting for my rebirth, not even the Eternals. The Eternals also agreed not to attack the 4th mainland. When the 4th mainland was destroyed, a group of astral beasts died, but at least half of their bloodline was preserved. What's the origin of Tiango? Luin asked. They were all too curious. The origami replied, before the humans appeared, there were only astral beasts in the starter space, including the entire Tianyuan universe. They revered chaos and existed in various races. Tiango is a creature from that era, and its history is even older than the humans. My race also originated from that era. Luin was shocked. Before the humans were born? The primogenitor said, humans were not born at the same time as the universe. Before the humans appeared, there were creatures in this universe. I've heard of this chaos before, but it seems to have disappeared. The origami nodded. Chaos disappeared a long time ago. Otherwise, when Master wanted to establish the above heaven sect, the first obstacle would have been chaos. Chaos is extremely powerful, and it has no race behind it. However, it can suppress the entire universe by itself, and no astral beast dares to resist. Senior primogenitor, how were humans born? Luin asked. It was not just this universe, but the spiritualized universe had humans as well. What about the other universes? The primogenitor shook his head. If you're talking about birth, I really don't know. One day, I suddenly gained consciousness and appeared. I took care of the universe's operations, watched the astral beasts, and created the astral source's cultivation path. Taihong was the same. If you're talking about origin, I really don't know. The others also discovered one after another. There was no first male and female pair that created humans. Naturally, the human race appeared. The origami continued, in the beginning, humans were just ants in the universe. They were extremely weak, and they weren't even enough to fill the gaps between the astral beast's teeth. However, their numbers grew and grew until it was terrifying. They were everywhere in the universe, and no one knew how they were born. They spread throughout the universe in the shortest amount of time, but they weren't much of a threat until Master rose to power and fought against the astral beasts. He took me in as his disciple and used my race to suppress the astral beasts. Gradually, the above heaven sect was formed, and the era of humans began. The primogenitor still had some complaints when it was brought up. Luin could imagine how difficult it had been for the primogenitor to lead the humans in that era, but now was not the time to think about that. How do we find Tiango? The origami was confused. Why do you want to find it? Tiango follows the eternal. If we find it, we'll be able to find the eternal and completely eradicate this scourge. The origami shook its head. It's impossible to find it unless it comes to you on its own. But that's even more difficult. What do you mean? Luin asked. The origami explained, Tiango belongs to an era before humans appeared. It respects and believes in primal chaos. If you can find something related to primal chaos, with Tiango's sense of smell, it will be able to smell it even from a parallel universe. It might come to you. But primal chaos was even more ancient, and it was difficult to find even in the above heaven sect, let alone now. Master, you don't have it? Hongyan Mavis asked. The primogenitor was helpless. When I appeared, primal chaos had already disappeared for a long time. I learned of its existence through some astral beasts, but I didn't find anything related to it. End of chapter 3380. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.